everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Anime crossover saving the world starting as a fake hero, Chapter 101 to 150, Blue Jewel, Silver Jewel, Get days along the way, Luca also visited the hero's training ground. Three elderly men calling themselves the Three Sages saw that Luca had the Jade of Victory, the Jade of Fortune, and the Jade of Friendship, and clamored to give the proof of the hero to Luca. There was nothing he could do. Luca was quite respectful of his elders and kind to the young, so he accepted the proof of the hero. After traveling for a while, Luca and Alice arrived at Natalia Port once again. This port city hadn't changed much compared to a few months ago. The docks were as busy as ever, with fishing boats and merchant ships coming and going, sailors shouting loudly, and vendors hawking various seafood. The distant sea surface shimmered under the sunlight, looking quite peaceful. But Luca's gaze didn't fall on any of that. He stood at the edge of the port, closed his eyes, and sensed the surrounding aura. His brow furrowed slightly. A trace of extremely faint holy element remained in the air. It was pure, cold, and devoid of any emotion, like a laboratory instrument, precise and heartless. Luca opened his eyes. Prometheus. As expected, that tsunami was caused by her disguise. On the day of the Queen's Cup, he and Aluelma had a fierce battle in the South Sea, and the aftershocks of the combat were earth-shattering. At that very moment, someone used those aftershocks as cover to trigger a tsunami that struck Natalia Port. Now, this residual magic power was the proof. Another point of suspicion resolved. Luca silently noted this clue in his heart. He began to plan his next moves in his mind. First, borrow the Jade of Guidance from Miss Mel, then head to the South Sea Temple to obtain the Blue Jewel. After that, return to Gold Port, and then go to the North Sea Temple to obtain the Silver Jewel. Finally, find a way to get the Purple Jade on the Selene. Let's go, he said to Alice. First, to Miss Mel's house. Alice glanced at him sideways. Oh, so you finally get to see your mermaid. I'm going to borrow the Jade of Guidance, Luca corrected her expressionlessly. Mel's home was located in a quiet corner of Natalia Port. Luca knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was indeed Mel, that beautiful mermaid lady. When she saw Luca, she froze for a moment, then a surprised smile bloomed on her face. Miss Mel, it's been a long time. Luca nodded politely. And Miss Alice? Mel turned to Alice, her smile unchanging. Please come in, please come in. Alice gave a grunt of acknowledgement and walked through the door expressionlessly. Luca followed behind her, feeling that Alice's back was emitting a certain subtle aura. Once they were seated inside, Mel brought some tea and snacks. She bustled about, her tail swishing gently against the floor, looking very happy. Miss Mel, I've come because I have a request. Luca got straight to the point. I'd like to borrow the Jade of Guidance. The Jade of Guidance? Mel blinked. Are you going to the South Sea Temple? Mel thought for a moment. Actually, I have no more use for the Jade of Guidance. I'll just give it to you, mister. She stood up and took a palm-sized jade from a cabinet in the corner of the room. Its surface shimmered with a faint glow. It was indeed the Jade of Guidance they had used before. She handed it over with both hands. Luca took it and thanked her solemnly. Thank you, Miss Mel. I'll return it after I'm done using it. No need to return it. Mel waved her hand. I usually have no use for it, and it's just gathering dust here. Keep it, mister. It'll be convenient for you to go to the South Sea Temple in the future. Just take it, Alice spoke up suddenly, her tone flat. It's her goodwill. It's just a hassle to keep pushing it back and forth. Luca glanced at her, sensing some hidden meaning in those words, but he nodded anyway. Then, thank you very much. After a few more pleasantries, Luca stood up to take his leave. Mel saw them to the door, waving reluctantly. Luca, Miss Alice, please come visit again when you have time. Luca nodded. The two turned and left. After walking a few steps, Alice suddenly said, you're certainly quite popular. Luca didn't respond. The way that mermaid lady looks at you, her eyes are practically melting. She's just hospitable. Under Alice's death glare, the two walked directly toward the docks. Following the previous method, Luca held up the Jade of Guidance at a beach near Natalia Port, and infused it with magic power. A shimmering white light surged from the jade and spread across the beach, forming a passage that extended downward. On both sides of the passage, the seawater was held back by an invisible force, revealing dry sand. The two proceeded along the passage, heading all the way down. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the view ahead suddenly opened up, and a massive temple appeared before them. South Sea Temple. Compared to a few months ago, nothing here had changed. Massive stone pillars supported the dome, ancient patterns were carved into the walls, and a throne was faintly visible in the depths. Luca and Alice entered the temple. On the throne, a massive figure had its head lowered, as if asleep or lost in thought. It was a kraken museum. A giant squid body occupied most of the temple, with tentacles draped haphazardly on the ground, and in the center was the upper body of a beautiful woman. She had her eyes closed and remained motionless. Luca cleared his throat lightly. No reaction. Ahem, ahem. He raised his voice. Still no reaction. Alice rolled her eyes, stepped forward, and raised her hand. A finger snap exploded by the Kraken Museum's ear. The Kraken Museum woke up with a start, her tentacles flailing wildly as she nearly slipped off the throne. What's happening? She looked around frantically until she finally saw the two people before her. Then she blinked, her blank expression gradually turning into confusion. It's you guys. She tilted her head. The hero and the silver-haired monster whose marriage I officiated. Why have you come here again? Luca. Alice. Officiated. Stop right there, you senile squid with scrambled memories. Alice's voice echoed through the temple. If you get it wrong again, next time, I will turn you into a grilled squid queen. The Kraken Museum's tentacles instantly stiffened. The death threat was immediate and effective. Her eyes quickly cleared, and her memory returned at a visible speed. Sorry. Lord Demon King. She hurriedly adjusted her posture and sat up straight on the throne, trying to look dignified, although her flailing tentacles betrayed her nervousness. What brings you here? She asked cautiously. Luca stepped forward and got straight to the point. We're here to borrow the blue jewel. The blue jewel? The Kraken Museum paused for a moment, then came to a realization. Oh, that thing. She raised a tentacle and reached behind the throne. After fumbling around in a corner for a while, she pulled it back, the tip of the tentacle curling around a crystal-clear jade that emitted a faint blue light. Here, for you. She naturally handed the jade to Luca. Luca was slightly taken aback. He had expected to need some persuasion, as this was a jade the Demon King had ordered to be kept safe, guarded by the Kraken Museum. He had prepared all sorts of arguments and even thought about how to negotiate if she refused. But she just gave it to him. The Kraken Museum saw his confusion and smiled. You've worked hard for the marriages of monsters before, she said. You helped Mel deliver her marriage vow, and helped her be with the one she loves. She paused and continued, so this is my expectation and trust in you. Her gaze fell upon Luca. Though her eyes were often dazed, they were exceptionally clear at this moment. In this era where humans and monsters hate each other, you share the same grand ambition as the Lord Demon King. She glanced at Alice beside him, then looked back at Luca. I believe in the Lord Demon King, and I believe in you, who is trusted by the Lord Demon King. You two will definitely be able to change all of this. Luca looked down at the blue jewel in his hand, then up at the Kraken Museum's sincere face. Thank you for your trust. He spoke solemnly, word by word. I will definitely change all of this. The Kraken Museum nodded with satisfaction. Luca was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He turned back and said, Oh right, thank you for stopping that tsunami. The Kraken Museum blinked, looking completely blank. The tsunami that struck Natalia port a few months ago, Luca explained. If you hadn't blocked the impact, the port would have suffered heavy losses. The Kraken Museum stood there, her eyes glazed over. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Luca and Alice glanced at each other and waited patiently. Finally, the Kraken Museum came to her senses. Oh, that thing. She clapped her hands, her tentacles waving along. I remember now. I happened to be foraging nearby that day, saw the waves were off, and just blocked them on a whim. Luca. How did you end up foraging near the port? The Kraken Museum looked a bit embarrassed. I wanted to eat some human-style grilled fish that day, so I swam a bit closer. However, she suddenly remembered something, that tsunami was really strange. At the time, I thought it was the aftershocks of your battle, but the direction and force of the waves weren't quite right. It didn't seem natural, nor did it seem caused by the battle. Luca nodded. It wasn't me. It was someone else. He paused and instructed, if anything unusual like that happens again, please remember. He looked at the Kraken Museum's face, which could go blank again at any moment, and swallowed the word remember. Just notify the Demon King's castle directly. I've got it. The Kraken Museum nodded vigorously, her expression incredibly serious. Although Luca seriously doubted how long this "got it" would last. Oh right. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Do you want me to send you off? She looked at Luca eagerly, her tentacles already starting to twitch. Luca hesitated for a moment. Before he could finish, the Kraken Museum's tentacles had already wrapped around his waist. Off you go. Whoosh. A loud bang sounded from the sea surface. Luca shot out of the water like a cannonball, tracing a perfect parabola in the air, and then splash. He landed on the sandy beach by the shore. He stood up, shook the water from his head, his face showing a look of wanting more. That was fun. Alice was standing behind him at some point, rolling her eyes. Childish. It really was fun, Luca said seriously. Do you want to try? The two didn't linger long at Natalia Port. Luca originally wanted to go say goodbye to Mel, since she had given them the Jade of Guidance. It was only right to bid farewell. But as soon as the thought occurred to him, he felt a death glare coming from beside him. That gaze was cold, sharp, and carried an undisguised warning. Luca silently withdrew his step. To Gold Port. The two set off on their return journey without pause. After returning to Gold Port, Luca followed the same steps as going to the South Sea Temple, holding up the Jade of Guidance at a certain beach in the North Sea, and infusing it with magic. The shimmering white light lit up again, spreading a passage to the seabed on the beach. The two proceeded along the passage, heading all the way down. The internal structure of the North Sea Temple was similar to the South Sea Temple, with massive stone pillars, ancient carvings, and a deep space. But the atmosphere was completely different. While the South Sea Temple had a lazy, drowsy aura, this place was majestic and solemn, carrying an inviolable sense of pressure. In the deepest part, a massive figure sat upon the throne. A giant octopus body coiled around the throne, its tentacles thick and powerful, each carrying a force that could crush anything at any moment. A tentacle on the left curled around a massive trident, its tips gleaming with a cold light. Her upper body was that of a beautiful woman with long red hair flowing down like seaweed. Her face was majestic, and her eyes were deep. When her gaze fell, it felt as if the entire temple was under her watch. Sensing someone approaching, she lowered her head, her voice deep and solemn. I am Poseidon, the ruler of the North Sea. Her gaze fell upon Luca, and she was about to continue, when she saw his face clearly. In an instant, her majesty vanished. Shock, awe, and an undisguisable trace of fear, a mix of complex expressions melded on her face. Her tentacles recoiled as if struck by lightning, and the trident nearly slipped from her grasp. Are you Lord Luca? She asked tremulously. I am Luca. He nodded. You know me? Of course I do. Poseidon nodded repeatedly, her tentacles shaking along with her, completely devoid of her previous majesty. The battle between you and Lady Granbelia in the North Sea took place in the area under my jurisdiction. Her gaze became somewhat reproachful. Thanks to Lady Alice, not a single one of my subjects was injured by the aftershocks of the battle. She paused, her tone even more mournful, but the topography of that sea area hasn't recovered yet. That trench, hundreds of miles long on the seabed, is practically becoming a new oceanic trench. Luca looked away somewhat guiltily. I hope you won't cause such a huge commotion next time, Poseidon sighed helplessly. I spent 3 days and 3 nights cleaning up the battlefield. Oh, of course, Luca stammered in response. The scene was momentarily awkward. Poseidon was the first to snap out of it, regaining her composure as the Queen of the North Sea, though her slightly trembling tentacles betrayed her mood. So, what brings Lord Luca here? She asked. Luca steadied himself and said seriously, I'd like to borrow the silver jewel. The silver jewel? Poseidon was slightly taken aback, then nodded. She raised a tentacle and reached behind the throne. A moment later, she pulled it back, the tip curling around a jade that shimmered with a silver light. She handed the jade over without hesitation. Luca took it, somewhat surprised. You're just giving it to me like that? Poseidon smiled slightly. Since Lady Alice believes in you, then I believe in you as well. She looked at Alice beside him, her eyes full of respect. Someone personally accompanied by Lady Alice cannot be a bad person. Alice gave a grunt of acknowledgement. Poseidon turned to Luca, her gaze sincere. Lord Luca, together with Lady Alice, bring light to this world where humans and monsters hate each other. This was the second time recently that someone had said such a thing to him. Luca gripped the silver jewel in his hand and nodded solemnly. With the business concluded, Poseidon's expression suddenly became. Then, let me send you back to the surface. Her tentacles began to twitch, a certain expectation sparkling in her eyes. Before he could finish, a tentacle had already wrapped around his waist. Off you go. Whoosh. Another spray of water erupted from the sea surface. Luca soared across the sky and landed precisely on the sandy beach by the shore. He stood up, shook the water from his head, his face showing a look of wanting more. That was fun. Alice appeared behind him once more at some point, looking at him expressionlessly. How old are you? Luca thought seriously for a moment. 18. 4 years short, it really is fun. Alice rolled her eyes and turned to walk toward the port. Chapter 102 Selina Gold Port. The afternoon sun spilled over the pier, the sea surface shimmering, and fishing boats were returning in the distance. Luca and Alice had been wandering around the port for several days, waiting for Amira's intelligence while inquiring about the legend of Selene everywhere. Luca walked over to some sailors mending fishing nets and spoke politely, Excuse me, have you all heard of the female pirate Selene? An old sailor with a full beard looked up, squinted at him, and replied, Selene. That was a great pirate from 50 years ago. Who doesn't know her? Then do you know where her ship ended up? The old sailor shook his head, who knows? It's been missing for 50 years, but he lowered his voice and said mysteriously, When I was on the night shift last year, I saw a ghost ship with Selene's flag appear outside the port with my own eyes. It was floating on the sea without a sound, the hull was tattered, and ghost fires were flickering on it. A younger sailor nearby laughed, You're bragging again. You were clearly recuperating on shore last year. Where would you get a night shift? The old sailor glared at him. Then it was the year before last. You were in jail the year before last. Anyway, I saw it. Luca smiled helplessly and was about to ask again, but he felt Alice's body beside him stiffen slightly. He turned to look and saw that Alice was still holding half a skewer of grilled squid, but her face was somewhat pale, and goosebumps were clearly visible on her arms. She muttered softly, her gaze instinctively glancing at the sea before quickly retracting it. Luca held back his laughter and pretended not to notice. Just then, a voice came from the side. I heard you were asking about Selene at the port. Luca turned his head. It was a woman. She had fluffy rose-red long hair that cascaded over her shoulders like waves, shimmering with a soft luster in the sunlight. A pair of clear ice-blue eyes resembled a winter lake, with the corners slightly upturned, carrying a hint of natural allure. She was wearing a low-cut white bodysuit that outlined her full curves, topped with a burgundy-cropped shawl. Around her waist was a dark brown corset, with black laces interlaced into an exquisite cross pattern, tightly cinching her slender waist and highlighting her graceful figure. Luca was slightly stunned. It wasn't because of her beauty, although that was truly captivating. It was because he couldn't sense any aura from her. This woman before him had no magic element on her, not even the aura of life. It was as if she were just an illusion. This word suddenly popped into his mind. Luca subconsciously looked at Alice. She was still eating the grilled squid, completely unaware of the anomaly. He opened his mouth, then swallowed his words. Never mind. I won't tell Alice yet. Are you very interested in the legendary female pirate? The woman asked with a smile. Her voice was very pleasant, with a hint of lazy huskiness. Luca steadied himself and nodded. Yes, but I am mainly looking for the purple jade. Purple jade, huh? She tilted her head slightly and extended a slender finger to stroke her delicate chin. That was Celine's favorite secret treasure. She looked at Luca. She had it on her during her last voyage. Luca's heart stirred. Do you know anything else? For example, the location of the Celine. The woman smiled slightly. I do. She paused, scanned Luca, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. I have been looking for a hero with strength like yours, especially one who is also interested in the Celine. Luca was slightly taken aback, then politely introduced himself. Hello, I am the apprentice hero, Luca. The woman looked at Alice, who was still engrossed in eating squid nearby. Alice sensed the gaze and, without looking up, said, I am a gourmet traveler, Alice. A gourmet. A hint of amusement flashed in the woman's eyes, but she didn't ask further. This is not the place to talk. She looked around. Please follow me first. She turned around, her skirt swaying gently, and walked toward the outside of the port. The two followed her through the port, and arrived at a quiet residential area. In front of a large mansion, the woman stopped. It was an exquisite mansion, 2 stories high, with beige stone outer walls. The courtyard wasn't large but was meticulously maintained, with various flowers blooming in the garden beds and the path paved with cobblestones. The woman pushed open the courtyard gate and made a pleased gesture. Entering the living room, Luca looked around. A few seascape paintings hung on the walls, and the cabinets were filled with various shells and coral ornaments. A fire was burning in the fireplace, warming the entire room. Please sit. The woman gestured for them to sit on the sofa. I will go prepare some tea and snacks. She turned and left. Alice plopped onto the sofa and looked around. Soon, her gaze landed on the portrait above the fireplace. It was an oil painting of a woman with rose-red long hair and ice-blue eyes. Her features were extremely similar to the woman from earlier, but her expression was more flamboyant, with a rebellious glint in her eyes. Alice said softly. Luca nodded. Before long, the woman returned with a tray, on which were a teapot, teacups, and several plates of exquisite snacks. Please help yourself. She pushed the snacks in front of Alice. Alice didn't stand on ceremony and picked one up, taking a bite. Her eyes lit up, delicious. Then she began to bury her face and eat voraciously. The woman smiled and sat on the side sofa, pouring tea for Luca and herself. My name is Selina. She picked up her teacup and took a gentle sip. I am Celine's granddaughter. Luca's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. Celine's granddaughter. Selina watched his expression and smiled slightly. People don't know that Celine actually gave birth to a girl in Goldport, and that girl was my mother. Her gaze fell on the portrait above the fireplace, her voice carrying a hint of reminiscence. My mother was the child born to my grandmother and her lover in this city. My grandmother drifted throughout her life and could rarely return, but every time she returned, she would bring my mother various gifts. Because she feared inviting trouble, my mother never told anyone about her background. She turned her head back and looked at Luca. Luca didn't speak, just looked at her quietly. Selina blinked those ice-blue eyes, a subtle light flashing in them. She glanced at Alice, who was still eating voraciously nearby, then looked at Luca, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. I have some clues regarding my grandmother's location. She set down her teacup and said seriously. Luca immediately focused. Selina stood up, walked to the bookshelf, and took out an exquisite wooden box from a hidden corner. She placed the wooden box on the coffee table and opened it. Inside was a stack of yellowed letters. During her voyages, my grandmother often sent carrier pigeons to her lover in this city, who was my grandfather. Selina gently stroked the letters. My mother always kept these letters, and after she passed away, they were passed to me. She pulled one out and handed it to Luca. Luca took it and unfolded it carefully. The letter paper was already yellowed, and the edges were a bit damaged, but the handwriting was still clear. It was a free and uninhibited script. He scanned it quickly. The first half was daily greetings, longing for her lover, and concern for her daughter. The second half, my dear, let me tell you a strange thing. The day before yesterday, our fleet discovered an underwater cave in a hidden sea area. The cave was extremely deep, and I personally took people down there. At the bottom of the cave was a box, very exquisite, with ancient patterns carved on the surface. A few words were carved on the box, Box of Calamity. I brought it back to the ship. Tonight, I plan to open it to see what is inside. Wait for my good news. The letter ended abruptly there. Luca looked up. After opening the Box of Calamity, she disappeared. The Box of Calamity. A sudden exclamation came from the side. Luca turned his head and saw Alice jerk her head up, her mouth still stuffed with half a snack, but her face full of shock. That should have been destroyed by the first-generation Demon King. She swallowed the snack, her voice changing pitch. Could it have been released again? What thing? Luca asked hurriedly. Alice took a deep breath, her face solemn. The Box of Calamity seals Beelzebub, an insect-type monster from the ancient era. She paused. It is a massive group, but I suspect that after so many years of sealing, only a few of the strongest individuals are still alive. She looked at Luca and said word by word, these are not worth mentioning. What is most terrifying about her is her extraordinary reproductive ability. By engaging in continuous sexual intercourse with a male for 1 year, it can produce a massive army of over 10,000. Given enough time, its offspring could fill the entire world. The living room was silent. Luca opened his mouth, unable to speak. You know about it. Selina's voice broke the silence. She lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes masking the emotions in her eyes, her voice carrying a hint of guilt. My grandmother released the disaster, so we must seal the disaster again. She took a yellowed nautical chart from the bottom of the wooden box and spread it out on the coffee table. It was a hand-drawn nautical chart, with a certain location circled in red ink, and familiar handwriting next to it. This is my grandmother's nautical chart. Selina pointed to the red circle. According to the description in the letter, the ship's final location should be right here. She looked at Luca. You want the purple jade, right? Luca nodded. Celine kept it in the captain's cabin, and would take it out to admire whenever she had time. Selina said, therefore, as long as we find the Celine, we can find the purple jade. She paused and continued, I will prepare the ship. I would like to hire you to set sail together to search for the Celine, and then, with your strength, reseal the Calamity. She looked straight into Luca's eyes. The reward is the purple jade. How about it? Are you going or not? Luca looked into her eyes. Those ice-blue eyes were clear to the bottom, showing no signs of disguise. Regardless of her identity, her purpose seemed sincere. Of course. He nodded. Chapter 103, Bodyguards. And so, the two of them boarded Selina's ship in the capacity of bodyguards. It was a medium-sized sailing vessel, its hull painted a deep, dark red. The deck was scrubbed spotless, and the canvas sails snapped crisply in the wind. The most eye-catching feature was the flag fluttering at the top of the mast, a black pirate flag with two cutlasses crossed beneath a skull, identical to that of the legendary Selene pirates. Luca stood on the pier, watching the busy sailors on the ship, feeling slightly surprised. The sailors were exclusively female, dressed in capable short-sleeved outfits, moving with efficiency and perfect coordination. Some were hauling ropes, some were adjusting the angle of the sails, and others were scrubbing the deck. Everything looked so normal, almost excessively so. "What is it? Are you surprised?" Selina leaned halfway over the railing. She had changed into a captain's uniform, her wine-red shawl replaced by a deep black short cloak, and a delicate rapier was even tucked into her waist. She smiled slightly. "As a descendant of the great pirate Selene, it's not exactly strange for me to be a pirate too, is it?" Luca shook his head and said nothing. His gaze swept over the sailors and then landed on Selina, his eyes carrying a hint of deeper meaning. He wasn't surprised that Selina was a pirate. He was surprised that the sailors on this ship, just like Selina, all radiated the same aura. That empty feeling, devoid of any breath of life. They were all ghosts. "Did you see through us?" Selina looked in the direction of his gaze, feeling a silent sense of wonder in her heart. She lowered her eyes, and her memories involuntarily drifted back to not long ago. Not long ago, while she was still wandering the seas with her sailors, they encountered a natural disaster unlike anything they had ever faced in their lives. The sea roared, the sky was torn asunder, the gale whipped up tidal waves 100 meters high, and lightning lashed the ocean like a whip. The aftershocks of that power, even from 100 kilometers away, made her sailors tremble in fear. But she did not run. As a ghost, she wouldn't get hurt. At least, that's what she had always believed. And then she saw that scene. In the center of the storm that spanned 100 kilometers, two figures were fighting. It was a battle beyond anything a human could imagine. With every collision, blinding light exploded. With every swing of a sword, cracks of torn space appeared. The seabed was exposed, the sky changed color, and the entire world seemed to tremble before the power of those two people. She wanted to get closer to see clearly, but instinct stopped her. Since her death, she had never felt such palpitations. That fear didn't come from logic, but from the depths of her soul. Her intuition was screaming, "Get close to that silver-white light, and you will die. Even ghosts can die." At that moment, she realized for the first time that ghosts also had a concept of death. From a great distance, she barely managed to see the rough outlines of the two figures in the center of the storm. One was a dragonkin monster girl with crimson scales and a burning greatsword. Her presence was enough to make anyone's heart race. The other was... Could a human really be this powerful? For the next few days, as a sole entity, she fell into a rare and strange mood, fear, awe mixed with an indescribable sense of anticipation. Until today, when she met this youth. The youth's silhouette gradually overlapped with that grand figure on the sea. The same eyes, the same temperament, and the same heart-pounding feeling, though it was much more restrained and peaceful now. Her intuition told her that this youth was that human hero. At that moment, a massive surge of joy rose in her heart. 50 years ago, she had opened the box of calamity and released something that should never have been released. That mistake weighed like a giant boulder on the hearts of her entire fleet. And now, perhaps, they could finally make amends. "Sorry, I'll have to trouble you to act as our muscle from here on out." Selina suppressed the surging emotions in her heart and tried to make her voice sound calm. "Don't be fooled by how capable my sailors look, we have reasons why we cannot fight." She paused and looked into Luca's eyes. "You should be able to understand how we feel." Luca nodded. Of course he understood. After all, they were all ghosts. He wasn't even sure if ghosts could touch physical objects, let alone fight. But then again, if they were all ghosts, How were these sailors operating the ship? Could ghosts pull ropes? Could they turn the helm? Luca walked onto the deck, his eyes following a young female sailor who was mopping the floor. She held the mop with practiced movements. Wherever the mop passed, water streaks were clearly visible, yet the mop handle seemed as if it wasn't actually touching her hands, with a layer of transparent distance in between. He stopped and looked at another sailor on the other side who was adjusting the rigging. The rope tightened in her hands, but those hands passed through the rope semi-transparently. The rope was tightening itself. So that was it, the objects were moving on their own. He really had boarded a ghost ship. He couldn't help but glance toward the cabin. Alice was inside gorging herself on snacks, completely unaware of the truth about this ship. Thinking about Alice's particular fear of ghosts, the corners of Luca's mouth began to twitch upward uncontrollably. If she knew she had been sailing on the same ship as a bunch of ghosts for several days, she'd probably faint on the spot. What's with that expression? Alice's voice drifted over. Luca turned and saw that Alice had emerged from the cabin at some point, still holding a half-eaten snack, staring at him suspiciously. It's nothing. Luca tried his best to keep a straight face. Alice narrowed her eyes and stepped closer. What are you smiling about? Yes, you are. You so wrong. My eyes are perfectly fine. The two stared at each other for 3 seconds before Luca gave in and looked away. It's really nothing. Alice stared at him for a while, huffed, took a bite of her snack, and turned back into the cabin. Luca rubbed his stiff jaw. The next few days were spent at sea. During the day, Luca would practice his swordsmanship on the deck. Occasionally, he would encounter a few bird-type monsters approaching the ship and seal them away in passing. At night, he would chat idly with Alice in the cabin or study the 5 jades. Selina and her sailors had an incredibly regular schedule, active during the day and resting at night, just like living people. Alice didn't notice anything unusual at all. Her daily activities were extremely routine: eat snacks, take a nap, wake up to eat more snacks, and then go back to sleep. Occasionally, she would chat with Selina about how to make snacks and exchange culinary tips. Selina seemed very happy to talk about these things with her, and they could talk for a long time every time. Watching this scene, Luca almost burst out laughing several times. On the night of the 4th day, Luca lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. It wasn't that he was uncomfortable, although this ship was eerie in many ways. The beds were surprisingly soft and cozy. It was just that his mind kept thinking about how they would reach the location of the Selene tomorrow, and he couldn't settle down. He sat up gently and looked at Alice in the other bed. Alice was hugging her pillow, sleeping soundly, with a hint of a satisfied smile on her lips. Luca got up quietly, threw on his coat, and pushed open the cabin door. Alice, I'm going for a walk on the deck. An indistinct mumble came from behind him. Go ahead. She rolled over and went back to sleep. The late-night deck was slightly cool. The sea breeze, carrying a crisp saltiness, brushed past Luca's shoulders, gentle yet unrestrained. The ship beneath his feet swayed gently like a cradle. Before his eyes was the sea, like black velvet, stretching endlessly, the waves churning with shimmering light, the moonlight scattered upon the water like millions of pieces of silver foil. The sky hung low, thick with stars, and the Milky Way spanned from north to south. The boundary between sea and sky was blurred, as if the entire world had dissolved into this deep night. Between heaven and earth, only the breath of the sea, the whisper of the wind, and the occasional snap of the sails remained. Luca leaned against the railing, quietly taking in the scenery. Nights like this always brought back many memories. He thought of the night sky in his hometown, the nights his mother taught him to recognize the stars, and the first time he camped out with Alice and how she complained. Not resting yet? A gentle voice sounded beside him. Luca didn't turn his head, he had already sensed that familiar presence. Selina appeared on the deck, walked over to him, and leaned gently against the railing. The sea breeze blew her rose-red hair, the strands floating softly in the air. Moonlight spilled over her face, making her already delicate features look even more dreamily beautiful. A faint fragrance wafted over, like the sea breeze mixed with some kind of floral scent, refreshing the soul. Do ghosts have a scent too? Luca suddenly spoke, his voice calm. Selina was slightly taken aback. She turned to look at Luca. Under the moonlight, those ice-blue eyes shimmered with a subtle light. Then, she smiled. You really did find out, powerful hero. Luca didn't respond, just quietly watched her. Selina turned her head, looking out at the distant sea, and was silent for a while. Can you tell me? Luca asked. The real story. What exactly happened? Who are you, really? Why are you a ghost? He paused and added, I recall that ghosts are only created when someone has a powerful obsession before death, under special circumstances. Selina didn't answer immediately. The sea breeze blew softly, brushing her hair against her cheek. She raised a hand to tuck the hair behind her ear, her movements elegant and natural. You know so much, she whispered with emotion. Luca smiled. I happen to have some ghost friends. He thought of the ghosts released from the seal after he defeated Chrome. He had chatted with many of those souls who had been imprisoned for hundreds of years after they regained their freedom. He listened to them talk about their lives, their deaths, and their unknown obsessions and regrets. You have so many friends, Selina said, somewhat moved. She was silent for a moment, then turned her head to look at Luca. After this is all over, I'll talk with you again. Her gaze was sincere, her tone solemn. For now, let's focus on what's ahead. Once the calamity is sealed, the Selene is found, and the purple jade is obtained, I will tell you everything. Luca looked at her and nodded. Selina blinked her deep blue eyes and suddenly reached out her hand. I wonder if you'd be willing to be friends with another ghost. That hand was fair and slender, glowing with a soft light under the moon. It would be an honor. Luca reached out to grasp her hand. However, his hand passed through Selina's, touching nothing. Selina was slightly startled, then smiled sheepishly. I almost forgot I'm a ghost. Luca smiled too. He didn't withdraw his hand. A silver-white light emerged from his right hand, coiling around it. He reached out his hand again. This time, he grasped Selina's left hand. The hand was icy, without warmth, yet he could clearly feel its shape and texture. Selina looked down at her hand being held, a complex swirl of emotions flashing in her eyes. Surprise, gratitude, and a hint of an indescribable nostalgia. She looked up into Luca's eyes. Luca smiled slightly and said again. It would be an honor. The moonlight bathed the two of them as the sea breeze blew softly. In the distance, a glimmer of light was faintly visible on the horizon, a sign that dawn was approaching. Selina smiled too. The smile was beautiful, so beautiful it felt unreal. Thank you, she said softly. Chapter 104, Beelzebub, I see it. The Selene is right ahead, pull alongside. The shouting from the deck woke Luca. He opened his eyes. It was already bright daylight outside the cabin. Sunlight spilled through the gaps in the porthole, casting dappled shadows on the wooden planks. Luca rubbed his eyes, sat up, and looked at Alice, who was still dazed on the bed next to him. Alice was hugging the quilt with a hollow gaze, clearly having just been woken up, and not yet fully conscious. Let's go. Luca stood up and reached out to pull Alice from the bed. Alice dizzily let him lead her, her hair a mess as she mumbled, are we here? So soon. The two of them went out onto the deck. The morning sea breeze blew against them, carrying a chill. Sailors were scurrying about busily, some were adjusting the sails, others were coiling ropes, and everyone's eyes were fixed in the same direction. Luca followed their gaze. Not far away, a massive sailing ship floated quietly on the surface of the sea. It was an ancient ship, its hull decayed and covered with the marks of time. The paint on the hull had long since peeled away, revealing the gray-black wood underneath, with cracks and holes visible in some places. The canvas sails were tattered, hanging limply from the masts. But most striking was the flag fluttering in the sea breeze at the top of the mast. Though faded, its iconic symbol was clearly recognizable. Celine's flag. 50 years. Luca said softly. Now prepare to board. Selina's voice came from behind. She had already changed into a practical outfit and stood by the gunwale, giving orders in an orderly fashion. The sailors moved accordingly, some threw grappling hooks, others adjusted the rudder, and the distance between the two ships slowly closed. Selina walked over to Luca and Alice, her gaze falling on the decaying giant ship, a complex mix of emotions flashing in her eyes. Luca, let's go. She took a deep breath. The three of us will board and put an end to this. Alice stood beside Luca, not saying a word. Luca glanced at her. Alice's face was a bit pale, her eyes darting away, simply not daring to look at the ship. He didn't know if Alice was dazed or afraid, probably both. Alice, Luca spoke up, if you're scared, you can stay on this ship. He paused and added in a low voice, a ghost ship, and all, it might be too much for you. Alice's face instantly flushed red. Who's scared? She stiffened her neck, and although her voice trembled slightly, her mouth was as stubborn as ever. It's nothing. I'm going to. Of course it's true. Alice grabbed Luca's sleeve. Let's go, board it now. She started to step forward, but the hand tightly clutching Luca's sleeve betrayed her true feelings. The two ships finally pulled alongside each other. The gangplank was laid across to the Celine's gunwale, making a slight creaking sound. Luca was the first to step onto the deck. The moment his foot landed, he felt something strange. A slight ripple of magic came from beneath his feet, as if some power was slowly flowing through the entire ship. That power wasn't strong, but it was persistent, like an invisible dome enveloping the entire vessel. This feeling, it's a barrier, Luca said. Alice followed him up, tightly clutching Luca's arm. Her fingers squeezed slightly, her whole body pressing against Luca. Yes, a fairly powerful barrier. She closed her eyes to sense it for a moment, her voice trembling slightly. But it's about to fail. The reason this ship hasn't sunk after 50 years is also because of this barrier. She paused and continued, it's a barrier that only allows entry, not exit. Selina, who had been silent, also stepped onto the deck. She looked around, her gaze sweeping across the decaying cabins and tattered sails before finally resting on the flag at the top of the mast. It's a barrier deployed by Celine, she said softly. After she opened the box of calamity, she released what was inside. She had to use the jewel of the decaying realm to deploy the barrier, using the jewel's power to seal the entire ship along with the things that were released. Luca turned his head to look at Selina. He looked at her face, which was almost identical to the one in the portrait, and at the complex emotions in her eyes. Guilt, nostalgia, and deep sorrow. In an instant, he understood everything. Only an eyewitness could know things so clearly. Only someone who had personally experienced that night could say so accurately what happened back then. And her appearance was exactly the same as the Celine in the portrait. The person before him wasn't some Selina, nor was she Celine's granddaughter. She was Celine herself. The female pirate who had opened the box of calamity 50 years ago, bringing doom to herself and her entire fleet. Luca opened his mouth, wanting to say something just then. A dark shadow suddenly darted out from the side of the gunwale. It was a starfish girl, much larger than a normal starfish girl, and her colors were unusually vivid. Her tentacles flailed in the air as she lunged at the nearest person, Alice. Alice let out a scream. It wasn't because the starfish girl was strong, she could crush a monster of that level with ease. It was because her attention was entirely on the idea that this ship is full of ghosts, so she subconsciously treated anything that suddenly appeared as a ghost. She let go of Luca's arm and fled into the cabin in a panic. With a thud, the cabin door slammed shut behind her. Luca and Selina exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat helpless. I'll go find Miss Alice first, Selina said. It's still quite dangerous here. Luca nodded. He wasn't worried about Alice's safety. With her toughness, let alone these few mutated monsters. Even if the sealed Beelzebub herself attacked, she might not be able to hurt her. It was just that in her current state, she really needed someone to comfort her. Go ahead. Selena turned and walked toward the cabin. Luca turned his head to look at the starfish girl in front of him. He had seen other starfish girls on the beach. Those were ordinary monsters with mediocre strength. But this one was more than 3 times larger, her colors garishly vivid to the point of being eerie, and the aura she emitted far exceeded an ordinary starfish girl's, reaching at least the strength of a high-level monster. Is it because of the barrier? Luca guessed. That barrier had sealed the ship for 50 years, and the monsters on board were trapped here, unable to leave. Over those 50 years, they could only continuously evolve within this narrow space. The starfish girl lunged again, her tentacles whipping toward Luca like lashes. Luca sidestepped to dodge, and the Gog sword was unsheathed. A silver-white light flashed by. The blade swept across the starfish girl's body. The light merely touched her, but it froze her movements. A second later, her figure dissolved into points of starlight, and a single starfish fell to the ground. Luca sheathed his sword and walked toward the cabin. Aya Waya. Just as he stepped into the cabin, Luca heard Alice's wailing. Luca hurriedly followed the sound. Passing through a narrow corridor and turning a corner, he saw a scene that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Alice was huddled in a corner at the end of the corridor, her body curled into a ball, shivering. She hadn't even been able to maintain her human form, and had reverted directly to her monster form. Her long silver hair fell to the floor, and her long tail trailed behind her. She had shrunken herself into a tiny ball, arms hugging her knees, and head buried between her legs, looking for all the world like a frightened little chick. Luca walked over quickly. Hearing his voice, Alice suddenly looked up. Her eyes were tearful, filled with fear and helplessness. After seeing it was Luca, she lunged at him, hanging onto his body, her arms death-gripping his neck, and her tail wrapping tightly around his leg. Luca, Luca, Luca. She cried out incoherently, her face buried in the crook of Luca's neck, her body still trembling. Luca was dazed for a moment, then reached out to gently stroke her back. It's okay, he said softly. I'm here. Alice didn't reply, she just hugged him tighter. Luca gently stroked her back, his gaze passing over her shoulder to the other end of the corridor. There Celine was leaning against the wall. Her figure was fading. Starting from her feet, her body was turning into points of light, slowly dissipating. These lights floated into the air like fireflies, gradually merging into the surrounding atmosphere. As for me, this is where I end. Celine looked at Luca and gave a slight smile. The smile was one of relief, as if she had finally set down some heavy burden. More importantly, Luca, that thing is behind the door. She raised her hand, pointing to the closed door at the end of the corridor. Time is running out, use your sword, defeat her. Before she could finish, her body completely turned into light and dissipated into the air, leaving only that relieved smile still flickering before Luca's eyes. Luca stood there holding Alice, silent for a moment. He softly uttered the name. Don't worry, I will kill them. Alice in his arms finally stopped trembling. She lifted her head from the crook of Luca's neck. Her eyes were red, but she had regained her composure. She was Celine? Alice asked in a small voice. Luca nodded. Alice was silent for a while, then slid down from him. Let's go. Luca held out his hand. Alice hesitated for a moment, then took his hand. The two of them walked to the door. Luca placed his hand on the door, but just as he was about to push it open, his brow suddenly furrowed slightly. Alice, stay behind me in a moment. Alice was taken aback, then immediately understood, is there darkness inside? The only thing that could make Luca look so wary was that dark power that had eroded Granbelia in St. Yes, Luca said. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Behind the door was the ship's captain's quarters. The space was open and the light was dim, with only a few beams of sunlight streaming through holes in the ceiling, casting mottled pillars of light on the floor. In the center of the cabin stood 3 tall figures. They were 3 monsters that looked like flies. They had slender limbs and graceful female curves, but transparent wings grew from their backs, and their heads retained fly-like features. The one on the far left was entirely red. She stood with her arms crossed, eyeing Luca with interest. The middle one was purple, with her hands on her hips and a look of impatience. The one on the far right was black, leaning against a pillar with a cold sneer on her lips. "Ho ho, so it's the warrior that pirate brought," the red Beelzebub spoke, her voice sharp and grating. Alice, on the contrary, wasn't very afraid now. Because the 3 in front of her weren't ghosts, but actual monsters. When it came to monsters, she was never intimidated. She let go of Luca's hand, stepped forward, and began to recount the origin of the monsters before them. "They are fly queens, ancient monsters from 1,000 years ago." Alice's voice regained its usual composure. On a certain island 1,000 years ago, the fly race relied on their powerful magic to commit countless evils, devouring everything in sight. Then, the first-generation Demon King personally took action and subjugated them all. The Fly Queen Beelzebub, the monsters before us, was sealed within the box of calamity. She paused and gave the 3 flies a cold sweep with her eyes. In the stories passed down to later generations, the box of calamity was mistakenly rumored to be a treasure chest. That's likely why Celine released these things. Hearing the words, first-generation Demon King, the red Beelzebub became visibly agitated. "That damned evil god." Her voice suddenly rose, hatred flashing in her eyes. "If not for her, we would have conquered this world long ago. If not for her, how could our fly race have fallen to such a state?" Luca couldn't help but look at Alice. Was their level considered strong in ancient times? He asked. Alice shook her head. Their individual strength is average, but their power lies in their high reproductive capacity. She eyed the 3 fly queens and continued, if allowed to breed indefinitely, they would devour the entire world. That's why the first-generation Demon King acted to prevent their numbers from spiraling out of control. Luca pondered, why didn't the first-generation Demon King kill them all? This was a question he had always been curious about. From Alice's usual descriptions and records in certain books, the first-generation Demon King was hardly a merciful figure. "Perhaps because they are also monsters," Alice said. "The first-generation Demon King showed mercy, and did not drive their race to extinction." "Is that so?" Luca didn't argue, but in his heart, he didn't think so. Given the first-generation Demon King's personality, the word mercy likely had nothing to do with her. There must be some other reason. "Are you done chatting?" The purple Beelzebub spoke up impatiently. She took a step forward, greed shining in her eyes. A young Demon King with the bloodline of the first generation, and a human warrior who doesn't know his place. "After devouring you both, we shall reappear in the world of men." She spread her arms, her voice echoing through the cabin, "and then, we shall devour and destroy the entire world." The red and black Beelzebubs also stepped forward simultaneously, 3 surges of powerful magic erupting from them and swirling through the cabin. Luca gripped his sword hilt, shielding Alice behind him. His gaze focused on those 3 fly queens, wanting to see through something. Chapter 105, Dark Creations on Selena. A sailor stood on the deck, rubbing her eyes. Just a moment ago, she had been staring at that rotting giant ship not far away. Then her mind wandered for just a few seconds, and when she turned her head back, the space before her was empty, and the sea stretched out to the horizon. A ship that large had simply vanished. "Where's the Selene?" She rushed to the ship's railing, leaning out to look around. There was nothing on the sea. No silhouette of a ship, no wreckage, not even a single splinter of wood. She shouted as she ran frantically toward the cabin, "The Selene has suddenly disappeared." Pucci, *. The wooden sword in Luca's hand skewered the bodies of 3 Beelzebubs. The blade pierced through the red, purple, and black fly queens simultaneously, stringing them together. A silvery white light spread from the wounds, eroding their bodies. The three Beelzebubs let out sharp screams, their wings flapping feebly as the light in their eyes quickly dimmed. Their bodies twitched and convulsed, yet they could not break free from that seemingly ordinary wooden sword. Luca looked at them expressionlessly. He felt the undisguised malice toward the world, and the wanton desire for destruction emanating from them. It wasn't a desire for battle or a survival instinct but a pure, absolute craving to destroy everything. People like this no, monsters like this he could not simply let them live. Looking at the three fly queens still twitching on the ground, Luca commented calmly, "Their vitality is similar to that of queen-class monsters. The evil god sealed them probably not because they couldn't be killed." "Not necessarily." Alice stepped out from behind Luca and added. She had regained her usual composure, her gaze falling on the three struggling Beelzebubs. They have been sealed for 1,000 years, after all. Having just been unsealed, they are at their weakest. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to deal with them so easily. She paused and continued, "The Lord Evil God sealed them for his own reasons." The red Beelzebub forced out a final breath, her eyes filled with hateful light. Exhausting her last strength, she cursed hoarsely, "Curse you, you will eventually face nothingness and destruction." As her words fell, her head slumped down powerlessly. The purple and black Beelzebubs also lost their life force at the same time. The bodies of the three fly queens went limp on the floor, motionless. And then darkness erupted from their bodies. Black mist gushed out from the three corpses, instantly extending outward and filling the entire captain's quarters. The darkness spread. It flowed along the floor, climbed the walls, and diffused across the ceiling. It was pervasive and omnipresent. Within a few breaths, the entire Selene was filled with this darkness. And it was still spreading outward. Through the cracks in the cabin and the holes in the deck, the darkness was extending outside the ship and spreading across the sea. So that's how it is. Luca finally understood what that persistent sense of incongruity was. He quickly pulled the ring off his finger. In an instant, silvery white light surged from within his body. The silvery white light surrounded Alice, forming a protective barrier that isolated her from the surrounding darkness. When the darkness touched the edge of the silvery white light, it melted instantly like snow meeting fire, making a faint sizzling sound. Luca swung the Gog sword. Silvery white light spilled from the blade like the first light of dawn, illuminating the entire captain's quarters. The surrounding darkness had no resistance against this light, melting and dissipating in large swathes. As the light swept over the corpses of the three Beelzebubs, they too began to melt under the silvery white light. Like ice cubes dropped into boiling water, their bodies rapidly decomposed and vanished, leaving not a single trace behind. Clarity returned to the captain's quarters. Luca stood where he was and put the ring back on, the surging silvery white light slowly receding into his body. He turned to look at Alice. The protective barrier around Alice also dissipated as he withdrew his power. "I understand why the evil god sealed them now." "What do you mean?" Alice asked, somewhat confused. Luca organized his thoughts and spoke slowly. "When I first entered the captain's quarters, I felt that dark power." He paused and continued, "Yet inside the captain's quarters, I couldn't see the existence of that dark power. It was there but I couldn't find its source." The three Beelzebubs weren't in a state of being eroded like Granbelia was. They were conscious, autonomous, and had their own thoughts and speech. "Until just now, I saw it. It wasn't that darkness eroded them." He looked into Alice's eyes and said word for word, "It's that they themselves are dark creations." Alice's brow furrowed slightly. Their way of thinking, their behavioral logic, and that undisguised desire for destruction, those aren't things a monster should have. Monsters can have desires and a combative nature, but they don't destroy purely for the sake of destruction. Luca continued to explain, "Killing them actually causes the darkness to spread. That darkness was originally sealed within their bodies. When they die and the seal is broken, the darkness is released. That's why the evil god sealed them." It's not that they can't be killed, but that they shouldn't be killed. He looked down at the ring on his finger. Besides, my purification power won't melt other things for no reason. So far, only that dark power has shown this reaction upon contact with my purification power. This indicates that the darkness and the Beelzebubs themselves share the same source. A brief silence fell over the captain's quarters. Alice digested this information, her expression gradually becoming solemn. There are more things to consider now, she said softly. Luca nodded. He remembered Alice mentioning before that there were many recorded monsters sealed by the evil god. How many of those monsters were dark creations like these Beelzebubs? And how many were just ordinary monsters sealed for other reasons? Were such creations naturally occurring, or was someone guiding them? If someone was guiding them, then who? And also Goddess Ilias and the evil god. What roles did they ultimately play in all of this? Alice was the first to break the silence. Is this the space you mentioned before, the one you were teleported to in Saint? As she spoke, she walked out of the captain's quarters, looking around curiously. Luca followed her. The two stood on the deck, looking out in all directions. It was a gray, hazy world. Only an endless gray mist permeated the surroundings, one could not see far or tell directions. Beneath their feet was something resembling ground, but it had no texture and felt light when stepped upon. After sensing the darkness in the captain's quarters, Luca had made the decisive call to drag the entire Selene into this alternate dimension. This way, no matter how much the darkness spread, it would not affect the real world. Is it far from our planet? Alice asked. It's not a matter of distance. Luca found it a bit difficult to explain. He could sense something like coordinates and could clearly distinguish the difference between this alternate space and the original world. This alternate dimension, one could say, was no longer in the same universe as the original world. He stumbled through an explanation. Alice blinked after listening, clearly not quite understanding. However, she didn't care much. For her, knowing it was an independent space was enough. Have you explored this alternate dimension? She asked, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Have you found any otherworldly ingredients? Luca was taken aback. He looked at this empty gray world and recalled his previous experiences entering this place. He usually just used it as a warehouse, and had never thought about exploring it. I haven't thought about exploring it, he answered honestly. Alice stroked her delicate chin, lost in thought. Next time, let's have Tamamo come take a look. She should be very well versed in this kind of thing. Why do you push everything onto Tamamo? Luca couldn't help but say. Between studying Prometheus's feathers and researching purification power, can she handle all that work? Of course Tamamo isn't doing it all alone. Alice rolled her eyes. She has many clever clansmen helping her as assistants. The Kitsune race is very capable in these matters. Luca nodded, saying no more. The two returned to the captain's quarters. Luca looked around, his gaze falling on the old desk. This was Selene's captain's quarters, and it was the first time anyone had set foot in it in 50 years. He walked to the desk and pulled open the drawer. Inside were some yellowed documents, an old logbook, a few rusted gold coins, and a purple jade glowing with light. The purple jade lay quietly in the depths of the drawer, as if it had waited 50 years for the right person to arrive. Luca picked it up carefully. It felt warm to the touch, possessing the exact same aura as the red, yellow, green, orange, blue, and silver jades he had obtained before. Purple light flowed slowly within the jade, beautiful and mysterious. Found it, he said softly. He placed the purple jade into his bag, along with the other 5 jades. 6 jades he had finally collected them all. Luca took one last look at this captain's quarters, his gaze falling on the old chair. 50 years ago, Selene had sat here and opened the box that should not have been opened. 50 years later, her ship had finally reached its end. Let's go. He turned and left the captain's quarters with Alice. Standing on the deck, Luca took Alice's hand, and the silvery white light shone again, enveloping them both. In the next second, their figures vanished from the Selene. Silence returned to the gray alternate dimension, leaving only the rotting giant ship floating quietly in the eternal void. Chapter 106. The princess has been kidnapped yet again. The sea was as calm as a mirror, with sunlight scattering across its shimmering surface. Luca and Alice appeared out of thin air in mid-sky, then landed gently on the ocean surface. Magic power flowed beneath Luca's feet, allowing him to stand steadily, while Alice stepped onto the water beside him with a calm expression. Not far away, the sailors on the Selena collectively wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Someone dropped their mop on the deck, someone's mouth hung open as they forgot to close it, and someone rubbed their eyes, thinking they had seen wrong. They had clearly seen the captain and those two guests disappear on the Selene, and then the Selene disappeared too. Now, these two had suddenly popped out of thin air. Captain. A sailor stammered, "They're back." The two walked across the water and boarded the Selena. On the deck, a familiar figure was standing there, looking at them with a smile. It was Selene. The moment Luca saw her, a weight was lifted from his heart. When they were on the Selene, he saw Selene's body dissipate, and thought she had vanished completely. Now it seemed she had simply returned to this ship. "Thank you, Luca," Selene said with a smile. She walked up to Luca and gave a solemn bow, while the surrounding crew members also stopped their work to cast grateful glances toward him. "Although you already know, I must apologize formally," Selene said, straightening up. "I am not Selene's granddaughter, I am Selene herself." She looked around at the crew members who had followed her for many years. "These crew members are the same, they are all companions who died along with me." Luca listened quietly. 50 years ago, the moment we opened that box, our lives were taken from us. Selene's voice was calm. "However, having released the Fly Queen, the crew and I could not go to the next world in peace. The mistake we made must be rectified by us." She paused, a complex light flashing in her eyes. "With such an obsession, we wandered for 50 years, searching for someone who could end it all. Now that our wish is fulfilled, we are finally at peace." Her smile was as gentle as a sea breeze, yet it carried a hint of relieved sadness. "Thank you, Luca. It was truly a blessing to meet you." The surrounding crew members nodded one after another, and some quietly wiped the corners of their eyes. "In this way, we can set sail in peace." Selene's smile was like a blooming flower, radiant as if sunlight were piercing through the clouds. "If you encounter anything in the future, feel free to talk to us. Although we might not be able to help much, at least we can listen to you." She was silent for a moment, then blinked her azure eyes. "By the way, could you return the Selene to us?" Luca was slightly startled, then smiled. "Of course." He took a step back and gripped the hilt of the Gog sword with his right hand. A silver-white light shone as he swung the sword. Wherever the blade passed, space was like a torn curtain, and a pitch-black rift appeared out of nowhere. The rift opened to both sides, revealing the gray-misted alternate space within. In that void, a decaying giant ship was floating quietly. It was the Selene. The rift continued to expand, and the Selene slowly slid out from it, landing steadily on the sea and kicking up massive waves. Luca sheathed his sword, and the spatial rift slowly closed until it vanished. Truly powerful. Selene watched this scene and sighed softly in admiration. She turned to Luca, her eyes full of appreciation. "It is a great fortune for humanity to have you." Luca shook his head and didn't respond. Selene gave him one last look, then looked at Alice beside him. Alice was standing expressionless, like a statue. "Well then, goodbye." Selene smiled slightly, turned around, and walked toward her crew. Her figure began to fade, starting from her feet, slowly turning into specks of light. The figures of the crew members also began to dissipate, like morning mist scattered by the wind. "I wish you a smooth journey," Luca said softly. Selene turned back, gave him one last look, and her lips moved slightly, as if saying thank you. Then, her figure completely dissipated into the air. Not far away, the sails on the Selene suddenly rose automatically, and the hull slowly turned, beginning to sail into the distance. The decaying giant ship sailed further and further away, gradually disappearing at the end of the azure horizon. On the deck, the sails of the Selina also rose automatically, and the ship turned its direction, beginning to head toward Gold Port. A fully automated self-driving ghost ship, Luca muttered, unable to help but sigh at this magical scene. He turned to share this discovery with Alice. Alice did not respond. Luca turned his body to look at her. He saw Alice with her eyes rolled back, standing stiffly as she had fainted. Luca. He looked at the empty deck around them, then at the fainted Alice, and sighed helplessly. To be afraid of ghosts to this extent. He reached out to catch Alice's limp body, held her in his arms, and walked toward the cabin. A few days later, the Selina automatically sailed back to Gold Port. When the ship docked, the sailors at the port all looked on. How could this ship have no one on board yet sail back by itself? Luca walked off the ship carrying the still sleeping Alice, ignoring the curious gazes around him, and heading straight for the inn. Alice's faint lasted for a full 2 days. When she woke up, her first words were, "Those ghosts, are they gone?" "Gone," Luca replied. "They left in peace." Alice was silent for a while, then got up as if nothing had happened and began eating snacks. Luca didn't call her out on it either. After a few more days of rest, all 6 orbs were finally gathered. Luca took them out of his pack and arranged them on the table. The 6 orbs shimmered softly in the sunlight, each seemingly containing some kind of mysterious power. "Next, it's time to go wake the divine bird," Luca said. Alice mumbled a "ahm-ham" while munching on her snacks. The two were just about to set off when they suddenly heard a flurry of hurried footsteps from the street. Luca looked out the window and saw a military official wearing Sabesa-style armor standing at the inn's entrance, carefully scrutinizing everyone going in and out. When his gaze fell upon Luca, his eyes instantly lit up. The official hurried into the inn, came before Luca, pulled out a portrait, and compared it to Luca's appearance. "Are you Lord Luca?" "Ah yes," Luca stood up, somewhat confused. "Is something the matter?" An excited light instantly blossomed on the official's face. "Ah, Lord Luca, I've finally found you." He was so excited his hands were shaking. "You have no idea. Another major event has happened in Sabesa." "What happened?" Luca asked. "Princess Sarah has been kidnapped by monsters again." Luca was stunned. "Huh?" Alice put down her snack and raised an eyebrow. "What exactly is going on?" Luca pressed. The official took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. "I am here to deliver the news. Could you please head to Sabesa City as soon as possible? His Majesty will explain the specific situation to you personally." Luca pondered for a moment and nodded. "Fine, you go ahead. We will be there shortly." The official was relieved, gave a hurried bow, and left in a rush. The inn grew quiet. "What exactly is going on?" Luca stroked his chin, and began to analyze. It couldn't be Sarah running away from home again just to see Granbelia, could it? He remembered the last kidnapping incident, where Sarah had run out to find Granbelia on her own, only to be mistaken for being kidnapped by monsters, causing a huge misunderstanding. Or is it news that King Sabesa is trying to trick me into becoming his son-in-law? He recalled King Sabesa's hearty smiling face, and that phrase, "my chosen son-in-law." That king might be straightforward in his dealings, but he was quite persistent when it came to his daughter's marriage. That king is a sensible man. He shouldn't use something like this to trick me. Luca shook his head and looked at Alice. "It's necessary to visit the Sabesa royal city before heading to the Hell continent." "Don't bother with her," Alice said coldly. Luca walked over and took Alice's hand. "It's still necessary to make the trip. What if Sarah really was kidnapped by monsters?" Alice looked displeased, but she still stood up and followed Luca out. "Humph, as you wish." Luca smiled and gripped her hand tight. A silver-white light shone, and a spatial rift opened before them. They stepped inside, and the rift subsequently closed. Sabesa Royal City, Audience Chamber. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting colorful shadows on the marble floor. Upon the throne, King Sabasa's brow was tightly furrowed. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the center of the hall. A spatial rift appeared out of nowhere, and Luca and Alice stepped out from it. King Sabasa looked up sharply, his face full of astonishment. As expected of the son-in-law I favor. He froze for a few seconds, then broke into a hearty smile. Still as extraordinary as ever. I've heard all the legends you left in the Goad region even here in Sabasa. Quelling the chaos in Goad City, subjugating man-eating monsters, it's truly impressive. Luca was somewhat helpless. King, I am not your son-in-law. Ha ha, all right, all right. King Sabasa waved his hand, his smile fading slightly, though the worry in his eyes couldn't be hidden. I'll get straight to the point, Hero Luca. He stood up from the throne and walked down the steps. You already know the situation, Sarah has been kidnapped by monsters. Luca nodded, waiting for the rest. 3 days ago, Sarah went out of the city to practice her swordplay, King Sabasa said slowly. Her swordsmanship has been improving rapidly lately, and she insists on practicing every day. That day she took a few guards out of the city to the usual woodland to practice, and then the monsters appeared. The guards fought desperately, but they were no match for them at all. By the time reinforcements arrived, Sarah was gone, leaving only this. He pulled a letter from his robe and handed it to Luca. The paper was of a special texture, carrying a faint scent of flowers and vegetation. Luca took it and unfolded it, to the king of humans who rules the Sabasa region. Your precious daughter is now in our custody. As long as all humans leave the Sabasa region, we shall return the princess. Greetings from the forest. Luca's brow furrowed slightly. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the residual aura on the envelope. The aura was very faint but clear enough, it seemed to be. A mixed aura of elves and fairies. They are quite high-level monsters. He opened his eyes and looked at Alice. Alice snatched the letter and brought it to her nose to sniff. Luca quickly said, Alice, don't joke around at a time like this. This letter is important, you can't eat it. You're the one who shouldn't joke around. Alice snapped, glaring at him. I won't eat the letter. She gave Luca a fierce glare and continued sniffing the paper. The ones who wrote this are quite high-level monsters, likely Queen-class fairy and elf monsters. Queen-class? Luca said thoughtfully. That's right, King Sabasa chimed in. I sent people to investigate. Sarah was taken toward the west. Based on witness descriptions and tracked trails, she should be on a small island to the west called Fairy Island. Fairy Island. Luca repeated the name. It's an isolated island inhabited by many fairies and elves, King Sabasa explained. Usually, they mind their own business and don't interfere with humans. I don't know why they would suddenly kidnap Sarah this time. He paused, his expression solemn. That is all the information I have. Hero Luca, I cannot leave Sabasa City at will. As the king, I must remain here. He walked up to Luca and bowed sincerely. I beg of you. I will dispatch elite soldiers to follow you. Please, go and rescue your fiancé once more. Black lines appeared on Luca's forehead. King, I am not your son-in-law. He sighed and continued, soldiers won't be necessary, Alice and I are enough. He's right, Alice spoke up bluntly. Soldiers aren't needed, they'll only hold us back. If we end up having to rescue even more people, it'll just be a hassle. King Sabasa was stunned, then gave a bitter smile. Ah, I'll leave it to you then. I've dragged you into a troublesome matter again. He straightened up, his gaze full of guilt and helplessness. If I weren't the king, I would truly want to go myself, but I must stay here. It's fine, Alice said, offering a rare kind word. He is the hero, this is part of his duty. You just focus on your duty as the king. King Sabasa looked at Alice in surprise, then nodded solemnly. That's right, leave it to me, Luca also said. I haven't properly thanked you for protecting the slime habitats as I requested in my letter. King Sabesa shook his head. That was what I should have done. The slimes are also citizens of Sabesa. Protecting them is my responsibility. He patted Luca's shoulder. Regarding Sarah's rescue, please be careful on your journey. Luca nodded and took Alice's hand. The silver-white light shone once more. Under the watch of King Sabesa and the guards, the two figures gradually vanished into the spatial ripples. Chapter 107, Where did Sarah go? This should be Fairy Island. Luca stood in midair, looking down at the small island below. The sea breeze rushed in from all directions, fluttering the hem of his clothes. It was an island surrounded by azure waters, though not large, it was almost entirely covered in forest. Viewed from high above, the entire island looked like an emerald floating on the sea, lush and vibrant. The edge of the forest extended to the coast, where white sandy beaches encircled the island like a ribbon, and waves gently lapped against the rocks, splashing fine spray. Such a small island and it's almost all forest, Luca remarked. He closed his eyes, sensing the flow of magical power on the island. Deep within the forest, two powerful magical signatures were clearly discernible presences at the queen level. I can feel powerful forces deep within the forest, Luca said, turning to Alice. Alice nodded, her gaze falling upon the island with a calm expression. I shall do as I always do, observe from the shadows first and reveal myself when the time is right. She paused and looked at Luca. Will you be all right on your own? Luca smiled. Don't worry. Alice gave an in response, her figure gradually fading until she completely vanished into the air. Luca took a deep breath and flew toward the depths of the forest. Deep in the forest, there was a clearing surrounded by giant trees. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with the fragrance of vegetation, and a faint fluctuation of magical power. In the center of the clearing, two powerful magical forces were unrestrainedly releasing their pressure. Two figures were there. One had long, curly golden hair as bright as sunlight, her strands shimmering with a soft luster. Long, pointed elven ears peeked out from her hair, signifying her extraordinary lineage. She wore an exquisite golden crown on her forehead, her face was cold and beautiful, her emerald eyes sharp as ice, carrying an unquestionable regal aura. Dressed in a magnificent white and gold robe, she exuded an air of nobility and aloofness. The other figure was quite different. A faint smile graced her face. She wore a dark blue tight-fitting short top with matching shorts and tall boots, adorned with golden patterns that revealed her slender legs. A pair of massive butterfly wings spread behind her, their orange and dark brown patterns as magnificent as amber, shimmering with a dreamlike light in the sun. Her figure was petite and delicate, her features as exquisite as a work of art. Her short brown hair curled slightly, and her lively eyes seemed to speak. At this moment, the two queens stood in the center of the clearing, heads lowered as they discussed something. Not far from them, on the trunk of a giant tree, Sarah was tied up tightly with vines and suspended in midair. Sarah looked a bit disheveled, her hair messy and her clothes stained with dirt, but she seemed to be in good spirits. Luca did not reveal himself immediately. He hid in the shadows of the canopy and observed for a while. The two queens were only talking and hadn't done anything excessive to Sarah aside from tying her up, of course. It seemed they really were just using Sarah as a hostage to achieve some goal. Nothing serious had happened. Luca felt relieved and was no longer in a hurry. He slowly descended from the canopy and landed in the clearing, right in front of the two queens. The fallen leaves on the ground made a slight rustling sound under his feet. Both queens looked up simultaneously, their gazes falling on Luca as they instantly became wary. The elf queen gripped her weapon, and the fairy queen's wings vibrated slightly, ready to take flight at any moment. Are you here to save me? Sarah's voice suddenly rang out, so excited it almost cracked. She struggled desperately on the tree, making the vines creak. Luca glanced at her and nodded. Sarah's eyes instantly reddened and she nodded frantically. Luca withdrew his gaze and looked at the two queens before him. First meeting. I am the queen of all elves in this world, the elf queen spoke first, her voice cold and filled with obvious hostility. Human hero, what are you doing here? The fairy queen didn't speak, she just smiled and sized Luca up. Her lively eyes swept over him, eventually landing on his sword. Luca ignored her gaze and got straight to the point. I am Luca, an apprentice hero. I want to know, what are your intentions? Why did you kidnap Sarah? The elf queen's expression turned cold. Intentions? She sneered. Sabesa was once the place where we elves and fairies lived. The forests, lakes, and mountains there were originally our home. But as the human territory expanded, our living space was taken away bit by bit. The smile on the fairy queen's face also faded as she softly added, we do not like war. We fairies are playful by nature and enjoy pranks, but we never proactively harm humans. Thus, we have always followed a policy of not fighting humans to avoid conflict as much as possible. She paused, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. As a result, in the blink of an eye, we have retreated to this tiny island. Luca pursed his lips. He thought of the slime race. Similarly oppressed by humans, similarly having their habitat encroached upon, a similar situation, a similar helplessness. I can help you, Luca said. The elf queen was slightly taken aback, then she let out a cold laugh. Her gaze swept over Luca, filled with undisguised mockery. A hero who believes in Ilias and whose dogma is to exclude monsters. You can help us. Her tone was sharp and piercing, as if she had heard the world's biggest joke. The fairy queen didn't speak, but her eyes also turned cold. She clearly didn't believe the words of this human hero either. Luca noticed that although the fairy queen's expression was calm, a hint of exhaustion and helplessness was hidden deep in her eyes. She was the one under the most pressure. The pixies were naturally innocent and simple, only knowing how to pull pranks everywhere. They didn't think about heavy topics like racial propagation or living space at all. As the fairy queen, she had to suppress her fairy nature and shoulder the future of the entire race. Her alliance with the elf queen to reclaim their habitat was surely a choice born of desperation. You can certainly trust me, Luca said, softening his tone. Have you ever communicated with humans? A bunch of humans who believe in Ilias and exclude monsters. Why would we communicate with them? The elf queen said coldly. I heard your demands. Sarah's voice suddenly cut in. Tied to the tree, she shouted desperately, as long as you can negotiate properly with my father, I believe everything, MMPH, MMPH. Before she could finish, a vine suddenly dropped from the canopy and accurately covered her mouth. The elf queen barked coldly without looking back. I don't want to hear anything more from lying, monster excluding humans. Her words came to an abrupt halt. Because a terrifying pressure suddenly radiated from Luca. In that instant, both the elf queen and the fairy queen felt as if they were being gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, making even breathing difficult. This was the only word that surfaced in their minds. If the human before them wished it, they would die in an instant. The two queens instinctively shut their mouths, their bodies freezing in place, not daring to move. Luca looked at them and said calmly, can you listen to me properly now? Cold sweat broke out on the elf queen's forehead, but her gaze remained stubborn, a hero who follows Ilias and treats monsters with violence. I will not yield. Her voice was trembling, but her words were still defiant. Luca felt a bit helpless. He certainly didn't intend to use violence to force them into submission. It was just that these two queens were so full of hostility and prejudice from the start that they weren't willing to listen to anything he said. He needed to calm them down first before they could communicate properly. Do you know about the matter of the slime habitat? He asked. The elf queen was slightly startled. Of course she knew of the slime race. Those squishy monsters were just like them, their habitats polluted and occupied by humans, eventually forced to retreat to a small area to struggle for survival. What about the slimes? She asked warily. Are they extinct? Luca shook his head. They are not extinct. AI model, Gemini 3. 1 flashlight. On the contrary, the slime habitat is gradually recovering under the cooperation between the Demon King's castle and the human kingdoms. The Elf Queen was stunned. The Fairy Queen was also stunned. The Demon King's castle. Human kingdoms. Cooperation. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with suspicion. As their habitat was constantly compressed by humans, a question had always lingered in their hearts: did the Demon King truly care about them? They knew that Lady Alice had always been promoting the policy of coexistence between humans and demons. But that was just a lofty ideal. When implemented in reality, all they felt was constant retreat and loss. They even felt that the Demon King only cared about her own ideals, and that they, as ordinary monsters, were merely the price to be paid for realizing those ideals. But now, this human hero said that the Demon King was cooperating with humans to help the slimes restore their habitat. What he says is true. A voice suddenly rang out. Alice's figure emerged from the void and landed beside Luca. Demon King. The two queens exclaimed simultaneously. Even though Luca had released his pressure, they did not make a move, merely staring blankly at Alice, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Alice looked at them and slowly lowered her gaze. "I'm sorry, I didn't notice how you felt before." Her voice was soft but very sincere. All this time, she had been exploring the policy of coexistence between humans and demons, thinking about the big picture and grand goals. The elves and fairies followed her orders, avoiding conflict with humans and retreating to this small island, yet she had never truly taken practical action to resolve their plight. She had always worn the mask of a cold Demon King, not communicating with anyone, not revealing her true feelings to anyone. But in these days spent with Luca, she gradually realized one thing. The mask could be taken off. She didn't need to bear everything alone. "I will handle the matter regarding your habitat." Alice raised her head, looked the two queens directly in the eyes, and promised solemnly. The Elf Queen and the Fairy Queen stared at her blankly, then looked at Luca standing beside her. The two queens were silent for a moment, then bowed simultaneously. "We will obey the Demon King's command." They no longer had any reason to start this ridiculous war. "Granbelia, come out." Luca suddenly spoke. From under the shade of the trees, a figure slowly walked out. Black-brown scales, burning eyes, and that iconic poker face. It was the Flame Demon Swordmaster, Granbelia. "Demon King." "Master Luca." Granbelia walked up and bowed respectfully. "Why did you come here?" Alice asked. "I am following the Demon King's orders to investigate monsters with tendencies to rebel or instigate war," Granbelia answered truthfully. "Recently, I heard that the Fairy Queen and the Elf Queen were colluding and making other moves in secret, so I came here to investigate." Alice nodded, her gaze sweeping over her. "Your injuries should be healed by now." Granbelia lowered her head. "Thanks to you." That day in the North Sea, she had been beaten to the brink of death by Luca, and it was Alice who saved her with healing magic. Later, when she woke up at the inn, she discovered she had been unconscious for 2 full days, feeling both ashamed and grateful. She left a note and quietly slipped out of the inn because she didn't know how to face Luca. "You are an important subordinate of mine," Alice said seriously, then glared fiercely at Luca. "Don't be so reckless next time." Luca felt a bit guilty and wisely chose not to retort. "Thank you for your concern, Demon King." Granbelia lowered her head even further. "By the way, Demon King, I have a report to make." The Elf Queen suddenly remembered something and said loudly. Alice looked at her. The legendary Black Alice appeared before the Fairy Queen and me. Alice was slightly stunned. "Are you talking about the 8th Demon King, Black Alice?" the Elf Queen said solemnly. "She is soliciting monsters who hate humans, trying to persuade them. She hopes we will join her faction and fight against humans together." However, she glanced at the Fairy Queen, and both nodded simultaneously. "The Fairy Queen and I refused her together." "That person is a sinister being." Alice's brows were already furrowed. Luca was also somewhat puzzled. Black Alice, the legendary 8th Demon King, brutal and ruthless, was eventually defeated by the hero Heinrich. This was history that every human knew, and a core chapter in the legend of the hero. But why was she still alive? And why was she inciting monsters to hate humans? Regardless of whether this Black Alice is the real one or an imposter acting under her banner, this matter needs attention, Luca said in a deep voice. There were too many things to consider here. If it was the real one, then why was she still alive? Who saved her? What was her purpose? If it was an imposter, then who was acting under the name of Black Alice? What were their intentions? Was there a larger conspiracy behind it? Alice was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I am aware of this matter. She looked at the two queens. Do you have anything else to report? The Elf Queen and the Fairy Queen exchanged a glance and shook their heads simultaneously. Demon King, the Elf Queen said solemnly, I believe in you, and I believe in the day we can return to the Sabesa region. Her gaze passed over Alice and looked at Luca, her eyes complex. And you, Master Luca. Thank you for being willing to listen to our irrational words. The Fairy Queen also smiled slightly. That smile finally lacked the previous wariness and coldness, leaving only sincerity. Goodbye, Lady Alice, Master Luca, Lady Granbelia, and Princess Sarah. As the words fell, the figures of the two queens gradually faded, finally disappearing into thin air. The clearing fell silent. You heard that clearly, right, Granbelia? Alice turned to Granbelia. You and the other 3 heavenly kings have one more thing to look out for. Granbelia sighed, I'm sorry, Lady Alice. There have been many rebels recently, but we still haven't caught Prometheus or this Black Alice. It is not your fault, Alice shook her head. The enemy is too cunning. Granbelia was silent for a moment, then bowed, then goodbye, Demon King, Luca. I will return to the Demon King's castle first to report the situation to Tamamo and the others. Alice waved her hand. Granbelia straightened up, and magic power began to surge around her. Just then, a figure stood silently beside her. Somehow, the vines tied around her had already loosened. She walked lightly to Granbelia's side and stood naturally, as if she were supposed to be there all along. Light shone. Granbelia and Sarah's figures disappeared into the light simultaneously. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Only Luca and Alice remained in the clearing, along with the rustling of wind through the leaves. Wait, did I forget something? Luca scratched his head, looking somewhat dazed. Alice looked at him with an expression of speechlessness. Luca finally reacted, suddenly drawing his sword. The coordinates of the Demon King's castle are forget it. Alice pressed down on his hand. It's fine to let them interact, she advised. Anyway, the Princess of Sabesa won't get hurt, and Granbelia will protect her. Luca opened his mouth, but then felt that what Alice said made sense. Even if you forcibly take her away, it won't be any use, Alice continued. Look at the way she looks at her, she's practically glued to Granbelia. If you bring her back, she'll just run over there again. Luca was silent. Anyway, we are heading to the Hell Continent soon, Alice patted his shoulder. Can't you just go pick her up then? Luca thought about it and finally put his sword down. Hiss, how am I supposed to explain this to King Sabesa? Chapter 108, visiting home often at the same moment, on a certain mountain near Yamatai. The mountain breeze brushed past, swirling cherry blossom petals across the landscape, pink and white intertwined like clouds and mist. Atop the mountain peak, a figure stood quietly, gazing toward Yamatai in the distance. It was a monster wearing a magnificent kimono. Her obi was tied meticulously, and her hem trailed across the grass, yet remained untainted by a single speck of dust. Her appearance was almost identical to Lady Whitesnake, features so exquisite they were nearly eerie, narrow phoenix eyes, and an innate air of nobility. But there were differences. Her brow lacked the gentleness of Lady Whitesnake's, instead, she had 2 sharp, fierce eyebrows, and a faint, cold sneer played at the corners of her lips. Most striking were the 2 pink flower-shaped hairpins she wore, which were exceptionally eye-catching. Coexisting with humans. Ha, what a foolish little sister. She spoke, her voice as cold as ice, carrying undisguised disdain. Humans are nothing more than food for this concubine. Her gaze fell toward Yamatai. Her sister choosing to live in peace with humans, even helping them guard that land, was, in her eyes, an incomprehensible weakness. Ha ha, exactly. That's right. A crisp female voice suddenly came from the side. Humans are nothing more than our toys. They can be eaten at will, toyed with at will, broken at will. They are just toys like that. The white snake's brow furrowed, and she snapped her head toward the direction of the voice. Who is it? From beneath the shade of the trees, a figure slowly stepped out. It was a young girl. Long golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and she wore blue and white Gothic attire. In her arms, she held a brown teddy bear. The bear's eyes were black buttons, and it looked somewhat old, yet inexplicably carried a hint of the uncanny. An innocent smile hung on the girl's face, but there was no warmth in her eyes. I am Alice. She gave a slight curtsy, performing a standard lady's salute, the one who guides excellent monsters like you toward the glory of darkness. Sabesa Royal City. Inside the audience chamber, sunlight spilled through stained glass, casting mottled patterns of light and shadow on the floor. King Sabesa sat on his throne, listening to Luca's report with a serious expression. That's how it is. Luca stood below the steps, his voice calm. The Elf Queen and Fairy Queen have abandoned their kidnapping plot. They will no longer be enemies of humanity. He paused, looking King Sabesa directly in the eye. Unless Sabesa fails them again. King Sabesa remained silent for a moment, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of the throne. I didn't expect that we were the ones who pushed the fairies and elves to that point. While I am still somewhat displeased about the kidnapping, I will properly address the requests of the elves and fairies. The forests of Sabesa were their homes to begin with. I will designate sufficient areas so they can return to their ancestral lands. Luca nodded, his estimation of this king rising a few more notches. As for Sarah and Granbelia going to the Demon King's castle. King Sabesa sighed, a sigh filled with complex emotions. Worry, reluctance, and a hint of helpless understanding. Let her do what she wants to do. Luca was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought King Sabesa would demand he bring Sarah back. After all, that was the Demon King's castle, a legendary forbidden land where humans were not supposed to tread. But the king's choice was beyond his expectations. Giving up the throne to find her own path, King Sabesa said slowly. If that is her choice, I have no right to interfere. His gaze drifted toward the dome of the audience chamber, as if seeing his daughter in the distance through it. She has been different since she was a child. While other girls liked dolls and jewelry, she liked dancing with swords and spears. I knew there would come a day when she would leave sooner or later, I just didn't expect. He paused and did not continue. Luca saw the worry in his eyes, the concern of a father for a daughter in a dangerous place. There's no need to worry, he offered comfortingly. Granbelia has a great sense of chivalry, she never strikes the weak at random. She will protect Sarah well. King Sabesa was silent for a while, then slowly stood up before sitting back down at the front of the throne. Actually, ever since she started secretly investigating Granbelia, I've known for a long time that she deeply admired that flame demon sword master. A bitter smile surfaced at the corners of his mouth. She collected so much information on Granbelia, and even secretly drew portraits of her. Once, when I walked in on her, she hurriedly hid the drawing behind her back, her face turning completely red. Luca imagined the scene, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly as well. He didn't know what to say, so he just stood there quietly, listening to a father pour out his love for his daughter. Hero Luca. King Sabesa suddenly looked up at him. Your goal is to head to the Demon King's castle, right? When you meet Sarah there, tell her to come back and see me once in a while. His voice was very soft, carrying a hint of a plea. She doesn't have to come back often, just occasionally so I can see if she's doing well. Luca nodded solemnly. The audience chamber was quiet for a moment. King Sabesa lowered his eyes, his voice somewhat low. Hero Luca, am I a cold-hearted father? Am I an incompetent king? Luca looked at him, this king who appeared majestic and reliable in the eyes of his subjects, yet now seemed like an ordinary father worried about his child. Regarding Sarah, you have done well enough, he said seriously. You gave her the resources of a crown princess, raised her, and loved her, but you didn't force her, you let her do what she wanted to do. Many parents in this world cannot achieve that. He paused and continued, as for the kingdom, I haven't heard a single subject disparage you along the way. Everyone says King Sabesa is a wise monarch, just, merciful, and loving his people like his own children. They trust you as they would their own father. King Sabesa was stunned for a moment, then a smile spread across his face. Thank you, Hero Luca. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the bustling royal city in the distance. As for the crown prince, I'll select someone else from the royal family. Since Sarah has chosen her own path, I will respect her choice. He muttered to himself, his voice very soft as if he were only talking to himself. Should I simply abolish the monarchy and adopt a parliamentary system? Let more capable people participate in governing the country instead of just looking at bloodlines. This matter is worth serious consideration. Luca listened quietly, not interrupting. A moment later, King Sabesa suddenly turned around, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. By the way, would you like to serve as the next king? I think you're very suitable. Luca was startled, then smiled helplessly. Don't joke around, King. I'm joking. King Sabesa laughed too, a laugh that finally held some of his former boldness. After resolving the matters in Sabesa, Luca and Alice left the royal city and headed west. Their destination was the nest of the divine bird, that legendary place where the sleeping divine bird Garuda required 6 jewels to be awakened. And they had already gathered all 7. Heading west, the two entered a dense forest. Ancient trees reached toward the sky, their branches and leaves blotting out the sun, with only stray beams of light spilling through the gaps. The ground was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves that felt soft underfoot, making a faint shasha sound. The air was humid, permeated with the fragrance of vegetation and some kind of ancient aura. The nest of the divine bird. Alice looked around. It should be around here. The two continued deeper. Finally, an open space appeared ahead. It was an altar, or rather, it used to be an altar. The stone base was still there, carved with ancient patterns, but it was already overgrown with moss and vines. In the center of the base was a hollow, shaped perfectly to hold an egg, but currently, the hollow was empty. Where's the egg? Alice stepped forward quickly, looking everywhere. Luca also furrowed his brow. The divine bird's egg was gone. He closed his eyes, focusing his senses. Go this way. He opened his eyes and pointed toward another part of the forest. The two moved through the dense woods for about 15 minutes before a dilapidated building appeared before them. It was a church, or rather, it used to be a church. Half of the steeple had collapsed, the stained glass windows were completely shattered, and the walls were covered in vines and moss. The main door hung crookedly, its panels covered in marks from swords and blades. In the clearing in front of the church, several men were gathered together, smoking and laughing loudly. They wore ragged clothes and had daggers and short swords tucked into their belts. One look told they weren't decent people. Seeing Luca and Alice approach, one of them looked up, sized them up, and then spoke crudely, "Kid, this is the Ilias and Verse Cross headquarters. If you don't have business, then scram." The others followed suit with mocking laughter, and someone even spat on the ground. Luca stopped in his tracks and looked at them. "Lazaro is already dead, didn't you know?" The men were stunned for a moment, then laughed even louder. "How could the boss be dead?" The lead man looked disdainful. "Do you think we believe you? A green kid like you isn't even worthy of mentioning his name." Someone beside him chimed in. Scram, scram. Don't interrupt us brothers while we're drinking. Luca sized them up. The presence of these people was very weak. They were just thugs who committed petty thefts, not even real villains. They didn't have blood on their hands, they were just attracted by Lazaro's banner, and were here putting on a show. He had no interest in fighting such people. A single word was uttered, accompanied by a hint of pressure. Several thugs simultaneously felt their legs go soft, as if an invisible giant hand were pressing down on their shoulders. Some fell directly to the ground, while others barely managed to stay upright by leaning against the wall, their faces pale, and eyes full of terror. Male monster. They scrambled and crawled away from the church, not daring to look back. Luca withdrew the pressure, pushed open the crooked door, and walked into the church. The interior of the church was a mess. Benches were overturned, the pulpit was knocked down, and the walls were covered in profanities and unknown symbols. The air was thick with the smell of mold and alcohol. On the innermost platform, inside a worn-out cradle, an egg lay quietly. The egg was pure white, emitting a faint, soft glow. It was about the size of a human head, with faint patterns flowing across its surface. It was indeed the divine bird's egg. Found it. Luca stepped forward and gently picked up the egg. It was warm to the touch, and he could feel the powerful life force contained within. Luca looked closely. Fortunately, it wasn't ruined by those people. Divine bird eggs are very hard, they aren't that easily destroyed. Alice shook her head. Luca nodded and took out the 6 jewels. Chapter 109, Garuda before the divine bird's egg, 7 gems glowed with a soft light. That pure white egg lay quietly, its surface rippling with faint patterns, as if waiting to be awakened from its slumber. Now, let's begin hatching the divine bird. Alice stepped forward, her expression unusually serious. She took the 7 gems from Luca's hands, red, yellow, green, orange, blue, silver, and purple. The 7 colored lights reflected off each other in her palm, like she was holding a small rainbow. Alice carefully placed the gems around the divine bird's egg. The red one in front, yellow in back, green on the left, orange on the right, blue on the front left, silver on the front right, and the purple one was gently placed on top of the egg. The moment the last gem was placed, a change occurred. The 7 gems lit up simultaneously, their radiance many times stronger than before, beginning to resonate and blend, forming a 7-colored halo that enveloped the egg. The patterns on the shell's surface also began to glow, as if something inside was slowly waking up. Next, 2 priests will chant the incantation. Alice reached this point, and her expression suddenly stiffened. I almost forgot, the divine bird's hatching ritual requires 2 monsters to supply magic element. She slapped her forehead, her face full of annoyance. Luca was stunned for a moment. Then we just need to find another monster, right? He quickly searched his mind for candidates who could help. The Harpy Queen should be free, the Lilith sisters might still be in Nightmare Village, the Plant Queen should be idle too, the Ant Queen. I'll just find someone. With that, he pulled out the Gog sword, preparing to perform a spatial jump dash. Wait a minute. A familiar voice suddenly came from the direction of the stairs. Please give me a chance to appear. Luca and Alice turned their heads at the same time to see a trash can rolling down the stairs. That trash can, which looked completely out of place, bumped all the way down and finally crashed beside the altar with a thud, the lid flying off to reveal a dusty snake head inside. It was Amira. Luca looked at the familiar trash can, then at Amira poking her head out, momentarily speechless. What are you still doing in that trash can? The Ilia's inverse cross has already disbanded. Amira replied righteously, I can't get out. She wiggled her body, trying to climb out, but the opening of the can was stuck right at her waist, leaving her in a dilemma. Anyway, I heard your conversation. She waved her snake head, I can help with that ritual. Please, give me more chances to appear. Her snake-like pupils shimmered with a longing light, the kind of desire that said, I need to boost my presence. Luca sighed and looked at Alice. Alice, is Amira okay? Alice sized up Amira, who was trapped in the trash can, and nodded. it's fine for her to do it. But this ritual is very physically demanding. Is that okay, Amira? It's fine. Amira shouted. As long as it's for more screen time, I mean. As long as it's to help my dear. Luca stepped forward, reached out, and grabbed Amira's snake head. He pulled up with force. Amira's body was pulled out of the trash can bit by bit, making a pop sound as she finally saw the light of day again. Anyway, thank you, Amira, Luca said sincerely. You're welcome, you're welcome. Amira patted her chest. Afterward, Alice and Amira stood before the altar, preparing to chant the incantation. Now Amira, we'll start the chant. Just repeat my words, Alice said seriously. Amira nodded vigorously. Alice took a deep breath, pressed her hands onto the divine bird's egg, and began to chant. Ancient words flowed from her mouth, the syllables archaic and mysterious, each word seeming to contain a certain power. Amira followed and repeated nervously. Although her pronunciation was a bit off-key, the supply of magic element was proceeding smoothly. Standing to the side, Luca could clearly feel the changes inside the egg. A majestic life force was gradually spreading, expanding from the center of the egg to the surroundings. That life force was warm and powerful, like the rising sun, or a sprout breaking through the soil. The patterns on the shell grew brighter, and the light stronger until the entire altar was enveloped in a holy radiance. Now hatch in this world, child of the divine bird. Alice's voice became increasingly high-pitched. Let your wings soar through the sky. Amira repeated loudly, sweat already beads on her forehead. This ritual indeed consumed a lot of magic element. She was originally just a weak little snake, and now she was already swaying unsteadily. But her eyes remained determined. I'll give it my all. Alice gave one last shout, injecting magic element into the egg. The moment the chant ended **crack. The eggshell split open. A dazzling light shot out from the crack. The light grew stronger, more cracks appeared, and finally, with a bang, the shell shattered completely. And then a giant bird-shaped monster appeared on the altar. It was a presence enough to make anyone catch their breath. Her neck was long and elegant, slightly curved like a swan's, supporting a cold and beautiful face. Her porcelain white skin shimmered slightly in the dim background, like fine mutton-fat jade. Her narrow pupils were covered in a faint crimson, like blooming cherry blossoms, carrying a hint of laziness. Wine-red long hair was her most striking feature, the top of her head tied into a sharp feather crown, with a lock of long hair rising wildly behind like a scarlet ribbon, fluttering gently in the air. The rest of her hair hung loosely, intertwining with the soft, pale pink downy feathers at the sides of her neck, forming a soft gradient in the light and shadow. Behind her, 3 pairs of wings unfurled in layers from her shoulders. Those wings were huge and magnificent, the barbs as fine as lace, shimmering with a faint golden halo in the sunlight. Every single feather was as perfect as a work of art. When they flapped gently, they brought a breeze that swirled the fallen leaves on the ground. Her chest was covered by a dark green tube top, the edges adorned with a circle of fluffy white feathers, perfectly outlining her curves. Her waist was slender and her skin delicate, forming a sharp contrast with the massive bird body behind her. Her lower half was a giant bird body sufficient to fill the entire frame, covered entirely in thick, cream-yellow downy feathers, her claws sharp as hooks, firmly gripping the stone platform of the altar. Her tail feathers trailed long on the ground, colorful like the sunset clouds at the edge of the sky. Garuda, the legendary divine bird, had finally awakened. She blinked her crimson eyes, curiously observing this world and the 3 people in front of her. Successfully hatched a Garuda girl. Alice nodded with satisfaction, her face full of achievement. She will be as obedient as if I were her mother. She stepped forward with full confidence, ready to welcome her daughter's closeness. However, Garuda's gaze bypassed her and landed on Luca. She tilted her head, her crimson eyes sparkling with curiosity. What a cute fellow. Luca couldn't help but step forward and reach out to stroke her feathers. Garuda's feathers were soft and warm, feeling like the finest silk. Luca gently brushed over her wings, feeling the smooth texture. Garuda lowered her head, bringing it close to Luca, affectionately rubbing against his cheek in a tender and clinging gesture. Kupa, she let out a soft cry, the sound pleasant and melodic, with a hint of coquettishness. Luca couldn't help but laugh, continuing to stroke her head. Good girl, good girl. Alice watched this scene from the side, the smile on her face gradually freezing. Unwilling to give up, she stepped forward and reached out to stroke Garuda's feathers too. Garuda agilely dodged, avoiding her hand. Alice's hand froze in midair, her expression changing from expectation to shock, and then from shock to disbelief. She tried again, reaching for Garuda's wing. Garuda dodged again, and even leaned closer to Luca. Alice was devastated. She froze in place, her whole body seeming to turn into a gray statue. Luca held back a laugh and continued stroking Garuda's feathers. Garuda squinted her eyes in enjoyment, a comfortable purr coming from her throat. To the side, Amira had already collapsed on the ground. It seemed the ritual had indeed consumed a lot of her magic element. Her face was pale and she gasped weakly, but her face was filled with a satisfied smile. Amira, do you want me to take you back to the inn? Luca noticed her condition and asked with concern. No need. Amira waved her hand weakly, I can go back myself. After speaking, her body began to sink, slowly diving into the ground and disappearing. Well then, Alice, let's go. Luca turned to the still frozen Alice. To the Hell Continent. Alice came back to her senses, her face still carrying a lingering sense of grievance. She stubbornly reached out to Garuda again. Let's go, Garuda. Garuda ignored her directly, not even looking at her once. Alice's hand froze in midair again. Luca looked at her devastated appearance and finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Let's go, Garuda. He patted Garuda's wing. To the Hell Continent. Garuda flapped her wings loudly, those 3 pairs of massive wings unfurling simultaneously, blotting out the sun. Her claws curved slightly, her body lowered, and then she lunged upward, her massive body soaring into the sky, heading straight for the clouds. Luca and Alice leaped onto her back, grabbing the feathers on her spine. The wind whistled past, and the ground grew further and further away. Chapter 110. Arriving at the northernmost part of the world, the Hell Continent gold port grew smaller and smaller behind them, eventually turning into a blurry black speck on the horizon. Garuda spread her 3 pairs of massive wings, soaring steadily through the azure sky. Her flying posture was elegant and composed, each flap of her wings carrying an innate sense of rhythm, as if the sky was her rightful domain. The sea breeze blew against him, carrying a salty, damp scent. Luca's hair fluttered in the wind, yet he felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. Alice sat behind Luca, her hands gripping the clothes at his waist, her expression somewhat complex. On one hand, she was frustrated by her daughter's disobedience, on the other, she felt the anticipation of returning to her homeland. Kupa, Garuda let out a light-hearted cry, her speed increasing even further. After flying for an unknown amount of time, a stretch of gray land appeared on the horizon ahead. That was the Hell Continent, the northernmost land in the world, the primary settlement for monsters, and the location of the Demon King's castle. Looking down from high above, one could see continuous mountain ranges, deep forests, and vast expanses of wasteland. The sky turned gloomy here, with low-hanging clouds. It was difficult for sunlight to penetrate that thick curtain of clouds. As they approached the edge of the continent, a dark shadow suddenly rose from below, blocking Garuda's path. It was a wyvern girl, with the body of a dragon and the upper half of a woman. Her scales were dark gray, blending into the gloomy sky, and her wingspan was several meters wide. In her hand, she held a massive spear, its tip glinting with a cold light. The wyvern girl shouted sharply. This is the airspace under the jurisdiction of the Demon King's direct air defense guard. Ahead lies the Hell Continent, entry without permission is forbidden. Luca stood up on Garuda's back and spoke politely, we are here to regardless of who you are, no one is allowed entry without the permission of the Demon King. The wyvern girl interrupted him, pointing her spear forward. Leave immediately or don't blame me for being impolite. A flash of silver-white light passed by in an instant. Before the wyvern girl could even blink, the Gog sword was already held against her neck. "Sorry, we're in a hurry," Luca said calmly. "I'll seal you temporarily, it will be undone in a little while." Before the wyvern girl could react, light had already flooded into her body. She turned into a small lizard, her movements frozen, her eyes slowly closing as her body began to fall. With a wave of his hand, Luca summoned a gentle wind to support her, placing her softly onto a protruding rock ledge below. "All right, Garuda, land on the Hell continent," Alice took the opportunity to command, a hint of expectation in her voice. Garuda had absolutely no reaction and continued flying forward. Alice's face froze. She repeated herself, "I said, land." Garuda remained deaf to her words, even leisurely flapping her wings. Alice took a deep breath and was about to snap when Luca spoke. "Stop, Garuda." As soon as he finished speaking, Garuda immediately folded her wings, gliding slowly downward and landing smoothly on the ground. "Why won't she listen to me?" Alice muttered unhappily as she jumped down from Garuda's back. Luca jumped down as well and patted Garuda's wing. "Good work." Garuda rubbed against his face, letting out a satisfied "Kupa" sound. The area where they landed was a wasteland. The surrounding scenery was completely different from the human continent. The sky was an eternal leaden gray, the clouds heavy and low, with sunlight almost unable to penetrate. The earth was dark brown and riddled with cracks, with only cold-resistant moss and low shrubs scattered sparingly. In the distance, continuous mountain ranges could be seen, their peaks covered in pure white snow. The air was bone-chillingly cold, and white mist appeared with every breath. Luca gazed around and couldn't help saying, staying in this place for too long would make one depressed. Alice, however, took a deep breath, a nostalgic expression appearing on her face. "The air is so clear, as expected, home is the best." She closed her eyes, as if feeling the breath of this land. Luca didn't disturb her, instead turning to Garuda. The massive divine bird was looking at him with her crimson eyes, which were filled with attachment. "Garuda, do you want to wander around on your own or follow us?" Luca asked. Although Garuda was very large and could easily attract other monsters, leading to unnecessary trouble, that bit of trouble was nothing to the current Luca. "Kupapa." Garuda let out a string of cries, her wings flapping slightly, appearing very excited. Luca listened carefully and then nodded. Indeed, you would be bored that way, so go ahead and wander around on your own." He reached out and stroked Garuda's lowered head, saying softly, "Stay safe." Garuda rubbed against his cheek, then spread her wings and gave a powerful flap, her massive body soaring into the air. She circled once in the air, let out a final "Kupa" toward Luca, then turned and flew toward the distance, quickly disappearing into the gray horizon. Luca watched her leave, then turned to Alice. "Which way?" Alice withdrew her gaze and pointed north. "This is the southernmost tip of the continent. If we head north for a few days, we'll reach the Demon King's castle." She paused, her gaze becoming somewhat complex. "But before that, there's a place I want to go see." The two looked at each other and said simultaneously, "Lemina." The port that was destroyed 30 years ago, the place where humans and monsters were slaughtered together. Too many mysteries were hidden there. Luca pulled out a map and spread it in his hands. The terrain of the Hell continent was complex, with crisscrossing mountain ranges, but Lemina's location was clearly marked. It was to the northwest of their current position, not too far away. His gaze continued to move across the map, suddenly stopping at a certain spot. What is this place?" He pointed to a label on the east side of the map, "The Prisoner's Cage." Those 4 words were written in an ancient script, with a small sealing symbol drawn next to them. Alice leaned over to take a look and shook her head. "I am not sure. I only know it is the place where Ilias seals those who have committed the most heinous crimes." She paused and added, "She applied a very powerful seal that makes reincarnation impossible. For those locked inside, their souls are trapped there forever, unable to find release." Who could receive such treatment that the goddess would personally seal them away? Luca was silent for a moment, then spoke. How should I put it, I kind of want to go take a look. Alice glanced at him, and didn't say much more. This is your journey, the choice is yours. Luca nodded and was about to say, then the first stop will be Lu. Before he could finish, the entire world suddenly changed color. In that instant, Luca felt as if he had left his body. He was suspended in a boundless, clear void. There was no earth, no sky, only endless, pure light. The light was golden, warm, and divine, shining upon him from all directions, yet it was not blinding. Within the light, there was a magnificent figure. The figure was tall and graceful, surrounded by a clear, soft glow, as if the light itself was a part of her. A head of brilliant golden hair spread out like a waterfall of liquid gold, the end slightly curled, part of it was loosely pinned up, while the rest fell to her waist, a few strands casually brushing against her cheeks, making her silhouette appear even softer. Behind her, she had a pair of pure white wings. The wings were layered and spread wide, every feather flawless, the tips light and ethereal, with a hazy halo at the edges. The wings appeared both divine and possessed a certain ethereal beauty. She was dressed in a shimmering veil, the hem of her skirt falling like drifting clouds. Luca wanted to see her face clearly. He could see that face exquisite, perfect, divine. But in the next second, that face faded from his memory, as if it had never existed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not remember what she looked like. Then, she spoke. The voice was like heavenly music, yet it carried supreme authority. Hein, now is not the time to step into that place. Luca's heart jolted. Her voice continued to echo in this clear space. The world is undergoing a great crisis. The world will be devoured by. Those few words were blocked by some kind of power. Luca could not hear them clearly, nor could he remember them. Do not hesitate, me. Another blocked word. And then, save this world. Luca opened his mouth, wanting to speak, wanting to ask for clarification. In the next instant, the world shattered. The golden light cracked like glass, and the clear space collapsed and vanished. He snapped his eyes open, finding himself still standing in the same spot, surrounded by the gray sky and cold air of the Hell continent. Alice was looking at him, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Well, where did you say we're going? Luca opened his mouth, wanting to describe everything that had just happened. In an instant, a sharp, stabbing sense of crisis erupted from the depths of his soul. It was not a crisis directed at him personally, but a grander, more terrifying premonition. It was as if the moment he spoke, the entire world would collapse, and everything would be devoured by some unspeakable existence. Luca's lips froze. He pursed his lips, his gaze falling on that label on the map. Prisoner's cage. Then he looked up toward the east. Let's go to the prisoner's cage first. Chapter 111. The sinner's sealed prison. The gloomy clouds hung low on the horizon. The sky of the Hell continent always looked like twilight, yet it never truly was. Perhaps because no one had visited for a long time, many powerful monsters had gathered around the perimeter of the sinner's sealed prison. The auras of the monsters intertwined, making the air in this area feel thick and viscous. Luca remained silent along the way. He didn't speak, simply walking quietly in front, his right hand resting on the hilt of the Gog sword, his pace steady and even. When the first monster lunged from the side, Luca's figure flickered slightly. The light of a seal flared up and then died down. The monster froze mid-pounce like a statue that had suddenly lost its life, then transformed into a small lizard and fell to the ground. Luca didn't stop his pace. The second, the third, the fourth. Along the way, any monster that dared to block his path without a word was sealed by him. Alice was uncharacteristically quiet. She followed half a step behind Luca, her hands tucked into her wide sleeves, her long white hair fluttering gently in the wind. Her tail hung quietly, not flicking back and forth in impatience as it usually did. She could sense the slight complexity of emotions within Luca's heart. After looking at the map, Luca hadn't said much, but she could feel something quietly fermenting inside him. However, she didn't ask, simply accompanying him in silence. The two arrived near the prison at dusk. The aura of monsters around them gradually thinned until it vanished completely, replaced by a peaceful, heart-settling tranquility. Luca stopped, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. When he opened his eyes again, the complex emotions in his gaze had settled, returning to his usual clarity and calm. He had mostly sorted out his thoughts. "Let's go," he said, his voice as gentle as ever. Alice gave a soft mm and didn't say anything more. The two walked side by side into that area. Luca was somewhat surprised. He had thought that since this was a place where a sinner was imprisoned, it should be an oppressive, terrifying cage. Something like towering iron bars, rusted chains, scattered bones, and wandering vengeful spirits. But everything before him was completely different from his imagination. There was nothing here but an altar and a stone tablet. The altar was made of gray-white stone. It wasn't tall, roughly waist-high, and its surface was as smooth as if it had been polished by time countless times. The stone tablet stood in the center of the altar, also gray-white, and about the height of a person, quietly facing the path from which they came. A peaceful aura radiated from everywhere. That peace wasn't a deliberately created silence, but a natural gentleness that seemed to permeate every grain of dust. As soon as Luca entered, even the faint trace of irritability in his heart which he hadn't even noticed was smoothed away by an invisible hand and gradually dissipated. "It's so quiet here," Luca said softly. A familiar voice suddenly popped out from Luca's mind. An emerald light escaped from his chest, circled in the air, and condensed into Sylph's petite figure. Her wings fluttered gently as she landed on Luca's shoulder, tilting her head to look around. "There's the scent of a former companion here." Luca was stunned. A former companion? Yes, how nostalgic. Sylph looked very happy, flying back and forth in the air like an excited butterfly. "Though it's very, very faint, it's definitely that person's scent." She suddenly stopped in front of Luca, tilting her head to study him. "Speaking of which, Luca, your scent is very similar to his. Otherwise, we wouldn't have formed a contract with you so easily," Sylph said giggling. "When I first saw you, I felt a sense of familiarity, so I just gave you a symbolic test, and then agreed right away." Luca fell silent. Sylph's former companion. Sealed here. And his own scent was similar to that person's. Could it be that the person sealed here was Sylph's former contractor? Alice spoke up. "At most, what you're sensing is just someone's soul. This place has centuries of history," she said. "His physical body must have long since dissipated." She paused and shook her head. "The flesh has rotted, and the soul cannot escape the seal. He can't communicate with the outside world or touch anything. What Sylph can sense is nothing more than a residual aura." "Then, the name of the great sinner is—" Luca focused his gaze on the stone tablet. The gray-white stone surface was as smooth as a mirror. At first, nothing could be seen. But the moment his gaze fell upon it, the words began to emerge from the stone, appearing stroke by stroke before his eyes. Heinrich Heine. Luca froze. The air seemed to solidify at that moment. 500 years ago, the hero who accepted the divine decree, eliminated the evil demon king, and saved the world. The legendary hero. Heinrich Heine. The person who least deserved to be sealed was sealed here. The entire space fell into a strange silence, with only the sound of Luca's own heartbeat thumping in his ears. After an unknown amount of time, Luca spoke, his voice very soft, as if he were talking to himself. "In the legends, Heinrich was taken to the heavenly realm by goddess Ilias for his service in saving the world." "What an ambiguous ending," Alice chimed in, her tone carrying the irony characteristic of a demon king. "Absolutely no one knows the actual end of the hero who defeated the demon king." Yes, no one knew. The history books only had one sentence, taken by the goddess to ascend to the heavenly realm. There was no victory banquet, no rewards, and no records by descendants. The hero Heinrich was like a shooting star. After streaking across the sky and lighting up the world, he vanished without a sound. Could it be that other demon kings sought revenge and sealed him here? Luca asked. Impossible. Alice shook her head. She stepped forward to stand beside Luca, her gaze falling on the stone tablet. If that were the case, I, as the Demon King, would certainly have seen relevant records. Every generation of Demon Kings records their battle results against heroes. It is a point of honor and a warning. She paused. But no generation of Demon Kings has ever claimed to have sealed Heinrich. Her gaze became sharp. Furthermore, this powerful seal was undoubtedly set by Ilias. Luca turned his head to look at her. I have felt the powerful holy element of this seal. Alice's voice dropped. This is the power of the goddess. Both fell silent simultaneously. Then, almost at the same moment, they thought of the same possibility. A person personally sealed in the Hell Continent by the goddess would likely have committed the most serious sin among the 5 commandments of Ilias. That crime was listed in the scriptures as an unforgivable ultimate evil, a taboo that no believer would even dare to imagine. They glanced at each other and spoke at the same time. One who raises a sword against God. One who swings a sword against their own faith, their own guide, and the one they swore fealty to. But why would Heinrich betray the goddess? He was the hero, the champion guided by the goddess and fighting for her. He had just completed the mission entrusted to him by the goddess, defeated the Demon King, and saved the world. And then, he rebelled. They could only think of one scenario. As expected. Luca's voice was a bit raspy. Is there something wrong with the goddess? He sighed. This was the possibility he was least willing to see. Starting from the dark erosion of St. Ilia to the distorted holy element to the discovery of Prometheus, he had harbored faint suspicions. But he had always suppressed them, telling himself that perhaps someone was merely using the goddess's name. But now, Heinrich was sealed here, an act performed by the goddess's own hand. The hero who saved the world, the hero he loved most as a child, had been personally branded a sinner by the goddess and imprisoned in this corner of the Hell Continent, where even his soul could not find rest. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. When he opened his eyes again, the turmoil in his gaze had subsided. Let's go, he said. The two turned, preparing to leave. Just as they faced away from the stone tablet, the Gog sword suddenly lit up. A soft, warm light, as if the sword itself was responding to something. The light seeped through the scabbard, flowing along the silhouette of the blade like wind, like water, like earth, like fire, like light, like some kind of gentle thought. Luca stopped his pace. He could feel a peaceful thought surging from the direction of the stone tablet, slowly and gently flowing into the Gog sword. He didn't block it. He could clearly perceive that thought. There was no malice, no resentment, no anger. Only a sense of calm, gentleness, and some emotion so complex that even he couldn't decipher it. There was also a deeper feeling that made his heart shudder. Familiarity. A deeper level of familiarity, as if carved into his bloodline, into the depths of his soul. Luca stood in place thoughtfully, his gaze falling on the sword radiating the soft light. What's wrong? Alice noticed something was amiss, and walked back to his side. Luca was silent for a moment. The Gog sword reacted, he said. He looked up, taking one last look at the stone tablet engraved with Heinrich Heine. It's nothing, he said. Let's go. He returned the Gog sword to his waist, and turned to walk out of the altar area. Chapter 112, I will always protect Guts. A certain underground laboratory in Lemina. Pale lights hung from the ceiling, illuminating the space buried deep underground. The surrounding walls were densely covered with runic etchings, with occasional light flowing along the lines of the runes like some massive circulatory system operating slowly. In the very center of the laboratory stood several massive cultivation containers. The containers were filled with a pale green liquid, in which various synthetic monsters floated with their eyes closed, like fetuses that had yet to awaken. Some had the torso of a lion and the wings of an eagle, some were eerie combinations of snake tails and wolf heads, and others were stitched together from the limbs of 7 or 8 different races, with hideous scars still visible at the seams. Prometheus stood before one of the containers, her gaze falling upon the synthetic monster inside. It was a creation primarily based on a dryad, fused with harpy wings and griffin foreclaws. She floated quietly in the pale green liquid, her eyelids occasionally trembling slightly as if she were in the midst of a long dream. The data is normal. Prometheus examined the synthetic monster before her and nodded with satisfaction. She lightly brushed her hand over the runes on the container's surface, and strings of light spots emerged from the runes, converging into values that only she could understand. Stability met the standard, energy circulation was normal, and consciousness response was within the expected range. Another successful work. She was about to continue recording the data. Beep 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 beep. A rapid alarm suddenly sounded, the piercing noise echoing through the laboratory and shattering the original tranquility. Prometheus paused slightly, turned her head, and looked at the nearby monitoring device. It was a massive crystal screen divided into dozens of frames, showing the situation in various parts of the Lamina ruins. At this moment, one of the frames was flashing with a red warning light. In the monitor, a wandering synthetic chimera she had sent out was attacking a human who had trespassed into Lamina. An accident. Prometheus put down the recording board in her hand, walked to the crystal screen, and watched the footage on the monitor nonchalantly. In the frame, an adult male human was fighting with the synthetic chimera. To call it a fight was an overstatement, it was more like one-sided suppression. The synthetic chimera was a fusion of a giant wolf, a brown bear, and a griffin. It was 3 times the size of an average human, and every pounce smashed deep cracks into the ground. Yet, that male human's physical fitness far exceeded that of an ordinary person. He was being forced back step by step under the synthetic chimera's assault, but every dodge and every block showed incredible combat instincts. If this human male weren't far more powerful than an ordinary person, he would have been killed instantly by the synthetic chimera. This human wouldn't last much longer. Blood was gushing from his left arm, his footsteps were beginning to falter, and his breathing had become erratic. The synthetic chimera also seemed to sense its prey's weakness, and its offensive grew increasingly fierce. 3 minutes at most. Prometheus calculated silently in her heart. And then crash. A loud shattering sound came from the other end of the laboratory. Prometheus turned her head and saw a long-forgotten cultivation container in the corner burst open, with pale green liquid flowing all over the floor. A figure stumbled out from the shattered container. It was a work she had discarded long ago, a synthetic monster with a slime as the main body, and the limbs of other monsters stitched together as a torso. The reason it was discarded back then was because the rejection reactions between the parts were too severe, and its consciousness could not stabilize. It was a complete and utter failure. But at this moment, she broke free from her restraints and stumbled toward the exit of the laboratory. Prometheus was slightly stunned. She watched the staggering back, watched the cultivation fluid still dripping from its body, and watched its messily stitched limbs swinging in an eerie rhythm. She did not stop it. She just stood there, watching it all with interest. Then, she turned back to the crystal screen. On the screen, the male human had already retreated to the edge of the ruins, with no path left to retreat. The synthetic chimera opened its bloody maw, preparing to deliver the final blow to its prey. Guts didn't know how long he had been drifting at sea. He couldn't remember clearly. The seawater was gray, and the sky was gray. Sometimes he couldn't tell if he was floating on the surface of the sea or sinking into some dream from which he would never wake. He laboriously took down his water bottle and shook it upside down, but not a single drop of water fell out. Guts stared at the empty water bottle for a long time, then silently put it back on his waist. Is this the end? If it hadn't been for a rainstorm brought by a sea storm not long ago that gave him the chance to fill a bottle of water, and if it hadn't been for a giant octopus girl with a trident he encountered at sea a few days ago who used her tentacles to pull him out of a whirlpool, he might have died long ago. He owed that octopus girl a life. Unfortunately, there was no chance to repay it. His consciousness gradually faded, and his eyelids felt like they were filled with lead, getting heavier and heavier. Images from his childhood to the present began to play in his mind. The streets of Lamina, his father's back, the soft touch of Slime's sister. Those long-faded memories became exceptionally clear at this moment, as if someone had repainted them with the most vivid colors. A gust of strong wind blew against his face. Guts forced his eyes open. In the sky, a massive bird-shaped monster was approaching him. The bird's white feathers emitted a golden light under the sun, standing out brilliantly against the gray sky, its wingspan reaching several dozen feet, covering half the sky. Guts took a look and then closed his eyes again. No strength left. Whatever she is, if she wants to eat me, let her. Kupapa. A curious voice sounded above his head. Guts did not respond. The Garuda girl tilted her head, studying this human lying motionless on a broken wooden board. She had just been flying past the edge of the Hell continent when she saw something floating on the sea. Curious, she flew over to take a look and didn't expect it to be a human, and a living one at that, though his aura was as weak as a candle flame that could go out at any moment. Kupapa. She called out again and gently pushed Guts's shoulder with her claw. Guts remained motionless, having no strength to pay her any mind. Garuda scratched her head. Why was this person ignoring her? She waited for a moment longer, and after confirming that this human really had no reaction, she flapped her wings somewhat boredly and flew off into the distance. This is the end. Guts sensed the harpy's departure and murmured. This was fine too. At least he didn't have to drift any more. Just then a rope fell from the sky and hit Guts on the head. Guts opened his eyes and saw the harpy spinning in the air, holding the other end of the rope. She was spinning like a top, her wings flapping away, the rope drawing circle after circle in the air. Guts was stunned for a moment. This harpy wanted to save him. I no longer have the strength to grab the rope, he said softly. At this point, his consciousness was hazy, and he didn't even think about why this harpy who wanted to help him didn't just carry him, but insisted on using a rope. Kupapa, Garuda nodded. In the next second, that rope seemed to come alive, automatically wrapping around Guts's body like a python, coiling around his waist a few times and tying a sturdy knot. Guts. Garuda gave a satisfied kupa, flapped her wings high, and flew toward the land at the edge of the Hell continent while carrying the rope. Guts's body left the sea surface, swaying and drifting in the air. He watched the sea surface getting further and further away, saw his water bottle lying lonely on those broken wooden boards before being swallowed by a wave. His consciousness began to blur again. But before completely falling into darkness, what he saw were that harpy's golden feathers, shining brightly in the gray sky. So bright. He thought. Then, everything went black. When Guts opened his eyes again, he was no longer on the sea. He was lying under a strangely shaped large tree. The tree's trunk was twisted into an eerie curve, but its branches and leaves were exceptionally lush, spreading a canopy of green over his head. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, scattering mottled spots of light on the ground. Beside him was a pile of fruit, some he could name, and some he couldn't, piled into a small colorful mountain. Saved by a monster again. Guts murmured. A blue figure flashed in his mind. He forced himself to take a breath, grabbed a nearby fruit, and stuffed it into his mouth. Fruit juice flowed down the corners of his mouth, dripping onto his lapel, but he didn't care to wipe it, just stuffing bite after bite into his mouth. Need strength. Need to survive. Need. He closed his eyes, and that blue figure surfaced in his mind again. Need to find her. When Guts was young, he was particularly mischievous. Not only his hometown Lamina, but he had also visited the areas near Lamina many times. Woods, streams, small hills, every place had his running footprints. Back then, his father would always scold him, running outside all day, what if something happens? He would just chuckle and continue running the next day. After the Lamina incident, he especially liked to chew on the remnants of the past to find warmth, and thus he could pass another idle day. He was a person living in the past, with only a shell remaining. 30 years. After so many years, he still remembered the way home. Standing at the fork in the road leading to Lamina, he suddenly hesitated. He stood there for a long time. A blue figure flashed through his mind. He no longer hesitated and walked forward. The tall and prosperous Lamina of his memory was now nothing but a field of ruins. Broken walls cast long shadows in the setting sun, and weeds poked out from the cracks in the stones, swaying gently in the wind. On the once bustling streets, there were rubble and debris everywhere, with occasional remains eroded by time to the point of being almost unrecognizable. Both human and monster. AI model, Gemini 3. One flashlight. Severed limbs and broken remains were scattered everywhere, some were half buried in the soil, while others exposed bits of white bone, gleaming with a ghastly pallor under the setting sun. Guts looked at all of this and, to his own surprise, subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. He did not know why he had let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because, among all the remains he could see, there was none of the color he feared to see. Following a path that was both familiar and strange, he walked in the direction of his home. The streets in his memory had been completely transformed, yet his footsteps still remembered. Which path to turn on, which intersection to go straight through it was like an instinct carved into his body, leading him forward step by step. For the first time in a long while, his heart felt somewhat uneasy. Finally, he stopped at the door of his home. The cozy little house from his memory was now nothing but ruins. Most of the roof had collapsed, deep cracks split the walls, and the wooden door hung crookedly on its frame, as if it could fall off at any moment. He hesitated for a moment, then stepped inside. The interior was a mess. The furniture had long since rotted into fragments, scattered everywhere. A thick layer of dust had accumulated, and with every step he took, he left clear footprints behind. Then, he saw it. In a corner, there was a human skeleton. From the tattered fragments of clothing and the few remaining features on the skeleton, he could recognize this was his father. Guts stood before the skeleton, unmoving. This was something he had imagined countless times over countless nights. Father was dead. Yes, he should have thought of this long ago. The massacre by Lamina hadn't even spared the monsters. How could any humans have survived? It had been 30 years, if his father were still alive, how could he not have gone looking for him? He knew all of this. He had always known. But now, seeing the skeleton with his own eyes, his heart still felt as if it were being tightly gripped by something. He stood there expressionlessly for a long time. Then, he turned and walked toward the other room. Slime Sister's room. The door was half-rotted and fell over with a gentle push. The room was similarly a mess, but unlike his father's side, there was nothing else besides damaged daily necessities. There were no corpses. There were no skeletons. There was nothing left behind. Guts couldn't help but laugh at himself. How could a slime have a corpse? That's right, how could a slime have a corpse? After monsters die, some dissipate, some turn to dust, and some leave behind skeletons. But a slime, what does a slime turn into after it dies? He didn't know, he had never seen a dead slime. But at least there wasn't one here. At least bean-sized tears splashed onto Slime Sister's bed. The bed had long since rotted and would crumble at a touch, but the tears still landed on it, making a faint pattering sound. How could a slime have a corpse? He crouched down and covered his face with his hands. His shoulders trembled slightly. He didn't know how much time had passed. He stood up and wiped his face. He left the room, carefully gathered his father's remains, and wrapped them in a piece of tattered cloth. He needed to find a place to bury them. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, the dilapidated door was pushed open. Guts was stunned, then turned his head. At the doorway, a huge monster stood there. It was a monster that seemed to be pieced together from various animals: the head of a griffin monster, the body of a bear, the claws of a wolf, and a tail covered in scales. There was no intelligence in her eyes, the kind usually found in monsters, only emptiness and a coldness like that of a machine. The synthetic chimera said nothing and lunged at Guts. Guts frowned deeply. He had no time to think and punched the synthetic chimera. He put his full strength into that punch. Having drifted at sea for so long and only just regained a little strength, this punch was the strongest blow he could deliver. But the synthetic chimera didn't even sway. She opened her gaping maw and bit toward Guts. It was too late for Guts to dodge in his haste. With a rip, a sharp pain shot through his left forearm. Guts looked down to see his entire left forearm, from the elbow down, torn off at the root. Blood gushed out, splashing onto the ground in a shocking shade of red. Ah! The intense pain stimulated Guts's nerves. It was a level of agony he had never experienced in his 30 years of wandering, as if someone were repeatedly stirring his wound with a red-hot iron rod. Yet his consciousness became exceptionally clear at this moment, with every cell in his body screaming, "Live!" He unleashed unprecedented strength and smashed his right fist hard against the synthetic chimera's head. That punch knocked the synthetic chimera back 2 steps. But it only knocked her back. The synthetic chimera shook her huge head, then lunged at Guts again. The blood kept flowing. His vision began to blur. Guts's legs went weak, and he could barely stand. He could see the synthetic chimera's gaping maw growing larger in his field of vision, could clearly see the rows of sharp teeth in that mouth, and could smell the stench coming from it. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. He could even see something wriggling deep in the synthetic chimera's throat. Is this the end? Guts closed his eyes. The expected pain did not arrive. Instead, bang. A dull thud exploded in his ears. Guts opened his eyes. The synthetic chimera had been knocked flying. A figure stood before him. It was a monster he had never seen before. She had the blue, translucent body of a slime, but her torso was pieced together with limbs that didn't belong to a slime, a beast claw, half a snake tail, and a wing from who knows where. The seams were hideous and terrifying, as if different fragments had been forcibly stuck together. A synthetic slime. But when she turned around and faced him with that face, which still faintly held its original shape, Guts was stunned. It was a face he would never forget. 30 years. A face he had dreamed of countless times, traced in his memory countless times, and thought he would never see again. Slime sister. Her stitched-on beast claw gripped Guts's back tightly, with enough force to nearly crush his bones. The claws pierced his skin, and blood flowed down his back, splashing onto her face. The synthetic slime subconsciously released her embrace. She seemed to realize her claws had hurt him, and wanted to let go. But the next second, she was hugged by Guts again. Guts held her tightly with his only remaining arm. Slime sister. He rasped these words out. The voice sounded as if it were being squeezed from the depths of his throat, carrying 30 years of longing, 30 years of despair, and everything he hadn't dared to think, ask, or look back on for 30 years. The synthetic slime stiffened for a moment. She said intermittently, like a baby babbling, like a young child who had just learned to make sounds. The voice was hoarse, broken, and off-key, but it was her voice. It was Slime's sister's voice. She wanted to say something else. But the next second, the synthetic chimera had climbed up from the ground and lunged at Guts's back again. The synthetic slime didn't finish. She gave Guts a hard push, shoving him out of range of the attack. Then, she turned around and faced the incoming synthetic chimera. Protect. She said intermittently. Immediately, the two synthetic monsters grappled together. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, the slime's blue bodily fluid mixed with blood of various colors, splashing on the ground, splattering on the walls, and landing warmly on Guts's face. Guts wanted to stand up. He tried with all his might to stand up, to go help her. But he couldn't stand. The blood loss from his left arm was too great, his body temperature was plummeting, his vision was becoming increasingly blurred, and his limbs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. He could only stare with closing eyes, watching the ceiling and listening to the sounds of the fight. The sound of the house breaking, the thudding of bodies, the sounds of tearing and biting, and a sound he didn't know who was making it sounded like a wail, and yet also like a roar. Gradually, the sounds stopped. Everything returned to silence. Then, half a face appeared in his field of vision. That half of her face was still the way it had been 30 years ago. Blue, soft, like how a slime was supposed to look. She just faced him like that with her remaining half face. On that face, there was no pain, no sadness, only an expression Guts couldn't describe. Protect. She said intermittently. One word at a time, as if she had exhausted all her strength. Those eyes were still looking at Guts, but there was nothing left inside them, just like when she was in the laboratory. Guts's lips curled up slightly. He said softly. Then he closed his eyes. The synthetic slime did not react. She simply maintained that posture, facing him with her remaining half face, and with that incomplete hand, she gently, ever so gently, rested it on him. The broken, bleeding beast claw was deeply embedded in Guts's back, but she could no longer feel it. She just held him like that. Just as she had over 30 years ago, at the edge of that cliff, when she held that frightened little boy. Before he knew it, a figure appeared nearby. Prometheus stood not far away, watching the two figures embracing each other. A human, a synthetic monster. She watched for a while, her expression softening, and sighed lightly. Chapter 113, Demon King's Castle. At the northernmost tip of the Hell continent, a massive castle stood tall amidst the mountain ranges. It was a structure that seemed completely out of place against the desolation of the Hell continent. Soaring spires pierced the clouds, and the gray outer walls shimmered with a soft luster under the dim sky. Exquisite reliefs wound their way up the walls, and every window was set with transparent crystals that refracted a rainbow of light. The moat surrounding the castle was crystal clear, with unknown flower petals floating on the surface, gently rippling with the waves. Majestic, elegant, and magnificent. Luca stood before the main gate of the Demon King's castle, looking up at the fortress with a complex mix of emotions. This had been his ultimate goal when his journey first began. Back then, he was just an apprentice hero who had recently left his hometown. Carrying a wooden sword and harboring the simple conviction of defeating the Demon King and saving the world, he had set out on this long road. As a child, he had imagined the Demon King's castle countless times, a gloomy fortress with pitch-black walls, permeating miasma, and skeletons scattered everywhere. And the Demon King herself, he thought, should be a hideous, terrifying, and utterly wicked existence. But now, he stood before the real Demon King's castle. After his encounters with the four heavenly kings and the Demon King Alice, he understood that those four heavenly kings feared by humanity, as well as Alice standing beside him now, were not evil beings. They had their own convictions, things they wanted to protect, and their own hardships and helplessness. Their actions against humans were often merely counterattacks after humans had struck first, or tough measures they were forced to take for the sake of deterrence. Unknowingly, his goal had changed to sincerely persuading them, demonstrating enough strength to be convincing, and making them believe in him. It wasn't about defeating the Demon King, but rather working with the Demon King to find a path for the coexistence of humans and monsters. I thought the Demon King's castle would be some gloomy, damp, dark, and hair-raising fortress, Luca quipped, withdrawing his gaze. Alice crossed her arms and gave a light huff. How could the place where I and my subordinates reside be so disgusting? She paused and glanced at Luca. Just what kind of place did you imagine my castle to be in that head of yours? Luca thought for a moment and confessed honestly, the kind with spiderwebs everywhere, chains hanging on the walls, piles of bones in the corners, and ghosts floating by every now and then. Alice's face visibly stiffened. Her voice rose slightly. There are no such things in my castle. Luca blinked. But I remember a certain Demon King, back when we were on the Selene. Alice's face flushed crimson instantly. Her tail lashed out, striking Luca's shin. That was an accident. I just couldn't be bothered to deal with such things. Luca suppressed a laugh and didn't continue to expose her. Well then, let's go in, Alice. He started walking toward the main gate. Alice's voice came from behind him. Luca stopped and turned back to look at her. Alice stood in place, not following him. Her expression was somewhat subtle, as if she were struggling with something. Our relationship as traveling companions ends here, she said. Luca was stunned for a moment. This is the Demon King's domain. Alice averted her eyes, not looking at him. In terms of our positions, the Demon King and the hero should not enter together. Luca looked at her awkward expression and remained silent for a moment. He let out a sigh. My Lady Demon King, stop reading so many storybooks. Alice whipped her head around. What's this about Demon King and hero at this point? Luca looked at her helplessly. We've traveled so far together and experienced so much. Are you really telling me now that our positions mean we shouldn't enter together? Alice's small face turned slightly red. What do you mean stop reading storybooks? Her voice rose, but she clearly lacked confidence. I don't even like those boring stories about heroes subjugating demon kings. She stomped her foot, turned around, and marched toward the gate of the Demon King's castle, leaving Luca behind. After a few steps, she turned back and said in a deliberately majestic tone, Foolish hero, I shall be waiting for you in the deepest depths of the Demon King's castle. With that, she quickened her pace and walked through the gate without looking back. Luca watched her back disappear behind the doors and couldn't help but laugh. Fine, if the kid wants to play roleplay, I'll play along. He straightened his expression, took a deep breath, and spoke to the gate in an equally serious tone. Evil Demon King, I am coming in to subjugate you. With that, he stepped into the Demon King's castle. The gate slowly closed behind him. The interior of the Demon King's castle was even more magnificent than it appeared from the outside. The vaulted ceiling was so high it was almost out of sight, with a massive crystal chandelier hanging from it, emitting a soft glow. Exquisite tapestries hung on the walls, depicting portraits of past demon kings and scenes of monsters' lives. The floor was covered with a thick carpet, making his footsteps soft and silent. Luca walked forward along the corridor. Before he had gone far, the first guard appeared. It was a purple-skinned, red-haired nightmare, her eyes flashing with a wary light. Luca stopped and faced off with her for a second. Then, he drew his sword. The light of a seal flared up and then faded. The nightmare turned into a small bat, lying limp on the ground. Luca sheathed his sword and continued forward. The second, the third, the fourth. Along the way, there were many monster guards stationed in the Demon King's castle, all of whom he temporarily sealed. It wasn't that he couldn't avoid combat. With his current strength, he could have used more stealthy methods to bypass them and reach the depths of the castle without alerting any guards, but he chose not to. He had to fight. Not to defeat them, but to demonstrate his strength to these monsters, letting them see that this hero was qualified to stand before the Demon King. Only then would they be willing to believe what he had to say. At the end of the corridor, a figure blocked the middle of the path. It was an 8-tailed fox. Her fur was pinkish-white, and her 8 tails swayed gently behind her, each hair emitting a faint light. She was much larger than a normal fox spirit, her eyes sharp and her aura imposing. She barked. I shall not let you take another step. She leaped forward, her 8 tails like 8 sharp blades, striking at Luca from different angles. Luca didn't dodge. He simply raised his sword and gave it a light swing. A silver-white light drew an arc in the air, landing precisely on the 8 tails. The 8 tails' body stiffened and then rapidly shrank. When the light dissipated, only a palm-sized little fox remained, its 8 tails curled into a ball as it slept soundly. Luca glanced at her and bypassed her to continue forward. Unfazed, he took it one step at a time. Before long, another small figure blocked his way. It was a little devil with small wings, and a pair of curved horns on her head. She was clutching her large chest, trying her best to put on a fierce expression. I am Lami, she shouted. I won't let you go any further. Luca stopped in his tracks. He looked at the little devil before him, somewhat surprised. Miss Lami, if I may ask a question. He chose his words carefully, trying to sound as non-offensive as possible. Why is a monster of your strength level even staying in the Demon King's castle? To be honest, the little devil in front of him was about the same strength as a slime. Luca found it hard to imagine how a monster of this level had managed to get into the Demon King's castle. Lami's aura visibly weakened. I am a resident of the Demon King's castle, she said weakly. Luca nodded. Then, he stepped forward and lightly tapped the hilt of his sword against Lami's head. Lami's eyes rolled back, and she slumped down softly. Luca bypassed her and continued forward. Finally, Luca arrived in the Great Hall. The Great Hall of the Demon King's castle was even more majestic than the corridors before it. The vaulted ceiling was as high as the sky itself, with massive crystal chandeliers hanging like stars above. 12 white jade pillars stood on either side of the hall, each carved with the history and legends of the monsters. Directly ahead, atop a high platform, was the Demon King's throne, currently vacant. Below the throne, 4 figures stood side by side. Tamamo stood on the far left, her 9 tails swaying gently behind her, with her signature smile on her lips. Aluelma leaned lazily against a pillar, one hand propping up her chin, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Albity stood a bit further away, looking at Luca with a complex expression. Granbilia stood on the far right, her posture upright, her right hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Her eyes were fixed squarely on Luca, filled with fighting spirit. Wow, even the 8 tails couldn't withstand a single blow from you. Tamamo was the first to speak, her tone carrying sincere admiration. Her gaze fell on Luca, scanning him from head to toe. Luca, you've become quite powerful now. You've made great progress since we last met, Aluelma also spoke, her lazy tone carrying a hint of amazement. You're more than twice as strong as you were at the arena. Albity didn't speak. She just looked at Luca with a complex gaze, her lips moving slightly, but she couldn't say anything. She didn't know what to say. Back at the Spring of Undine, Luca had promised her that he would solve the issue of the slime tribe's habitat. And after all this time, he had indeed solved more than half of it. Relevant publicity had been carried out across the world under his call, and human kingdoms had established slime sanctuaries. Those slimes who originally had nowhere to survive finally had a place where they could live in peace. As the slime queen, she now had no reason to fight Luca. But as one of the 4 heavenly kings, she had an obligation to suppress the hero who had broken into the Demon King's castle. In her heart, she didn't want to fight Luca. But she also didn't know what to say if she didn't fight. Granbilia didn't speak. She just looked at Luca, her eyes burning with a scorching fighting spirit. Luca cleared his throat, breaking the silence in the hall. I'll get straight to the point. He looked at the 4 heavenly kings, his gaze sweeping over each of their faces. I am here to seek the coexistence of humans and monsters. I hope you can stop your hostility and atrocities against humanity. The hall fell silent for a moment. Aluelma shook her head. If we don't act as a deterrent, humans will attack monsters without restraint, she said, her lazy voice carrying a hint of seriousness. You understand that logic. Tamamo also spoke, her tone gentle. Humans are excessively hostile toward monsters. In the face of humanity, we can only deter them. It's not a matter of whether we want to or not, but a necessity. Otherwise, she paused. Otherwise, even more monsters will die at the hands of humans. Albity still looked at Luca with a complex gaze, remaining silent. Granbilia spoke, this matter cannot be resolved with words alone. Her words were brief, but the meaning was clear. Ideals are ideals, and reality is reality. Coexistence between humans and monsters is easy to say, but harder than climbing to the heavens to achieve. Luca needed to use his strength to prove everything. The atmosphere in the room fell into an eerie silence. Luca didn't speak. He knew that what they said was the truth. The hostility of humans toward monsters, the wariness of monsters toward humans' hatred and estrangement weren't things he could dissolve with a single sentence. But he also knew that the four heavenly kings weren't rejecting him. They were merely stating the difficulties. Because they acknowledged him. The four of them highly recognized and trusted Luca's strength. After all, among the four heavenly kings, Granbelia, Aluelma, and Elbedy had all truly exchanged blows with Luca. They knew better than anyone to what extent this young hero had grown powerful. So, should they just directly agree to Luca's request for human-monster coexistence? They couldn't bring themselves to do that either. After all, they represented the dignity of monsters, and were the four heavenly kings that all monsters looked up to. If they just nodded and agreed so easily, it would be too embarrassing. The four of them exchanged glances. A moment later, Aluelma suggested, "How about we vote to choose one person to have another fight with Luca?" Elbedy's eyes lit up. That was a good idea. She was already worried about how to quietly avoid fighting Luca. If they voted for someone else to fight, she wouldn't have to do it. Agreed, she said immediately. Granbelia's eyes also lit up. To fight Luca again was exactly what she wanted. "I agree too," she blurted out, her tone filled with irrepressible excitement. Tamamo narrowed her eyes and spoke with a smile. "I agree as well, as long as you don't vote for an old person like me to take a beating." "Then, let the voting begin," Aluelma laughed. Granbelia said impatiently, "I vote for myself." Elbedy calmly raised her hand. "I vote for Tamamo." Aluelma tilted her head and thought for a moment, a meaningful smile curling her lips, then raised her hand. "I also vote for Tamamo." The smile Tamamo usually wore on her face stiffened for a second. "Do you really want me to take a beating that badly?" She sighed and raised her hand. "I vote for Granbelia." Aluelma announced the result. "It's a tie between Tamamo and Granbelia." She turned to Luca, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Luca, who do you want to fight?" Luca's gaze shifted between Granbelia and Tamamo. Granbelia's eyes were incredibly bright, her whole being radiating a pick me aura. Her hand was already resting on the hilt of her sword, and her body leaned forward slightly, like a bow ready to fire. Tamamo, on the other hand, had a helpless as expected smile, and her 9 tails drooped quite a bit. Luca looked at Granbelia. Her gaze became even more fervent. Then, Luca spoke, "Sorry, I want to fight Tamamo." Granbelia's expression visibly froze. That fervent fighting spirit, that light of anticipation, and the excitement all solidified on her face, then shattered piece by piece. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but nothing came out. The light in her eyes dimmed at a visible rate. Tamamo let out a sigh. "Fine then." She rolled up her sleeves with an air of resignation. Young people these days only know how to bully their elders. She took a few steps forward, standing in the center of the hall, and turned to look at Luca. "Come on then, Luca. Let me see just how strong you've become." Luca stepped forward. Behind him, Aluelma's light laughter, Granbelia's disappointed expression, and Elbedy's sigh of relief were all shut out at this moment. Chapter 114, Fists fear the young and strong. In the center of the grand hall, Luca and Tamamo stood facing each other. The surrounding air seemed to have solidified. Aluelma leaned against a pillar, her eyes filled with anticipation. Elbedy unconsciously clenched her fists. Granbelia stared intently at Luca. Although she was not the one fighting, she did not want to miss a single detail. Then, everyone was taken aback for a moment. Luca did not draw his sword. He returned his gog sword to his waist, stood there empty-handed, and assumed a loose starting stance. It was the fighting posture Aluelma often used. Tamamo narrowed her eyes, a flash of displeasure crossing her long, narrow fox eyes. "Luca, although I am old, I am not so old that you need to go easy on me." Her tone was light, but those who knew her well knew this was a sign that she was getting serious. As a 9-tailed fox spirit who had lived for who knows how long, being met empty-handed by a junior made her feel slighted, no matter how she looked at it. Luca shook his head. "I am not going easy on you." His tone was calm and serious. I just want to test the martial arts I learned from Aluelma. This was the truth. During the Queen's Cup, his battle with Aluelma had allowed him to see for the first time just how strong pure martial arts could be. That fluid fighting technique, that way of turning every inch of one's body into a weapon, had left a deep impression on him. Later he spent a long time repeatedly deconstructing, digesting, and absorbing the remembrance of that battle, gradually forming his own style of martial arts. Now he wanted to test the results. Tamamo looked back at Aluelma, her eyes carrying a hint of "look what you've done. You aided the enemy." Aluelma couldn't help but laugh and lazily waved her hand. "I fought him once using martial arts, he must have learned it then." She paused. "Besides, Lady Tamamo, who in the entire Demon King's castle doesn't know about your habit of giving pointers whenever you see a promising talent? How can you have the nerve to call me out for aiding the enemy?" The expression on Tamamo's face stiffened for a moment. She did indeed have this bad habit. Having lived for too long, whenever she saw a talented junior, she couldn't help but want to offer some pointers. She gave 2 dry laughs, her 9 tails flicking unnaturally. "Martial arts it is, then." She turned back, flexed her wrists, and her originally relaxed aura began to slowly condense. "I am also somewhat proficient in fisticuffs. Try to keep the commotion to a minimum." Luca nodded, also assuming a stance. "We shall stop when we reach the point." Aluelma had taken out a small flag at some point and held it high. Her eyes were sparkling, she was clearly full of anticipation for this duel. "Then, for the Demon King's castle defense battle, will both contestants please get ready? Prepare." She deliberately dragged out the end of her sentence, her gaze sweeping back and forth between the two. Neither Luca nor Tamamo moved. But the air had already begun to tremble. It was an invisible pressure formed by the overflow of power from both sides, colliding and squeezing in the center of the grand hall, making the 3 onlookers feel a sense of suffocation. The small flag was swung down sharply. The very instant Aluelma's voice faded, Tamamo's figure disappeared as well. Luca did not move. He didn't even turn around, he just tilted his body slightly and raised his right hand backward. A dull sound of impact exploded behind him. Tamamo had appeared behind Luca, that seemingly slender and delicate fist now swung out with immense force. White, translucent air currents were pushed aside from both sides of her fist, forming 2 visible shockwaves in the air, like waves being cleaved apart. But this punch did not hit Luca. Luca's side back kick precisely met Tamamo's face. This was Aluelma's signature counterattack technique, borrowing force to strike back, striking later but arriving first. Tamamo's pupils constricted slightly. In her haste, she could only raise her elbow to block. Leg collided with elbow. The shockwave turned into a terrifying blast of air that spread in all directions. The carpet in the grand hall was completely ripped up, tearing into shreds in midair. The tapestries on the pillars snapped in the wind, and even the 3 onlookers in the distance couldn't help but narrow their eyes, their clothes flapping wildly in the wind. So Tamamo had this trick up her sleeve. Aluelma opened her eyes wide in surprise. Tamamo's usual impression was always that of a smiling, unfathomable person. It was rare to see her take action herself. But that punch just now, from disappearing to appearing, from gathering power to striking, the entire movement was fluid and smooth, without a trace of excess. It was a realm that could only be reached through thousands of refinements. However, seeing Luca's performance, she felt some regret. When voting earlier, she should have voted for herself. Sparring with the current Luca would definitely be interesting. No, absolutely interesting. Tamamo frowned slightly. The force coming from her elbow was much greater than she had anticipated. Luca's side back kick was not withdrawn after being blocked. Instead, he continued to apply pressure, bearing down like a mountain, attempting to suppress her entirely. How does the child of the Lucifina family have such great strength? She suddenly exerted force with her elbow, violently pushing away the side kick that was suppressing her. At the same moment, her figure swayed like a candlelight, and she took a step forward. This step seemed casual, but it closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. She swung her right fist straight out. Luca's left fist swung out almost simultaneously. The two fists collided in midair. A sonic boom capable of shattering eardrums exploded between their fists. Then, in the next second, all sound disappeared completely without warning. The grand hall fell into an eerie, deathly silence, because the area around Tamamo and Luca had actually been completely blasted into a vacuum zone by this strike, which was comparable to an atomic collision. The air was instantly evacuated, all sound lost its medium for propagation, and was abruptly cut off. Only the silent shockwave, like a transparent giant wave, spread wildly in circles in all directions. Immediately afterward, whistling gales rushed back in from all directions to fill the vacuum that had been blasted out. The sound of the wind was sharp and piercing, like thousands of birds screaming at the same time. "You're really tough." Tamamo shook her hand, her brows slightly furrowed. She clearly felt that in that punch just now, Luca's fist was covered with a thick layer of earth power. That force collided with her own earth power, yet it did not fall behind in the slightest, and even faintly had a tendency to overpower her. The youth before her was now no weaker than her in the use of earth power. No, perhaps even stronger. "You are very strong too," Luca praised, his tone sincere. This was the truth. Tamamo's strength, speed, and technique all far exceeded his expectations. Especially that battle instinct honed through thousands of refinements, every attack, every defense, was just right, as if she could predict his every move. As soon as he finished speaking, Luca moved. He stomped down with one foot. Rumble, the entire Demon King's castle shook violently, as if a sleeping giant beast had been suddenly awakened. On the floor of the grand hall, centered on where Luca stood, countless cracks spread rapidly in all directions like living giant snakes. The floor paved with solid marble cubes, the floor that had remained as flat as a mirror for thousands of years, began to emit groans of crack, crack. The cracks grew larger and deeper. This terrifying power, comparable to a meteorite impact, vented wildly in a horizontal direction. Tamamo's expression changed. The ground instantly crumbled and collapsed, and countless pieces of rubble were shaken into the air. And Tamamo, who borrowed force from the earth and relied on the earth to dissipate force, was like a duckweed with its roots pulled out. She could no longer steady herself. Luca swung a punch out. That punch had no fancy techniques, only pure power pouring out like a breached dam. Tamamo crossed her arms to block. She was sent flying directly by the force. In the air, Tamamo tumbled wildly, her 9 tails flailing desperately, attempting to rely on air resistance to dissipate that terrifying force. But that force was too immense, too overbearing, it could not be dissipated in such a rush. And Luca would not give her any chance to catch her breath. He kicked the ground with his back foot, shattering it bang. The air exploded, a sonic boom like thunder. Luca instantly disappeared from his spot, leaving only a string of white sonic boom trails in the air. When he appeared again, he had already caught up with Tamamo, who was still flying backward in midair. Then he struck down with a punch. Tamamo's pupils shrank sharply. There was no time to dodge. She could only reach out with both hands, catching Luca's arm at the critical moment, borrowing his force to strike back, and channeling that power descending from the sky along her body down to her feet. But there was no earth beneath her feet, only air. Tamamo's figure fell from high altitude like a meteorite, smashing heavily into the wall at the edge of the grand hall. The entire wall shattered with a roar. Countless dense cracks spread wildly in all directions from the point of contact between Tamamo's back and the wall, covering the entire wall surface like a spiderweb. Rubble fell like rain, and dust rose into the sky. Tamamo grimaced in pain. Her back burned with pain. She took a deep breath, forced herself to stand up, and earth power poured into her body continuously from the ruins beneath her feet, repairing the damage. In the dust, Luca's figure slowly descended. He did not pursue, just standing quietly not far away, waiting for her to steady herself. "Are we still fighting?" he asked. Tamamo did not answer. She just took a deep breath and then bang. Her figure disappeared from where she stood. At the same moment, Luca also moved. The two figures disappeared simultaneously, then collided fiercely in midair. The three people inside the grand hall looked up at the sky simultaneously. Up there, two intertwined figures kept rising amidst fierce collisions. Every collision sent a roar like 10,000 thunderbolts through the atmosphere, shaking the windows of the entire Demon King's castle. Every time they separated, a visible shockwave ripple was left in the air, spreading outward in circles. These two. Aluelma murmured, her eyes shining with excitement. Do they really want to tear down the Demon King's castle? Albany did not speak. She just stared blankly at the two figures in the sky, an indescribable, complex emotion welling up in her heart. Granbelia did not speak. But her right hand was pressed tightly against the hilt of her sword, her knuckles turning white from the force. She was enduring, desperately suppressing the urge to rush up and spar with Luca. Her breathing became rapid, her heartbeat quickened. Her body was trembling slightly. That man had become stronger again. In the sky, the battle continued. Tamamo's situation was very bad now. She had completely lost the initiative, and could only bitterly hold her guard in passive defense. Luca's attacks were like a violent storm, punch after punch, kick after kick, continuous and unending, giving her absolutely no chance to catch her breath. She couldn't even cast the spirit arts she excelled at. Worse still, she could not borrow force from the earth. In the air, her prized earth power was greatly diminished. Although she could still draw power from the air and from the free energy around her, it was far less smooth than when her feet were on the ground. It was like someone used to using both hands suddenly being forced to use only one finger, extremely awkward. And Luca, this monster, seemed completely unaffected. Every one of his attacks contained the heaviness of earth power, the lightness of wind power, and something else, something more pure that she couldn't quite name. Those powers flowed freely within him, as if he himself were an extension of the earth, an embodiment of the wind, a kind of existence that transcended common sense. Even more terrifying was his attack rhythm. It was a near-perfect rhythm. Fast and slow alternated, light and heavy swapped. He always delivered the most appropriate attack at the most appropriate moment. This was not a realm that could be reached by mere speed or strength. This was a battle instinct that could only be possessed after integrating clear mirror, still water into one's marrow. Tamamo was kept in the air by Luca's storm-like attacks, unable to come down at all. Several times she wanted to force a landing, but he intercepted her route in advance, forcing her to continue blocking. Several times she wanted to create distance to regroup, but he stuck to her like a shadow, giving her no chance to catch her breath. In the end, she could only protect her head, and let Luca kick her toward the ground. Tamamo's figure turned into a blur, falling from high altitude like a true meteorite. The ground was smashed into a huge crater. The rubble at the bottom of the crater was squeezed into protrusions like bamboo shoots, only to be unable to withstand this terrifying power in the next second, all bursting into powder. The shockwave spread outward, overturning all the remaining furniture in the grand hall, and deepening the cracks on the pillars a little more. Dust rose into the sky, obscuring everyone's vision. Before the dust could settle, Luca had already kicked the air with both legs, diving down from the sky like an arrow off a bowstring. A collapsing punch, from high above, struck down mercilessly. The fist tore through the air, bringing with it a piercing shriek. Before the fist arrived, the wind from the punch had already plowed a deep trench into the ground. But the wind-up time for this move was too long, and Tamamo had already recovered from the previous impact. She rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the fate of having her head blown off by a punch. Luca's fist smashed into the ground beside her head, and a huge crater formed instantly. The cracks around the fist mark spread wildly in all directions like a spiderweb, and the entire floor of the grand hall shook violently. Tamamo looked at the fist mark inches away, cold sweat breaking out instantly. The edge of that fist mark was less than 3 inches from her head. If she hadn't dodged. "Are you sure you weren't trying to kill me?" Her voice was trembling slightly. That punch just now, she had really almost failed to dodge it. Luca stood up, brushed off the dust around him, and said with great certainty, "Believe me, I know my limits." Tamamo stared at him for 2 seconds. Then, she rolled to her feet, and patted the dust off her body. Her 9 originally majestic tails were now drooping, like 9 furry mops, covered in dust and rubble. She waved her hand. "I admit defeat." Aluelma burst into laughter. Albany let out a breath of relief, her tense shoulders finally relaxing. Granbelia stared at Luca, her eyes complex. There was disappointment, excitement, fighting spirit, and a hint of something she herself hadn't even noticed. Tamamo walked up to Luca, and looked him up and down. Those fox eyes were filled with pure appreciation and approval. "All right, young man." She sighed and reached out to pat Luca's shoulder. This action aggravated the injury on her back, making the corners of her mouth twitch in pain. Luca looked at her seriously. "So, about the matter of human-demon coexistence." Got it, got it." Tamamo waved her hand, interrupting him. "If you can beat the 4 of us into submission, you naturally have the qualification to talk about this. However, as for the Demon King, you'll have to tell her yourself. I don't want to get involved in you two lovebirds' business." Luca was taken aback for a moment. Lovebirds?" Tamamo did not answer, just turned around with a smile. Aluelma leaned over and nudged Luca with her elbow. "Hey, Luca, let's have a match next time. I'll use martial arts too." Before Luca could answer, Granbelia's voice came from the side, "I'm first." Aluelma turned to look at her. "What do you mean you're first? You weren't even chosen in the vote." "I was the first to say I wanted to spar with him." Granbelia was expressionless, but her tone carried an unquestionable firmness. "You were voting for yourself, that doesn't count." "It counts." "It doesn't count." "It counts." Albany watched the two of them arguing back and forth, silently retreated 2 steps, and kept her distance from this inexplicable tug-of-war. Chapter 115. The hero's great battle with the Demon King. Passing through the final door, the view ahead suddenly opened up. A straight, grand path led directly to the Demon King's chamber at the deepest part of the palace, with tall pillars lining both sides. The ceiling was high and distant, embedded with countless glowing crystals like stars in the night sky. Directly ahead, atop a high platform, the throne stood quietly, a massive seat carved from a single piece of obsidian, its lines cold and its presence imposing. And before the throne, that familiar figure was waiting for him. She had changed her attire, no longer was she wearing the simple robe from their journey, but a magnificent purple-black dress with a hem trailing on the floor and golden patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs. She stood there with her hands folded in front of her, her expression stern. It was a deliberately assumed majesty, befitting a demon king. Seeing Luca approach, she spoke coldly, "Hero, you have finally arrived here." Her voice was deep and cool, a complete departure from the Alice who usually slept in, feared ghosts, and whose eyes lit up at the sight of snacks. Luca was slightly taken aback, then quickly realized what was happening. He cleared his throat, straightened his back, placed his right hand on his sword hilt, and responded in a similarly solemn tone, "I am Luca Hine, the one destined to defeat you." The corners of Alice's lips twitched almost imperceptibly before she pressed them back down. She nodded with satisfaction. "Come then, defeat me." She raised her right hand, palm up, in an inviting gesture. "Raise the sword in your hand, hero." Luca placed his right hand on the hilt, preparing to draw his sword. The feeling was wrong. He looked down and froze. In the scabbard at his waist, it wasn't the Gog sword, but a retractable toy knife. He looked up at Alice. A flash of craftiness flickered in Alice's eyes, though her face remained maintained with the majesty of the Demon King. Luca was silent for a second. Then, he drew the retractable knife and held it high above his head. "Evil Demon King!" he shouted with righteous indignation. "I shall kiss your hand right now." With that, he charged at Alice. The two of them began to fight in a completely serious, methodical manner. One strike for you, one strike for me, back and forth, turn-based, with absolutely no defense. Luca stabbed and slashed with the toy knife, while Alice sidestepped to dodge, occasionally throwing a punch that Luca would parry with the knife. As they fought, Alice suddenly closed the distance. Her hand reached out at a strange angle, aiming for Luca's belt. Luca jumped back a step, grabbing his waistband tightly with both hands. Alice missed her mark but didn't pursue, she just stood there, a cold smirk playing on her lips. "This is how a monster girl attacks," she said. "Don't make such a fuss." Luca looked down to check his pants, and only sighed in relief once he confirmed his belt was still fastened. He looked up at Alice's face, which was struggling to suppress a laugh, and couldn't help but smile himself. "Fine then." He pulled up his pants, protecting his waist with one hand while holding the toy knife in the other. He charged forward once more. The two continued to trade palms and punches, with Alice occasionally trying to sneak an attack on his pants, which Luca alertly dodged. In the massive room, only the sounds of their scuffle and occasional laughing banter echoed. After fighting for a while longer, Alice left an opening, and Luca's toy knife struck her shoulder. Alice cried out, clutching her shoulder as she stumbled back. Then, she suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The liquid was a startling bright red, drawing an arc in the air before splashing onto the floor with a pitter-patter sound. Luca froze for a moment. "This blood, why does it smell like tomato juice?" Alice's body went limp and she began to fall backward. Luca instinctively stepped forward and caught her. She lay in his arms, her purple-black dress contrasting with her pale face, a trace of blood still on the corner of her mouth, looking quite tragic and beautiful. Alice looked up, her golden eyes fixed on him. "Those days traveling the world with you, those memories." Her voice was soft, "are my most precious treasures." Luca didn't speak, just listened quietly. "It was precisely because of you that I could make these decisions, and have the courage to do these things." Her gaze lingered on his face, as if trying to etch this moment into her remembrance forever. Then, she slowly closed her eyes. Luca was silent for a moment. He looked down at her quiet face, her slightly trembling eyelashes, and that faint, almost imperceptible smile on her lips. He leaned down and kissed her gently. The moment their lips touched, everything around them seemed to stand still. There was no Demon King's castle, no hero and Demon King, no heavy responsibilities or unsolved mysteries. There was only her and him. Then, the light descended. Golden, warm and carrying an undeniable pressure, it poured down from the void, instantly filling the entire Demon King's chamber. Luca snapped his head up. Alice's eyes remained closed, but her body stiffened for a brief instant. At the source of the light, a figure slowly emerged. She stood in the darkness, which receded automatically, forming a circle of absolute void around her. Knee-length golden hair fell like tassels, each strand shimmering with light, and a star-shaped ornament on her forehead glittered softly, making her face look even more holy. But there was no spirit in those eyes, only emptiness. Pointed ears were hidden among the strands of hair, faintly visible. "Goddess Ilias. Well done, hero Luca." She spoke, her voice gentle and carrying a faint smile, but there was nothing in those eyes. "You have finally eliminated the Demon King." "Luca." "Alice." Alice's eyes almost snapped open, but at the last moment, Luca's left hand gently covered them. She restrained herself and continued to play dead. Luca slowly raised his head, looking at the goddess before him. This was Goddess Ilias, right? Then why did she suddenly descend? Also, the Demon King's life force was pulsing so strongly she had only closed her eyes, and wasn't dead could she not feel it? He suppressed the doubts in his heart and tried to keep his voice calm. "Goddess Ilias, why have you come here?" Ilias turned her head stiffly, shifting from looking straight ahead to looking at the red stain on the floor. She stared at the pool of tomato juice for a few seconds, then nodded with satisfaction. "You have gone through countless hardships and finally eliminated the Demon King." Her tone was flat. "As I expected, you are a true hero." After a pause, she continued. It was not in vain that I guided you all this way. Luca went silent. He felt the goddess before him was very strange. This wasn't the goddess he had imagined. She didn't even seem like a living being. He took a deep breath and decided to test her. Goddess Ilias, I have 2 questions. Can you answer them for me? Ilias nodded. Of course. Do you know me? Luca asked. Of course. Ilias answered quickly. You are the hero Luca whom I have guided all this way. Of course I know you. Luca frowned. I've never been guided by you. Are monsters truly, as the dogmas state, filthy existences? Ilias nodded with absolute certainty. Any monster, without exception, will devour and destroy this world. In that instant, something that had been hanging in Luca's heart finally settled. He had confirmed it, the thing he had been suspecting all along. I understand. He slowly stood up, his right hand gripping the sword hilt this time. It was the real Gog sword, which had returned to his waist at some point. He drew the sword, pointing the tip at Ilias. Whether you are the real Ilias or not, you are the greatest obstacle to the coexistence of humans and monsters. Before his words could land, a roar came from above. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck down from the void. The purple-white electrical flash illuminated the entire Demon King's chamber, aimed directly at the crown of Luca's head with a force that could destroy everything. Without even looking up, Luca swung his sword casually. The sword light flashed and the lightning dispersed at the impact, turning into sparks of electricity that vanished in the air. What's wrong, Ilias? Luca looked up, staring straight into those empty, ice-blue eyes. Can you only pass judgment on those who have no power to resist? His tone carried mockery, but even more so, disappointment. The surrounding golden light fluctuated violently in an instant. It became dark and murky, like clear spring water being dripped with ink, turning from gold to gray-black in a very short time, then struggling from gray-black back to gold. The light flickered unsteadily, as if 2 forces were tearing at each other fiercely. Finally, the gold regained the upper hand. Ilias's expression didn't change at all. He felt no annoyance, no anger, not even a ripple of emotion. He just looked at him with those empty eyes and said in that flat tone, "You will still betray me after all." He paused. That clan's filthy bloodline has always been thus. Luca's pupils constricted slightly. In that case, Ilias's figure began to turn transparent. Her voice came drifting ethereally. Then let this place become a second Lamina. The light dissipated. Ilias vanished. Silence returned to the Demon King's chamber, leaving only the light of the crystals falling quietly. Luca stood in place, his hand holding the sword tightening slightly. Lamina, the kingdom slaughtered 30 years ago, the place where humans and monsters died together, so it really was his doing. Luca looked down at Alice in his arms. She still had her eyes closed, but the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth had been quietly licked away by her. Feeling his gaze, she opened one eye and asked in a small voice. Alice scrambled up, wiped the tomato juice off her face, and looked in the direction where Ilias had vanished. That woman, what on earth is going on with her? How did she change so much? Chapter 116, Great Change in the Demon King's Castle, let this place become a second Lamina. Ilias's words were still echoing in her ears. Just as Alice was about to say something, the Demon King's castle shook violently in the next instant. A tremor came from deep underground, mixed with intense fluctuations of magic power. The crystals on the dome shook violently, the light flickering uncertainly, and the sound of cracking came from the walls. Luca and Alice's expressions changed at the same time. They sensed a strange magic power, one they had never felt before, appearing in the Demon King's castle. That aura surged into the Demon King's castle like a tide, permeating from all directions with undisguised hostility. The door was shoved open. Albany rushed in, her face filled with unprecedented gravity. Ignoring etiquette, she walked straight to Alice and knelt on one knee. "Report, Demon King." The Angel Legion and some strange creatures have invaded the Demon King's castle. Alice's pupils constricted slightly. Although the defense force has already deployed, Elbody paused, they are currently at a disadvantage. Luca and Alice exchanged a look and, without a word, immediately rushed toward the main hall. When they rushed back to the main hall of the Demon King's castle, the scene before them made their hearts sink. The hall had already turned into a battlefield. Blood stained the once magnificent carpet, and a thick, foul stench filled the air. In the sky, several angels soared on spread wings. Their figures were shrouded in holy light, their faces pure and holy, but the weapons in their hands were merciless. With every dive, monsters were sent flying back. Meanwhile, the monsters' attacks, whether claws, fangs, or magic, passed straight through the angels' bodies as if hitting empty phantoms. On the ground, swarms of synthetic magic beasts were launching a frenzied assault. These monsters had bodies haphazardly stitched together from the limbs of various creatures. Their eyes lacked the intelligence typical of monsters, containing only a hollow, mechanical killing intent. They knew no fatigue or pain. Even if knocked down, they would immediately get back up and continue pouncing on the enemies before them. The monsters' defensive line was collapsing. What are these monsters? Don't retreat. We absolutely cannot let them through. Damn it, we can't hit those angels at all. Monsters, all of you shall be annihilated. Clamor, battle cries, and screams intertwined, filling the entire hall. Luca's gaze swept across the battlefield and suddenly fixed on one direction. He saw Behemoth, a guardian of the Demon King's castle, a colossal beast with power enough to shake mountains. She was roaring as she pounced on an angel, swinging down a massive claw with immense force. Then, the claw passed right through the angel. Like passing through a pocket of air, a phantom, a non-existent image. The angel turned her head, and lightly swung the light sword in her hand. A bloody gash burst open on Behemoth's chest, and she was forced to retreat. Luca's fist clenched. The Angel Legion and those strange synthetic monster legions. His voice was low. They were the ones who destroyed Lamina, weren't they? Alice stood beside him, her golden eyes staring fixedly at the angels and synthetic magic beasts, countless thoughts flashing through her mind. Ah, so that's how it is. Her voice carried realization, but even more so, anger. These strange monsters are a new species created by Ilias. No, you're mistaken. A cold female voice came from deep within the battlefield. The angels and synthetic magic beasts automatically parted to both sides, clearing a path. A woman dressed in white walked out slowly. Long red hair fluttered behind her like flames, and pure white wings were slightly folded on her back. Her face bore no expression. Prometheus. It was your doing, Prometheus. Luca looked at her, his gaze sharp as a knife. Prometheus stopped in her tracks and spoke flatly. These things are magical synthetic monsters called synthetic magic beasts. They are the results of long-term research conducted under Lady Ilias's orders. Alice's brow furrowed tightly. That Ilias, who hates monsters, actually had you research them. Her tone was filled with disbelief. This is the first time I've heard of something that so subverts the goddess's principles. As the Demon King, she knew the goddess's attitude toward monsters better than anyone. It was an unquestionable hostility etched into the doctrine. Monsters were filthy, monsters were damned, and monsters did not deserve to exist in this world. And now, that goddess was actually having someone research monsters. And even created these things. People on the surface will never understand the laws of nature. Prometheus shook her head, a hint of pity in her tone, as if looking at a group of ignorant children. In any case, my masterpiece will suppress this place. She raised her hand and pointed at Luca and Alice. Defeat the 4 heavenly kings and the Demon King. With just a few hundred inferior synthetic monster and a few fodder angels, you think we'll lose to you? Luca unsheathed the Gog sword and pointed the blade at Prometheus. If you're here, then of course. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure came flying from the side. The figure traced an arc through the air, and just as she was about to crash heavily onto the ground, Luca acted quickly and caught her. It was Granbelia. Her breathing was a bit ragged, and a trace of blood hung from the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were still as blazing as fire. Luca looked down. In Granbelia's hand, she was clutching a severed mechanical arm. Precise gears, conduits, and armor plates were exposed at the break, with occasional electric sparks crackling. "Are they strong?" Luca asked. Granbelia wiped the blood from her mouth and casually tossed the mechanical arm onto the ground. "Very strong," she said, then paused and added, "but I can win." Just then, a figure slowly walked out from the direction Granbelia had come from. Cold light poured down from the dome, illuminating a body that could be called perfect. Her silver-white hair was tied into a high ponytail by dark red horn ornaments. As the hair ends fell, they brushed against the rotating dark gold gears on her shoulder armor before disappearing into the gaps of her snow-white armor. Her face was devoid of warmth, and her glass-like eyes stared at the group. Her torso was a fusion of ultra-precise machinery and magical flesh. Her breastplate was smooth rhombohedral armor, and red-black conduits clung to artificial muscle fibers like blood vessels, undulating slightly with the surge of magic. The edges of her shoulder armor gleamed with a chilling blade light, and the transmission structures at her joints emitted soft clicks, leaking a tension that could explode into high-speed maneuvers at any moment. Looking down, her slender mechanical legs were covered in ratchet patterns, and the gear sets at her knees glinted with a metallic cold light, down to the claw-like foot armor that firmly gripped the ground. The blades at the tips of her feet were sharp enough to slice through the air. Her left arm, or where the left arm should have been, was empty now, with only severed conduits hanging down. It had been severed by Granbelia. But there was no pain on her face. She simply looked at Granbelia and said flatly, "The most powerful magic swordsman among monsters, Granbelia." She paused. "I acknowledge you to some extent." Granbelia didn't answer, only tightening her grip on her sword. Another exclamation came from the side. Luca instinctively reached out and caught a flying figure. She crashed into Luca's arms, knocking him back half a step. Her lazy face was now grimacing as she rubbed the sore spot from the impact. "Ah, ouch, 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 ouch." She nuzzled into Luca's chest as if she had found a comfortable cushion. "Luca. Alice. Your wind is so slow." A voice came from the direction Aluelma had flown from. It was a giant bird-shaped synthetic monster. Its torso was also woven from machinery and magical flesh. When its wings spread, every feather glinted with a metallic luster. Its eyes were locked onto Aluelma, its tone filled with undisguised mockery. "The speed you take pride in is no different from standing still before me." Aluelma poked her head out from Luca's arms, glanced at her, and then ducked back in. "Oh my, how boring." Another voice rang out. A half-human, half-arthropod synthetic monster slowly walked into the hall. Her upper body was female in form, while her lower body consisted of spider-like multi-legged limbs, each step silent. "It's not a full moon today." Accompanied by a lazy and arrogant voice, another figure slowly walked in. She had light golden hair tied up, paired with black wingtips and sharp horns, with a beige wheel-shaped frill decorating her back. AI model, Gemini 3. One flashlight. Her face was exquisite, yet carried a condescending coldness. Her upper body was clad in black and gold form-fitting thorn armor, with visible mechanical structures on her arms. Her lower body consisted of four-legged beast-like limbs. Tsukuyomi. The original species is just weak. Her gaze swept over the monsters present. How could they possibly be a match for us next-generation synthetic monsters? That is correct. Another figure joined in. She had short, light gold hair, paired with dark green pointed horns, and pale yellow leaf-shaped wings growing from the sides of her head. Her upper body was armored with a fluffy pink and white skirt, while her lower body was composed of multi-legged plant-like limbs. Her white, fleshy claw feet bore reddish-brown patterns, full of a tearing sensation like thorny vines. 5 synthetic monsters faintly surrounded Luca and his group. Luca's gaze swept over them one by one, his brow furrowing slightly. Impressive. 5 Demon King-level synthetic monsters, all brought out at once. Prometheus stood not far away, wearing a faint smile. Of course. Without making full preparations, even I would not dare to rashly attack this place. She raised her hand, introducing her proudest creations. These 5 are the latest synthetic magic beasts created to deal with the 4 heavenly kings. They were created after collecting data on the 4 heavenly kings, works that surpassed the 4 heavenly kings. Hee, that is exactly right. And Lucashell spoke up. How could primitive monsters that haven't undergone modification be our match? Luca's peripheral vision swept across the battlefield. Angels were still circling in the sky, and monsters were injured with every dive. The legion of synthetic magic beasts was gradually compressing the monster's defensive line. Those ordinary monster guards were almost unable to hold on. He had to make a judgment as soon as possible. Alice's voice sounded in his ear, calm and decisive. Leave the synthetic magic beasts to me. Luca looked at her. Alice's gaze was locked onto the angels in the sky, light flickering within her golden eyes. Only your sword can touch the angels. Luca instantly understood what she meant. The angels' bodies were composed of the holy element. In the lower realm, monsters and humans could not touch them at all, just like how Behemoth's claws had passed right through the angel earlier. Only he, possessing the Gog sword with its high concentration of the holy element, could touch the angels. Luca nodded. The next instant, his figure vanished from where he stood. The 5 next-generation synthetic monsters simultaneously sensed his intention and rushed forward to block him. But someone was faster than them. Granbelia blocked Anne Lucashell's path with her sword held horizontally, the blade pointing directly at her throat. Aluelma slipped out of Luca's arms, her lazy smile vanishing, replaced by serious fighting spirit as she blocked Haynovelli. Albany blocked Rapunzel, water power coalescing in her hands. And just as Amphisbaena was about to move, she discovered her 4 legs were entangled by something. She looked down. Countless tiny vines drilled out from the cracks in the floor, binding her joints. It was those ordinary plant-type monsters. They were weak, almost useless on the battlefield, but at this moment, they used their own way to buy Luca a moment of time. A moment was enough. Luca's figure appeared in the sky. He swung the Gog sword, carving out a dark arc. The first angel, Cupid, didn't even have time to react before its body dissolved into particles. The second angel, Valkyrie, had just turned around before it likewise dissipated into points of light. The third one, that was a great angel who had not yet descended to the ground, Ariel. The moment she saw Luca, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Then, she also vanished. 3 angels, completely erased in less than a single breath. Eden, what do you think? Prometheus's gaze looked toward the sky, as if conversing with some unseen existence. Angels raised from childhood, taken out by someone like a weed. She paused, listening intently. Nothing to say, Eden. Didn't I say from the start that I would handle Hero Luca? The moment the words fell, Luca's figure had already appeared before her. The Gog sword struck directly at her neck. How will you handle me? His voice was as cold as ice. Prometheus did not dodge, she didn't even move. Just in the instant before the blade was about to touch her neck, Luca's body froze. A huge magic circle appeared beneath his feet, complex runes layered upon one another, emitting a deep blue light. Those runes wriggled like living things, spreading up his legs, covering his entire body in the blink of an eye. Luca struggled with all his might, but his body remained motionless. Alice's figure flew in from the ground. She left an afterimage in the air, grabbing Luca's arm tightly with both hands, trying to pull him out of the magic circle. The moment she touched Luca, the magic circle flashed violently. Intense electric light surged from the runes, wrapping around both their bodies. Those electric lights were not ordinary lightning, but some kind of deeper power, carrying the tremors of space itself. The magic circle flickered on and off, uncertain. Then the light flared explosively. At the same instant, in another direction of the Demon King's castle, the heavy stone door burst open with a boom, and the aura of 1,000 years of dust rushed toward her. Tamamo's figure rushed out from behind the door. Behind her, a massive war weapon was slowly starting up. The huge mechanical structure began to operate, the roar of gears interlocking was deafening, and the ancient runes engraved upon it lit up one after another. Tamamo didn't have time to confirm the weapon's status. Her perception had already caught the violently fluctuating magic power in the direction of the Great Hall. Her figure flashed, nine tails trailing after images behind her, as she sped toward the Great Hall. The moment she rushed into the Great Hall, she saw the huge magic circle slowly rotating on the ground, complex runes layered upon one another, emitting a deep blue light. That light flickered uncertainly, like a candle flame about to be extinguished at any moment. In the center of the magic circle, two figures were being engulfed by the light. Luca's body remained stiff in the posture of swinging his sword, the edge of the Gog sword less than an inch from Prometheus's neck. Alice held his arm tightly, her long white hair flying wildly in the magical storm. The next second the light swallowed everything. When the light dissipated, there was nothing in the center of the magic circle. Only those gradually dimming runes on the ground remained, along with the residual, dissipating magical fluctuations in the air. Tamamo's footsteps were nailed to the spot. Her pupils contracted violently, her nine tails stiffened behind her. That face that always wore a composed smile was now left with only a blank expression. She opened her mouth but could not make a sound. A soft chuckle came from not far away. Prometheus retracted her raised right hand, gently brushing the non-existent dust from her sleeve. "You've come at just the right time, Lady Tamamo." She looked at Tamamo, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smile. "Just in time for you to see this scene with your own eyes, saving me the trouble of having to explain it again." Tamamo did not move. She just stood there staring intently at Prometheus. In those fox eyes, there was no longer the unfathomable depth and composure of the past. Only cold, suppressed to the extreme killing intent. "What did you do?" "What did I do?" "As you can see." She raised her hand to point at the empty ground, ceiling, teleportation. Very simple operations, they just required a little preparation work. To seal that hero Luca's spirit power, I had prepared a world-scale barrier for him, but unfortunately it wasn't needed. He delivered himself to my doorstep, which actually saved me quite a bit of effort. Tamamo's fingernails dug deeply into her palms. She felt only anger. Cold, burning, anger that was almost about to consume her entire being. "Lady Tamamo." A voice came from behind her. Granbelia's voice carried irrepressible rage. On the other side, Aluelma stood up from the ruins, her lazy smile long gone. Her gaze swept over the empty ground, then landed on Prometheus, dangerous dark light flickering in those eyes. Albany stood not far away, staring intently at Prometheus. The 5 next-generation synthetic monsters had gathered again, faintly surrounding them. Chapter 117, 6 Ancestors' Great Binding Curse. Luca shouted loudly, but there was only silence around him. No echo, no response. It was as if even his own voice was swallowed by something, dissipating into nothingness the moment it left his mouth. He looked around. The surroundings were ethereal and hazy, there was no sky, no ground. This was absolute void. There was no up or down, left or right, near or far. Luca could only drift like an abandoned island in the vacuum. He couldn't feel any magic power in his body. He tried to summon Sylph, but there was no response. Gnome, Undine, and Salamander were all silent. Those spirits who were usually active in the sea of his heart felt as if they had never existed. He couldn't sense even a trace of their presence. Even after expanding his perception to its limit, Luca felt nothing. No life, no elements, no trace of time flowing, not even the boundaries of space existed. "Hiss, this is a bit troublesome," Luca frowned. He and Alice had been teleported and sealed somewhere unknown. The Demon King's castle must be in utter chaos right now, Prometheus was leading the synthetic magic beasts and the angel army to attack the castle, while the four heavenly kings and the monsters were struggling to hold on. And he was trapped in this place where there was nothing. Now was not the time to quietly study all this. There was no other way. Luca looked down at his left hand. The ring left by his mother sat quietly on his ring finger. It sealed the power deep within his soul. He fell silent for a moment. Then, he took off the ring. A silver-white light surged out in front of Luca. That power gushed from the depths of his soul, like a sleeping giant being suddenly awakened. The silver-white light flowed around him, warm yet strange, familiar yet dangerous. As Luca felt this power, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Every time he used it, he could feel a certain change, not physical, but something deeper, a change at the soul level. It felt as if something was quietly slipping away, yet also as if something was slowly awakening. But right now he had no choice. I have to hurry. He raised his hand, flattened his fingers into a blade, and swung forward. The silver-white light transformed into a blade's edge, slicing through the void before him. A rift was torn in space. From the other side of the rift came a certain aura, chaotic, strange, and not belonging to the world he knew. Luca sensed it for a moment and shook his head. Not this one. He withdrew his hand, and the rift slowly healed. He swung his hand blade again, tearing space once more to sense the aura on the other side. Not this one either. He didn't know how long he tried. In this space without the concept of time, every swing, every perception, and every shake of the head felt infinitely elongated. Perhaps only 15 minutes had passed, or perhaps it had been days or weeks. Finally, after sensing the aura behind the shattered space once more, Luca froze. That aura, it was warm, soft, and carried a faint, lingering scent of fried tofu. There was also something deeper, a sense of antiquity, far more concentrated than the Tamamo he knew. This aura, is it Tamamo? He didn't have time to think it through. He stepped forward and entered that space. The moment Luca's feet touched solid ground, he felt a brief sense of daze. This was no longer that void. Beneath his feet was real earth, with soft green grass dotted with wildflowers. Above his head, the sky was clear and azure, with white clouds drifting lazily. In the distance, he could even hear the sound of a flowing stream, and the rustle of wind through the treetops. This was a small, independent space. It was like a piece cut from a complete world, forever frozen in its most beautiful moment. And in the center of the space stood a massive ancient tree. Under the tree, a person sat cross-legged. The moment Luca saw that person, his eyes widened slightly. It was Tamamo. No, it was long, brilliant golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall, adorned with a red ribbon. Atop her head stood golden white fox ears, larger and fuller than those of the Tamamo in the outside world, with more vibrant fur. Her emerald eyes were sharp and deep, as if they could see through all the delusions of the world. A black mark sat between her brows, and a striking vermilion incantation pattern marked her chest. She wore a modified white and purple shrine maiden outfit, her sleeves trailing down, looking dignified and sacred. Behind her, 9 fluffy golden tails with snowy white tips unfolded in layers, surrounding her and occupying almost the entire space under the tree's shade. You are. Luca's voice was filled with disbelief. The Tamamo before him slowly opened her eyes. Those emerald eyes looked at Luca, first with blankness, then surprise, and finally, total shock. Her voice was also different from the Tamamo outside. It was deeper, heavier, carrying the resonance of accumulated years. How did you get here? She stood up, her 9 tails swaying gently with her movement. Those sealed by the 6 ancestors' great binding curse should be isolated from each other in different pocket dimensions, she said, her tone full of disbelief. How did you come to my place? Before Luca could answer, a silver-white light rippled out around him. The light was gentle yet conspicuous, like a silent proclamation. Looking at that light, the shock on the large Tamamo's face gradually turned into realization, understanding, and a trace of complex emotion. She spoke softly, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. A power from outside the world. She paused, as if organizing her thoughts. I'm afraid even Prometheus didn't know that the six ancestors' great binding curse had such a flaw. She raised her hand and pointed to the faint silver-white light around Luca. A six ancestors' great binding curse that uses one's own magic as a seal naturally cannot bind something that exists outside of magic. Luca looked down at his hand. That silver-white power was still flowing slightly, as if it could breathe freely even in this space. He looked up at the giant version of Tamamo, his heart filling with more and more doubts. Is this your true body? Compared to the one before him, the Tamamo in the outside world was practically a miniature version. Size, aura, sense of power, everything was different. Indeed it is. The large Tamamo blinked, and that familiar, somewhat mischievous smile appeared on her face. In order to evade the six ancestors' great binding curse, the Tamamo on the outside can be considered my clone. She raised her hand, a faint light flickering at her fingertips. The six ancestors' great binding curse seals the true body. As long as the true body is here, the clone can move freely on the outside. Although its power is greatly weakened, it can at least get things done. Luca nodded thoughtfully. Then, he remembered the most important thing. Is Alice okay? His tone carried an irrepressible concern. The large Tamamo looked at him, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. She's fine. She reached out and gently patted Luca's shoulder. I taught her the method to evade the seal as well, she said with a smile. When you go out, you'll see a tiny Alice too. Luca was stunned for a moment. A tiny Alice. That Sundara, gluttonous Alice who was afraid of ghosts, but would stand in front of him at critical moments, turned into a tiny version. He couldn't help but imagine that scene. I actually kind of want to see that, he said softly. The large Tamamo laughed out loud. I see, then I can rest easy. Luca breathed a sigh of relief, suppressing his curiosity about the tiny Alice, as his expression became serious again. He looked at this ancient and powerful being and asked a crucial question. What are the coordinates for our world? The large Tamamo was slightly taken aback. Immediately, she understood his meaning. He wanted to use a trick to bypass this seal, and return to the Demon King's castle that was under attack, back to his companions who were still fighting. She looked at the young men before her, whom she acknowledged and admired, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Take my hand, she said. Luca did as he was told, reaching out to hold her slender and warm hand. The moment their skin touched, a massive amount of information flooded into his mind. After an unknown amount of time, he finally opened his eyes. Do you remember it? The large Tamamo asked. Luca nodded. Act within your means, Luca. The large Tamamo withdrew her hand, her tone becoming solemn. She looked at him, her emerald eyes full of concern. As long as the seal isn't broken, even if you go out, almost all of your current magic power will still be tied up maintaining the pocket dimension you just entered. She paused, emphasizing her words. You can only use that mysterious power now, and the price, you know it well. Luca looked down at his hand. The silver-white light was still flowing quietly. If it's not necessary, I'll try my best not to use that power. He nodded. This was a promise. To her, and to himself. The large Tamamo looked at him, her gaze softening slightly. She said nothing more. She simply raised her hand, and gently stroked his head. The movement was as gentle as a grandmother comforting a grandchild going on a long journey, or an elder giving a final blessing. Luca was slightly startled, but he didn't pull away. By the way. The large Tamamo suddenly spoke, her tone carrying a hint of hesitation and emotion she had never shown before. I have a request. Luca looked at her. Go ahead. The large Tamamo fell silent for a moment. Her gaze drifted past Luca, toward the far reaches of this tiny space, toward the azure sky and the drifting white clouds, as if looking at a very distant place, a story from a very long time ago. It has been a long time since the 6 ancestors and the evil god were sealed. Her voice became soft, carrying the traces of time. Aside from myself, I don't care much about the other 5 ancestors. They each have their own destinies and tribulations, I cannot manage so much. She withdrew her gaze and looked back at Luca. But could you go and see how the evil god is faring within the seal for me? Please tell the evil god that we don't blame him, this was our own choice. And it was because our own abilities were insufficient that we let him shoulder so much responsibility. Luca looked at her. He saw the concern in her eyes, and the well-hidden worry deep within her gaze. Of course. He nodded, his tone serious and firm. So you're one of the 6 ancestors, Tamamo, he added, his tone filled with genuine admiration. That's amazing. Alice and I both thought the so-called 6 ancestors were just made-up stories. Legend had it that almost all monsters were descendants of the 6 ancestors. Tamamo gave a bitter smile. That smile held a bit of self-deprecation, a bit of bitterness, and a bit of indescribable complexity. Just weaklings who couldn't do anything, that's all, she said softly. Luca looked at her and said nothing. He clenched his fists. The silver-white power began to circulate faster around him. In the distance at the edge of this tiny space, something was fluctuating slightly. Go, Luca. Her voice was calm and gentle. Alice is waiting for you. The Demon King's castle is waiting for you. The world, too, is waiting for you. Luca looked at her and nodded solemnly. Then, he turned and raised his hand. The silver-white light condensed into a blade, slashing down at the void ahead. Space was torn open into a rift. Then, he turned and stepped into the rift. The silver-white light flashed and vanished. The rift slowly healed, eventually disappearing completely. The large Tamamo stood where she was, her 9 tails swaying gently behind her. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a soft halo over her golden hair. She raised her head and looked toward that azure sky. Chapter 118. Evil God. Alice Fitzluca took a step and arrived in a place completely different from the void he had been in. The early summer forest meadow was bathed in warm sunlight, dappled tree shadows swaying on the emerald grass, and the air was filled with the scent of plants and sweet flowers. A breeze blew by, carrying a slight warmth as it brushed against his cheeks. Luca was stunned for a moment. It had been too long since he had felt such a wind. This place was like a long-forgotten dream deep within his memories, so beautiful that it made one afraid to breathe. He walked forward a few steps and then saw them. Beside the thick, ancient tree, 7 little monster girls of various forms were gathered lazily, the atmosphere relaxed and carefree. The black-haired, long straight-haired, pointy-eared monster girl leaned against the tree trunk, the gold ornament on her forehead swaying gently in the light, while a massive, pale purple tentacle curled lazily into an arc beside her, like a well-fed cat dozing off. A golden-haired, green-eyed fox-eared girl poked her head out from behind the tree, the tip of her fluffy tail gently sweeping across the grass, a red ribbon in her hair adding a touch of charm, as she tilted her head to listen to something. The little one in the center, showing only green twintails and pink hair accessories, was curiously standing on tiptoe, as if trying hard to see something in the tree. On the right, the pink-haired, red-eyed little nightmare flapped her snow-white bat wings, her bare feet floating in midair, her posture agile and cunning, occasionally leaning down to say something to the little one with green twintails. On the left, a black-haired, long straight-haired girl in red was drooling as she looked at the fruit in the tree. At the very edge, the completely translucent blue slime monster hung her limbs, with 2 round, blue water-drop slimes floating beside her, their soft appearance looking harmless as they circled around her tentacles. And in the very center a woman with white hair dyed with black streaks stood there, saying something to the other 6 monsters. Her 2 horns were curved and upright, one black and one white, with dragon wings of the same black and white gradient spread behind her, wearing a white, black, and purple off-the-shoulder battle suit, her limbs covered in fluorescent magic patterns that glowed softly in the sunlight. Her posture was natural and casual, like an older sister giving instructions to her younger sisters. And on the periphery of them, there was another figure. A tall woman stood there, her hair white as snow, her purple skin glowing faintly in the sunlight, with 2 horns and a long tail, watching those 7 figures with a smile. She did not join them, just stood quietly to the side, as if protecting them, or perhaps reminiscing. Luca's gaze fell upon her. It was strange. At the first sight of her, Luca felt a sense of familiarity. It was not a familiarity on the level of memory, but something deeper, a resonance that seemed carved into his soul. He slowly walked in front of her, stood side by side with her, and watched the beautiful scene before them together. The 7 monster girls were still laughing and playing. The black-haired, long straight-haired, pointy-eared monster girl reached out a tentacle and gently poked the drooling girl in red, giving her a start. The golden-haired, green-eyed fox-eared girl laughed so hard she swayed back and forth, almost falling out from behind the tree. The little nightmare and the little twintails chased each other in the air, with 2 little blue slimes hopping along behind them. It was too beautiful. So beautiful that one could not bear to break it. After an unknown amount of time, the entity beside him sighed softly. Illusions always have a day when they dissipate, don't you think? Her voice was low and gentle, carrying the traces of time, and a certain indescribable weariness. Luca did not speak. The illusion gradually faded, the figures of the 7 monster girls becoming transparent, and finally dissipating into the air. The ancient tree remained, the grass remained, the sunlight remained, but those vivid lives had returned to the depths of memory. She turned her head and looked at Luca. They were a pair of red eyes. But in those eyes, there were thousands of years of time, endless loneliness, and some kind of emotion that Luca could not name. "What should I call you?" she asked. She paused. Luca was slightly stunned. That was how Ilias addressed him, that was the name of his ancestor. He shook his head. "Hein is the surname passed down from my ancestor, Heinrich Heine," he said. "Just call me Luca, evil god." She looked at him, a flicker of complex emotion passing through those red eyes. "You are right," she said softly. "Hein can only be Heinrich." She paused, the weariness in her eyes deepening slightly. "Then, since you have come here, is there anything you wish to ask me?" She raised her hand and pointed around them. "You need not worry about me holding anything back, this is an alternate space, a place where she cannot interfere." Luca knew who she was talking about. He did not rush to ask those core questions, but spoke first. "First, I will pass on a message for Tamamo." The evil god raised an eyebrow slightly. "She told me to tell you." Luca paused, recalling the expression on the older Tamamo's face when she spoke. "They have never blamed you, all of this was their own choice. It was their lack of ability that made you bear so many responsibilities." The evil god listened quietly, and then she smiled. The smile was faint, so faint it was almost imperceptible, but Luca saw the weariness in her eyes dissolve a little within that smile. "How could I blame them?" she said softly. "All of this was caused by me in the first place. The education of them, the management of the monsters, the attitude toward the world. All right, let's not talk about this anymore." "Then, Luca." The evil god spoke again, her tone returning to calm. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Luca took a deep breath. What followed were the truly core questions. "What exactly is the situation with Ilias?" he asked. "What is that dark power?" The evil god did not answer directly. She reached out her hand. A wisp of dark aura emerged from her palm, wriggling gently like a living thing. The aura was dark but not pure darkness, it was deep, gentle, and carried a certain ancient rhythm. "Take a look at this first," she said. "Does it look familiar?" Luca carefully examined that aura. That was the power of darkness. "That's not right." "Is this the power of darkness?" He frowned. "No, the essence is different, it's just similar." The aura was very similar to the power of darkness he had seen, equally dark, equally deep. But upon closer inspection, one would realize that their essence was completely different. It was like two paintings that looked exactly the same, but used completely different pigments. The evil god nodded. Exactly, you are right. This is very similar to the power of darkness. Their manifestations of power are similar, but the essence is different. She withdrew her hand, and the aura dissipated. This is called the power of dark, she said. You could say it is my exclusive power. She paused, her gaze looking into the distance, as if watching a story from a very, very long time ago. A long time ago, at the beginning of this world, light and darkness were intertwined. The concept of light gradually transformed into Ilias, while She turned her head and looked at Luca. I am the incarnation of the concept of darkness. Luca nodded thoughtfully. This was different from what he had read in the church's scriptures, where the evil god was an evil existence defeated by the goddess, the source of all evil that had been sealed away. But the truth was never in the scriptures. What does this have to do with that power of darkness? He asked. The evil god looked at him, a trace of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Talking to smart people saves effort, she said softly. Then, her expression became serious. That power of darkness is not a power native to this world, she said. It is a power from outside the world. Luca was silent. Outside the world. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. That silver-white power was currently sleeping quietly deep within his soul. The evil god looked at him and said slowly, "That's right, Luca. It, like you, comes from outside the world." Luca looked up. The evil god's gaze was soft and deep. "It was a very long time ago," she said. "So long that I can't even remember clearly." Her voice became distant, as if coming from the other end of time. "I only remember that back then, the human species did not yet exist. There were very few lives in the world, and everywhere were powerful, insane monsters that knew only how to kill. Ilias and I were the only order in that chaotic era." She paused. "One day, Ilias suddenly came to me holding a soul. She was particularly excited, saying that this little one looked a lot like her, had a pair of legs, a pair of feet, one head, and was especially gentle. She said she had observed that there seemed to be a species in the world that looked similar to this soul, just a bit backward and not fully evolved, and she wanted to guide that species. In the primordial era, the existing life forms were all powerful lunatics. Encountering such a soul, I was also very interested." Luca listened quietly. He had already vaguely guessed it. However, the evil god's voice lowered. "The moment I touched that soul, the anomaly occurred. A power of darkness spread from that soul onto me, wanting to devour me. Unfortunately, that power was too compatible with my own. It spread very quickly, so fast that I couldn't react at all." She closed her eyes, as if recalling that distant moment. "To be honest, my first reaction at the time was that Ilias had finally revealed her true nature and wanted to kill me. After all, although we joined forces, our differences in values had always been there, and I thought she finally couldn't help but make a move. But when I looked up at her, she was full of panic, at a loss for what to do. That was the first time I saw such an expression on her." The evil god opened her eyes. "When I was finally about to lose consciousness, Ilias guided that power onto herself. Her power was very incompatible with the power of darkness. She wanted to suppress it with her own body and wear it down. Later, I asked her about the results many times, and she said there was no major issue. Seeing that she hadn't changed, I believed her." She sighed softly. "I didn't expect it would lead to so many things happening." Luca was silent for a moment. He remembered Ilias's empty eyes, that stiff movement, that mechanical tone. That was the result of being contaminated. It was the result of being contaminated by the power of darkness he had brought. "As far as I know, your relationship seems very poor," he asked in a low voice. "But listening to your description, it doesn't seem that bad." The evil god shook her head. "We just had differences in values regarding how a god should exist," she said. She believed that God should guide all living beings. I thought so too at the beginning, even more extremely. But I experienced some things and eventually believed that gods should let the world develop on its own. We argued countless times, fought countless times, but she paused. We also joined forces and prevented crises of world destruction many times. Her gaze became distant again. Those dangerous and powerful creatures, those monsters that were born, those disasters capable of destroying the world, we fought side by side, time and time again. So the so-called bad relationship you perceive might be different from my understanding. So it was I who brought the power of darkness, brought disaster to the world, caused you to be sealed, and caused Goddess Ilias to be contaminated. His voice was very soft, so soft it was almost inaudible. The evil god looked at him. In those red eyes, there was no blame, no anger, only calmness. "It is not your fault," she said. Luca looked up. "According to my and Ilias's research, your soul drifted through different worlds and was contaminated by the power of darkness in some world." The evil god's tone was calm and gentle. "Then, the power of darkness drifted through different worlds along with your soul, leaving seeds for different worlds. The power of darkness acts on instinct, attaching to other life forms, it does not possess life itself." Luca's fists clenched. "Have other worlds also been contaminated because of me?" The evil god shook her head. "What remained in this world was the bulk and the root of the power of darkness. Even if other worlds have seeds of the power of darkness, they wouldn't spread that quickly. Under normal circumstances, without interference, the world's own native power can automatically resolve it." She looked at Luca, a hint of gratification in her eyes. "You still have time." Luca was silent for a long time. Then, he looked up, his gaze becoming firm, he said, "After the matters in this world are finished, I will head to other worlds to purify them." The evil god was slightly stunned, then smiled. "What a responsible human. Surely Lucifina must be very proud of you." "That is all," she said. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Luca thought for a moment. "Why were you sealed?" The evil god was silent for a moment. "Partly because of my own reasons," she said. "I went into seclusion because of some things, but war between monsters and angels was inevitable. I was pushed out to be the leader." She paused. "I didn't really want to deal with these things anymore. Choosing to be sealed in the end was also a relief." "On the other hand," the evil god continued, "being sealed is also good. It allows me not to be accidentally contaminated by that power, causing the world to fall into crisis." She raised her hand and looked at her palm. "My power is too compatible with the power of darkness. If I were outside, I might be infected at any time, and then, I might become a terrible existence that destroys the world." Luca nodded. "Why does Goddess Ilias hate monsters?" The evil god sighed softly. "Many layers of reasons. In the primordial era, most monsters were extremely brutal. They killed, they destroyed. Ilias saw with her own eyes too many lives destroyed by monsters, saw too many tragedies with her own eyes. Of course, there is also my reason, perhaps she hates me, so she hates by association." She paused. "Now, one more reason must be added." She looked at Luca. "Because the monsters are almost all my descendants. Since I am easily contaminated due to the compatibility of my power, the monsters are the same." Luca understood. Goddess Ilias hates monsters, not just because of the hatred from the primordial era. It is even more because they are too easily infected by the power of darkness, too easily becoming the next source of world destruction. Even if they only act on instinct when contaminated, she instinctively rejects these things. Goddess Ilias, how can I save her? This was the question Luca cared about most. The evil god looked at him, silent for a long time. "There is no way for now," she finally spoke, her voice low. "The erosion is already too severe." Luca's heart sank. "But I believe you will definitely be able to find a better way than killing her." The evil god looked at him, and in those red eyes, there was something he could not understand. You will definitely be able to. Luca took a deep breath. I have nothing to ask for the time being. He nodded. The evil god smiled slightly. Then, do your best, Luca, she said. Save this world. She raised her hand, and black light emerged from her palm. I will offer you my blessing. That light, destructive and tyrannical, fell gently upon Luca. He turned around, preparing to leave. After walking a few steps, he stopped and looked back. Evil god. I will come to see you again. The evil god was stunned for a moment, then she smiled. I will wait for you. Luca nodded and stepped forward. The silver-white light tore open a rift in front of him. He stepped into it and disappeared. Chapter 119, Standoff in the ruins of the Demon King's castle hall. The smoke and dust had not yet fully dispersed. Tsukuyomi stood at the very front, her 9 tails slowly unfurling behind her, every strand of fur shimmering with a faint, fluorescent glow. To her left, Granbelia gripped her sword tightly, the blade reflecting a biting, cold light under the glow of the crystals. To her right, Aluelma's lazy posture had long since vanished, replaced by a rare seriousness. Half a step behind them, Elbody was shrouded in mist, her eyes complex yet resolute. The 4 figures stood shoulder to shoulder. Opposite them, Prometheus stood with her hands behind her back, flanked by 5 distinct next-generation dolls. Further out, hundreds of synthetic magic beasts were densely packed into a large circle, surrounding the entire hall completely. We haven't expended much at all. Tsukuyomi spoke first, her tone carrying her customary composure, and even a hint of a smile. But that smile did not reach her eyes. Her emerald gaze was fixed coldly on Prometheus. Do you really think you can wipe us all out by relying on this scrap metal? Prometheus did not answer immediately. Her gaze swept over the 4 heavenly kings, as she quickly assessed the situation in her mind. The plan had deviated slightly from her expectations. According to her assumptions, after that hero entered the Demon King's castle, he would have fought all of the 4 heavenly kings, at least depleting some of their stamina. But now, these 4 were in surprisingly good condition. Aside from a trace of blood at the corner of Granbelia's mouth, and some dust on Aluelma's clothes, they hardly looked like they had been through a battle. Prometheus's gaze moved past the 4 heavenly kings, and landed on the massive mechanical construct behind them. That relic from the Holy Magic War, the super-ancient giant weapon, was standing silently in the ruins, its runes still faintly flickering, clearly activated. Furthermore, she hadn't expected that someone other than herself would be able to activate this thing. Anuka shell moved. The silver-white doll flashed into motion, already standing on the path of the super-ancient giant weapon. Her movements were fluid, without a single wasted motion. The giant weapon took a step, and the entire hall trembled. Anuka shell raised her right hand. That hand, refined to the extreme, firmly pressed against the weapon's advancing foot. The shockwave spread outward, sending debris flying and kicking up dust once more. Yet Anuka shell remained completely unmoved. With just one hand, she blocked the massive impact that could have shaken mountains. The next second, her figure flickered like a ghost, and with incredible combat technique, she climbed up the weapon's limbs, each push-off landing precisely on its most vulnerable spots. In just a few breaths, that massive war machine was overturned by her, emitting a deafening roar. Anuka shell landed lightly back on the ground, and brushed the dust off her hands. Is this your reliance? Her tone carried undisguised disdain. So the Holy Magic War was such a childish battle, this so-called super-ancient giant weapon is so pathetic. Prometheus shook her head slightly and corrected her phrasing. This weapon has endured thousands of years of weathering, it's a miracle it can even be activated now. It hasn't shown even a fraction of its original power. She paused, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Well, enough of that. She raised her hand and pointed to the 5 dolls. These 5 are artificial monsters created by combining my highest technology, the next generation dolls, the ultimate synthetic monster. Her gaze swept over the 4 heavenly kings, her tone filled with absolute confidence. On this land, those who can stand against these 5. She looked slightly upward, as if recalling something. Aside from that hero who was just sealed, not even the Demon King, or the 4 heavenly kings can do it. Tsukuyomi remained silent. She stared at those ordinary synthetic magic beasts, watching their vacant eyes, stiff limbs, and the faint, bestial aura emanating from them. Suddenly, as if she had received some good news, her usual smile returned to her lips. Things probably won't go as you wish. These ordinary artificial monsters use the brains of beast-type monsters, don't they? She asked, her tone as relaxed as if she were chatting. Prometheus was slightly taken aback, then nodded slightly. That's right. To mass-produce them, this is the most efficient way. Retain the instincts and basic intelligence of beast-type monsters, then implant combat commands. It's the lowest cost and highest efficiency. Since it's the brains of beast-type monsters. Tsukuyomi's smile deepened. The next instant, a terrifying pressure spread out from her. It was something deeper, engraved in their genes. Then, who dares to defy me? She narrowed her eyes. Tsukuyomi's voice was not loud, but the majesty it contained swept out in all directions like an invisible giant wave. The ordinary synthetic magic beasts froze in unison. Their bodies began to tremble, and the vacancy in their eyes was replaced by another emotion, fear, an irresistible fear originating from the deepest depths of their bloodlines. Then they moved. Not forward but backward. 1, 2, 10, 100. All the ordinary synthetic magic beasts, like receding seawater, scattered and fled. They collided and trampled over one another, emitting chaotic roars and screams, wishing only that they had been born with more legs. Before Tsukuyomi, the once impenetrable encirclement had scattered outward just like that. Only Prometheus and the 5 next-generation dolls remained standing in place, unmoved. They were unaffected by Tsukuyomi's power. But the situation had quietly changed. So who among you still wants to try? Tsukuyomi narrowed her eyes as she looked at them, her tone carrying a hint of provocation. Anukashel stepped forward, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. But just as she was about to charge forward, a hand blocked her. Our goal has been achieved, Prometheus said calmly. The hero and the Demon King have both been sealed, there's no need to fight further. Anukashel frowned slightly but did not retort. But the other dolls clearly didn't think so. What do you mean? Tsukuyomi spoke, her tone carrying clear dissatisfaction. Am I not a combat doll created specifically to target Tsukuyomi? Her voice rose slightly. Is it not illogical to withdraw now? Prometheus turned her head and looked at her. In those eyes, there was no reproach, only calm. They cannot turn the tables. She pointed at the 4 heavenly kings, then at the giant weapon overturned on the ground. The hero has been sealed, and the Demon King has been sealed. Relying only on themselves, they can do nothing. Victory already belongs to us. She paused, her tone becoming more solemn. But if we were to start a war with them here, it might cause unexpected losses. You just saw the strength of these 4 heavenly kings, they haven't been depleted, and they are in perfect condition. If we really fight to the death, even if we win, some of you might be damaged. She scanned the 5 dolls, her gaze lingering on each of them. Fighting further would outweigh the gains. We cannot just be fixated on the present, at this stage, we cannot afford to lose any of you 5. The fighting spirit in Anukashel's eyes gradually faded. Tsukuyomi pouted and said nothing more. The other 3 dolls also just watched silently. Let's go. Prometheus turned around and walked out of the hall. The 5 dolls followed behind her. A voice came from behind, filled with irrepressible anger. Granbelia. Her sword was already drawn, the blade pointed directly at Prometheus's back. Where did you take Luca and the Demon King? Her voice echoed in the empty hall, carrying a touch of hoarseness, a touch of trembling, and even more, a burning rage. Prometheus's footsteps paused slightly. She did not turn back, nor did she answer. She only paused for an instant, then continued walking forward. That silhouette soon disappeared into the shadows of the ruins. The 5 dolls departed as well. The legion of synthetic magic beasts had long since scattered, leaving only a mess on the ground and the gradually dissipating magical fluctuations. Granbelia made to pursue, but just as she took a step, a hand grabbed her wrist. "Don't pursue them," Tsukuyomi said softly. Granbelia looked back at her, her eyes filled with unwillingness. "Luca and Alice are both fine," Tsukuyomi interrupted, her tone calm. "Rest assured." Granbelia was stunned. "How do you know?" Tsukuyomi did not answer immediately. Her gaze looked into the distance, toward the direction where the dolls had disappeared, and also seemed to look even further away. "I just know," she said simply. Then, she turned her head and looked at the 3 people present. "Let's do what we need to do first," she said. "Treat the wounded, clean up the battlefield, rebuild the defenses. We cannot let the situation become more chaotic." Granbelia clenched her fists. Her fists were clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white, and her nails dug deep into her palms. She took a deep breath, then exhaled. Then, she nodded. Meanwhile, the celestial realm. On the terrace of a certain palace, a figure was overlooking the scene in the lower realm. Silvery gray long hair fluttered gently in the wind, and there was not a ripple in her ice-blue eyes. Archangel Eden. She watched the image presented in the crystal ball, Prometheus withdrawing from the Demon King's castle with the 5 dolls, and the 4 heavenly kings standing in place without pursuing. Her brows furrowed tightly. Ilias sent them to attack the Demon King's castle. Her voice carried clear dissatisfaction. They ran away halfway through the fight. What is the meaning of this? She turned around and knelt on one knee to the figure sitting high on the throne behind her. "Ilias, I will go and punish them right now." Her tone was firm. On the throne, that figure sat quietly. Golden long hair hung down like tassels, and the star ornament on her forehead flickered slightly. Her face was holy and perfect, but there was nothing in those ice-blue eyes. Ilias spoke slowly, "Let them be." Eden raised her head abruptly. She said urgently, "They are defying your orders." This is Ilias's voice remained flat, but the majesty contained in those 2 words made Eden instantly fall silent. Eden lowered her head, not daring to speak again. Silence spread across the terrace. After a moment, Ilias spoke again, "Seraph Eden." Eden's body trembled slightly. "Depart now," Ilias said. "Do what you must do." Eden was stunned. She raised her head and looked at the figure on the throne. Those eyes were still vacant, but within that vacancy, something seemed to be flickering slightly. Eden's heart skipped a beat. How long has it been? Since Ilias entered that room, she had never come out. She could only listen from behind that tightly closed door, hearing the occasional, faint sounds from within, guessing at her state. And now, she had finally walked out of that door. Sitting here. Meeting her. Speaking to her. Eden's eyes felt slightly hot. She lowered her head, suppressing that emotion, and said in the most solemn voice. She stood up, took 2 steps back, and knelt on one knee again. "My life is yours." Then, she turned around, spread the 6 wings of light behind her, and flew toward a certain place in the celestial realm. On the terrace, only Ilias remained sitting alone on the throne. The wind blew, brushing her hair. Her gaze still looked emptily into the distance. Chapter 120. Where did Alice go? In the center of the Demon King's castle hall, the air suddenly began to distort. The distortion started from a tiny point, ripples spreading outwards in circles. Immediately after, space was torn open like a rift by an invisible force. A pair of hands reached out from the rift, 10 fingers gripping the edges of the rift, pulling it apart with force. Luca squeezed out from that rift, landing on the cold stone floor of the hall. He stumbled a step, steadied himself, and took a few deep breaths of the air here. "I still haven't gotten used to the feeling of not having a large amount of magic power," he muttered to himself, looking down at his own hands. That silver-white power had already quieted down, sealed away by the ring once again. The body after losing a large amount of magic power had an indescribable sense of emptiness, like someone accustomed to walking on two legs suddenly having to crawl with their hands, extremely awkward. In a corner of the hall, Tamamo was sitting in front of a pile of documents, processing intelligence and supply requests sent from various places. She held a report in her hand, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly thinking about something. When a pair of hands suddenly appeared in the center of the hall, she was startled, her 9 tails instantly fluffing up, and she almost jumped out of her chair. Then she saw Luca walk out of that rift. Tamamo's expression went from shock to surprise, then to an indescribable subtlety. That expression could probably be described as the subway old man looking at phone meme. She put down the document in her hand, walked up to Luca, and looked him up and down. "It's good that you're all right." She reached out and patted Luca's shoulder. Luca looked at her, not dodging. "Where are Prometheus and her subordinates?" he asked. Tamamo withdrew her hand and sighed. She said she didn't want to have any unnecessary expenditure, so she left. Her tone carried a hint of contemplation. "It seems she isn't of one mind with the goddess after all. She must have other intentions." Luca's expression shifted. "The 4 heavenly kings have also gone to their respective territories to investigate intelligence." Tamamo continued, "They want to see if those synthetic magic beasts have appeared anywhere else." Luca nodded, then asked the question he cared about most, "What about Alice?" He looked at Tamamo, his gaze carrying a trace of urgency. "Didn't she use the secret technique you taught her to evade the 6 ancestors' great binding curse?" Tamamo spread her hands, that gesture carrying a bit of helplessness. "I don't know where she was teleported to after she used the secret technique either." Luca's brows furrowed. However, Tamamo changed the subject. "The distance won't be too far. She must still be within the range of the Hell continent. The secret technique only allowed her to escape from the seal. It wouldn't throw her to the ends of the world." Luca's brows relaxed slightly. "All right, then I'll go find her." He paused, seemingly thinking about something. Then, he tentatively spoke. "First, I'll go to Lo." The moment he said that character, he subconsciously stopped, waiting for that sense of crisis of world collapse to descend. But nothing happened. No strange phenomena, no oppression, no abnormalities whatsoever. Luca paused for a moment, then continued, "I'll go to Lamina first to take a look." Tamamo looked at him, a trace of contemplation flashing in her eyes, but she didn't ask anything further, she just nodded. "Don't push yourself," she urged. "Right now, you can barely use any magic power, and Prometheus has deployed a worldwide barrier that prevents you from using the power of the spirits. You can sense it if you try." Luca closed his eyes as instructed, his consciousness sinking into his inner sea. That space, usually full of vitality, was now deathly silent. The emerald green light of Sylph was gone, the steady aura of Gnome had disappeared, and the gentle waves of Undine, and the fiery battle intent of Salamander could not be sensed at all. He opened his eyes. "I really can't contact them," he said. However, he wasn't very worried. Sylph and the others were the incarnations of wind, earth, water, and fire, and were a part of the natural laws of this world. If they were rashly killed, it would lead to chaos in the world's elements, causing a disaster more terrifying than any war. No matter how crazy Prometheus was, there was no reason to do such a thing. At most, they were sealed and scattered somewhere. Tamamo looked at him and continued, "Prometheus being able to lead a large number of synthetic monsters to attack the Demon King's castle without our knowledge couldn't have been achieved solely by relying on teleportation magic." Her tone became serious. "She must also have strongholds on the Hell continent. They could be production bases, research facilities, or perhaps some kind of transfer station. You need to be extra careful." Luca nodded. "Don't worry." He turned and walked out of the hall. Walking out of the gates of the Demon King's castle, the gray, hazy sky unique to the Hell continent once again came into view. Luca took a deep breath and then called out loudly, "Garuda, come here." Accompanied by a clear cry, a stream of light sped over from the distant mountains. The light drew closer and brighter, eventually transforming into a dazzling divine bird that circled above Luca's head once before landing steadily in front of him. Garuda tilted her head, looking at him, her eyes full of joy. To Lemina. Luca flipped onto her back, pointing west. Garuda flapped her wings and took flight, carrying Luca into the sky. The wind howled, the ground retreated rapidly beneath his feet, and Garuda's feathers were soft and warm. Luca lay on her back, feeling the long-lost pleasure of flight. Along the way, Garuda chirped incessantly, as if sharing her adventures during this time with him. She would occasionally bank and circle, then dive and accelerate, using body language to accompany various cries, trying hard to make the story clear. Red fruit. Luca listened attentively. That fruit really doesn't taste good, right? Garuda nodded vigorously in agreement. Saved a human. Luca was somewhat surprised. Are there still humans wandering the Hell continent now? Regardless, that's really amazing, Garuda. You saved a life. He reached out and gently stroked Garuda's feathers. The feathers were smooth and soft, carrying a slight warmth as they flowed through his fingers. Coo Papa. Garuda let out a satisfied cry and flew even more steadily. The ruins of Lemina gradually came into view. Luca's mood was somewhat complex. Looking down from the sky, those ruins were larger than he had imagined. Broken walls and ruins were like hideous scars on the earth, stretching to the edge of his vision. The once prosperous streets now only had rubble and wild grass left, and the traces of humans and monsters living together had long been wiped away by time. Alice once said that this was the largest city where humans and monsters coexisted. Now, only silence remained. Luca sighed and had Garuda lower her altitude. Although Sylph and the others weren't with him due to the influence of the world-class barrier, after the spirits had stayed with him for so long, he discovered that some changes seemed to have occurred within himself. He himself, in a sense, already possessed a portion of the spirit's authority. He couldn't explain why. He expanded his perception, probing deep into the ruins. At first, there was nothing, only deathly silent rubble and silent broken walls. But as his perception delved deeper, an anomaly appeared in his consciousness. Something underground was blocking his perception. It was a deliberately set barrier, specifically used to isolate detection. Underground, huh? Luca had Garuda land on a relatively flat open space, and jumped off her back. He wanted to find Alice, but instead, he had an unexpected surprise. This must be one of Prometheus's strongholds. Well then, Garuda, I'll go down for a while. He turned his head to look at the divine bird. Perhaps Alice is being kept here. Garuda flapped her wings, let out a cry, and then turned and flew away. She didn't fly far, just circled nearby, ready to provide support at any time. Luca began to search for an entrance in the ruins. Entering by force would also work. With his strength, smashing open the ground wouldn't be difficult. But that would alert the people inside, and if Alice were really inside, it might cause the other party to react in advance. He wanted to scout for a while first. He walked a circle along the broken walls, carefully inspecting every suspicious spot. The rubble on the ground, collapsed beams, half-buried debris. He didn't let go of any place that could be an entrance. Found it. Beside a dilapidated wall, he discovered an anomaly. That spot on the ground had a small protrusion, looking like a naturally formed mound of earth, but upon careful observation, one could see that its edges were too regular, and the color was also a bit different from other places. Luca crouched down and reached out to press on the protrusion. With a slight force, he pried it. A light click sound was heard. The protrusion was actually lifted off entirely, revealing a pitch-black entrance underneath. It was a staircase leading downwards, the stone steps winding downwards and disappearing into the darkness. Luca stood up, looked at that entrance, and then looked at Garuda circling in the distance. He took a deep breath and descended into the entrance. Chapter 121, Holy Magic Fusion. The place Luca stepped into was a facility completely unlike anything he had ever seen, advanced beyond imagination. Strange mechanical devices lined both sides of the corridor, and transparent crystal pipes snaked along the walls, with glowing liquid flowing inside. Precision instruments were neatly arranged on workbenches, their needles trembling slightly as they recorded data of a kind Luca could not understand. Huge crystal screens were embedded in the walls, with complex runes and numbers flickering across them. It was all too advanced. Humans were still using wooden water wheels and windmills, and monsters relied on their innate talents, but the technology here completely surpassed the current level of both humans and monsters. Just as he took his third step. Woo woo woo, the red lights in the corridor suddenly began to flash violently, and a piercing alarm echoed through the enclosed space. Luca tensed his body instantly, his right hand pressing onto the hilt of the Gog sword, ready for battle. But 1 breath passed, 2 breaths passed, 10 breaths passed. There was no movement. There were no footsteps of synthetic monsters, no sound of angel wings flapping, and no enemies appeared. Luca waited for a moment, somewhat puzzled, and after confirming that the alarm was just a false alarm, he continued deeper into the laboratory. Along the way, he saw quite a few incubation tanks. Those tanks were huge and transparent, filled with light green liquid. Floating within the liquid were various synthetic monsters. And not just monsters. Luca stopped in his tracks, standing in front of one tank, his brows furrowing tightly. The torso of that body was that of a monster, with the muscular structure of some large feline, covered in fur. But its arms were those of an angel, snow-white wings grew from the shoulder blades, hanging listlessly in the liquid. And its head was the face of a monster, eyes closed tightly, its expression so peaceful it looked like it was dreaming a dream from which it would never wake. The fusion of angel and monster, the combination of holy element and magic element. Luca clenched his fists. He continued walking forward and saw more. Some had an angel as the main body, with monster limbs stitched on, others had a monster as the main body, with angel wings and halos embedded. There were others whose original form was completely unrecognizable, they could only be described as some kind of twisted life form forcibly fused together. Their appearance was very twisted. But strangely, most of these incubation tanks had been destroyed by someone. Huge cracks ran from top to bottom, light green liquid had spilled all over the floor, and only a shallow layer remained at the bottom of the tanks. The blinds on the walls were also smashed and deformed, the metal slats twisted out of shape. Someone had been here before him, and caused a scene. The test subjects from the destroyed tanks were now huddled in the corners, looking at Luca timidly. There was no hostility in their eyes, only fear and confusion. Luca was silent for a moment, then crouched down, trying to make his voice sound as gentle as possible. Demon King's Castle, do you know it? Those test subjects nodded slightly. Go there. Luca pointed outside. Someone there will take care of you. The test subjects looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and then stood up one by one, leaving in the direction Luca had pointed. Their footsteps were still a bit unsteady, but they were clear-headed. Luca watched them leave, then continued forward. Talk about being too violent. He examined the surrounding walls. The deeper he went, the more severe the signs of destruction became. The concrete walls were covered in cracks, the metal door frames were smashed and deformed, and in some places, they had even been smashed through completely, revealing the rooms behind. Moreover, Luca noticed a detail. Most of the signs of destruction did not exceed the height of his waist. If it had been destroyed by an adult, the marks would be distributed at different heights, kicks would be below the waist, punches above the chest, and sweeps would cover a wider range. But these marks were all concentrated at a very low height. It was as if someone only as tall as his waist had been rampaging here. A thought flashed through Luca's mind. Could it be Alice? He remembered that within the 6 ancestors' great binding curse, the grown-up Tamamo had said that Alice could use secret arts to evade the seal, but her body size and magic power would shrink drastically, becoming about as tall as her. He looked at those low destruction marks, then at the blinds on the wall that had been smashed into a dent. That height was exactly where Tamamo could reach when she was standing. The corner of Luca's mouth twitched slightly. It is Alice. He was certain. Bypassing the winding corridor, Luca arrived at a huge laboratory. This was clearly the core of the entire facility. The space was open, the dome was several stories high, and all kinds of research facilities were densely packed within it. In the very center stood a huge incubation container, which was empty, with only traces of glowing liquid remaining at the bottom. And in front of a precision instrument, a white figure was standing with her back to him. Her wine-red hair hung down like flames, and pure white wings were slightly folded behind her. Prometheus, as the laboratory door opened, she turned around. Those wine-red eyes landed on Luca, first pausing in a start, and on that face that was always calm and waveless, a trace of surprise finally appeared. How did you break free from the 6 ancestors' great binding curse? Her voice carried undisguised surprise. But Prometheus was indeed Prometheus. At the same time she asked the question, she had already perceived the state of Luca's body. There was almost no magic power fluctuation, and the aura of the spirits had completely disappeared. She understood the situation in an instant. So that's how it is. She nodded, as if verifying some conjecture. Using magic power as the main mimicry source to continuously provide magic power for the seal, while your original body escaped the seal, and came to the outside world. She paused, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. But without magic power, even if you came to the outside world, what kind of combat power could you have? Luca did not answer her question. He just examined Prometheus, quickly assessing the situation in his mind. She was still in an angel projection state, her body composed of holy element, and could not be touched by ordinary attacks. He had to find an opportunity to touch her and kill her in one blow. Compared to that, he asked, where did Alice go? Prometheus smiled slightly, you two are really interesting. Thinking of each other, yet missing each other several times. As soon as she finished speaking, a familiar magic power fluctuation came from outside the corridor. The fluctuation was very weak, far weaker than usual, but that aura that Luca knew too well, was definitely correct. Found you, Prometheus. A small figure rushed in from outside the door. It was a monster, only as tall as Luca's waist. White hair, golden eyes, snake body, but all shrunk. Completely a shrunken version of Alice. She charged in aggressively, hands on her hips, looking up and glaring at Prometheus. Hurry up and undo my seal. Luca looked at that small figure. He really couldn't hold it in. That laugh was soft, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet laboratory. Little Alice turned her head sharply, her golden eyes locking onto him. What are you laughing at? She charged over like a cannonball, slamming her head into Luca's stomach. The force, to be honest, it didn't hurt much. But Luca still cooperated by taking half a step back, looking down at that little head. I'm glad you're okay. He reached out and gently patted her head. The action was very light and gentle, carrying the relief of finally setting down the heart that had been hanging for this period of time. Little Alice was stunned for a moment, then huffed and turned her face away. Of course I'm fine. It's you, you're such a dummy. Luca smiled and did not refute. Prometheus watched this scene, a strange look flashing in her eyes. He used magic power as the main mimicry source to replace his original body in the seal, she said. Your method was to mold a new form, transfer a portion of your power into this new form, and then teleport out of the seal. She shook her head with emotion. Even a seal capable of sealing a god inevitably has loopholes. But she changed the subject. Well, your body has at most 1/10 of its original power, and even combined with the hero, who has lost his spirit power and magic power, your combat strength is insignificant. She raised her hand. There is no need to even call the next generation doll and LaCroix, I alone am enough. As soon as she finished speaking, Prometheus's white clothes began to change. The pure white robe seemed to come alive, beginning to expand, deform, and surge. A massive amount of magic element poured out from her body, intertwining with the existing holy element to form swirling currents of air. Alice's expression changed. Why is this? She blurted out. Why, as an angel, can you release magic element? Magic element, that was a power unique to monsters, the opposite of holy element, something an angel could absolutely never possess. But now, on Prometheus, holy element and magic element were intertwining and wrapping around each other. Prometheus did not answer immediately. She let the two forces surge within her body, letting the white robe be gradually replaced by another form. Then she spoke. Hero, you have seen the hybrids of angels and monsters before, haven't you? Luca's pupils contracted slightly. Those test subjects in the incubation tanks, those lives that had been forcibly fused together, that fusion of angels and monsters. This is the completed work, Prometheus's voice echoed in the laboratory, carrying an indescribable pride. This body is the culmination of the fusion of holy element and magic element. Her body began to undergo drastic changes, emerald vines emerged from under her skin, wrapping around her arms, waist, and legs. Pink flowers bloomed on those vines, and pod-shaped fruits formed. Some ancient, long-extinct plant was reviving on her body. After countless days and nights of biological experiments, I have finally, this long-extinct, miraculous life form hailed as being closest to the primal magic seed. Prometheus raised her head, her wine-red hair fluttering behind her like flames, and the pale golden angel halo above her head still hung there, emitting a soft light. Ancient magic algae, successfully integrated into my own body. The last trace of the white robe dissipated. Prometheus's new form was fully revealed before the two of them. Wine-red long straight hair hung down to her waist, and her red eyes were as cold as ice. Her figure was well-proportioned and perfect, half-wrapped and entwined by thorny emerald vines, pink flowers, and pod-shaped plants. Those vines were like living things, wriggling gently on her body, fused with her flesh and blood. Holy element and magic element, angel and monster, now coexisted within her. Luca's hand pressed onto the hilt of his sword. Little Alice stood in front of him, her small body tensed, her golden eyes full of vigilance. And Prometheus just stood there quietly, looking at them, with that faint, eternal smile on her lips. She said softly, "Let's begin." Chapter 122. The plan to annihilate humanity was formulated by Ilias. Prometheus's new form had just finished manifesting when Alice rushed out. Her small figure was astonishingly fast, slamming a fist into Prometheus's abdomen. A solid sense of impact traveled from her knuckles. Her fist had actually landed a direct hit. Alice was stunned for a moment, then a smug smile appeared on her face. "Didn't expect that, did you? You've filled your whole body with magic element, so you aren't protected by the laws of the holy element." She tilted her little head up, her tail swishing smugly. "Now, even ordinary physical attacks can hit you." She looked Prometheus up and down, eyeing the vines and flowers wrapped around its body, her tone laced with mockery. "Did you grow all that seaweed on your body just for looks?" Prometheus looked down at the punch mark on its abdomen, then raised its head, a faint smile curling at the corners of its mouth. "That's not necessarily true." She raised her hand and said calmly, "I didn't choose to assimilate the factors of powerful monsters, instead, I chose magic algae. It is because I want to pursue something closer to the origin." "Blah blah blah, what are you saying?" Alice waved her hand impatiently. Not only had her appearance reverted to her childhood, but her mindset had also inevitably skewed towards a childish state due to her body. The composure and shrewdness belonging to a demon king were now entirely replaced by a childish impatience. With a flick of her tail, immense power wrapped in the sound of wind slammed toward Prometheus. Prometheus raised its arm and blocked it lightly. The shockwave spread outward, but Prometheus didn't budge an inch. Alice frowned. "Let me handle this." Luca's voice came from behind. As soon as he finished speaking, boom. Luca disappeared from where he stood. In the next instant, he appeared above Prometheus. A magic algae tentacle struck from the side without warning, its speed so fast that its trajectory was almost invisible, but Luca seemed to have anticipated it. He dodged to the side, and the tentacle grazed his clothing, the resulting gale tearing through the air. At the same time, an earthy yellow light condensed on the Gog sword, creating a sense of near-tangible weight. Luca brought the sword down overhead. That strike had no fancy techniques, only pure, mountain-toppling power. The blade tore through the air, emitting a harsh screech, and then slammed hard onto Prometheus's head. Prometheus was smashed into the floor like a cannonball. The hard stone ground was shattered into a huge crater, with cracks spreading in all directions like a spiderweb. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and gravel flew everywhere. Luca landed on the edge of the crater, his eyes locked on the center of the smoke. The smoke slowly dissipated, and the center of the crater was empty. Prometheus's figure had already appeared in the distance, having put some space between itself and Luca. Its breathing was a bit ragged, and a trace of blood seeped from its forehead, but overall, it had not sustained any fatal injuries. Luca looked at that distance with a hint of regret. Failing to finish it off in the first strike, Prometheus had become vigilant, and would no longer go head-to-head with him. Meanwhile, Prometheus was already drenched in cold sweat. The strike just now used the Gog sword, triggering its sealing effect. That power surged into its body, draining a significant amount of its strength, but it didn't cause any fatal injuries. After all, the sealing effect was not a direct killing blow. But Prometheus knew very well. If Luca hadn't used the Gog sword for that strike, but instead used his bare hands or another weapon, its brains would have been blown out. Cold sweat poured down its back, but it maintained that indifferent expression on its face. Fortunately, it had made a decisive choice. The moment it was hit, it used the power of Giliophy, a wind spirit substitute it had developed, to quickly pull away using the impact. Otherwise, if Luca had chased after it, it would be dead. But there was one thing it couldn't figure out. Most of Luca's magic element was sealed, and he could only use a tiny amount. It could understand this, as it knew the strength of that seal better than anyone. But why could he still use the power of the four spirits? And in that instant just now, it clearly sensed that his wind was much faster than the fake wind spirit Giliophy it was using. It finally couldn't help but ask. I clearly sealed the power of the four spirits, yet you can still use the protection of the spirits. Luca looked at it and answered calmly, accept the whispers of nature, accept the invitation of nature, and transform oneself into nature. He paused. Although I don't know why you can use the power of the wind spirit, you are only using the power of the wind spirit as a tool. Prometheus fell silent. This is illogical, it said in a low voice. Nature does not speak. For the first time, a hint of wavering appeared in its tone. As a scientist, a researcher, someone who attributed all phenomena to logic and laws, it instinctively felt a repulsion when faced with such an unexplainable occurrence. Luca's actions and his strength. Alice, who was on the side, spoke up smugly, her little face full of pride. Are not something that can be figured out by someone like you who only relies on logical deduction. Prometheus looked at her, then at Luca. It had already lost the will to fight. The hero's spirits were sealed, his magic element was sealed, yet he was still this powerful. If it continued to fight, it might really die here. It must escape. Or use its trump card here. If you don't want to suffer, hurry up and undo our seal. Alice commanded aggressively, hands on her hips. Prometheus glanced at her. Actually, I can't do that either. Alice was stunned. The six ancestors' great binding curse relies on absorbing the magic element of the sealed target, Prometheus explained. Only when your true body in the subspace loses its magic element, that is, at the moment of death, will this seal be undone. How can that be? Alice's little face fell. Prometheus ignored her and fixed its gaze back on Luca. It seems I miscalculated your combat power. It stared straight at Luca, a certain indescribable light flickering in those wine-red eyes. However, I still have one trump card here. Its hand reached toward its waist and took out a syringe. The syringe was small, but the colorless liquid in the tube was emitting a heart-stopping aura of calamity. Prometheus aimed the needle at its own neck. Just as it was about to plunge it in, a sudden change occurred. Countless rocks burst forth from beneath its feet like vipers, instantly wrapping around its body. Those rocks twisted and writhed, tightening like living creatures, restricting its movements. For an instant. But that instant was enough. Air currents swirled around Luca's feet, and his figure appeared in front of Prometheus as if by teleportation. He reached out with his left hand and gripped its wrist that was holding the syringe. Prometheus's entire arm, along with the hand holding the syringe, was ripped off by Luca. Blood gushed out from the severed stump like a fountain, splashing onto the ground, a shocking sight. Prometheus hadn't even had time to feel the pain. But Luca frowned slightly. Without warning, he swung his sword towards the rear right. A black magic circle suddenly appeared in midair, spreading along his entire right arm, trying to lock his movements. Luca's right hand stiffened, but he immediately swung with even greater force, the blade striking the magic circle and shattering it to pieces. At the same time, his left hand also exerted force. His 5 fingers tightened, crushing Prometheus's severed arm. Under the force spreading from his palm, the syringe dissipated like particles, leaving not even a trace behind. With a dull thud, a figure was slammed against the wall beside the laboratory. It was a blonde girl wearing Gothic-style clothing. She slid down from the wall, brushed the wall dust off her body, and had a look of dissatisfaction on her face. Meanwhile, Prometheus's figure had already been forcibly teleported away by a suddenly appearing magic circle. Mother Fox! She cursed before disappearing. The laboratory was quiet for a moment. Luca's gaze fell on that blonde girl. Her body was permeated with the exact same aura as the one in the syringe just now, that unsettling, calamitous fluctuation. The white rabbit is still in the experimental phase. She shouldn't be allowed to use it just like that. The blonde girl spoke, her tone light and airy. She brushed the dust off her skirt, raised her head, and revealed an exquisite face. Mother Fox, what an uncute name. She frowned slightly. Call me Miss Rabbit, and I would be very pleased. Alice stood at Luca's feet, looking up at this uninvited guest. Foxes aren't cute at all, I agree with that. She nodded her little head in agreement, then changed the subject. So, where did a fake like you pop out from? She stood with her hands on her hips, her golden eyes full of vigilance. Using the alias of the 8th Demon King, Black Alice, to swindle people and packaging yourself as an ancient demon king. Her tone was aggressive. What exactly do you want to do? The blonde girl looked down at her, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. An ominous pressure of magic element radiated from her. That pressure was vast, profound, ancient, and carried a certain indescribable sense of oppression. Alice's legs went slightly weak, and she almost lost her footing. Even if the appearance can be imitated, the magic element can't be fake, right? Black Alice said softly, if that is what you wish, I can show you more of my power. She narrowed her eyes, her smile carrying a hint of danger and playfulness. Alice felt a bit dizzy. But Black Alice was clearly destroyed by the legendary hero Heinrich, she exclaimed. Black Alice's smile faded slightly. Unfortunately. Her gaze became somewhat distant, as if she were recalling something from a long time ago. 500 years ago, on that day, I was indeed killed. Saying this, she looked at Luca. In that instant, there was a trance in her gaze. It was as if she were looking at Luca, yet also as if she were looking through Luca at someone else. Alice keenly sensed that something was wrong with her eyes and shifted her feet, blocking in front of Luca. Then she discovered that she only reached Luca's waist. She turned back, a bit angry. Luca, can't you lower your head? Luca looked down at her and rubbed her head. Black Alice watched this scene and laughed softly. She continued, but before I entered the underworld, I was saved by Lord Ilias. Luca's expression tightened. Ilias, huh? Black Alice tilted her head, as if thinking about how to say it. Speaking of which, Lord Ilias also asked me to bring you a message. She gently lifted her skirt, bowed slightly, and began to speak, imitating someone's tone. Hero Luca. Her voice changed, becoming ethereal, distant, and carrying a certain divine majesty. Ever since you fell into darkness, I have been troubled. Why would a hero who sides with monsters appear? Why do humans never listen to my teachings and insist on establishing relationships with monsters? She paused. Then, I reached a conclusion. Humans who no longer follow the divine oracle have no need to continue existing. The current humanity must be completely purged, and then, a new world must be established. Luca's pupils contracted slightly. Purge humanity. His voice was low. Does that mean killing all humans? Black Alice returned to her original tone and nodded. Yes, to annihilate all humans in the world. This is the will of the goddess. There was heartfelt pleasure in her smile. The goddess wants to destroy humanity, and I am very happy to help her execute it. She raised her hand gently, as if depicting some beautiful scene, creating all kinds of atmospheres for humanity's final moments. Her eyes lit up. This will be a very beautiful feast. Luca did not speak. He remembered what the evil god had said. Although the corrupted Ilias would act according to instinct, her nature would lean toward destruction. He believed that it must be that abominable corruption that caused Ilias to make these decisions. It must not be that she wanted to do this by nature. So have you just become Ilias's lackey like this? Alice's indignant voice interrupted his thoughts. The little demon king clenched her fists, fury burning in her golden eyes. What about your dignity and sense of honor as a member of the demon race? Black Alice looked down at her, the smile on her lips deepening. She laughed softly. Foxes and dogs are both too pathetic. She paused and corrected her seriously. I prefer to be called Miss Rabbit. Alice was furious, her little body trembling. But feeling the vast pressure of magic element on Black Alice, she also clearly knew that she couldn't win right now. She could only grit her teeth and glare fixedly at that smiling face. Black Alice ignored her. Her gaze passed over Alice and landed on Luca. All right, stop your little tricks, she said with a smile. Luca's movements paused slightly. Then, I look forward to our next meeting. The teddy bear in Black Alice's arms suddenly moved. The little doll raised its hand and waved gently. Space began to twist. Black Alice's figure became paler and more blurred. Finally, it disappeared completely. The laboratory returned to silence. Only the lingering magic element fluctuations in the air proved that everything just now was not a hallucination. Just a little bit more, Luca said in a low voice with some regret. Just now, he listened to Black Alice keep talking, partly because he wanted to gather more intelligence, and partly to stall for time. He wanted to use his remaining magic element to perform a space lock so that Black Alice couldn't escape using teleportation magic. Just as he was about to succeed, it turned out she had seen through it. Teleportation magic, what a nuisance. Luca thought to himself. It seems he needs to become more proficient in the space attribute, at least next time. He cannot let them leave so easily just like that. In any case, it's good that you're okay, Alice. He pulled back his thoughts and looked down at the little demon king at his feet. Alice looked up, her golden eyes still retaining the anger from just now, but upon hearing this, the anger subsided slightly. Let's save that for later. She snorted, her little tail swishing. The current task is to investigate this vicinity. She turned around and began to examine the laboratory. This should be the hub of the entire research institute. She pointed at the complex instruments and the huge crystal screens. It might contain the logs of how the two of us were sealed. Luca scratched his head. Ah, yes. He followed Alice's steps and began to search the huge laboratory. Chapter 123, Incomplete Power. After the laboratory quieted down, Luca began to rummage through the surrounding materials. He casually picked up a few heavy books, flipped them open, and saw dense text and charts, various complex symbols and formulas. He recognized every character, but when combined, he couldn't understand them at all. Luca, who had never attended school in his life, wisely put the books down. Alice, meanwhile, was rummaging through cabinets. Her small figure darted between the massive bookshelves, occasionally standing on tiptoe, struggling to reach higher places. After some searching, the two dug out a large pile of silver discs. Those discs were the size of a palm, their surfaces smooth as mirrors, shimmering with a beautiful luster under the lab's lights. They were neatly packed across the entire shelf, estimated to be in the hundreds. Luca picked one up and examined it carefully. This is... There was surprise in his tone. What, do you know something about this? Alice curiously leaned in. Luca was silent for a moment. This world was clearly still at the level of an agrarian society. People used horse-drawn carriages, water wheels, and relied on oil lamps for lighting, yet Prometheus had been able to research such a medium for storing information as a disk. At this point, he was no longer surprised at all. This must be a medium for storing information, he said. Alice nodded thoughtfully. Then, she picked up a disk and stuck out her little tongue to lick it. Luca hurriedly reached out to stop her, but it was too late. A wet trace had been left on the small disk. He quickly pulled two candies from his pocket and held them out to her. If you're hungry, eat this first, he said helplessly, don't eat the disk. Alice rolled her eyes. She snatched the candies, peeled off the wrappers, and stuffed them into her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a little hamster. Then she licked the disk again. Don't bother me, she said, her words slurred with the candy in her mouth. I'm reading the data. Luca, you can read data just by licking it. Is this some new skill for a monster girl? Alice closed her eyes, a serious expression appearing on her small face, as if she were trying to perceive something. October 21st, cultivation issues for cell A10235, X2 replication and separation, preserved according to fetal temperature. She muttered to herself, reciting the information stored on the disk. Luca was dumbfounded. No way, you can really read data just by licking it. He couldn't help but lean in, carefully examining Alice's physical structure. The little demon lord was currently closing her eyes, her small mouth slightly open, the tip of her tongue resting on the disk, looking completely focused. Luca reached out and pinched her small cheek. Alice, open your mouth, he said seriously, let me see if you have any reading tools inside. Did you just eat a disk drive? Alice slapped his wandering hand away. Don't mess around. She glared at him, then continued licking the disk. I still need to keep reading. Luca helplessly withdrew his hand and stood by, watching her. After a while, Alice put down the disk, a thoughtful expression appearing on her small face. It has some investigative value, she said, pointing to the entire rack of disks, but there are too many of them. Looking at the hundreds of disks, Luca also felt a headache coming on. Just then, a sound came from the ceiling. Excuse me, please make way, Demon Lord, a familiar voice came from overhead. Luca looked up at the ceiling, then immediately pulled Alice back a few steps. As soon as the two stepped back, a crack opened in the ceiling. A soft little thing tumbled out of the crack, spun in the air, and landed steadily on the ground. It was Tamamo. But it wasn't the large Tamamo, but a shrunken, small-sized Tamamo, just like Alice. 9 small tails swayed gently behind her, and she looked just like a fluffy doll. Yo, you're both here, she greeted with a smile. Upon seeing her, Alice immediately pointed to the rack of discs and spoke. This room stores a large number of discs used for recording, she said. Tamamo, you know more about this, right? Tamamo walked over, picked up a disc, and without hesitation, put it in her mouth and licked it, her tail swaying slightly. Luca put a hand to his forehead. So it was Tamamo who taught Alice to read discs like this. Tamamo nodded while licking, saying indistinctly, it stores a lot of information, but most of it is encrypted. She took the disc out of her mouth. It was covered in saliva, glistening under the light. If we want to decrypt all of this, it's going to be quite troublesome, she sighed. We'll have to get the whole Fox clan together to decrypt it. Alice nodded and was about to say something, when Tamamo's expression suddenly turned serious. That soft and fluffy feeling vanished, replaced by an unsettling gravity. Compared to that, she put down the disc and swept her gaze across the two faces. I have something more important to report. Luca's heart tightened slightly. Currently, cities and villages all over the world are being attacked by angels and synthetic monsters. Alice's expression changed. Luca's heart skipped a beat. Is my hometown, Ilyashviru, okay? His voice was very calm, but beneath that calm, something was churning violently. Aunt Betty, who had taken care of him in place of his family after his mother died, his friends in the village, the uncles and aunts, the village chief, and the priest in the temple, that old man who was nagging but had always cared for him. For Luca, that village was full of people who were important to him. Tamamo was silent for a moment. That silence lasted only a brief moment, but to Luca, it felt as long as a century. You know, Tamamo finally spoke, her voice low, Ilyashviru is the closest to the Ilias temple. And the angels descended from the temple. Luca's fists clenched. Tamamo didn't continue. Luca already understood. I'm going back to Ilyashviru first. He didn't look at Tamamo or Alice, he just turned and walked out of the laboratory. Tamamo, please look after the Garuda outside. He pulled out the Gog sword, preparing to perform a space jump. Tamamo hurriedly rushed over and grabbed his sleeve. I still have something to say. Luca stopped but didn't turn back. Tamamo took a deep breath and said quickly, didn't you give me the feather of Prometheus, the remains of that dark power, and a trace of purification power to research earlier? Luca's back stiffened slightly. Although I don't understand why, after this period of research, I discovered Tamamo's tone became solemn, the holy element in the feather of Prometheus, and that dark power, are essentially the same power, just as Prometheus said. Luca nodded. He didn't turn back, but that slight nod indicated he was listening. Since Ilias, the embodiment of light, was eroded by dark power, it was only natural that the holy element would mutate, and essentially merge with the dark power. And your purification power? Tamamo paused, her tone carrying a hint of undisguisable confusion. For some reason, it is not complete. Luca finally turned around. He looked at Tamamo, his brows slightly furrowed, not complete. Yes, Tamamo nodded, it's as if a piece was torn away, it is not complete. She looked into Luca's eyes and said word by word. So no matter what you see when you return to Ilyashviru, do not lose your reason. Although purification power restrains dark power, you are wielding an incomplete power. It is best that you do not use purification power right now. Do not be impulsive, right now you cannot contend with that existence you cannot even name. Luca was silent. In those eyes a storm was brewing, but it finally returned to calm. I understand, he said. Tamamo looked at him, wanting to say something more but finally just sighed. She gave Alice a look. Alice understood, and her small figure quickly walked to Luca's side. I will go with you. She looked up, her golden eyes full of determination. Luca looked down at her. On that little face, there was no usual lazy expression, no greedy look when eating, only an unquestionable seriousness. He nodded, reached out, and took her small hand. Luca raised his other hand and swung the Gog sword forward. Space was torn open, creating a rift. On the other side of the rift was the place where he grew up, the place with Aunt Betty, his friends in the village, and all the people who were important to him. The two stepped into the space rift together. The rift slowly healed, leaving only Tamamo standing alone in the laboratory. She looked at the vanished rift, looked at the empty space, her 9 small tails swaying gently behind her. You must stay calm, Luca, she said softly. Then she turned around and looked at the rack of discs. Hundreds of silver discs lay there quietly, waiting to be decrypted. Sigh, she sighed, time for overtime. Chapter 124, Alliance of Sages. Consciousness gradually awakened. The moment Prometheus opened its eyes, the familiar pure white ceiling came into view. It lay on the cold experimental table, its bodily perception gradually returning. A sharp pain came from the severed end of its arm, as if someone were repeatedly stirring the wound with a red-hot iron rod. The shock remaining in its body was still subtly wreaking havoc. With every heartbeat, it could feel the aftermath of that power coursing through its blood vessels. That sword strike had nearly cost it its life. It turned its head and saw a cyan blue figure treating its wound. Laplace was an artificial intelligence mechanical life form created by it. At this moment, Laplace's mechanical arm was weaving through the severed arm, repairing the damaged tissue one by one. The newly born flesh was like being woven by invisible hands, regrowing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Nerves, blood vessels, muscles, skin layer by layer, as precise as if replicating a perfect blueprint. Laplace's body was connected to the entire experimental base, thus it could control various facilities and equipment within the base. At the same time, Prometheus had also endowed it with human-like thinking. Beyond those complex algorithms and logic, there were emotions, hesitation, and curiosity, things that should belong to organic life. Finding the meaning of existence, making its own choices. This was a proposition Prometheus had posed to Laplace. It hoped Laplace could find the answer itself. At this moment, Laplace's cyan blue twin tail swayed slightly with the movement of its mechanical arms. A large mechanical device with an optical drive structure covered its forehead, currently flashing with rhythmic blue light that was high-speed data processing. Beneath the white-gray tight mechanical body was connected to a multi-legged mechanical chassis, its whole body covered in pipelines and mechanical prosthetics, gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the laboratory lights. But there was a hint of concern in those eyes. Prometheus shifted its gaze, sweeping over the other figures beside the experimental table. All members of the Alliance of Sages were present at this moment. In the corner, a black figure stood quietly, as if merging with the shadows. Wearing a black top hat with a wide brim, the brim pressed very low, covering most of its face. A silver-gray long-beaked mask covered its face, revealing only the crimson glowing eye lights embedded in the eye sockets. That light flickered uncertainly, like two burning ghost fires, dancing gloomily in the darkness. The ankle-length black cloak hung to the ground, completely shrouding its figure, making it impossible to tell if it was standing or floating. She was LaCroix, a necromancer, her race being a monster. To delve into her field of research, she had abandoned everything from her past name, identity, and even her dignity as a monster. On the other side, a slender figure leaned against the wall. Deep green straight bangs almost covered half of her brows and eyes, the exposed red eyes were cold as ice, and her skin was so pale it was almost transparent, with faint cyan blood vessels visible beneath the skin. She wore a bright green crop top, revealing a section of plump waist. She was Lucia, a human magic scholar. Prometheus withdrew its gaze, feeling the tingling sensation coming from its severed arm that was the signal of nerve regeneration. Laplace's efficiency was as high as ever. It was estimated that it would be fully repaired in 3 minutes. Just right, while the members of the Alliance of Sages were all here, it could conduct an information exchange. I just faced the Demon King and the hero, Prometheus spoke, its voice calm without a ripple. Due to a misjudgment, I nearly lost my life in the battle. As the words fell, several gazes landed on it simultaneously. Laplace's mechanical arm paused slightly, then continued working as if nothing had happened, but in those optical sensors, the flashing frequency of the data stream was a fraction faster. LaCroix's crimson eye lights flickered once, the rhythm of the flickering changed. Lucia was still leaning against the wall, but those red eyes turned slightly, landing on Prometheus's face. Even if that hero has lost most of his magic power and elf power, he is still superscale powerful. Prometheus paused, recalling the trajectory and power of that sword strike. If you encounter him, you can choose to avoid battle. It raised its head, its gaze sweeping over the 3 faces. Let others have a headache over this target. LaCroix spoke, her voice coming from behind the long-beaked mask, hoarse and low, like something rubbing against sandpaper, or like an echo from deep within a grave. It was Black Alice who teleported you back in your monster state just now. Her crimson eye lights flickered slightly. Then she must also know about the White Rabbit. The voice behind the mask paused. Next, can we no longer monopolize it? Prometheus shook its head. It's good that she knows. Its tone was indifferent. Anyway, her compatibility with the White Rabbit is the highest. Its gaze shifted slightly upward, looking at the light on the ceiling that seemed to never go out. Although I don't know how she discovered the white rabbit, it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, everything we do cannot escape the goddess's eyes. The air was quiet for a moment. Prometheus sat up from the experimental table. It raised its newly born right arm, its 5 fingers slowly closing, opening, then closing, then opening again. The newborn muscles and bones were perfect as before, even tougher than before. It nodded with satisfaction. Then, it began to assign work. The crimson glowing eyelights turned towards it, like 2 burning flames drawing a trajectory in the darkness. You go be responsible for guarding that device. The long-beaked mask nodded slightly, without extra words. The black cloak swayed gently, she had already taken a step back, melting into the deeper shadows. The cyan blue twin tails swayed slightly, optical sensors focused on its face. You are responsible for managing and disposing of the hostages transported from various places. Laplace's mechanical structure made a slight clicking sound. Its optical sensors remained fixed on Prometheus's face, as if waiting for something. Prometheus didn't say anything more. It turned to the last person. Beneath the deep green bangs, Red Eyes watched it quietly, without a ripple. Actually, you don't need to personally go to destroy your hometown, Prometheus said, but as you like. Lucia didn't answer. She just nodded, the movement so light it was almost invisible. Then, she turned and walked out of the laboratory. The slender figure soon disappeared into the shadows of the corridor. The back was straight, the pace steady, without a hint of hesitation. Laplace watched that disappearing back, its mechanical device turning slightly, making a slight clicking sound. Why is Lucia so obsessed with that village in the suburbs? Her voice carried the flatness unique to machines, but beneath that flatness, there was a hint of curiosity that was the human-like thinking Prometheus had endowed her with in operation. She was learning, understanding, trying to read the things that algorithms couldn't explain. Prometheus glanced at her. You are a mechanical life form created directly by me, so you haven't had any experiences. Its tone was calm. To pursue the truth, we often have to abandon some things. It paused, either humanity, or family, or bits and pieces of the past. Laplace's mechanical device flickered slightly. LaCroix abandoned everything from her past to delve into her research field. Prometheus continued, its gaze turning to that silent black shadow in the corner. Her past, her name, her identity as a monster, all abandoned, leaving only the thirst for knowledge behind that mask, driving her to move forward constantly. Laplace's gaze turned to the corner. LaCroix didn't speak, just stood there quietly, like a statue, but those crimson eyelights, the rhythm of their flickering seemed to have slowed down, as if remembering something. And Lucia, Prometheus withdrew its gaze, its voice carrying a trace of indescribable emotion. She believes she hasn't completely parted with the past. She feels she still has attachments, still has those emotions she shouldn't have. It paused, so destroying her hometown is more like a ritual for her. Severing the final ties, letting herself truly become a truth seeker. Laplace was silent for a minute. Those complex mechanical structures operated within her, countless data streams shuttled through her consciousness, analyzing, calculating, understanding. Her optical sensors flickered, as if thinking, and as if confused. Then she spoke, indeed a bit hard to understand, her voice carried a hint of confusion, that was something algorithms couldn't digest. However, it is precisely this chaos and contradiction of humans that makes you love them even more, right? Prometheus was slightly stunned. In those wine-red eyes, for the first time, a look of surprise appeared. Immediately, it laughed softly. It didn't answer, just stood up and exercised its newly born arm. That's it, it said. I also have to go back to work. It walked into the depths of the laboratory. After walking a few steps, it stopped, slightly tilting its head. My white rabbit potion was destroyed by that hero, its voice carried a trace of faint annoyance. I still have to find a way to research another one. Then it continued walking forward. The white figure soon disappeared into the shadows at the end of the corridor. The laboratory quieted down. Only the humming of instruments remained, and the occasional clicking sound of some mechanical operation. LaCroix remained standing in the corner, motionless. Laplace lowered its head, looking at the mechanical arm still stained with Prometheus's blood, then looked at that disappearing back. Chaos and contradiction, huh? She whispered to herself. The mechanical device turned slightly, making a slight clicking sound. Chapter 125, World Mutation. Goblin Girl stood at the shop entrance, watching the small figure before her. Lowly Vampire held a bento box in both hands, extending it toward her, her head tilted slightly to one side, a blush appearing on her cheeks. "Here, your bento box." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. "I didn't make this specifically for you." Goblin Girl took the bento box, her lips curling upward uncontrollably. "You should come out and play once in a while." Lowly Vampire muttered softly, drawing circles on the ground with her toe. "The four of us rarely get together lately, and Small Fry and Barbie are getting lonely too. Next time." Goblin Girl tucked the bento box away and waved at her. "When delivery work isn't so busy." She turned around. "Okay, I'm off." Whoosh, the ground trembled slightly. Lowly Vampire felt a blur before her eyes, and an afterimage had already vanished from her sight. She blinked, watching the long trail of dust kicked up, and sighed helplessly. She runs so fast. Goblin Girl was running. This was the moment she enjoyed most. The wind whistled in her ears, the earth retreated rapidly beneath her feet, and the entire world was left behind her. Hills, plains, forests, all obstacles before her were as good as non-existent. Until she boarded the ship. She leaned over the ship's railing, her face turning green. So even a delivery person had things they weren't good at. After disembarking, she regained her rhythm. Running past the seaside and through the hills, the outline of Yamatai village gradually appeared in her field of vision. She slowed her pace and stopped on a hillside. Time for a break. She sat down on a bluestone, and took out the bento box Lowly Vampire had given her. Opening the lid, the food was neatly arranged inside, specially shaped into cute rabbits. Time to eat. Just as she picked up her chopsticks, a fluffy figure suddenly appeared beside her. Nicomeda had popped out from somewhere, and was squatting next to her, staring intently at the bento box. "Oh, come here, come here." Goblin Girl smiled and beckoned to her. "I prepared your portion too." She took a small dish from the side of the bento box, portioned out some food, and pushed it in front of Nicomeda. Meow! Nicomeda let out a sound, her tail swaying gently, and lowered her head to eat. The girl and the cat sat close together, enjoying the rare, peaceful afternoon. The sunlight warmed them, a gentle breeze brought the scent of grass and wildflowers, and the occasional bird call drifted from afar. Goblin Girl took a bite of a rice ball, and squinted her eyes. Days like this were truly nice. The next second, the air changed. An aura of disaster surged forth from the nearby village. Goblin Girl stood up abruptly, nearly dropping the bento box. All of Nicomeda's fur stood on end, her tail stiffened straight, and her eyes were filled with terror. That was the instinct of a monster, the most primal warning against an incoming, lethal crisis. Then, from the direction of Yamatai village, came the wails of the villagers. The sounds were heart-wrenching, mixed with screams of terror and despair. Goblin Girl's face instantly turned pale. She grabbed the bento box and stuffed the remaining food into her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a ball. "Go, let's go." She shouted incoherently, grabbed Nicomeda with one hand, and the two turned into blurs, sprinting toward Yamatai village. The setting sun shone through the stained glass windows, casting mottled light and shadows in the palace library. Books were neatly arranged on the shelves, the gold-stamped letters on their covers shimmering slightly in the light. King of St. Ilia sat on a soft velvet sofa with a picture book spread across his lap, a loving smile on his face. And so, the prince and princess lived happily ever after. He closed the book and looked at the two little ones beside him. The purple pixies spun in the air, flapping her wings excitedly. "Read the next picture book quickly." The gray pixies also leaned in, pointing her tiny finger at the bookshelf. Read the next one," her voice was soft and sweet. "Heinrich's Big Adventure. I want to hear that one. King of St. Ilya smiled and reached for the book. Bang. The door was violently pushed open. A soldier rushed in, his armor clashing with a harsh sound. His breathing was ragged, his forehead covered in sweat, and he didn't even stop to salute. "Your Majesty." His voice was trembling. "This is an emergency, please forgive my rudeness, but a massive group of monsters has appeared in the outer city." King of St. Ilya's hand stopped in midair. And the soldier swallowed hard. Many of the individuals among them cannot even be found in the monster encyclopedia. Do monsters not even recorded in that encyclopedia really exist? King of St. Ilya put down the book and stood up. "In any case, immediately that guy's accomplices are here." A tiny voice interrupted him. The purple pixie shrank against his shoulder, her tiny body trembling, forgetting to even flap her wings. Her large eyes were filled with terror, tears welling up in them. "The forest where we lived." Her voice was intermittent. "There was a guy there who would eat everyone." The gray pixies also hid behind her, revealing only her two terrified eyes. "Our friend, the hero, defeated her." The purple pixies looked up at King of St. The feeling right now is exactly the same as that guy. King of St. Ilya's expression instantly darkened. To be able to terrify the innocent pixies to this extent. He looked at them now, the purple pixies was deathly pale, and the gray pixies' wings were trembling. It seemed the situation was definitely not simple. In the throne room, King Sabesa was reviewing memorials. Sunlight poured down from the high windows, gilding him in gold. His expression was focused, occasionally writing a few lines of comments on the documents. "Your Majesty." The door was violently pushed open, and Knight Commander rushed in. His armor was still covered in dust from outside, clearly having sprinted all the way here. "An emergency has occurred, so I brought the messenger in." Behind him followed someone dressed as a soldier. King Sabesa looked up, his gaze sweeping over the messenger. "What is it?" The messenger knelt on one knee, head lowered, his voice hurried. "Your Majesty, a massive monster army is heading south. It is estimated that they will arrive at the border soon." "Is that so?" King Sabesa stood up and walked slowly down the steps. "Thank you for your hard work in reconnaissance." He walked up to the messenger and placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. The next instant, a flash of sword light passed. The messenger's chest was pierced by the sword, and blood gushed out. The messenger's body convulsed violently, and then that body was suddenly engulfed by darkness. Black mist surged from the wound, rapidly spreading over the entire body, completely devouring that twisted face. When the black mist dissipated, only a completely different figure remained in place. A black cape, crimson pupils, long pink hair. She looked down at the sword wound in her chest, an expression of surprise appearing on her face. "Ah, vampire, see could it be?" Knight Commander stumbled back in shock, fumbling to draw his sword, but the pressure radiating from the vampire pressed down on him like a physical weight. He felt as if his blood were freezing, his limbs turning cold. He could barely hold his sword steady. "Ah, why were you able to see through my disguise?" Vampire Camilla tilted her head, her tone full of confusion. "I thought my transformation was perfect enough." "No matter how perfect the disguise, it cannot hide your stench of blood." King Sabesa withdrew his sword, and looked at her coldly. Blood dripped from the blade onto the floor with a faint pattering sound. His brain was racing. These vampires had long since infiltrated the royal city. He could perceive a faint, lingering aura of darkness all around. There were probably about 30 of them mixed into the city. The news of the monster army heading south was likely true. He did not hesitate. "Everyone, evacuate Sabesa Royal City immediately." He commanded in a deep voice, his tone filled with unquestionable authority. "And lock down the royal city, trapping the vampires inside." Knight Commander was stunned. Not a single one of these guys can be let out. King Sabasa's gaze swept over him. Take all your forces to deal with the monsters heading south. The command of the entire army is handed to you. Remember, don't forget to request reinforcements from the allied nations. Ah, understood. Knight Commander replied instinctively, but then looked at him with concern. But your majesty, what about you? If I leave, the vampires will pursue. King Sabasa raised his sword, facing off against Camilla. His posture remained upright, but only he knew how intense the pressure was when facing a high vampire. His heart was pounding violently, and every nerve was screaming of danger. But he did not retreat. Prepared to die in battle, he stared straight at the vampire, wanting to stall her pace, and buy even one more second for the reinforcements. Knight Commander was still hesitant. But for us to retreat, your majesty, go quickly. King Sabasa shouted, his voice echoing in the hall like thunder. This is the king's order. Soldiers of Sabasa, rather than the king, you should prioritize protecting the people. Knight Commander's eyes reddened. Yes, understood. He turned and strode away. The sound of clashing armor gradually faded into the distance. Camilla didn't even glance at him. Her gaze remained fixed on King Sabasa, some strange light flickering in those crimson pupils. Ha, humans actually possess such spirit. She couldn't help but lick her lips, her tongue grazing the corners of her mouth, leaving a moist trace. You must be delicious. King Sabasa chuckled. What a pity, he said, his sword tip pointed steadily at her. The royal families of every nation possess bodies that have undergone baptism. We are of noble blood, and cannot be tainted by monsters. That is the rule. He paused. For someone like me, in whose veins monster blood already flows, this isn't a pleasant rule, but as it stands, it is fortunate that I will not be reduced to your plaything. A look of disappointment appeared on Camilla's face. How disappointing, she sighed. So that's why Elizabeth knew this, and handed the king over to me to deal with. The sound of the massive city gates closing echoed from afar, and immediately after, a dazzling magical light ignited at the gates, rapidly spreading across the entire city wall to form a massive barrier. Ah, so there's a device like that, too. Camilla glanced back, her tone still relaxed. It will take us some time to unravel the barrier. Vampires eyeing Sabasa had already anticipated a situation of this scale. King Sabasa pointed his sword at Camilla, his gaze passing over her to sweep across the hall. In those shadows, one could vaguely see lurking figures. Dozens of high-ranking vampires were trapped inside this barrier with him. The odds of victory were slim, but he smiled. Come, vampires. His voice was as steady as a mountain. My life is not something you can take so easily. Grand Noah City. The setting sun dyed the spires of the royal city gold. On the wide streets, pedestrians came and went, peddlers hawked their wares, and everything was as usual. Queen Noah strolled along the palace corridor, a look of lingering enjoyment still on her face. Behind her followed Dullahan and Cerberus, one on the left and one on the right, guarding her side. That elf swordsman's swordsmanship was excellent, Queen Noah said, reminiscing about the match just now, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Her future is limitless. That elf swordsman is named Rona. Cerberus replied. She is my opponent tomorrow. She paused, a smile curling the corners of her lips. Since she is a strong fighter that even your majesty admires, let me give it my all against her. Queen Noah turned around and looked at her playfully. She might end up suffering a crushing defeat against you, Cerberus. She blinked. Please go easy on her. Cerberus was just about to answer your majesty. Dullahan suddenly stepped forward, blocking Queen Noah's path. Her voice was urgent, the smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by unprecedented gravity. Please return to your room immediately. Her hand was already pressed against the hilt of her sword. An uninvited guest has intruded into this place. Cerberus was slightly taken aback, then twitched her nose. Her brows furrowed. There is some foul odor nearby. It's like machine oil and rotting flesh. She turned to look around. What are the guards doing? Queen Noa did not hesitate in the slightest. She knew these two guards, anything that could make them both wear such expressions was definitely no small matter. Understood. She turned and left, her pace swift. I leave it to you. Soon, her figure disappeared into the depths of the palace. Dullahan and Cerberus stood shoulder to shoulder, their backs to the direction the queen had left. Not far ahead, a twisted figure was slowly approaching. It was a monster. Her body was asymmetrical, like a toy forced together. A mechanical body, with exposed conduits and gears sticking out, sparks occasionally bursting from her joints. Her movements were eerie and stiff, and every step carried the harsh sound of metal grinding. Halt, uninvited guest! Cerberus shouted, her voice echoing in the empty corridor. Take one more step forward, and we cannot guarantee your safety. Dullahan drew her sword, the blade pointing directly at the figure. I stake my honor and my life, I will not let you take another step forward. The mechanical Lamia stopped. She tilted her head, observing the two with her one intact eye. Ahaha, to think I would encounter monsters acting as lapdogs for humans here, too. Her gaze fell upon them, filled with undisguised contempt. It fits the identity of an old-school monster perfectly. Glangard City. The light in the study was warm and soft. King Grangord sat behind a large desk, holding a report, his brows slightly furrowed. This month's timber import volume. He muttered to himself, turning a page, is 12% less than last month. The Ant Queen listened intently from the side, nodding from time to time. The next second, her brows knitted together sharply. Without any warning, she stepped forward, blocking in front of King Grangord, completely shielding him, and the desk behind her. What are you doing here, Spider Queen? Her voice was sharp and filled with hostility. The surrounding space began to shake. The air twisted, the light twisted, and even the candlelight on the desk flickered violently. Then, a massive figure appeared out of thin air before them. 8 furry long legs, a pitch-black body, and crimson compound eyes. It was the Spider Queen, the taboo of the insect race, a symbol of calamity cast out from the tribe. Ah, a monster. King Grangord was frozen in place with fear. He wanted to move, but his legs were as heavy as if filled with lead. The magical pressure radiating from the Spider Queen seemed to make his blood freeze, and every breath became difficult. The Ant Queen's brows furrowed even tighter. The Spider Queen was no pushover. She had once been the queen of the insect race, yet she had turned on her own kind to satisfy her predatory desires. Her cruelty and madness had long been regarded by the insect race as a symbol of calamity. She had not come here to bring love and peace, naturally. There were no superfluous words. The Ant Queen extended her sharp claws, her figure flashing as she lunged at the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen did not move. A scorching wave of heat surged from behind her, and flames hot enough to melt rock struck the lunging Ant Queen squarely. The Ant Queen was sent flying, slamming heavily against the wall. The stone wall was smashed into a massive crater, with cracks spreading like a spider web. She slid to the ground, gasping for air, her body melted in many places, revealing the charred, tender flesh underneath. How is this possible? Her voice was filled with disbelief. The Spider Queen chuckled softly. She moved her 8 long legs, slowly advancing. This is the new power I have obtained. She leaned down, her crimson compound eyes staring at the Ant Queen, her mouth splitting into a cruel smile. I prefer to eat raw, she said. I will be careful not to let you get roasted. Above the sea of clouds, at the pinnacle of the temple, golden light poured down from the firmament, illuminating the sanctuary floating in the void. Massive circular columns supported the dome, each carved with reliefs of angels. In the deepest part, a figure sat high upon the throne, golden hair falling like a waterfall, ice-blue eyes gazing emptily into the distance. Black Alice stood below the throne, a smile curling her lips. "It has begun, Lady Ilias." Her voice was light. A truly joyous party. Ilias, upon the throne, nodded slightly, not speaking. Black Alice continued, "The regions assigned to us are Sabesa and Glangard, the two nations with the strongest military power among the 4 central countries. I sent over queens who excel at combat, and they occupied them quite easily." She looked up at the silent figure on the throne. "Why not just hand the remaining 2 countries over to us as well?" Ilias spoke. The voice was ethereal and distant, like an echo from another world, devoid of any emotion. "Eden needs to do some things as well." Black Alice scoffed, "That third one." She shook her head, her tone full of mockery. "Even when it comes to doing evil, she rushes to be the one to do it." Ilias ignored her sarcasm. "You did well in preventing Prometheus from injecting the white rabbit." Black Alice's smile stiffened slightly. "Lady Ilias, I do not understand what you are saying." "No, you do." Ilias's voice remained calm. "Do what you are supposed to do. Do not let me down with this task." Black Alice lowered her eyes, a flash of deep weariness passing through them, but she masked it well. Her smile remained perfect, her posture still elegant. 500 years ago, she was rescued from the underworld by Ilias. Since then, they had met very few times, and had exchanged even fewer words. It was precisely because of this that she was somewhat unable to grasp Ilias's intentions. What was this taciturn, reclusive goddess thinking? What did she want? Although this greatly increased her freedom, she always felt a sense of wariness. She lifted the hem of her skirt and bowed slightly. "I obey your command." Then, she turned and left. Chapter 126. Sylph is still very useful. When Luca and Alice stepped out of the spatial rift, nothing but a scene of devastation met their eyes. Nothing was left intact. Roof beams lay horizontally amidst the charcoal ash, and charred, broken wood was stacked in an interlaced mess, resembling the skeleton of some giant creature. The once warm home was now reduced to these twisted remains, casting hideous shadows under the afternoon sun. A vast forest was filled with burnt trees. Those trees that once had lush branches and leaves, sheltering the village from wind and rain, were now nothing but bare, charred trunks, like tombstones planted in the earth. Some trunks were still emitting wisps of smoke, and the air was filled with a pungent, burnt odor. Ash drifted in the air. Black, fluttering fragments descended from the sky like snowflakes, landing on Luca's shoulders, in his hair, and on his eyelashes. He stood there, motionless, letting the ash cover his entire body. Strangely, Luca did not see a single charred corpse. His gaze swept across the ruins, across the charred roof beams, across the collapsed walls, and across the corners that were once filled with laughter. There were no corpses, no human bones, no remains of any life. He closed his eyes and expanded his perception. He sensed a remnant of magical fluctuation slowly overflowing from every corner of the ruins, like an invisible net covering the entire area of the village. Without a doubt, it was teleportation magic. That teleportation magic had covered the entire village. Before the flames consumed everything, before the angel's judgment descended, someone had used teleportation magic to transport everyone in the village away. Luca opened his eyes, his tense shoulders relaxing for a moment. But he did not rush to track the destination of that teleportation magic. He looked up at the several figures circling in the air. They were hovering above the ruins, their golden wings refracting blinding light under the sun. One of the figures was particularly striking, larger than the other angels, with a more intense aura and a stronger presence. When that figure descended, the other angels automatically scattered to the sides, as if welcoming some important personage. "My, you used large-scale teleportation magic to transport the villagers away." A cold, clear female voice came from the sky. Her jewel-blue long hair cascaded down to her shoulders like a waterfall, and her forehead was adorned with a golden leaf-shaped circlet that glittered in the sunlight. A golden halo hovered above her head, emitting a soft and holy light. Her light purple eyes were cold. She wore a draped, pure white robe with its hem gently fluttering in the wind, and 3 pairs of fluffy golden wings were spread behind her, each feather glowing with a holy aura. She looked at Luca, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Filthy hero. Luca did not clarify. He did not say, "That wasn't me, someone else saved the villagers." He just looked at the angel before him, looking at her holy face, her haughty expression, and the cold disdain in her eyes. Although no one was injured. His voice was calm to the point of indifference, "But you destroyed my hometown, which makes me very uncomfortable." Lanalu tilted her head slightly, as if she had heard something interesting. "This is my job." Her tone was matter of fact. "I am the Archangel Lanalu, and my duty is to punish sinners." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the ruins at her feet. "The people of this village are truly interesting. They were all people who ran away while calling out the name of Lady Ilias." She shook her head gently, as if feeling pity for those foolish mortals. "It is a pity that they were all transported away." As soon as she finished speaking, her body began to change. Beneath that holy, pure white robe, something was wriggling, expanding, and tearing. Her right hand transformed into a giant Venus flytrap filled with sharp teeth, its green leaves covered in eerie patterns, with slime dripping from between its teeth. Her left hand turned into a pink tentacle, soft and twisted, its surface covered in suction cups, swaying slowly in the air. The white robe on her lower body tore open, revealing octopus-like tentacles beneath, thick, pale tentacles, with countless suction cups opening and closing, writhing and wiggling in the air. And that jewel-blue long hair, every single strand came alive, turning into small, venomous snakes, hissing and flicking their tongues, their scarlet eyes fixed intently on Luca. "But it doesn't matter." Lanalu's voice remained cold. "After I finish you off, I will find them all and punish them slowly." Those Venus flytraps, tentacles, and snakes were all swaying gently with her words, as if anticipating the coming feast. Luca gripped the sword in his hand. "Are you done talking?" He drew the Gog sword, the blade reflecting a dark light under the sun. "I will stop you," he said. "I won't let you harm another village." Lanalu's smile deepened. The snakes hissed, the tentacles slowly rose, and the Venus flytrap opened its maw filled with sharp teeth. In the next instant, Luca exerted force through his legs. The soil beneath his feet suddenly caved in, exploding into a deep crater. His figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a white sonic boom trail in the air. Lanalu's smile froze on her face. She only saw a black shadow rapidly enlarging in her vision, only felt a terrifying aura rushing towards her, and only had time to let her light purple eyes widen slightly. A flash of sword light passed. The Gog sword swept across her neck without the slightest resistance. Lanalu's body stiffened. Those Venus flytraps, tentacles, and snakes all stiffened. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. Then her body turned into countless particles of light, like shattered fireflies, slowly dissipating in the air. The other angels beside her also turned into particles just like her. Those light particles drifted down, landing on the ruins, on the charred tree trunks, and on Luca's shoulders. Luca landed back on the ground and sheathed his sword. Alice's voice came from behind. Her small figure hurried to his side, her golden eyes filled with worry. In that instant just now, she hadn't even managed to keep up. She looked at Luca's back, at his hand gripping the sword, and at his slightly heaving shoulders. That tyrannical, suppressed aura of anger that was almost overflowing, she could feel it. "At least the people in the village are fine." She gently held Luca's hand. Luca looked down at her. The storm in his eyes calmed a little the moment he saw her. "She should be thankful she is an angel." His voice was still calm, but beneath the calmness, something was churning. "Currently, I can only use the Gog sword to cause them damage." He paused. "I really didn't want her to disappear so easily." Alice did not reply, she just squeezed his hand tighter. After a moment of silence, she spoke up to break the oppressive atmosphere. "Let's find out who used the teleportation magic to save the villagers first." She hesitated for a moment, looking at the scorched earth, and ash covering the ground, a clear look of disgust appearing on her small face. "I really don't want to lie on the ground and lick the ash-covered dirt." Luca was slightly stunned, then he chuckled softly. He knew what Alice meant. It wasn't that she was hungry and wanted to taste the dirt, but that she wanted to determine the source of the teleportation magic through the residual magic in the soil. "I'll do it," he said. Alice looked up in surprise. "Didn't Prometheus use a worldwide sealing barrier to disperse your spirit power?" she asked. "With Sylph and the others not inside you, doesn't this affect your perception?" "It has some effect. For example." Luca thought for a moment. "For example, I can't hear little Sylph's noisy voice anymore." Alice was stunned for a moment. Then she realized and stared at him with wide eyes. "Doesn't that mean there's no effect at all?" She couldn't help but raise her voice, her small tail flicking. "Then what's the point of Prometheus going to such great lengths to set up a world-class barrier to disperse the four spirits?" Luca shrugged. "Let's go," he said. "Let's go see how the villagers are doing first." Alice's eyes brightened. "You sensed it. Hidden Village, Enrica." Luca nodded, his gaze looking into the distance. "There is residual magic there that is exactly the same as here." He was very familiar with that magic. Warm, gentle, and carrying a certain indescribable sense of intimacy. "It seems Auntie saved the villagers," he said with some relief. Alice pondered for a moment. "Michaela, huh?" She looked into the distance, then looked at Luca beside her. "Then, let's go." Luca nodded. The two stood side by side and stepped into the torn spatial rift. Chapter 127, Ancient Legend. Once they entered the gates of Hidden Village Enrica, Luca and Alice felt an atmosphere completely different from the outside world. Tranquil, peaceful. The village paths were lined with unknown trees, their branches lush and interwoven overhead, forming a green canopy. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with the scent of grass and flowers, along with a faint, calming aura. But what was most striking were the figures patrolling. They were slender with slightly pointed ears, wearing light leather armor and carrying longbows or rapiers as they patrolled the village. Their steps were light and silent, their gazes vigilant, but when they saw the two strangers, Luca and Alice, they showed no hostility, merely nodding in greeting. One of the elves approached and said in a calm tone, "Michaela is waiting for you inside. Please follow me." Luca nodded and followed. Passing through the village path, the view suddenly opened up. A small plaza appeared in their field of vision. The plaza wasn't large, paved with bluestone, and surrounded by various flowers and plants. At this moment, many people were gathered there. Those faces were all too familiar to Luca. The people of Iliashviru. Uncles and aunts were gathered in small groups, some sitting, some standing, their faces still wearing the bewilderment of those who had survived a catastrophe. Young people were helping move things aside, while children played in the corners. They didn't yet understand what had happened, and as long as they had companions, everywhere was a paradise. The elderly sat under the trees, whispering to one another. There were also priests and soldiers from Ilia's temple, wearing the attire Luca was all too familiar with, but now they all sat in a corner of the plaza with varied expressions. Several injured people lay on makeshift beds, being treated with magic by a few elves. The elves' techniques were gentle and skilled, pale green light flowing slowly over the wounds. Luca's gaze swept across the crowd, across those familiar faces, and the string in his heart that had been pulled tight for so long finally loosened. Everyone was alive. Everyone was alive. A familiar voice came from the crowd. Luca turned his head and saw a middle-aged woman walking quickly toward him. That figure, that face, that way of walking, it was exactly as he had engraved in his remembrance. Aunt Betty walked up to Luca and looked him over. Her eyes were full of concern and relief, her gaze traveling from the top of his head to his feet, and then back again, as if she wanted to make up for all the parts she hadn't seen in these past days. "You're safe." She reached out, pinched Luca's arm, patted his shoulder, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. "It's been so long, it looks like you've been eating well," she said with a smile. "You've grown so tall and strong, how handsome." Luca scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Aunt Betty, as long as you're all okay, he said. Aunt Betty sighed with emotion. Thanks to Ms. Her gaze became somewhat distant, as if recalling the danger from not long ago. Angels suddenly attacked us. Her tone still carried a trace of lingering fear. We thought we were done for. We were all doing our own things in the village when those things suddenly appeared in the sky, white wings, golden halos. They looked incredibly holy, but their eyes, they were cold enough to make one shiver. She paused, then the ground suddenly lit up, and before we could react, when we opened our eyes, we were in this strange place. When we were first teleported here, everyone was bewildered, not knowing what had happened. Then these beautiful elven ladies came over and explained that it was Ms. Michaela of Enrica, who had teleported us to Enrica while we were under attack. She shook her head, an incredulous expression on her face. I never knew there was a place called Enrica near Iliashviru. Alice, who was nearby, interjected, using wide-range teleportation magic in that situation. What impressive magic power. Only then did Aunt Betty notice the small figure beside Luca. She lowered her head, saw the white-haired, golden-eyed girl, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my, what a cute young lady. She bent down, took a small bag from her bosom, and handed it to Alice. Here, have some maltose. Alice's eyes brightened instantly. Why, thank you. She took the maltose and impatiently stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a little hamster, her golden eyes squinting in happiness. Aunt Betty watched her, smiling even more happily. Luca and Aunt Betty smiled at each other and continued chatting. With a disaster like this, we should have prayed to Ilias. Aunt Betty's voice lowered, her tone carrying complex emotions. But isn't all of this the work of Ilias herself? Luca fell silent. Aunt Betty sighed. At least I didn't have much devout faith. She looked at a corner of the plaza, her gaze filled with pity. But the blow to them is too great. Luca followed her line of sight. In the corner of the plaza, a group of priests and temple guards were gathered. They were sitting or standing, but all had the same expression on their faces. Their eyes were hollow, their lips slightly quivering, muttering something to themselves. What did we do wrong? Those fragmented, intermittent whispers drifted in the air, like a group of empty shells that had lost their souls. Luca sighed. He didn't know what to say. Those priests, those guards, they had devoutly believed in Ilias their whole lives, dedicating everything to the temple. And now, to have them accept the fact that the god is going to destroy humanity, this blow was more fatal than any blade. He bade farewell to Aunt Betty, and walked toward the depths of the plaza. Michaela's residence was located in the deepest part of the village, a small, inconspicuous wooden cabin. The moment he pushed open the door, Luca saw that familiar figure. Michaela was sitting at the table, where 3 tea sets were already laid out. Steam rose in curls from the teapot, carrying a faint tea fragrance. It had clearly just been brewed. Luca walked in, and looked at her sincerely. Thank you. If you hadn't saved everyone from Iliashviru, I truly don't know what would have happened. Michaela looked up at him. In those eyes there were complex emotions, relief, lament, and a trace of faint fatigue. Being able to save everyone just in time, she said softly, is one of the few fortunate things I've had in so many years. She motioned for the two to sit down. You must have many questions. She began. Forgive me for being vague before. There are some things that I didn't want to say, but couldn't, or rather didn't dare to. Luca nodded without urging her. Michaela picked up her teacup, took a light sip, and began to tell her story. First, let's start with this village. She raised her hand and pointed out the window. This village is the isolated Enrica, where most of the residents are monsters, with elves being the majority, as I'm sure you've already discovered. Luca nodded. Most of them are elves who hate the conflicts of the world. They don't like war, they don't like fighting, they only want to live quietly, so they chose to live in seclusion here, away from the world's disputes. She paused. In addition, there are a few fallen angels here as well. Luca asked curiously, fallen angels? Fallen angels are angels who have ended up in the human world due to various factors, Michaela explained. In the heavenly realm, although rare, there are indeed angels who hold different opinions from Ilias due to various factors. They were expelled from the heavenly realm and moved to the surface, so they are called fallen angels. Luca looked at her. You are a fallen angel too, aren't you? He could feel the faint fluctuation of the holy element on Michaela. Although sparse, it was indeed present. It was different from ordinary monsters and different from humans. Michaela nodded slightly. Yes, I am a fallen angel. Her gaze became distant. I am a fallen angel upon this human earth, and at the same time, I am an existence known as the first angel. I am the older sister among the angel sisters first created by Ilias. She looked at Luca, her expression gentle. I am your mother's older sister. Luca nodded. He had already learned some of the facts from Tamamo and the evil god, so he didn't show too much surprise at this moment. Michaela looked at him, a flash of surprise appearing in her eyes. What's wrong? She teased. Are you not surprised about your origins? I have already learned some of the facts from Tamamo, as well as the evil god, Luca explained. Michaela was slightly taken aback. She was naturally familiar with Tamamo, one of the 6 ancestors of the demon race, who had used secret arts to bear the side effects, and escaped the 6 ancestors' great binding curse. But the other name Luca mentioned caused the expression on her face to freeze for a moment. The evil god. Her voice carried a trace of disbelief. When did you see him? Inside the 6 ancestors' great binding curse, Luca said. Not long ago in the Demon King's castle, Alice and I were sealed by Prometheus using the 6 ancestors' great binding curse. After being sealed into another dimension, I performed spatial jumping and jumped into the space of the evil god. Michaela fell silent. She looked at Luca, her gaze complex. She wasn't surprised that he could perform spatial jumping. After all, Luca had inherited Lucifina's bloodline, so possessing that ability was a matter of course. Rather, there was nothing Luca could do that would surprise her. But the evil god. That existence, sealed away for countless eons. Did the evil god say anything to you? Luca was about to speak. You met the evil god. Alice, who was nearby, jumped up abruptly, her small face filled with shock. Why didn't you tell me? Luca glanced at her, then looked up at the ceiling. Because the things the evil god spoke of cannot be revealed to the outside world. He shook his head and pointed to the sky. She is watching us. Alice froze. She followed Luca's finger to look at the sky, but there was nothing there, only the rafters of the wooden cabin. But her expression changed. She understood what Luca meant. Michaela nodded thoughtfully. That explains so many things. She set down her teacup and took a deep breath. Then, let me explain how everything happened from my perspective. Her voice became low, carrying the weight of the ages. This world was born 1 billion years ago. At that time, this world was still a chaotic void, with the holy element and magic element constantly circulating, condensing, and separating within this realm. Then, light and darkness separated. Michaela's gaze drifted into the distance, as if looking back at that remote era. Born from the light was the goddess Ilias, born from the darkness was the evil god Alice Fitz. She paused. At first, Ilias used her own holy element to shape a pair of twin avatars. These twins were the original angel sisters, Michaela and Lucifina. Luca listened quietly. Those twins were his mother and his aunt. After that, the goddess kept experimenting, creating many angels. Although the subsequent angels had different forms and possessed their own consciousness, these angels were all composed of the same holy element, bearing the mark of Ilias. There was a hint of complex emotion in Michaela's tone. Ilias was not satisfied with this. What she wanted was an existence that was similar to her, yet different. Luca asked. Why did Ilias want to find such an existence? Michaela glanced at him. Perhaps out of loneliness, she said. The evil god Alice Fitz is the embodiment of darkness, having no intersection with light. They are natural opposites and cannot, and will not come together. Although Ilias created us, we are ultimately a part of her, an extension of her, rather than an independent other. She wanted someone she could converse with, the other in the true sense. Luca was silent for a moment. Then he shook his head. That is not the case. Michaela and Alice froze simultaneously. Both looked at Luca, their eyes filled with confusion. Feeling those two gazes, a strange sense of satisfaction welled up in Luca's heart. So this is what it feels like to be a riddle maker. After everything is over, I will tell you the truth, he added, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Alice glared at him, but Michaela just smiled without pressing further. She continued, later, Ilias began to guide the animals on the ground. She kept selecting creatures similar to herself, constantly weeding out others, conducting a long experiment. After hundreds of millions of years of experimentation, Ilias finally chose primates. Subsequently, the goddess further distinguished the primates, and after long efforts, humans finally evolved. Alice couldn't help but ask, why didn't Ilias use her divine power to just mold a human directly? Wouldn't that be more convenient? Michaela shook her head. Due to the nature of the holy element, the goddess cannot directly interfere with genes. She paused and added, and due to the nature of the magic element, the evil god Alice Fitz can directly interfere with species genes, so the birth of the 6 ancestors was far simpler than the birth of humanity. Alice's eyes lit up. As expected of the first generation. She proudly lifted her small head. Her ability is just more powerful than Ilias's. Michaela smiled gently. It's not a matter of ability, she explained. It is merely the difference in the properties of the holy element and the magic element. The holy element has a unique aspect when it comes to interfering with the soul. Alice nodded thoughtfully. Michaela continued, at the same time, the evil god Alice Fitz also created existences similar to her own avatars. At the same time, she also fused her own genes with those creatures capable of surviving independently on the earth, creating 6 powerful monsters, which are the beings known as the 6 ancestors. Later, for reasons unknown, the evil god Alice Fitz stopped concerning herself with worldly affairs, leaving the monsters to do as they pleased on the earth. Those created monsters lost their restraints, and began to kill, and destroy wantonly, eventually leading to a war with the heavenly realm. That was the Holy Magic War. Her voice lowered, you both know the outcome of the Holy Magic War. The evil god Alice Fitz and the 6 ancestors were sealed, those tyrannical monsters were executed, and the world entered a period of peace. Alice muttered quietly on the side, although I am the Demon King, I've only heard fragmented ancient rumors. Tamamo didn't even tell me what was true or false. Michaela glanced at her and continued, after the Holy Magic War, Ilias also kept to herself, and we rarely saw her. Then, various increasingly absurd and contradictory orders began to come from the temple. Her brow furrowed slightly. Your mother, Lucifina, was already dissatisfied with Ilias because of the events during the Holy Magic War. At that time, Ilias threatened to destroy the world, forcing the evil god and the 6 ancestors to voluntarily be sealed. Lucifina felt this was a despicable, low-class tactic. Later, Ilias even saved the Demon King Black Alice and made Black Alice work for her. Luca's brow twitched. Black Alice. What did she do for Ilias? Manage the magic element in the world, Michaela said. Keep the holy element and magic element in balance. We don't know why she wanted to do such things, Michaela continued. Lucifina felt that Ilias had gone mad, exposing her true nature, and that perhaps one day when she was in a bad mood, she might even want to destroy humanity. Therefore she defected from the heavenly realm, and Ilias ordered me to hunt her down. Michaela's voice paused for a moment. I hesitated at the time, because I also felt something was wrong with the goddess. She lowered her eyes. Then, she ordered me to kill Lucifina, and right after, she ordered me to leave the heavenly realm as well. I also felt she had gone mad at the time. She looked up at Luca. After your mother descended to the earth, she wandered for hundreds of years. Finally, she met a human hero, Marcellus, and fell in love with him. Perhaps tired of it all, she decided to live as a human. She sealed her powers, gave up her long life as an angel, and chose to live a short life as a human. Her gaze softened. At the very last moment, she died as a human. Your mother really loved humans. Alice whispered on the side. Ilias must have senile dementia. Luca shook his head. Corruption. Michaela looked at him deeply, not pressing for more. She continued, that is all I can tell you. She looked at Luca, her eyes filled with guilt. I knew long ago that you were my sister's orphan, but I didn't know what crazy things she would do if I rashly approached you, so I left you alone. She lowered her eyes. Luca, please forgive my incompetence. Before she could finish speaking, a warm embrace gently held her. The embrace was light, soft, and carried a comforting warmth. From now on, you don't need to bear this pressure alone. His voice was low and firm. We will face her together. Michaela's eyes reddened slightly, and she reached out to gently hug him back. What a good child, she said softly. A moment later, she released the embrace, returning to her usual calm. Oh right, she said, as if remembering something. Hidden Village Enrica was founded by your father, Marcellus, back in the day. His intention was to shelter those persecuted monsters, the monsters who were hunted by humans, and had nowhere to go. Luca was silent for a moment. Is that so? He looked out the window, watching the elves patrolling the village, watching the villagers being treated, watching this peaceful, secluded land. His father, the man he had never met, had left something behind for this world in his own way. I have spent too much time on the earth, and my holy element has dissipated too much, my body is almost rusting, Michaela's voice came from behind. But if there is anywhere you need me, you can tell me. Luca turned his head and looked at her. I will, Aunt, he said softly. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right. Those people who had experienced calamity were slowly healing their wounds on this peaceful land. Chapter 128, Retracing the path inside the cabin. Just as Luca was about to continue asking about his mother, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Lady Michaela, a voice called out from outside. Something is wrong. Michaela raised her eyes. The door was pushed open, and an elf guard bowed as she entered. A giant synthetic monster has arrived outside the village. She spoke quickly. It resembles some kind of beast, with the limbs of different creatures stitched onto its body, and on the monster's back she paused. Sits a small nine-tailed fox spirit. Alice raised an eyebrow. Nine-tailed. The elf guard nodded. She claims she wants to see Alice Fitz. Michaela curled her lips slightly, a helpless smile appearing on her face. Let her in. Before the words had even faded, a familiar voice rang out inside the room. Well, I'm in. Tamamo had appeared by the table at some point. She was in her small nine-tailed fox form, 9 fluffy tails swaying slowly behind her. She wore a mini kimono, holding an equally mini folding fan in her front paws, looking around the room. When her gaze fell on the coarse pottery teacup on the table, her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my, tea. Without waiting for anyone to invite her, she leaped lightly onto the table, lifted the teacup in front of Luca, and drained it in one gulp. Luca was already used to Tamamo's style. He just shook his head slightly and asked, Tamamo, are there results from the investigation? Oh, right. Tamamo set down the teacup, her 9 tails swaying gently. Thanks to the efforts of the entire Fox clan, the investigation regarding those discs in the laboratory has results. She opened her folding fan, covering half her face. Regarding the investigation of that pile of discs, I found information related to the elf seal, so I wanted to come over and convey it as soon as possible. Michaela spoke first, her voice calm. Long time no see, Tamamo. Tamamo chuckled, spinning the folding fan between her paws. Reuniting under these circumstances is truly ironic. There is still much I want to say to you, but she closed the folding fan and said seriously, let's talk about things here for now. She turned to Luca and Alice. First, one thing must be clear, the barrier sealing the spirits and the 6 ancestors' great binding curse sealing the two of you are completely different things. The 6 ancestors' great binding curse is a top-tier spell capable of sealing even existence itself, while the spirit seal is just a barrier that weakens power. It's not some tight seal. She tapped the table with her folding fan. You can't talk to the spirits now, not because they've disappeared, and not because the contract is broken, but simply because their power has been weakened. The 4 spirits, weakened by the barrier, have returned to their original dwellings. Tamamo's voice became serious. Their power is restricted, and they cannot transmit their voices to you. That is why there is no response when you call them. He said softly. You can return to their habitats and renew the contracts. Tamamo looked at him. But if you don't find a way to break the fundamental barrier, their power will still be restricted. In other words, even if you recontract, they still won't be able to help you fight at full strength. I will continue to investigate ways to resolve the barrier. She sighed, fanning herself with the folding fan. There are too many discs, you will have to wait a while longer. Alice suddenly spoke. You can still use the power of the spirits, there's actually no need to recontract with the 4 spirits. Tamamo's fan stopped. She slowly turned her head to look at Alice, her fox eyes filled with confusion. What do you mean? The spirits are sealed, yet he can still use the power of the spirits. Alice shrugged and pointed her chin at Luca. Ask him yourself. Tamamo's gaze shifted to Luca. Luca did not explain, he simply raised his right hand. The next moment, a clear breeze was born out of thin air, lingering at the tip of his index finger, rotating gently. The wind circled a few times, then drifted toward Tamamo, brushing gently against the fur by her ears. Tamamo froze. Her voice was a bit airy. The manifestation of using the power of the spirits after contracting with the 4 spirits shouldn't be like this, right? She stared at Luca's finger. Shouldn't it be wind for movement, earth for body, water for heart, fire for technique? You're this. Alice spoke up. All right, never mind that for now. I still feel that there is no need for Luca to go out of his way to the spirits' habitats to contract again. Luca shook his head. I miss little Sylph, he said. Alice was stunned. And if Gnome is alone, she must be very lonely. Luca looked out the window. Undine, I haven't taken her to witness the resurgence of the slime, salamander, I haven't let her see the pinnacle of technique. He paused, his voice softer. They have waited for me for so long, at least. I should go see them. The room was quiet for a moment. Alice opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something in rebuttal, but in the end, she just pouted and turned her face away. Fine, have it your way. Tamama watched this scene, and cleared her throat. So what exactly is going on with you? Luca pondered for a moment and recounted the changes after contracting with Undine, how the power of the spirits merged into his body, and how he possessed the authority of the 4 spirits. After hearing this, Tamama was silent for a long time. Then she turned to Michaela. Is this some kind of bloodline ability of you angels? Michaela shook her head. That's strange. Tamamo tapped her own head with the folding fan. I will pay more attention to this matter as well. She sighed, and exhaustion appeared on her small face. Fine, fine, just work this old person to death. Luca and Alice turned their heads simultaneously. Finally, Tamamo closed the folding fan, her voice becoming unprecedentedly serious. There is one more piece of terrible news. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Villages and cities all over the world have been attacked by angels and synthetic monsters. Tamamo said, word by word. Yamatai, St. Ilia, Sabesa, Noah, Glangard, not a single place has been spared. Humans and monsters are outnumbered, being overrun by the armies of angels and synthetic monsters is only a matter of time. Luca stood up abruptly. Then let's set off immediately. He strode toward the door. A hand grabbed his wrist, the touch of that hand was very cold. How long has it been since you've rested? Michaela's voice came from behind. Look in the mirror and see how terrible your complexion is. Luca turned back. It won't be too late to rest after things are over. Since entering the Demon King's castle, he had indeed not closed his eyes, confronting the 4 heavenly kings, being sealed by the 6 ancestors' great binding curse, entering the evil god space, fighting fiercely with Prometheus, sealing Lanalu, traveling to Enrica. How many days had it been? He couldn't even remember himself. But Michaela did not let go. Losing most of your magic power and basically relying only on your physical body to fight is very tiring. She pulled him toward the bed in the corner. Do you still remember how long it has been since you've slept? Luca opened his mouth, but found he really couldn't answer. Michaela pressed on his shoulders, forcing him to sit down. Then she bent down and covered him with a thin quilt. Get some good sleep, she said softly. The world is waiting for you to save it, but there is no rush for this moment. Luca wanted to retort, wanted to say it's too late. But the string that had been supporting him all this time suddenly loosened under Michaela's gaze. Exhaustion surged in like a tide. His eyelids drooped heavily, and before his consciousness fell into darkness, he only heard a soft sigh. Sorry, Luca, it was our momentary soft-heartedness and incompetence that made you bear so much responsibility. Then he sank into a dreamless sleep. The room quieted down. Michaela stood by the bed, looking down at Luca's sleeping face. On that young face, there was undisguised exhaustion, a faint bluish circle under his eyes, but his brows were still furrowed. She reached out and gently smoothed the wrinkles between his brows. Tamamo jumped off the chair and landed lightly by the bed. She looked up at Luca's sleeping face, her 9 tails swaying slowly. A moment later she turned and looked at Alice. Lord Demon King. Her voice was kept very low. While there is this gap in time, I have some things I want to say to you. Alice was stunned. Tamamo pursed her lips toward the corner of the room, and jumped over first. Alice glanced at Luca, then at Michaela. Michaela nodded slightly and sat down by the bed. Alice walked to the corner of the room, and sat opposite Tamamo. Her shrunk body made her eye level almost parallel with the 9-tailed fox. What is it? She asked. Tamamo was silent for a moment, then spoke. Your true form is limited by the 6 ancestors' great binding curse, and your strength is reduced to 1/10. You know this and I know this. Alice didn't speak. But it's not hopeless. Tamamo raised her eyes. I'm not stupid enough to teach you a technique you can't use right now. She paused. This is a technique that should have been learned after being sealed by the 6 ancestors' great binding curse. Tamamo's voice was very soft. It can change the current situation to a certain extent. Alice raised her head, her gaze becoming firm. Then I'll leave it to you. Even if it's just a little bit, I want to be able to help him. Tamamo nodded, and her 9 tails unfolded gently, looking like 9 golden arcs of light in the dim corner of the room. Oh right, after you learn it, you can also teach it to Luca, and see if he can use it. Then, let's begin. Chapter 129, Erosion. The Heavenly Realm. Above the sea of clouds, holy light dwells eternally. Eden stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze passing over the layers of clouds to look down at the world below, which was shrouded by a barrier. Her silhouette was elongated by the golden light behind her, casting a long, dark shadow on the floor. Have the high-ranking angels for the habitats of the various spirits all been arranged? She asked. Behind her, Mariel bowed her head respectfully. Lady Eden, everything has been arranged. She paused, then added, the synthetic monsters sent by Prometheus have also been integrated into the various angel legions. Eden's brow furrowed slightly. Prometheus. She turned around, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. This is too conspicuous. She and Black Alice, it's obvious at a glance that they bear no good intentions toward the goddess. Mariel looked up, her face showing confusion. Indeed, I do not understand either, but why does the goddess still place such importance on her? My angel legions alone are enough to conquer the world. Eden's voice carried a hint of suppressed dissatisfaction. There is absolutely no need for the synthetic monsters of Prometheus. She paused, took a deep breath, and calmed a certain emotion. A moment later, she returned to her usual expression. The goddess must have her deep reasons for doing this. Her tone became calm again. We only need to follow orders. Mariel breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, right, Eden suddenly remembered something. Does Cupid have any intelligence from monitoring Prometheus's laboratory? Yes, Mariel nodded. Cupid says that Prometheus is indeed acting very strangely. She is tinkering with something with a few of her subordinates. The corners of Eden's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a look of satisfaction. She has done well, she said. Tell her to continue monitoring Prometheus, and report immediately if there are any unusual movements. Mariel acknowledged, then spoke with a somewhat fawning tone. To discover Prometheus's ill intentions so quickly, you are truly worthy of being the third seraphim granted a great soul by goddess Ilias. Halfway through, she abruptly stopped. Eden's expression had already changed. In those azure eyes, something had darkened. Mariel's face turned deathly pale, and she quickly corrected herself. I am sorry, Lady Eden. I didn't mean to emphasize the ranking. She lowered her head in a panic, her voice growing quieter and quieter. Then I shall take my leave. Eden did not lash out. She just looked at Mariel quietly, and a moment later, she gave a few instructions regarding work, her tone calm, and no different from usual. But Mariel's pace as she left was 3 parts faster than usual. Only Eden remained in the command room. She turned around and looked at the sea of clouds outside the window again. Golden light surged in from all directions, enveloping her in a warm halo, but her profile was shrouded in a faint shadow. Those two have long since left the heavenly realm. She murmured to herself. I am certainly not the third anymore. She raised her hand and looked at her palm. Those hands had carried out countless oracles of the goddess, defeated countless enemies, and firmly held a place within the order of the heavenly realm. I am the goddess's #1 subordinate. Her voice gradually became firm. The current archangel of the heavenly realm. Hidden village Enrica. Morning light spilled into the wooden house through the gaps in the bamboo forest, casting mottled light and shadows on the floor. Luca opened his eyes. He lay on the bed, staring at the simple wooden beams above, stunned for a moment, then sat up and stretched his body. Shoulders, back, limbs, every joint emitted a slight click sound, followed by a long-lost sense of relief. The heaviness throughout his body had disappeared. He moved his wrists and turned his neck, feeling as if his whole person was like a newly polished sword, refreshed and sharp. How are you, Luca? A voice came from the side. Luca turned his head and saw little Alice sitting cross-legged on the straw mat beside him, holding a bowl of porridge that had been brought over at some point, looking at him with those golden eyes. Are you feeling better? She asked. Luca nodded. I'm mostly better, I can move. Alice gave an and lowered her head to drink a sip of porridge. Then, as if remembering something, she looked up, her expression becoming serious. I heard from Michaela that using the power of angels will corrode your flesh, she said. So you should try your best not to take off the ring, and use that power. Luca was stunned for a moment, then looked down at the ring on the ring finger of his left hand. His mother's ring. He had always worn it, never taking it off. From the first time he used the purification power, this ring had been like a sluice gate, sealing away that overly powerful force. So that's it, he said softly. He recalled every battle in the past, when the purification power surged from within his body, that strange, inhuman feeling. The perception of his body would become blurred, his emotions would become distant, as if something were being stripped away from within. So the inhuman feeling that using the purification power brought me was a premonition of it corroding my flesh, he said. Alice did not answer, just looked at him. Luca was silent for a moment, then asked, corroding the flesh, what exactly does that turn into? Alice's gaze fell on the sword at his waist. The Gog sword. Luca also looked at the sword. The blade was long and slender, its color dull, with a cold, hard texture unique to certain metals. When held in the hand, one could feel a slight chill, as if touching something that did not belong to this world. Is that so? His voice was calm. Is this what erosion is? He nodded, as if accepting an answer he had long expected. I understand. Alice looked at him, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something. As long as you understand, she said. Don't go turning into a statue, I don't want to carry you around. Luca curled his lips slightly. Then let's set off, Luca. Alice suddenly stood up, her small figure appearing exceptionally spirited in the morning light. Her eyes shone, and her tone carried a rare sense of excitement. No matter the result, we are going to travel the world again. Luca watched her, and that rare lightness infected him. He also stood up, adjusted his clothes, and hung the gog sword back at his waist. The blade struck the belt, making a slight click sound. Ah, his voice was calm and firm. This time, we will save the world from Goddess Ilias. He paused, his gaze passing through the window of the wooden house to look at the village outside, which was illuminated by the morning light. With my sword, he said. Even if it's just saving one more person, that is enough. Alice said nothing, just stood beside him, following his gaze to look out the window. At the village entrance, the villagers had already gathered together. Michaela stood at the very front, and behind her were the villagers who had been rescued from Iliashviru, old people, children, women, and a few young hunters. Luca and Alice walked up to them. Michaela asked. Yes, Luca nodded. Thank you for your care and for everything. Michaela shook her head slightly. No need to thank me, go and do what you must. I'm setting off. Alice stood beside him and also bowed slightly, as a farewell. Her small figure appeared particularly striking under the gaze of the villagers. Michaela said nothing, just raised her hand and waved it gently. Luca turned and strode off. Alice followed beside him, her small tail wiggling rapidly. Chapter 130, Speedrunning. Iliasbaruka. Morning light pierced through the gaps in the forest, casting dappled light and shadows upon the two of them. Luca and Alice walked side by side on the path outside the hidden village, their pace much faster than when they arrived. Time waits for no one, this was a tacit understanding between the two. What's the route? Alice asked. Luca thought for a moment, then reached out and traced in the air, as if outlining a map. First, we head to Iliasbaruku to deal with the angels and synthetic monster inside the city. Then, we go to Happiness Village in the east of the continent. After resolving matters there, we'll turn toward the central continent. Alice tilted her head to look at the imaginary route and curved her lips. Isn't this about the same as the route from when we first started traveling? Luca also smiled. Yeah. But this time, there's no time to leisurely stroll around. Alice glanced at him. The angels and the synthetic monster army won't wait for you. Luca nodded, so we'll basically have to use space leaps. He paused and looked into the distance, toward the direction of Iliasbaruku. The journey that once took them many days of leisurely walking could now be covered in a single thought. Alice suddenly remembered something and reached out to tug on the corner of Luca's clothes. Tamamo taught me a special technique before. Luca looked down at her. What technique? The unsealing incantation. Alice's expression became serious. It's a technique that can restore my original physical body for a limited time. It only lasts about 3 seconds, and it requires a huge amount of magic power and high concentration. She frowned at this point, confusion appearing in her golden eyes. So why did Tamamo want me to teach this to you? You're clearly in your true form, it's just that your magic power is sealed. Even if you use this technique, it doesn't feel like it would be useful. Watching her struggle with her thoughts, Luca couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. Don't touch my head. Alice bristled, but because of her petite stature, she couldn't dodge. Luca withdrew his hand and shrugged. Tamamo might have her own reasons. Alice snorted and stopped dwelling on the issue. Then, Luca took a deep breath and reached out his hand. Are you ready? Alice grasped his finger. Duh. The next moment, space tore open. High above Iliasbaruku, a fissure opened silently. Luca stepped on the breeze, hovering steadily in midair. Alice's shrunken body was held in one of his arms, and the two of them looked down at the city below. The entire city was surrounded by a dense sea of synthetic monster. Those monsters varied in form. Some looked like wolves but had 6 legs, some looked like birds but dragged snake tails behind them, and some had no discernible original form, just a mass of squirming flesh pieced together. They surged toward the city walls in layers, their hissing, grinding, and the sound of slime dragging on the ground blending into a teeth-grinding noise. By the city walls, the guards were struggling to hold them back. Blades hacked into flesh, and the monsters let out piercing shrieks, but more monsters climbed over the corpses of their companions. Several parts of the wall had already been breached, and the guards had to fall back to form a new defensive line. Let's go. Luca pulled Alice along, his figure flashing as he landed directly beside the city wall. The moment he landed, the Gog sword was already unsheathed. A flash of sword light. Before the swarms of synthetic monster could even turn around, they were swept by that light. Then, they turned into a pile of minced meat. Flesh and blood splashed onto the side of the wall, and the spurting liquid stained the stone bricks red. The thick, bloody stench hit them head-on, causing several guards to bend over and retch on the spot. Luca frowned, looking at the pile of minced meat on the ground. He knew the sealing effect of the Gog sword all too well. It was a power that sealed targets into a harmless state. After being sealed by the Gog sword, ordinary monsters would turn into docile little animals. But the synthetic monster, they just turned into piles of meat. Alice said in a low voice, her expression not looking too good either. These monsters never had the possibility of being sealed into a harmless state from the start. They were twisted existences themselves. Even the Gog sword couldn't revert them into normal life forms. Why you are? A guard looked up and recognized Luca. His face was covered in sweat and dust, but his eyes lit up. You are that hero who repelled Granbelia when she attacked. The surrounding guards also reacted one after another. Lord Hero. It's that hero. We're saved. Luca waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet. Now is not the time for pleasantries. The guard captain swallowed, suppressing his excitement. Lord Hero, thank you very much for your help, but there are angels and some strange-looking monsters attacking the residents inside the city. Could you please leave it to me? Luca was already pulling Alice into the city. The moment they turned the street corner, both of them stopped. Woo-woo. Don't cry. We have to protect everyone. But I'm so scared. 3 small figures were fighting a giant tentacle synthetic monster. Dragon Barbie, that little dragon girl who once acted so arrogantly in the bandit group, was now blocking the front, holding a sword thicker than her arm with both hands, the blade stained with viscous liquid. Her tail was tense, her scales bristled, and tears were swirling in her eyes, but she didn't take a single step back. Lami hid behind her, her snake tail coiled up, her hands trembling as she held a stone. Her face was pale, and her lips were quivering. Lowly Vampire floated in midair, her tiny bat wings flapping desperately, clutching a wooden stick she had picked up from somewhere. The corners of her eyes were already moist, yet she still shouted in a tearful voice, go away. Or I'll bite you. Luca didn't hesitate, the Gog sword was unsheathed, and a flash of sword light appeared. That tentacle synthetic monster didn't even have time to make a sound before it collapsed into a pile of minced meat. The 3 little ones were stunned. Then, Dragon Barbie was the first to react. Yuri the hero from back then. Lami loosened her snake tail, the stone fell to the ground, and she went limp like a deflated balloon. Woo, we're saved. Lowly Vampire blinked desperately, trying to hold back the tears, but 2 drops still slid down her cheeks. She hurriedly wiped them away with her sleeve, but the more she wiped the messier it got. Luca crouched down to look them in the eye. You did very well. His voice was soft but very earnest. The three little ones were taken aback. Before Luca could finish, Lami suddenly lunged forward and hugged his arm. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Go to the central square. There's an angel there. Dragon Barbie also reacted and nodded vigorously. Yeah. That angel is so strong, a lot of guards have fallen. Lowly Vampire wiped her eyes with her sleeve again, her voice still tearful, but she tried hard to put on an adult tone. I'm counting on you. Luca reached out and ruffled the three little heads one by one. Wait for me to come back. He stood up and pulled Alice away, disappearing around the street corner. The monsters along the way couldn't pose any obstacle at all. Every time the Gog sword swung, a swathe of twisted figures turned into minced meat. Luca didn't slow down, not even sparing a glance at the corpses. Soon, the two arrived at the fountain square in the center of the city. Then, they saw that figure. More than a dozen soldiers and warriors who had lost the ability to fight lay in the center of the square. Some lay motionless on the ground, some were still moaning weakly, and some leaned against the edge of the fountain, trying to stand up with their last bit of strength. And above them, a figure hovered in midair. Light golden hair draped over her shoulders, fluttering gently in the invisible airflow. Her ice blue, glass-like eyes were cast downward, observing the two who had just arrived. Her pointed ears were hidden in her hair, the golden ring above her head emitted a faint halo, a pair of pure white wings slowly flapped behind her, and her petite figure appeared exceptionally light against the backdrop of her white dress. Archangel Mariel. She looked at Luca and said, "Ah, you must be the legendary corrupt hero, right?" She tilted her head, sizing up this human. Lord Eden has already given instructions, as soon as we see the corrupt hero, Luca, we must not let him go. She slightly lifted her dress. In that case, I must treat this seriously. Luca didn't answer, he just drew his sword. The next instant, his figure disappeared from where he stood. Mariel's pupils contracted sharply. She didn't even have time to flap her wings before a sword was already pressed against her neck. The blade was ice-cold, carrying a certain aura that made her instinctively feel fear. She only managed to utter this one syllable. Then, light flashed. Mariel's figure turned into countless points of light, dissipating into the air. In the last moment before dissipating, her lips moved slightly, the points of light drifted away like a fine rain of light, falling on the injured soldiers in the square, on the surface of the fountain, and on the stone bricks stained red with blood. Luca sheathed his sword. Alice walked to his side, watching those slowly drifting points of light, and said softly, "This angel was the commander of the Ilias Baruka synthetic monster army, right?" Luca nodded. If the command system is disrupted, the enemy should collapse on its own. Alice said. Luca looked into the distance, where the roaring of monsters could still be faintly heard, but it had clearly become chaotic and scattered. For the subsequent battles, we can focus on decapitation strikes. Higher efficiency. Alice agreed. Just then, a flurry of noisy footsteps and cheers came from behind. "We did it. Kukuku, you've witnessed how amazing we are. There's nothing we can't do." Three small figures dragged a half-dead synthetic monster, stumbling into the square. Dragon Barbie put her hands on her hips and laughed at the sky. Lami's tail was held high with a triumphant look, and Lowly Vampire tried hard to maintain a cold, aloof expression, but couldn't hide the upturn of her mouth. Luca turned around and looked at them. He walked over, crouched down, and ruffled the three little heads one by one. "Well done, well done." His voice carried a smile. "You bravely stepped forward and protected the residents. You're really amazing." The three little ones were puffed up with praise, laughing together triumphantly. However, Luca's tone shifted, becoming serious. "You are still young. Next time, I hope you will act only after considering your own safety." The three little ones' smiles froze. They looked at each other, then lowered their heads. They weren't unaware of how dangerous it was just now. If it weren't for Luca appearing in time to deal with the strongest monster, the three of them would now. Dragon Barbie's tail drooped, Lami's eyes began to redden again, and Lowly Vampire blinked desperately. her lips pressed tightly together. Seeing that the three were about to cry again, Alice sighed and stepped forward. "You have already done very well." The small figure stood in front of the three little ones, but just like that fake hero said, "I also hope you can ensure your own safety before taking action." She paused, her golden eyes sweeping over the three tear-filled little faces, her voice softening. "I do not wish for the demon race to lose such brave monsters as you. I hope you can train well and become monsters who can truly help everyone." The three little ones stared at her blankly. Then, Dragon Barbie nodded vigorously, tears finally falling, but with a smile. "Yeah." Lami wiped her eyes with her sleeve. "I will." Lowly Vampire sniffled and tried hard to puff out her tiny chest. "I will definitely become stronger." "It's you guys." A familiar voice came from the edge of the square. Luca turned his head and saw the landlady from Sutherland walking over quickly. Her apron was stained with a little dust, and her face wore a pleasant, surprised smile. "You've saved Ilias Baruku again." The landlady walked up close, her gaze falling on Luca, and then she turned to Alice. She froze, looking at this shrunken version of the silver-haired girl in front of her, then looked at Luca, confusion appearing on her face. "Is this your daughter with that silver-haired lady?" Alice's face instantly turned bright red. "I am not his daughter." She jumped up, her small body waving her hands in midair. "I am the Demon King." "The Demon King?" The landlady was amused by her reaction. "Oh my, how cute." She took out a small cloth bag from her bosom and opened it. Inside were a few crystal-clear, sweet dumplings. "Come, have a taste." She crouched down and handed the dumplings to Alice. "Eat some dumplings and grow up quickly." Alice's movements froze. She stared at those few dumplings, a struggle flashing in her golden eyes. The Demon King's dignity versus sweet dumplings. Dignity lasted less than a second. Sweet dumplings. She squinted her eyes, took the dumplings with both hands, and started nibbling on them in small bites, a happy expression appearing on her face. The landlady smiled and stood up, then took out a few more dumplings and handed them to the three little ones who were watching eagerly on the side. "Here, you have rewards too." She patted the heads of the three little heavenly kings. "This is a reward for you who fought so hard." Dragon Barbie took them with both hands, her eyes sparkling. "Thank you very much." Lami held the dumpling, took a cautious bite, and then her whole body seemed to melt. "Delicious, woo-woo." Lowly Vampire ate in small bites, tear stains still hanging at the corners of her eyes, but she smiled like a little sun. Luca watched this scene, the corners of his mouth curling up unconsciously. "Do you want to come stay at mine for the night?" The landlady straightened up and looked at Luca. Luca shook his head. "No, we are going to head to the next place immediately." The landlady didn't insist, just smiled and nodded. "Don't push yourself too hard, you are always welcome here." Luca bowed slightly, then looked at Alice. Alice had finished the dumplings, and was licking her fingers. Sensing Luca's gaze, she glared at him. "What are you looking at?" "Let's go." Luca turned and set off. Alice followed by his side, her tiny tail wiggling rapidly. Behind them, the landlady and the three little heavenly kings watched their departing backs. "Lord Hero," Lami whispered, "he will definitely win, right?" The landlady gently patted her head. "He will." In the square, the points of light had long since dissipated, and the injured soldiers were already struggling to stand up. Chapter 131, Speedrun Happiness Village. The two rushed toward their next destination. Starting from Ilias Baruku, Luca performed 2 consecutive space jumps. The first landed on the plains outside Harpy Village, and the second cut directly to the edge of the forest. The moment they landed, the sounds of battle rushed toward them. The sounds of clashing, roaring, and flapping wings blended together. As soon as Luca and Alice stepped into the outer forest, they saw the harpies locked in a fierce battle with monsters. The harpies' feathers fluttered among the tree shadows, and the sound of bowstrings rose and fell, but their opponents made Luca knit his brows. The synthetic monsters assigned here were clearly specialized anti-air monsters designed to target the harpies. Most were snake-like monsters. Those winding bodies wove flexibly between branches with unbelievable agility, and every coil precisely locked onto a harpy's wings. After one harpy was entangled and fell while struggling, another snake-like monster immediately pounced from the side. There were also many monsters imitating the structure of a birdcage. Those things hovered in midair, their skeletal branches splayed outward like inverted cages. They didn't attack, they simply blocked the harpies' ascent paths, specifically meant to restrict the movement space of flying monsters. Luca couldn't help but marvel at the imagination of Prometheus. Every synthetic monster seemed custom-designed for this battlefield, no excess limbs, no wasted structures, every organ executing a clear task, to deprive the harpies of the sky. A harpy had her legs entangled by a snake-like monster and flapped her wings desperately but couldn't break free. Her scream pierced the forest's din. Just as she was about to be dragged into the bushes, a figure swooped down from above the canopy. Harpy Queen. Her wings were a size larger than an ordinary harpy's, and when unfurled, they almost covered half the sky. Her dive was so fast she was nothing but a blur, her sharp claws swiping past, and wind blades struck from all directions. For wind blades appeared simultaneously, cutting in from different angles, trapping the snake-like monster in a small space with nowhere to escape. The chimerapritz fell to the ground like a rag. The cross-section of the cut was clean, without excess tearing, leaving no room for struggle. This was the Harpy Queen, an existence that hadn't even used this level of power when she once fought Luca. Don't hide anymore. The Harpy Queen hovered in midair, her gaze like a blade, sweeping toward the dense thicket. You just want to lure the main force over and take the opportunity to sneak attack the village, right? Rustling sounds came from deep within the thicket. Several dark shadows flashed between the branches and leaves but dared not advance. The Harpy Queen withdrew her gaze and turned to her kin. Her voice was steady and clear, every word seeming to be carried by the wind to the ears of every harpy. Several angels have already descended into the village. The real battlefield is in the rear. I will take over here. She raised a wing and pointed forward. Deploy wind wing formation. All the harpies moved in unison. With a tacit understanding that made them move as one, they arranged themselves in an inverted triangle formation above the forest. The harpies in the front row put away their bows and arrows, spread their wings, and faced the direction where the synthetic monsters were densest, while the harpies in the back row drew their bowstrings fully, arrowheads pointing upward toward the sky. Fire arrows, launch. At the Harpy Queen's command, the harpies in the back row released their bowstrings. Dozens of fire arrows rose into the air simultaneously, tracing bright arcs. They reached their peak and began to descend, trailing long wakes like a rain of fire flowing in reverse. At the same time, the harpies in the front row flapped their wings violently. The gathered wind pressure condensed into a visible wave of air, spreading from the center of the formation outward. The air wave collided with the falling fire arrows, enveloping them, accelerating them, and pushing them toward the synthetic monsters on the ground. Fire borrowed the wind's momentum, the wind aided the fire's power. Wind wing formation. Alice stood beside Luca, squinting to identify it. This is a formation unique to bird-type monsters, created by the previous Harpy Queen. The fire arrows smashed into the group of synthetic monsters. The snake-like monsters tried to dodge, but the gale caused their bodies to lose control, blowing them until they rolled on the ground. The birdcage monsters were even more fragile. The wind pressure blew them away like pieces of paper, and they shattered into debris after hitting tree trunks. Second wave, volley. The Harpy Queen ordered again. Dozens more fire arrows rose into the air. This time, the synthetic monsters were unable to resist. Their bodies, struck by arrows, twisted and curled in the flames, then stopped moving. But Luca's attention was not on the battlefield. He closed his eyes. After losing the four spirits, and due to the worldwide barrier, his perception was significantly weakened. The perception range that could once easily cover the entire forest could now barely extend a few hundred meters. But what he needed at this moment was not range, but precision. Magic power sealed, the four spirits unable to connect, and perception dulled. This was a period of weakness he had never experienced before. Being cautious was a good thing, he couldn't fall for no reason. His perception, like a thin thread, extended outward from within him, passing through the battlefield, through the thicket, and through the picket fence of Happiness Village. Found them. In the village, there were 3 presences. Not the mixed, twisted fluctuations of the synthetic monsters, but pure holy element with a certain sense of sanctity. Luca opened his eyes and said to Alice in a low voice, "There are only 3 angels in the village." Alice nodded. According to Luca's thoughts, Prometheus should have concentrated firepower to deal with him first, but Prometheus had not come to exterminate him since escaping the laboratory. This made him somewhat confused. But he dared not let down his guard. The Harpy Queen's gaze shifted from the battlefield and met Luca's. Both nodded simultaneously. No extra communication was needed. The Harpy Queen continued to command the Windwing formation, suppressing the synthetic monsters in the forest. "Let's go." He pulled Alice up, stepped on the breeze, skimmed past the edge of the battlefield, and flew toward the village. Behind them, the Harpy Queen's command was still clear: "Third wave, prepare." The main central road of Harpy Village was much quieter than usual. There were no running villagers, no crying children, only the wind passed through the empty streets, rolling up a few fallen leaves. A huge cross was planted on the main road. The cross was fully 2 meters tall, with fresh cracks in the wood, and a villager was tied to it. In front of him, 3 angels stood suspended in midair. They wore white dresses, had identical cross pendants hanging from their necks, and a pair of white wings extended from their backs. Their faces were almost identical, with only slight differences in hair color and expression. The one on the far left had blue hair, and the most serious expression, like a judge reading a verdict: "Sinner who has united with a harpy, let me purify you with the cross." The one in the middle had yellow hair, her tone carrying a condescending pity: "A man living with harpies, an extremely unclean village." The brown-haired angel on the far right took up the thread, her voice cold: "Purify him, and then send everyone in this village to heaven." "That sort of thing," a voice sounded from behind them. "Of course, I won't let you complete it." The 3 angels turned around simultaneously. What they saw was a young man landing from the sky, stepping on the breeze. His red cloak whipped in the wind, his right hand resting on the hilt of the sword at his waist. His speed was too fast; from appearing to landing, it hadn't even been a breath, and the sword was already unsheathed. Luca landed on the breeze and the Gog sword slid from its sheath. The dark patterns on the blade seemed to come alive, dragging a dark arc of light through the air. The 3 angels' reactions could not be called slow. The blue-haired angel's wings snapped open, and she retreated rapidly. The yellow-haired angel crossed her hands in front of her chest, and a barrier of holy light was forming. The brown-haired angel took half a step forward, a spear of light condensing in her hand. But none were fast enough. Luca's sword had already swung out. When the Gog sword sliced through the air, it made no sound. The sword light swept past the blue-haired angel's neck. Her expression hadn't even had time to change. Those serious eyes were still open, her lips still maintaining the curve from when she read the verdict, but her body had already begun to turn into points of light. The yellow-haired angel's holy light barrier was only half finished. The sword light cut in from the side, like a hot knife through butter. There was no resistance or collision whatsoever, even the holy element she had gathered was severed by that sword. Her light particles mingled with those of the blue-haired angel, making it impossible to distinguish between them. The brown-haired angel's light spear had already formed. She thrust it forward. But Luca's sword was faster than her spear. The tip of the blade slid into the side of the light spear, slicing all the way down along the shaft. The moment the light spear touched the Gog sword, it began to disintegrate, turning into fine, scattered particles of light that drifted away. Then, the tip of the blade touched her throat. "Lord Eden." The brown-haired angel's lips moved slightly. The 3 angels turned into particles almost at the same instant. Those light particles drifted over the main path like silent snow, falling onto the crosses, onto the shoulders of the bound villagers, and onto the empty streets. Then the wind blew them away. Luca sheathed his sword. The click of the blade sliding into its scabbard was the only echo of this battle. From appearing to sheathing his sword, it had taken no more than a single breath. The villagers bound to the crosses widened their eyes, their Adam's apples bobbing up and down, but they could not make a sound. Alice walked out from behind Luca, looked up at the light particles that had completely dissipated, and then closed her eyes to sense for a moment. She opened her eyes, her tone calm. The enemies have fled in droves. Luca also sensed it. The presence of the synthetic monsters in the forest was rapidly fading. As expected, the synthetic monsters are all commanded by the angels. Alice crossed her arms over her chest. Once the angel leader is eliminated, the synthetic monsters naturally flee like headless flies. Luca looked down at the Gog sword in his hand. The dark patterns on the blade had calmed down, returning to their dull appearance. But dealing with angels is quite troublesome, he said. Currently, only this sword can deal with angels. Alice did not refute this. The sound of something tearing through the air came from behind. The Harpy Queen descended from the sky, a light breeze kicking up as she folded her wings. Her robes were stained with a few leaves, but there were no signs of injury. "Thank you for your help." She bowed slightly, her voice sincere. "You avoided a major catastrophe." The harpies returned to the village one after another. Some landed on rooftops, some descended on either side of the main path, and some collapsed directly onto the grass, panting heavily. "I was scared to death. I thought I was going to die." A young harpy sister patted her chest, her wings still trembling slightly. "My head is still spinning from the fright. Bim and I hid in a haystack, so we weren't discovered." A human girl held her companion's hand, her voice still trembling. "It was truly terrifying." Another harpy girl crouched by the roadside, clutching her head. "Thankfully, we were saved by the queen in the end." A little harpy ran over stumbling, and dove into the arms of an older woman. "It was so scary." The woman gently stroked her little head, her voice soft. "Don't be afraid. The queen and the hero will protect us." She paused, then added with a smile, "Of course, your mother will too." The little harpy looked up, her eyes still filled with tears, but the corners of her mouth were already slightly upturned. The harpy queen watched this scene, and was silent for a moment. Then she said softly, "If I had the strength of the previous queen, I could better protect everyone." Alice looked up. "Don't say such foolish things, Harpy Queen." Her voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Although the previous queen was famous for her martial arts, she possessed great ambition and cruelty. She paused, looking directly at the Harpy Queen. She was a foolish queen who provoked wars countless times, causing the harpy population to plummet. "In my opinion, you, being gentle and reasonable, are the most suitable candidate for queen." After a few seconds of silence, a smile slowly appeared on the Harpy Queen's face. "I am overwhelmed by your praise." She lowered her head slightly. "I once swore before you that I would lead my people away from the scourge of war." Alice nodded, then her expression turned serious. "Currently, angels are attacking all over the world. I don't have the capacity to help you right now, so I must trouble you." "Understood." The Harpy Queen looked up, her gaze firm. "I will take responsibility for everyone in the village and protect them well." Alice said, Then she coughed twice and put on a straight face. "Additionally." Her voice was deliberately lowered, as if she were speaking of some secret. "Please prepare strategic supplies immediately, especially the storage location of the happiness honey. Tell me now." The Harpy Queen blinked. "Understood." Her tone was clearly confused. Luca stood to the side, watching Alice's serious profile, and sighed. Led by the Harpy Queen, the three of them passed through the village, went around a few large trees, and arrived at a clearing deep in the forest. Dozens of ceramic jars were neatly stacked in the clearing, each sealed tightly with wax. The air was filled with a rich, sweet fragrance that made one's throat tighten just by smelling it. Alice's eyes lit up. She practically floated over, lifted a ceramic jar with both hands, and the moment she removed the wax seal, the golden honey shimmered with an enticing luster in the sunlight. She almost stuck her entire head into the jar. So sweet. Luca looked at her and shook his head helplessly. The Harpy Queen stood to the side and asked Luca in a low voice, "By the way, what is the current state of the Demon Lord?" Luca concisely explained the situation regarding the 6 ancestors' great binding curse. After listening, the Harpy Queen was silent for a long time. At this point, she said softly, "We will still entrust the heavy responsibility of saving the world to the 2 of you." She looked up toward the village, where the Harpies were cleaning up the battlefield, the injured were being carried into houses, and the young were being held in arms. "However, starting today, I will also have the village strengthen its military forces," she said. "I hope to trouble you less." Luca shook his head. "There is no such thing as trouble. If there is anything you cannot resolve, you can always tell us." The Harpy Queen was slightly stunned, then smiled. "Thank you very much." She bowed deeply. "Demon Lord, Lord Hero." "I am not the Demon Lord." Alice poked her head out from behind the ceramic jar, golden honey still sticking to the corner of her mouth, and emphasized with a serious face, "I am just a passing gourmet." The Harpy Queen covered her mouth and chuckled. "My apologies." She stood up straight again and said with a smile, "Thank you very much, fake hero Luca, and the passing gourmet." Luca's mouth twitched. There is no need to emphasize that. Alice, however, had already buried her head back into the jar. "Another jar of honey." Her voice was muffled, coming from inside the jar. Luca walked over and reached out to take the jar from her hands. "You have already consumed enough honey today." Alice held onto the jar tightly and wouldn't let go. "Just one more jar. Half a jar. One bite. Just one bite." Luca forcibly pulled the unopened jar from her arms and put it back where it was. Alice stared at that jar of honey, her eyes looking as if she were a child who had just had something taken away. Luca pretended not to see. The Harpy Queen stood to the side, watching this scene, and the smile on her lips deepened. She watched them turn and leave. Luca walked a few steps, then suddenly stopped and looked back. "Take care," he said. The Harpy Queen nodded. "I wish you both good fortune in battle." She stood in the clearing, watching the tall and short figures gradually walk away, disappearing into the shadows of the forest trees. The wind blew through the forest, carrying the lingering burnt smell of the distant battlefield, as well as the gradually returning sounds of the harpies talking, laughing, and the whining of the little harpy Pippi. She turned her gaze away and walked toward her village. Chapter 132, Speedrun St. Ilia Part 1. Central Continent. St. The city, once the most sacred in the entire continent, was now shrouded in gloom. Luca and Alice stepped out of a spatial rift, hovering above the city. The wind blew from the east, carrying the smell of burning and faint cries. Ilia was the base of operations for the believers of goddess Ilias. Every brick and stone of its churches, temples, and monasteries was steeped in devotion to the goddess. Precisely because of this, it was destined to be a primary target for the angels' attacks. With so much having happened, this place must be in complete chaos. Alice stood beside Luca, her arms crossed over her chest. "Although I don't really like that city," Alice paused, "but as you said, we cannot abandon it." Luca nodded. Both of their gazes fell upon the city below. The residential area had already been invaded by synthetic monsters. The figures of those monsters darted between the houses at incredible speeds. Most of them were insectoid in form, 6-legged beetles, locusts with compound eyes, and bee-like monsters trailing stingers. They were vast in number, dense and swarming, like a black tide surging from beneath the ground. The city walls had been breached. A large gap had been torn into the eastern wall, with rubble scattered everywhere, and traces of corrosion from some kind of acid remained in the crevices of the bricks. The streets were filled with panicked crowds fleeing in all directions, mothers clutching their children, elderly people leaning on canes, and young believers running for their lives while pulling their companions along. "Let's go." Luca pulled Alice along, descending straight into the most chaotic part of the residential area. The moment they landed, the Gog sword was already unsheathed. As the sword's light swept across, 3 beetle monsters that were pouncing on a mother and daughter were sealed into 3 fingernail-sized beetles, which clattered to the ground and crawled about in confusion. "Hurry, go!" Luca shouted to the mother and daughter. The woman clutched her child and stumbled toward the depths of the alley, not even daring to look back. Luca didn't linger, turning and rushing toward another street. Alice followed behind him, her small figure leaping nimbly among the ruins. The synthetic monsters attacking this area were mostly insectoid, agile, and numerous, skilled at launching surprise attacks from blind spots. Although they had shells and strong defenses, they crumbled almost instantly under Luca and the Gog sword. Luca sensed his surroundings, saving one person after another. As he rounded yet another street corner, his footsteps suddenly halted. A familiar figure appeared ahead. A nun's habit, a white headscarf, and a leisurely, relaxed gait amidst these ruins filled with smoke and cries. She walked as if she were strolling in a park. "You are..." Luca frowned, recalling the nun Lamia from the Noah Plains. The nun stopped and turned her head, her eyes reflecting Luca's figure. She tilted her head slightly. "You are the hero from back then. What are you doing here?" Luca stepped forward quickly. "Hurry and go take refuge." The nun Lamia did not move. She simply stood there, her hands folded in front of her. "I am here to save people," she said. Luca was stunned. "The priests of Saint Ilia have been attacked by angels, they must be in great pain." The nun Lamia's voice was very soft. "Goddess Ilias conveyed a divine revelation to me, to let the lost priests ascend to heaven and be liberated from their suffering." She looked up at the sky. "She also promised me, vowing to give the dead monsters a paradise." Luca remained silent for a moment. He shook his head. "You are being used," he said. "Goddess Ilias would never give monsters a paradise." The nun Lamia's expression changed. "To dare speak ill of Goddess Ilias, what a grave sin." Her voice turned cold, as expected. "You are a great sinner." Luca looked at her and could understand her. As a devout believer, for God to grant her a divine revelation, display divine power, and then make a promise believing it was only natural. Her faith was real, her devotion was real, and her desire to save people might also be real. But the direction was wrong. Further words were useless. Luca drew the Gog sword. The nun Lamia's snake-like pupils suddenly constricted. She took a step back, the snake tail beneath her nun's habit beginning to coil for power, her hands folded in front of her, and her lips moving as if chanting some prayer. But she did not get the chance to finish. Luca's figure disappeared from her field of vision. The next moment, he appeared behind her. The Gog sword pierced through her back, the tip emerging from her chest. A vast, irresistible power poured from the sword into her body. The nun Lamia's eyes widened. Her body began to glow. She only managed to say this one word. With a flash of light, the nun Lamia disappeared. In her place, only a small snake remained, completely emerald green, curled up on the ground, flicking its tongue in confusion. It looked up at Luca, then slowly crawled toward the grass on the side of the road. Luca sheathed his sword and turned around. At the street corner, a few believers were standing there blankly. They had witnessed the entire process. The nun they once thought was a messenger of the goddess had been sealed into a small snake by the hero with a single strike. Their faces were filled with confusion. Their lips moved but they could not make a sound. Some knelt down, some leaned against the wall, and some clutched the crosses at their chests so tightly their knuckles turned white. Luca looked at them and didn't say much. Now was not the time for explanations. He turned and walked toward the center of St. That was where the king of Saint Ilia, the leader of the entire religious world, resided. With the believers collectively shutting themselves off and monsters and angels rampaging through the city, only the king could potentially stabilize the situation and correctly guide these lost people once again. The royal palace of St. the Grand Hall was in shambles. Shards of stained glass were scattered everywhere, and sunlight shone in through the hollow window frames, casting fragmented patches of light on the floor. There was a huge crack in the dome of the throne room, and dust fell in flurries from the fissure. The king of St. Ilia slumped on the throne. His body was deeply sunken into the back of the chair, his head bowed, his complexion ashen, his eye sockets sunken, and his cheekbones prominent. The magnificent royal robe hung on him, empty, like it was draped over a coat hanger. Two pixies hovered above his left and right shoulders. Their bodies were only the size of a palm, and their transparent wings vibrated at high speed, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Their little faces were flushed red, fine beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads, as they strained with all their might to use healing magic on the king. Behind the back of the throne, two ghosts were silently floating. Their bodies were semi-transparent and their faces blurred, but the female silhouette could be discerned. They said nothing, simply silently releasing some kind of protective power, enveloping the king in a faint halo of light. In front of the throne stood a figure. A Catoblepa's girl. Her build was larger than an ordinary monster, and she dragged a thick tail behind her. She was staring at the old man on the throne with a puzzled expression on her face. She muttered to herself, "Has he not been drained dry yet?" She could not see the pixies, nor could she see the ghosts. She could only see the dying king before her, whose life force was clearly running thin, yet he refused to breathe his last. How strange. She realized something and frowned. I didn't expect a king, who believes in God, to actually have the protection of spirits. She shook her head and sighed. Forget it. She raised her hand, fingers splayed, aiming at the old man on the throne. A dark light began to condense at her fingertips, and the temperature in the air dropped abruptly. I'll just kill him directly. Just then, her chest was pierced from behind by a uniquely shaped sword. The Catoblepa's girl's body froze. She looked down at the sword tip protruding from her chest, her mouth opening, but no sound came out. On the sword's blade, dark patterns flowed, and then a light shone. Her body began to shrink, her limbs shortened, her skin hardened, and her bones reorganized. The light dissipated. In her place, only a small elephant remained. It was only the size of a palm, with grayish skin, and a cute, short trunk. It turned around in confusion, then stumbled toward the corner of the hall, hid behind a pillar, and peeked out with half its head, looking around secretly. Luca sheathed his sword. He walked quickly toward the throne, crouched down, and checked the condition of the king of St. The old man's complexion was ashen, his breathing so weak it was almost imperceptible, the rise and fall of his chest barely noticeable, and his lips had already turned an unnatural bluish purple. Is he all right? Luca looked up at the two pixies who were still desperately casting healing magic. The two pixies were already too tired to speak. Their little faces were flushed red, and the frequency of their wing vibrations had dropped significantly, but they did not stop. The two pixies exerted their strength simultaneously, using their last bit of magic. The face of the king of St. Ilia regained its color in an instant. The withered skin became plump again, the sunken eye sockets gradually smoothed out, and vitality reappeared on his ashen face. Thank you very much, Luca said to the two pixies. The two pixies were so tired they fell straight from the air, and Luca reached out to catch them. They lay in the palm of Luca's hand, panting heavily, but smiles hung on their lips. The king of St. Ilia gasped sharply. The sound was like someone who had been holding their breath underwater for a long time finally surfacing. He breathed heavily, his chest heaving violently, his hands gripping the armrests of the throne tightly, his knuckles white. After a full minute, his breathing finally calmed down. He leaned back against the chair, looking up at the crack in the dome, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing together. I have been saved. He slowly lowered his head, his gaze falling on the young man in front of him. The one who saved me. His lips trembled slightly, was not God, but the hero Luca. Luca shook his head, spread his hands, and pointed behind him. Not just that, there is also them. The king of St. Ilia followed Luca's line of sight. He saw the two pixies lying in the palm of Luca's hand, their tiny figures so exhausted they could barely open their eyes. He saw the two ghosts floating behind the back of the throne, their semi-transparent silhouettes that had been silently guarding him all along. His eyes grew moist. But He sat up straight again, placing his hands on his knees, but the expression on his face was even more painful than when he had been drained of his life force just moments ago. The devout believers have locked themselves inside the cathedral. His voice was so low it was almost inaudible. They say that if our destruction is the will of Goddess Ilias, then we shall become martyrs. He closed his eyes, as if enduring some intense pain. I no longer have any words that can persuade them. He opened his eyes and looked at Luca, his gaze hollow. If I were not the king, but an ordinary believer, perhaps I would be there too. His voice began to tremble, but the me of now is a king who needs to be responsible for believers all over the world. I cannot sacrifice my own life for my own faith. He lowered his head, his hands gripping the armrests of the throne tightly, his knuckles white. What should I do? Luca did not speak. He looked earnestly at the old man before him. The king of Saint Ilia was, without a doubt, a guide of the path. He had guided many heroes and believers onto the path forward, but at this moment, he could not see his own path. Although Luca's words might be insignificant to this sage with countless experiences, it didn't matter. Luca believed that he just lacked the determination to sever ties with the goddess. When I was a child, Luca began. The king of Saint Ilia looked up. My mother and I, because we were outsiders, were often ostracized by the people in the village. Luca's gaze fell into the distance, as if looking at something from a long time ago. The thing that saved my soul back then was the teachings of Ilias. Everyone is equal, everyone has the right to live, people should hold compassion for one another, and coexist together. He withdrew his gaze and looked directly into the eyes of the king of St. But the Ilias of today has headed in a completely wrong direction. She wants to destroy humanity, she has subverted her own teachings and abandoned compassion. The king of St. Ilia's lips moved, but why does the king believe in Ilias? Luca interrupted him, is it just because she is a god, so you worship her? The king of Saint Ilia was stunned. Silence spread. The hall was so quiet that only the wailing of the wind blowing through the crack in the dome remained. Then the king of Saint Ilia shook his head. We are not such people. His voice was a little stronger than before. We do not worship her because she is a god. Luca nodded. He said, we revere her because of the spirit she promoted, because of her compassion, and because of the warmth when she saved us from despair. The king of Saint Ilia fell silent. His gaze lingered on Luca's young face for a long time. You are not the only one who is lost. Luca continued, now believers all over the world are also lost. Some believers are lost because of their faith, and some believers are afraid because of divine punishment. He paused, his voice becoming firm, but I have always firmly believed that those kind people who gathered because of the goddess's teachings have no reason to pay the price for her capriciousness. This sentence seemed to strike something. The king of Saint Ilia's body trembled slightly. He lowered his head, and looked at his own aged hands. Those hands that had once held the holy scriptures, those hands that had prayed for countless believers, were trembling slightly at this moment. If even a half-grown child could have the courage to take responsibility, what did he, an old man with one foot in the grave, have to hesitate about? He slowly raised his head, and the light in his eyes gathered again. Yes, indeed. His voice no longer trembled. This time, it is my turn to fulfill my duty. He braced himself against the armrests of the throne and slowly stood up. The empty royal robe was draped over his shoulders again, but at this moment, his spine was straight. He reached out and grabbed Luca's wrist. The force was not great, but it was exceptionally firm. Go to the cathedral, hero Luca. His voice was clear and powerful, every word sounding as if it were squeezed from his chest. Now is the time to show the path to those who are prepared to become martyrs. Luca looked at the light in his eyes and smiled slightly. I wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 133, Speedrun St. Ilia Part 2. Inside the Grand Cathedral, candlelight flickered. On the high dome, ancient murals flickered in the shadows, depicting goddess Ilias descending to the mortal realm to bless all living beings. Stained glass cut the outside light into fragments, casting them onto the floor like a scattering of broken dreams. But that light could not reach into the hearts of the believers. Ah, goddess Ilias! An old priest knelt before the altar, hands clasped together. His body was so thin he was nothing but a skeleton, his eye sockets sunken, his tears long since run dry. Please save us. Even if it must be so, please grant us a peaceful death. No one answered him. On the cathedral pews, dozens of priests and believers sat, lay, or knelt in disarray. Some kept their eyes tightly shut, lips moving incessantly as they recited prayers they had repeated countless times. Others slumped on the floor, backs against the pews, staring blankly at the murals on the dome, while some curled up in corners, arms wrapped around their knees. The air was filled with the smell of burning candle wax and a deeper, indescribable scent of decay. The grand cathedral was filled with despair. Goddess Ilias! What did we do wrong? Whispers rose and fell like the final cries of a drowning person, but no one could answer them. The statue of the goddess on the altar maintained its loving smile, but in the flickering candlelight, that smile seemed increasingly blurred and distant. Just then, a holy light pierced the sky. The radiance poured down from a crack in the dome like a golden sword, cleaving through the gloom within the cathedral. The believers looked up. Their eyes were stung by the radiance, but no one was willing to close them, for there was something within that light. A figure slowly descended from the light. A halo above its head, a pair of wings unfurled behind it. But that form was far from the holy appearance the believers imagined an angel should have. That body was no different from a monster. Ah, Lord Angel! A young priest cried out, struggling to stand up. What is this form? Another believer's voice held obvious hesitation. His gaze swept back and forth across the angel, the expression on his face shifting from pleasant surprise to confusion, and then to something indescribable. A shrill voice came from the corner, filled with uncontrollable fear, "It's a monster." This shout seemed to break some taboo. The cathedral instantly erupted into a clamor, and whispers of fear spread like ripples. The angel spoke. Her voice was calm, even carrying a certain gentleness. Her name was Piero. What's wrong? She tilted her head, those insect-like appendages swaying gently with her movement. This is the body goddess Ilias created for us. She took a step, walking toward the cathedral at a leisurely pace. When she reached the door, she stopped. An appendage reached out and rested lightly on the doorframe. Then another and another. Those appendages were like living vines extending from her body, wrapping around the doorframe, the doors, and the bolt one by one. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding creak, the cathedral doors slowly closed, sealing it tight. Piero turned around. What an impious bunch! She said, "Let me, Piero, purify you." Those insect-like appendages spread out from her body like a blooming, twisted flower. At the ends of the appendages, sharp mouthparts opened and closed, making faint clicking sounds. The priests backed away, some knocked over pews, some fell to the floor, some clung tightly to the pillars of the altar, but the cathedral was only so big there was nowhere to retreat, nowhere to hide. Piero took a step forward. Just then crash, the stained glass on the high wall of the cathedral shattered suddenly. Fragments danced in the air, red, blue, gold, purple, like a sudden, colorful rainstorm. Sunlight flooded in through the broken window, illuminating the flying fragments. And amidst that light and those fragments, a figure descended from the sky. The youth stepped on the breeze, passing through the shattered window and diving into the cathedral. The stained glass fragments swirled and danced around him, and the sunlight pierced through them, weaving a brilliant halo behind him. In a daze, those fragments looked like a pair of colorful wings. He landed between Piero and the priests, his right hand resting on the hilt of the sword at his waist. The fragments fell to the ground behind him, making faint, tinkling sounds. The cathedral was silent for a moment, then someone spoke. Another person saw the newcomer's face clearly, their voice suddenly rising, "No, it's Lord Hero." That shout seemed to ignite something. Lord Hero. Lord Hero, cries, prayers, and expressions of gratitude mingled together, rising from every corner of the cathedral. Some knelt, some reached out their hands, some wept uncontrollably. Luca looked at Musipiero before him. He shook his head. "A form like this," he said, his gaze sweeping over those insect-like appendages, "is no different from a monster." He paused. Goddess Ilias's taste in molding angels is really hard to comment on. A flash of displeasure crossed Musipiero's eyes. Those insect-like appendages tensed suddenly, the mouthparts at the ends opening to reveal the dense rows of teeth inside. Her voice suddenly turned sharp, and those appendages thrust toward Luca simultaneously. The speed was extremely fast, accompanied by a piercing whistle as they cut through the air, like several invisible spears thrusting from different angles at once. "To think you would insult an angel!" Her voice echoed inside the cathedral. "As expected, the filthy hero is just as hopeless as they say." Luca dodged slightly, his body weaving through the gaps between those appendages like water flowing through cracks in stone. Not a single one touched him. In Musipiero's eyes, his figure disappeared. On the blade of the Gog sword, dark patterns flowed. The sword light wasn't fast, yet it made it impossible for anyone to look away. It was like a curtain of night slowly unfolding, swallowing all light, all sound, all existence. Musipiero wanted to retreat, but those appendages were stuck in the trajectory of her previous attack, and couldn't be retracted in time. She wanted to spread her wings, but the sword light had already touched her body. Then the world went quiet. The sword light swept across her body, and those insect-like appendages began to turn into specks of light. Musipiero's lips moved, as if wanting to say something. But before a sound could be uttered, she had already vanished, turning into countless specks of light that drifted beneath the cathedral dome. Those specks of light landed on the stained glass fragments, on the statue of the goddess on the altar, and on the astonished faces of the priests. In the city of Saint Ilia, the insect monsters that were wreaking havoc suddenly stopped their movements. They spun around in confusion, then one by one, they began to scatter, flee, and disappear into the ruins. The angel commander had disappeared, and her subordinates collapsed along with her. Inside the cathedral, there was silence. The priests slumped on the floor, some leaned against the pews, some lay before the altar, some had their backs against the wall. On their faces, there was no joy at having survived. There was only a deeper, more indescribable emptiness. The crisis was resolved, but their faith, at that very moment, had shattered even more thoroughly than that stained glass. "What are we supposed to do?" A young priest muttered to himself, his hands hanging at his sides. The cross slipped from his fingers, bounced once on the floor, and made a crisp sound. No one could answer him. The cathedral doors were pushed open from the outside. The heavy oak doors emitted a low creak, and sunlight flooded in from outside, casting a long shadow on the floor. King of St. Ilia stood at the doorway. His royal robes were still stained with dust, and his complexion remained somewhat pale, but his back was straight. He stepped forward, walking toward the center of the cathedral step by step. The priests slumped on the floor looked up, watching their king. Betrayed by what one reveres. The king spoke, his voice hoarse but clear. Even the figure worshipped is so far removed from what was in our hearts. He walked to the center of the cathedral, stopped, and his gaze swept across every blank face. "I can understand your despair." A voice rang out from the corner. "Bishop." A young priest looked up, his eyes red. "Were we wrong?" King of Saint Ilia did not answer. He was silent for a moment, then he spoke. "Everyone knows," he said. "I was originally a mechanic, living a hard life, relying on the meager income from repairing clocks." The priests listened quietly. "Because I was redeemed by the doctrine of equality and compassion advocated by Goddess Ilias, I was able to get through those hard times." His gaze fell on the goddess statue on the altar. "The younger me couldn't understand the deeper doctrines back then, but even so, I was captivated by Goddess Ilias's deep love for humanity. A priest couldn't help but shed tears, so were we really wrong? King of Saint Ilia did not answer this question. He continued, but now, Goddess Ilias has abandoned us. Shouldn't we return to the starting point of our faith? He turned around, facing everyone. Why do you all revere and worship Goddess Ilias so much? Is that faith, in the end, just blind superstition? A voice rang out. A young priest looked up, his voice trembling. I wanted to help others. I was sickly since I was a child, and the people in the village raised me. I wanted to return that kindness. He couldn't go on, lowering his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. I lost my lover and fell into despair. Another priest hugged his own arms, his voice hollow. It was the teachings of Goddess Ilias that told me people don't live just for themselves, that's why My family was too poor, and the cathedral took me in. I was raised by nuns. Voices rang out one after another. The priests recalled the moments that led them onto this path. Those memories were hidden in the deepest parts of their hearts and rarely mentioned, but at this moment, they seemed to be pulled by some force, surging out from their throats. King of Saint Ilia listened quietly. When the last voice fell, he spoke. Goddess Ilias said that people have the right to survive equally. His voice was not loud. I still believe this is true now. He looked at the priests. Now Goddess Ilias still thinks so, and I believe so too. He said. Furthermore, this is what everyone hopes for. He paused. We are the center of faith, the cornerstone for believers all over the world. His gaze became firm. In the face of this situation, believers all over the world must be just as lost. I know your troubles are not easy to answer. His voice softened. But rather than praying, we should leave here. To live firmly for the believers, to set an example for them. The cathedral was very quiet. His speech seemed to be an attempt to persuade himself as well. His hands trembled slightly at his sides, but on his face, there was a calm, firm light. The silence lasted for a long time. A priest stood up. His movements were slow, his knees seemed to be weak, but he stood firm. He looked up at the king, then at Luca. He said softly. We still have things we should do. Another priest stood up. Martyrdom. He muttered. Martyrdom is something that can only be done after one has fulfilled their mission. The sound of pews being pushed back, the sound of robes rustling, footsteps, breathing. One by one, the priests stood up, picked up their fallen crosses, and adjusted their disheveled robes. On their faces, the confusion remained, the pain remained, but the emptiness had vanished. They began to leave the grand cathedral. Some walked quickly, as if in a hurry to do something, some walked slowly, each step as if confirming something, some stopped at the door, looked back at the goddess statue on the altar, then turned and left. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away, and the cathedral grew quiet. Only Luca and King of St. Ilia remained. The king stood in the center of the cathedral, watching the open door. Sunlight shone in from outside, stretching his shadow very, very long, extending all the way to the foot of the altar. I hope they can figure it out. He sighed heavily, his shoulders dropping slightly. There are all sorts of things waiting. A small voice came from behind him. Pixies poked their heads out from behind the back of the throne, wings flapping gently. They will definitely be able to figure it out. Another pixie also poked its head out from the other side, nodding vigorously, yeah. They definitely can. Luca looked at the two tiny figures, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. It's finally over. A voice came from the shadows of the cathedral, and Alice walked out from behind a pillar. She appeared in the grand cathedral in her monster form. Luca glanced at King of Saint. The king shook his head, his face showing not a hint of surprise or resistance. I don't mind. He said. Yeah, don't mind. The pixies poked their heads out from behind his shoulder and said in unison. King of Saint Ilia smiled. He turned to Luca and Alice, putting away his smile, his expression becoming solemn. Hero and Demon Lord. His voice was steady. Please bring hope to this world, and then, let me and the clergy defend this hope. Alice looked up, her golden eyes meeting the king's gaze. As you wish. Her voice carried the solemnity befitting a demon lord. The hero and I will show the world earth-shattering power, and the hope that is born after that will be left to you to guide. Guiding that hope, the king nodded slightly, is my duty. I'll do my best too. The purple pixie flew out from behind the king's shoulder and spun in the air. Luca looked at her full of energy appearance and couldn't help but smile. He said, let's do our best together. Chapter 134, Speedrunning Natalia Port. After bidding farewell to St. Ilia, the next destination for the two was Natalia Port, located at the southernmost tip of the continent. Viewed from the sky, this once bustling port city now resembled a crushed seashell. Thick smoke rose from the docks and several streets were already submerged in water. Seawater mixed with mud spilled over the thresholds of low-lying houses, scattering furniture and cargo everywhere. Luca and Alice stepped out from a spatial rift and landed on a clock tower at the edge of the port. The wind blowing from the sea carried a salty, fishy stench and faint cries. Unsurprisingly, Natalia Port had also fallen into chaos. However, what surprised Luca was that the ones wreaking havoc in the town were not synthetic monsters. They were merfolk. The waters near the docks churned incessantly. Dozens of mermaid tails flashed across the surface, kicking up layers of waves. Some leaped onto the piers, using their tails to knock over cargo crates. Others dove underwater to ram the keels of ships from below, while some gathered at the port entrance, using their songs to disorient residents attempting to flee inland. In the center of this chaos, Luca saw a familiar figure. She stood at the very front of the dock, her hands raised straight forward, her long hair flying in the sea breeze. Her lips moved rapidly as she chanted an ancient melody. The sea responded, and a wave several meters high surged from before her, roaring toward a group of merfolk who were destroying a warehouse. The great wave swept those merfolk up and washed them into the sea. They tumbled a few times in the spray before sinking underwater in a disheveled state. But more figures immediately emerged from beneath the sea. A dozen or so merfolk swam from different directions, surrounding Mel. There was no warmth of kin in their eyes, only cold hostility. Luca stepped in front of Mel. Is this not a port where merfolk and humans coexist in peace? He said in a low voice. Why are you fighting among yourselves? Among the surrounding merfolk, the leader sneered. Her hair was a deep red, like congealed blood under the sunlight, and a mocking smirk hung at the corners of her mouth. These merfolk at the port who blindly fawn over humans are the very targets that should be purged right now. She raised her hand, and the artificial water spirit in her palm suddenly lit up. Luca saw the object clearly, a thumb-sized blue bead with an artificially cultivated water spirit sealed inside. It was a product of the Prometheus laboratory. He had seen similar debris in a Prometheus stronghold. So that was it, these were monsters orchestrated by Black Alice. A flash of the sword passed by, so fast that not even a splash occurred. The merfolk holding the artificial water spirits hadn't even reacted before they were sealed into palm-sized little fish, falling into the water with a plop, plop, wagging their tails in confusion. Luca sheathed his sword and turned to Mel. What's going on? Mel's complexion was poor, her lips slightly pale. She glanced in the direction where the merfolk had vanished and took a deep breath. Do you know the story of the mermaid maiden Lola and the human Alan? She asked. Luca nodded. I heard this legend at the mermaid bar. He remembered that legend very clearly. The human youth Alan went to sea and met with disaster, only to be saved by the blood of the mermaid maiden Lola. Lola used her own blood to extend Alan's life, and they returned to Alan's hometown together. They fell in love over time, a mermaid and a human, but one day, Lola's identity as a mermaid was discovered. The humans captured her for judgment. Not wanting to burden Alan and wishing to protect him, she continued to use her blood to heal him, silently enduring everything. After learning the truth, Alan committed suicide. With no attachments left, Lola, free from her bonds, left Alan's hometown and returned to the sea, never to be heard from again. Lola is the mermaid queen, Mel said. Luca's brows furrowed even tighter. A tragic mermaid who lost the men she loved most due to human persecution. She was the current queen, and the mastermind behind this attack. I see, Alice said, crossing her arms over her chest. So that's how it is. Because of her hatred for humans, she couldn't resist the temptation of Black Alice. Mel grabbed Luca's sleeve, her voice filled with pleading, "Please, Luca, find the mermaid queen and stop her." Luca nodded. He closed his eyes and spread his perception outward. Sacrificing precision for range was the limit of what he could do now. His magic power was sealed, and the four spirits were out of contact. His perception was like a stretched-out thread. The further it went, the thinner and more fragile it became, but it was enough. Vague auras surged from all directions, the panicked residents on the docks, the merfolk lurking beneath the sea. Then, in the direction of the back port, two massive magical signatures lit up like lighthouses. Luca opened his eyes. Found them. He took Alice by the hand and ran toward the depths of the port. Along the way to the back port, Luca sealed quite a few merfolk who blocked their path. Some ambushed from underwater, some jumped down from rooftops, and some hid behind collapsed cargo crates. Every time the Gog sword swung, a mermaid turned into a little fish, flopping about in the puddles. When they reached the pier at the back port, a figure blocked the middle of the path. She had long blue hair, with the tips soaked in seawater like melting glaciers. Her face was beautiful, with features as exquisite as if carved, but her eyes were as cold as the deep sea. She held a trident longer than her own body, its tip glinting coldly in the sunlight. "I am an imperial guard of the Mermaid Queen's clan." Her voice was not loud, but it overpowered the wind and waves. She spun the trident in her hand, and the tip pointed at Luca. "If a human like you goes to see the queen, it will only make the queen suffer more." She lowered her body slightly, the muscles of her tail tensing, ready to strike. "I will not let you pass." Luca looked at her and fell silent for a moment. "I'm sorry, Miss Mermaid." The moment the Gog sword left its sheath, his figure vanished from the spot. The Imperial Guard's pupils contracted sharply. She didn't have time to think. Her body instinctively dodged to the side, and she swept her trident toward the sensed position, but hit nothing. Luca appeared directly above her. The sword slashed down from high above, bringing with it a sharp whistle that tore through the air. The Imperial Guard looked up, only to see a dark arc unfolding before her eyes, like the onset of night. She subconsciously closed her eyes. Then the light shone. Her body shrank, her scales faded, and her bones rearranged. The light dissipated and a little fish fell from midair into the water, splashing a small spray. It spun twice on the water's surface, then flicked its tail and swam into the gaps of the pier. Luca sheathed his sword and continued forward. Having passed the frontline mermaid guards, the alley in the back port was much quieter. Seawater had flowed over their ankles, broken wooden crates and fishing nets floated on the surface, and the walls of the houses on both sides bore traces of flooding, with crooked window frames and broken doors. The two encountered a little mermaid in the depths of the alley. She was sitting on a pile of collapsed wooden crates, her tail dangling in the water, humming a song. Her body was as petite as a normal human child's, her purple-white hair clinging wetly to her cheeks, and her eyes were light blue, like a shallow beach after the tide had receded. But around her, around that tiny body, radiated a massive amount of magic power that was completely at odds with her young appearance. "Too young," Luca said in a low voice. "Perhaps she is a blood relative of the Mermaid Queen." The little mermaid noticed them, tilted her head, and blinked her light blue eyes curiously. She was not afraid, just looking at these two uninvited guests in confusion. Luca crouched down to bring his line of sight level with hers. "I am Luca," he said, pointing to himself, then to little Alice beside him. "She is Alice." He paused, his voice softening further. "Little one, what is your name?" The little mermaid tilted her head and thought for a moment, then grinned. "I am Ailu, and I am the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess, huh? Luca glanced at Alice, and Alice nodded slightly. Ailu, Luca looked at her again, his voice gentle. Could you let us see your mother? Ailu's smile vanished. She shook her head, her movement very firm. Mother will not see humans. Her voice grew smaller, and a thin mist of water gathered in her light blue eyes. Mother hates humans the most. My father was killed by humans. As she spoke, she raised her small fist and smashed it toward Luca. The fist was too small to even reach the corner of Luca's clothes, but the magic power on it condensed into a thin stream, carrying a sharp whistle. Luca did not dodge. He quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of things. Grilled starfish, grilled sea anemones, grilled sea slugs, candy. The colorful snacks piled up into a small hill in his palm, emitting an alluring aroma. That was what the mermaid merchant had insisted on giving him earlier when he saved him. The merchant said that since everything was going to be soaked anyway, he might as well give it all to him. Those are my snacks. Alice's eyes widened instantly, and her tiny body jumped up, reaching out to grab them. Alice, Luca held the snacks high, looking at her helplessly. At least don't fight with a little kid for food. Alice had been eating like a storm along the way. That was all that was left of so many snacks. Alice bit her lip, her golden eyes fixed on the pile of snacks, as if she were undergoing some difficult psychological struggle. Finally, she humphed and turned her head away, but her eyes still glanced over there from time to time. Ailu was stunned. She looked down at the snacks in Luca's hand, then looked up at Luca's face, and her small fist slowly lowered. Even so, she said in a low voice, with stubbornness in her tone, I will not let you see mother. Luca looked at her tightly drawn little face, and whispered to Alice, this should be the daughter of that human youth Alan from the legend several hundred years ago. But judging by Ailu's age, she doesn't seem like she was born in the era several hundred years ago. Alice said, high-ranking merfolk have the ability to control the timing of reproduction. The mermaid queen must have changed her mind recently after thinking about it for hundreds of years. Luca nodded in realization. Hundreds of years of hatred, hundreds of years of longing, hundreds of years of hesitation and finally choosing to give birth to a child. Was it a commemoration, or some form of letting go? He looked at the satchel at Ailu's waist. It was a handmade, starfish-shaped bag. The fabric had faded a bit, but it was clean, and one could tell its owner cherished it very much. The satchel at your waist is very nice, Luca changed the subject. Did you make it yourself? Ailu looked down at her satchel, and her eyes brightened. No, she shook her head, her voice filled with joy. My mother gave it to me. She patted her satchel, as if showing off some treasure. This satchel can hold so many things. I usually keep the pretty shells I pick up and snacks, all inside here. Luca reached out and gently rubbed her little head. Ailu did not dodge, but instead narrowed her eyes slightly. Seeing that she had calmed down, Luca withdrew his hand, his tone becoming serious. We just want to make your mother stop what she is doing. Ailu's expression changed again. Mother said, she lowered her head, her voice muffled, humans are all enemies of the merfolk. There was confusion in her voice. That confusion was not about whether humans are enemies, but rather that what her mother said did not match the behavior of the human in front of her. Luca did not rush to refute her. He thought for a moment, then said in a very calm tone, humans are generally weaker than monsters. When facing creatures they cannot understand, they use aggression as a protective coloration. He paused, but monsters and humans can make contact and then understand each other, just like your mother and father. He looked into Ailu's eyes. This is also what I want, and what I am currently doing. He pointed toward the harbor, where, although the flames of war had not yet extinguished, human residents and merfolk were already standing side by side, rescuing the wounded and lifting up collapsed shelves. Moreover, in this harbor, living in peace, monsters and humans understanding each other has already become a reality. His voice softened a bit, so I hope to meet your mother, and have her stop her actions against Natalia Port. Ailu's head was spinning. She felt that what this human said made a lot of sense, every word made sense. But the complicated expression her mother usually had when looking at humans, the sad song her mother hummed alone at night, the look in her eyes that she couldn't understand when her mother said, "Humans killed your father." She didn't know what to do. Luca did not force her. He turned his head to look at the sea. "Don't you agree, Mermaid Queen?" The waves lapped against the pillars of the pier, stirring up white foam. Among those bubbles, a figure had appeared, though no one knew when. She was half immersed in the seawater, her wet long hair clinging to her shoulders, her face cold and exquisite, her eyes deep blue, so deep they seemed bottomless. Mermaid Queen. She looked at Luca expressionlessly. One could not see anger, sadness, or hatred. There was only a kind of profound silence, settled over hundreds of years. Luca took a step forward. "I have heard rumors about you, Mermaid Queen," he said. "I have no interest in listening to your nonsense." The Mermaid Queen opened her mouth to interrupt him. "If you want to stop all this, then first defeat me, and then stop me." Before the words had even faded, the trident in her hand was thrown. That trident flew toward Luca with a piercing whistle that tore through the air. Blue magic condensed on the tip of the trident, dragging a cold trail of light through the air, pointing precisely at Luca's chest. Luca extended his left hand, and at the instant the trident was about to strike, he closed his 5 fingers, firmly grasping the handle of the trident. Airflow exploded from his palm and surged in all directions. The pier was crushed and collapsed, but Luca did not fall into the sea, instead standing upright in midair. Ailu was unable to open her eyes due to the wind, clutching her satchel tightly, her tail thrashing about in the water. Luca threw it back with a backhand motion, and the trident flew backward, tracing an arc and disappearing into the depths of the distant ocean. Then a flash of light crossed the distant sea surface. Immediately after, seawater surged into the sky, like an invisible giant sword piercing out from the seabed, splitting the sea surface into a rift. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater were thrown into the sky, exploding under the sunlight and turning into a sky full of water mist. Sunlight passed through the water mist, refracting into a rainbow that spanned across the sea. On the pier, Ailu's mouth hung open. The Mermaid Queen's face remained expressionless. She raised her hands, palms facing each other. An artificial water spirit lit up in front of her chest, blue light intertwining to form a huge vortex. She maintained a state similar to clear mirror, still water, her breathing steady, her heartbeat normal, all her emotions pressed into the deepest part of her consciousness. In this state, her power would be exerted to the maximum extent. A huge water sphere with a diameter of over 10 meters formed in front of her, its surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the sky, the clouds, and that rainbow. Inside the water sphere, magic power rotated at high speed, emitting a low humming sound. The Mermaid Queen pushed her hands forward, and the water sphere smashed toward Luca. Luca's figure disappeared from its original spot, and the next instant, he appeared in front of the Mermaid Queen. The Gog sword was unsheathed, the blade's light sweeping up from bottom to top, tracing a perfect arc. That arc cut through the bottom of the huge water sphere, like a hot knife cutting through butter, without resistance, without collision, only a kind of unstoppable, absolute severance. The water sphere exploded violently, and countless tiny water droplets scattered in all directions, like a sudden rainstorm. The water droplets hit the pier, the rooftops, and the sea surface, making a dense pitter-patter sound. Luca's sword did not stop, continuing to slash toward the Mermaid Queen's right arm. There was no blood, no wound, the Mermaid Queen did not even feel pain. But she felt her magic power draining away. Under this one strike, her magic power was almost completely emptied. The Mermaid Queen's brow furrowed slightly. The awe-inspiring pressure dissipated from her, her shoulders sank slightly, her tail was no longer powerful, and even her breathing became shallow. She floated in the seawater, head lowered, her long hair covering half her face. Her fighting spirit vanished. Luca sheathed his sword and descended from the air to stand before her. He looked at her. She kept her head down, not looking at him. Silence spread in the sea breeze. Luca spoke. I will not ask you to stop hating humans. But I hope you can give your offspring a choice. The Mermaid Queen did not answer. Just at this moment, Luca suddenly turned his head to look in a certain direction in the distance. What's wrong? Alice asked. Luca did not answer. Clear wind surged beneath his feet, and his whole body rose from the ground, flying toward a cluster of architectural ruins at the edge of the harbor. In a collapsed warehouse, a young boy, about 7 or 8 years old, was pinned between two roof beams, covered in wounds and already unconscious. A broken piece of iron had pierced into his chest, blood staining half his clothes red. Luca carefully moved the beams, picked up the boy, and flew back to the pier. He gently placed the child on the wooden boards of the pier. The injury was very serious. The position where the iron piece had pierced was close to his heart. His breathing was so weak it was almost imperceptible, and his face was as pale as paper. Mermaid Queen, Luca looked up at the Mermaid Queen in the seawater. Can you use your blood to save this child, just like you did hundreds of years ago? The Mermaid Queen looked up. Her gaze fell upon that boy, lingered for a moment, and then moved away. I should have said that I hate humans. Her voice remained cold. I have no obligation to save humans. Is that so? Luca was not surprised. He looked at Alice, preparing to have her temporarily unseal her powers to cast a recovery spell. The Mermaid Queen's voice sounded again. Her gaze moved away from the boy and fell upon Ailu. Perhaps the choice should be left to the next generation. Luca was slightly stunned. Ailu, the Mermaid Queen's voice became softer. You have seen it all, haven't you? Ailu walked out tremblingly from her hiding place, her tail trembling, tears welling up in her light blue eyes, but she did not cry. The Mermaid Queen looked at her. How to handle this, it is up to you to decide. Her voice was very calm. Just do as you think. Ailu lowered her head, looking at the boy lying on the ground. She did not hesitate at all. She raised her hand and used her fingernail to make a shallow cut on her wrist. Bright red blood beads seeped out, shimmering in the sunlight. She brought her wrist to the boy's lips, letting the blood drip into his mouth. The boy coughed slightly a few times. His pale complexion began to regain color, his breathing gradually calmed down, and at the edges of the horrifying wound on his chest, new granulation tissue began to grow, slowly pushing the iron piece out. Ailu withdrew her hand and looked down at her wrist. That wound was already beginning to heal. Mom, she turned around and threw herself at the Mermaid Queen, her tears finally falling. I'm sorry. The corners of the Mermaid Queen's mouth curled up slightly. That arc was very small, so small it was almost invisible, but Luca saw it. She hugged Ailu with one hand and gently stroked Ailu's hair with the other. Let's go back, Ailu, she said. She looked up at the sea. Everyone is going back too. She did not look at Luca, nor did she look at Alice. She picked up Ailu and leaped into the sea, her tail tracing a graceful arc on the water surface, and then vanished beneath the sea. Ailu poked her head out from her mother's arms, waving at Luca and Alice, her small palm flashing past the waves, and then was swallowed by the seawater. The other merfolk also leaped into the sea one after another. One after another. The sea surface gradually calmed down. The standing water on the pier began to recede, revealing the wet wooden boards. Sunlight poked its head out from behind the clouds, shining on the broken pier, on the overturned cargo boxes, and on the merfolk and humans who were embracing and crying. The harbor returned to calm. Luca stood by the pier, looking at the sea. Although she cannot let go of her hatred, Alice stood beside him, her voice uncharacteristically gentle. She handed the choice to the next generation. She paused. She lost her loved one because of humans, but her loved one was also a human. In this contradiction, the one who is most distressed is the Mermaid Queen herself, isn't it? That's true. Luca said softly. The sea breeze blew from afar, carrying a salty, fishy scent and a faint smell of blood. That rainbow still hung in the sky, its colors a bit fainter than before, but it was still complete. The town returned to peace, and the merfolk and residents celebrated their victory together. Some people held their children and wept bitterly, while others knelt on the ground to thank the gods. Merchants began to count their losses, fishermen repaired damaged boats, and children chased and played on the wet streets. But the buildings in this area that had been submerged by the water, the debris scattered everywhere, and the scars in the hearts of humans and merfolk would still need a lot of time to heal. Or perhaps they would never heal. Luca stood on the pier, watching that rainbow slowly dissipate. Alice stood by his side, uncharacteristically not urging him. On the sea, the last mermaid's tail disappeared into the distance. The harbor quieted down. Chapter 135. Our family has fallen. When they left Natalia Port, the setting sun had already sunk below the horizon, leaving only a streak of dark red on the edge of the sky. Luca and Alice stood in the open space outside the port. Alice was still savoring the last of the sea salt-flavored candies. It was said that some fishermen had salvaged them from a shipwreck, and they had been expired for 3 years, but Alice was eating them with great relish. The next destination is the Forest of Elves. Luca unfolded the map, his finger tracing upwards from Natalia. Alice, with the candy in her mouth, gave a vague mm. But Luca's fingers stopped. He remembered something. He said, "How did you deal with her back then?" Alice paused her chewing, tilted her head, and recalled, "She is from a noble family, after all. I dragged her back to the dungeon, and had Tamamo educate her properly. She made a gesture of hitting a palm. After the education, I let her go." Luca frowned slightly. "Black Alice is going around bewitching monsters." His voice carried worry. "I'm a bit uneasy about Chrome. Let's stop by the haunted house on the way." Luca put away the map. "It won't take long." Alice's expression changed suddenly. "My stomach suddenly hurts." Alice immediately bent over, covering her stomach with both hands, her expression exaggerated. "Maybe I ate too much. It's not very convenient to move. How about we just forget it?" Luca looked at her. That little face was written all over with a sincere expression that said, "I'm really in pain. Let's go quickly, forget about Chrome, don't go to the haunted house." "I don't deny that you ate too much." Luca reached out, grabbed her wrist, and felt her pulse. It was steady and strong, more normal than normal. "Actually, you're just scared, aren't you?" "You?" Alice's face flushed red. "Anyway, let's go take a look." Luca didn't let go. "Chrome likes to study zombies and undead. I can't set my mind at ease." Alice took a deep breath and then started muttering. "You big idiot." "A big idiot who doesn't care about the feelings of a delicate girl at all. I already said my stomach hurts, and you're still dragging me to that kind of place. The whole house is full of those things." "You big idiot." Luca pretended not to hear. He stepped into the spatial rift, firmly holding Alice, who was still muttering. The next second, the two appeared in front of the haunted house. This mansion was older than when they last visited. The weeds in front of the door had grown to knee height, and the rust on the iron fence had spread to the top of every railing. That dilapidated wooden door was crooked, and the hinges had completely rusted shut. But there were several fresh claw marks on the door panel, not like those left by monsters, but more like someone had scratched desperately in extreme fear. Before even entering, Luca's footsteps stopped. He felt the fluctuation of life fading away. That kind of fluctuation was too familiar to him, like the last wisp of smoke when a candle flame is pinched out, faint, yet carrying an uncomfortable lingering warmth. And in the depths of this mansion, there were two remnants of magic mixed together. One was the unique, mixed, and twisted fluctuation of a synthetic monster, like forcing the magic power of a dozen different monsters into a rope, each strand repelling the other, yet forced to coexist. The other was Chrome's. Luca's expression sank. He pushed open that crooked door. A musty smell hit his nose. It was a mixture of rotting wood, decaying fabric, and the scent of something indescribable. That smell was as if the house itself was rotting from the bones outwards. In the dilapidated hall, everything remained as it was when they last visited: broken candle holders, overturned tables and chairs, faded tapestries on the walls. The only difference was that the light was dimmer. Even the moonlight filtering through the windows seemed to have been filtered by something, gray and hazy, unable to illuminate any corner. Then he saw the corpses. On the stairs leading to the second floor, the remains of 3 male human corpses lay across the steps. Their postures were all different. One lay face down on the steps with fingers still clutching the cracks in the wooden planks, one lay on its back at the corner with eyes wide open and mouth agape, and another was curled up at the top of the stairs, hands clutching its head. Luca crouched down and carefully observed the wounds on one of the corpses. There are remnants of magic from a synthetic monster and chrome on it. He lightly brushed over the edge of the wound. The magic residue there was still slightly warm. These people had died no more than half a day ago. He stood up. I still need to keep looking. Regardless of whether Chrome did it or not, I have to get to the bottom of what happened. He turned around. Alice. Little Alice was gone. Luca's gaze swept across the hall, and finally, he found her in the corner behind the door. She was curled into a ball, covering her eyes with both hands, pressing her whole body against the wall, as if trying to embed herself into the wall cracks. Her tail was curled up, wrapping around her body, her ears were drooping, and she looked a whole size smaller than usual. Luca pursed his lips, walked over, bent down, and picked her up. Alice didn't struggle, she just buried her face in his collar, her body trembling slightly. Luca carried her and walked up the stairs. The sound of footsteps on the stairs echoed in the empty mansion, each step sounding as if it had been amplified tenfold. Luca's boots stepped on the wooden boards, making a creak, creak sound. Occasionally, rustling noises came from beneath the boards. He didn't know if it was rats or something else. The second-floor corridor was darker than the first. Every few steps on the wall hung a portrait. The faces of the people in the paintings were already blurred, but for some reason, their eyes were particularly clear. No matter where you walked, those eyes seemed to be staring at you. Alice buried her face deeper. At the end of the corridor, a semi-transparent figure floated out from the wall. It was a ghost girl. She wore a tattered long dress, her hair hung messily in front of her face, and her hands were stretched forward, her fingernails long and curved. Her body was semi-transparent, one could see the wall behind her, but that cold aura was real. She made a low whimpering sound and floated toward Luca. Luca sighed. He placed Alice on a relatively clean windowsill by the corridor. Alice immediately curled into a ball again, covering her ears with both hands. "Be back in a moment," he said. Then he turned around and drew his sword. The ghost girl had already floated within 3 steps. The cold aura hit his face. Her hair writhed like a living thing, revealing half a pale face, and one hollow eye from between the strands. The gog sword was unsheathed. The sword light drew an arc in the dim corridor, like a gash tearing open the darkness. The ghost girl let out a short scream, and then turned into a soft glimmer, slowly dissipating. Luca sheathed his sword and turned around. The windowsill was empty. Alice was gone again. He had just taken a step. A sharp wail came from the direction of the basement, so loud that even the dust on the walls was shaken off. Luca paused. He rubbed his temples. Alice really has a grudge against the basement, doesn't she? He came down from the stairs, crossed the hall, and walked toward the door next to the kitchen that led to the basement. He had been here last time, and still remembered the way. The door was open, the steps inside extended all the way down, and at the end was a dim yellow light. The basement. It was much more spacious than when they last visited. Chrome had obviously rearranged it. Several lanterns emitting phosphorescence hung on the walls, the light ghastly white, illuminating the entire space as if it were underwater. Piles of books and manuscripts were stacked in the corner, with characters Luca couldn't understand written on the spines. A bone chair covered with an old white cloth was placed on a high platform in the very center. Chrome was sitting on it. She crossed her legs, propped her chin with one hand, and looked down at everything happening below with a triumphant air. Her laughter echoed in the basement. "Run all you want." This is the retribution for handing me over to that fox and fooling me. Eek ah. Little Alice was wriggling frantically in the spacious basement. She rolled, crawled, and bounced on the ground, using all sorts of unimaginable ways to dodge the thing chasing her. It was a ghost girl. Transparent, floating, a ghost girl who was chasing Alice at an extremely slow speed. Eek ah. Luca stood at the entrance of the basement, watching this scene. Chrome's laughter stopped abruptly. She saw Luca. Luca was somewhat helpless. I had a whim to come here and take a look, but I ended up running into you at this mansion again. Are you here to study necromancy again? Chrome stood up, hands on her hips. Do you think I would give up on my research so easily? She waved her hand, pointing at Luca. This time, watch me use my new technique to beat you into a pig's head. Two ghosts floated out from behind her. One was wearing a hat, its cyan body swaying gently in midair, like water grass blown by the wind. The other, a ghost with long pink hair, left a faint trail in the air, its two hollow eyes staring straight at Luca. Chrome commanded imposingly, "Go. Teach him a good lesson." In the corner, Alice lay on the floor, white foam at the corner of her mouth, seemingly having lost consciousness. The two ghosts lunged simultaneously. The cyan one circled around from the left, moving as fast as the wind, while the pink one charged straight at his front, its long hair spreading out in the air like a net. Luca dodged slightly, the cyan ghost brushing past his ear, bringing a cold breeze. When the pink ghost lunged in front of him, he had already sidestepped, his right hand pressing onto the hilt of his sword. The Gog sword was unsheathed. The sword light lit up in the dim basement, as if suddenly cleaving open a rift. The two ghosts didn't even have time to make a sound before they were swallowed by that light. The light dissipated and the two ghosts disappeared. Only two faint glimmers remained where they had been, drifting for a few circles like fireflies before dissipating into the air. Chrome's smile froze on her face. Cold sweat flowed down from her forehead, sliding along the bridge of her nose to the tip, hanging there, teetering. She slid to her knees without hesitation, hands clutching her head, forehead pressed against the floor. "I surrender." Her voice came out muffled from beneath her arms. "Don't hit me. If you hit them, you can't hit me." Luca looked at her like that and sighed helplessly. He walked over, bent down, and pulled Chrome up from the ground. Chrome brushed the dust off her body and stood there, looking dejected. "I lost again," she muttered softly. Luca's expression turned serious. "Didn't we make a promise not to conduct evil research anymore?" His voice was not loud, but very serious. "Why are you doing things that disturb the dead again?" Chrome shook her head violently. "I have been keeping the promise properly." She defended herself hurriedly. "Spirit summoning research is harmless to humans and animals. Let alone taking lives, I haven't even dug up any graves." Luca's gaze fell on her face. "What is the situation with those 3 dead humans?" Chrome felt a bit creeped out by his stare, and her voice quieted down. "Those 3 people at the entrance were killed by a strange synthetic monster. I just happened to pass by, couldn't stand it, so I took that monster apart." Luca stared into her eyes for a few seconds. He could tell she wasn't lying. Luca's tone softened a bit. "Then, are you still in contact with Prometheus?" he asked softly. "How much did you participate in the Genesis plan?" Chrome was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "I previously obtained synthetic nanocarbon tissue and hyperspeed neural key technology from Prometheus." Seeing Luca's confused expression, she added, "Simply put, I only obtained advanced technology in the direction of zombies." Her voice became a bit dejected. "After being lectured by you, I never saw her again. What the Genesis plan is, I have no idea." She looked up at Luca with an awkward smile on her face. "My spirit summoning research had just gotten on the right track, and then you guys appeared again. I got hot-headed and wanted to teach you a lesson." Her voice got quieter and quieter. "I didn't mean any harm." Luca's expression relaxed. "I believe you aren't lying to me." Chrome's shoulders relaxed slightly. However, Luca changed the subject. Chrome, why are you so obsessed with research? Chrome was silent for a while. She spoke, her voice much lower than before. That is, to revive my fallen family. She looked up, her gaze landing on the manuscripts in the corner of the basement. My full name is Chrome Alutsu. The Alutsu family is a glorious family that has served the Demon King for generations. Her voice carried pride. Our family mainly takes pride in traditional magic arts such as spirit summoning, puppet manipulation, and necromancy, and uses them to win the favor of the Demon King. Her voice gradually sank. However, ever since Her Majesty Alice Fitz 15 ascended the throne, she viewed all of this as heretical and banned it. She lowered her head. My family, just like that, fell. Luca pondered. Why would Alice Fitz 15, that is, Alice's mother, ban the Alutsu family's magic arts? His gaze involuntarily drifted toward Alice, who was lying in the corner. A strange thought surfaced. Alice is so afraid of ghosts. Could it be that Alice's mother was also very afraid of ghosts, so she banned them? The era of the 15 has passed. Chrome's voice interrupted his wandering thoughts, and light rekindled in her eyes. As long as I hone the spirit summoning and necromancy passed down through my family to the extreme, she clenched her fists, her voice growing louder. And then demonstrate it before the Demon King Alice Fizz 16, getting recognized, the fallen Alutsu family will definitely be able to revive again. She looked up, I will definitely be able to obtain honor again. Luca looked at her confident appearance and was silent. He supported his forehead with one hand and sighed long and hard. He said, I think your family might never be able to revive. He reached out and pointed to little Alice lying in the corner. That person is Alice Fizz 16, the current Demon King. Chrome's face turned pale in an instant. Her lips began to tremble, her body began to tremble, and she shook incessantly like a sieve. Cold sweat broke out from her forehead, temples, and neck simultaneously, streaming down her cheeks. Little Alice regained consciousness. She climbed up from the ground, arms crossed over her chest. Her golden eyes still held the terror of being chased by ghosts earlier, but more than that, they held anger. Silence spread among the three. Chrome spoke to break the stalemate. Demon King, did Chrome's interesting spirit summoning make you feel happy? She forced a smile on her face, a smile uglier than crying. What kind of joke is this? Alice's voice squeezed out from between her teeth. You big idiot. Her volume rose to an unprecedented level, and the entire basement echoed with her roar. You, for the next 300 years, are forbidden from entering the Demon King's castle. Chrome's eyes lost their luster. Woo woo woo. She knelt on the ground, tears falling plop plop. I'm sorry to my sister. I'm sorry. Alutsu family. Luca watched this scene, not knowing what to say. Alice's anger seemed to have been vented, replaced by a scrutinizing gaze. She carefully examined Chrome, who was kneeling on the ground. She spoke, her voice much calmer than before. You are the younger sister of the Alutsu sisters, right? Chrome looked up, looking at her through teary eyes. Due to the incident caused by the elder sister of the Alutsu family, the family was permanently exiled from the Demon King's castle. Chrome's body trembled slightly. Sister. She lowered her head, her gaze landing on the floor, her voice so light it was like she was talking to herself. I don't know why sister went mad, but I must clear the family's disgrace. Alice's tone was complex. Your sister's research into necromancy was extremely insane at the time. She paused. Mother. The Demon King 15 saw the danger of your sister long ago, but she never strictly controlled your sister. Later, until things developed to an uncontrollable point, the 15 had no choice but to send a crusade team to execute your sister. She sighed. Speaking of which, Mother was too naive, which is why things happened to this point, so the Demon King also bears responsibility for this matter. What exactly happened? Luca asked Alice in a low voice. Alice's voice was very calm. There is nothing unspeakable about this. She glanced at Chrome. In the end, for the sake of magic arts, her sister secretly engaged in the slaughter of monsters. The basement was so quiet that one could hear the faint sound of phosphorus fire burning. Chrome's head lowered even further, almost touching her knees. It was my fault. Her voice was very small, as if squeezed from the depths of her throat. Luca frowned. You don't need to take all this responsibility on yourself. Chrome looked up violently. No, it was my fault. Her voice suddenly grew louder. Due to my stupid mistake, I mixed up the experimental potion, causing an explosion. At that time, Sister was seriously injured to protect me. Her voice began to tremble. After that, Sister started to become abnormal. She often locked herself in the laboratory, and would not see anyone else. She lowered her head. Probably because clumsy me made her hate me. She was silent for a while. Actually, there are other reasons for returning here again. Her voice became very light. I saw a mysterious person who looked like my sister. Alice's expression changed. Did you see her appearance clearly? Chrome shook her head. She wore a black top hat with a pointed brim, the brim pulled very low, covering most of her face. A silver-gray long-beaked mask covered her face, and I didn't see it clearly. Her voice became certain. But she has Sister's scent. I chased her here, and then she disappeared for some reason. Alice was silent for a while. Even Black Alice could be saved. She said in a low voice. Now, I won't be surprised even if I encounter anyone who has risen from the dead. Luca looked at Chrome. Regardless of whether she is your sister or not, you must protect your own safety, okay? Chrome was silent. I suggest you go to the Demon King's castle to take refuge first. Luca continued. The world is not safe anywhere nowadays, and I will keep an eye out for matters regarding your sister. Chrome remained silent. She lowered her head, looking at the floor without saying a word. Luca sighed. He knew Chrome wouldn't listen to him. He said, at least protect your own safety, okay? His voice was very gentle. Don't act rashly. He paused. As a friend, I don't want anything to happen to you. Chrome looked up, her eyes a bit red. Our friends? Of course. Luca nodded. Chrome looked at him, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just turned her face away. Let me be alone for a while. Luca and Alice looked at each other. I'm going first. Luca stood up. If you need anything, you can go to the Demon King's castle to find Tamamo at any time. By the way, Tamamo is that fox who educated you earlier. Chrome nodded. Luca waved his hand and turned to walk towards the basement exit. Alice followed behind him, walked a few steps, then stopped and looked back. Chrome was still sitting there, hugging her knees, head lowered. The light of the phosphorus fire flickered around her, casting her shadow on the wall, growing and shrinking. Alice didn't say anything, turned around and followed Luca away. Only Chrome was left in the basement. She sat for a long time. Sister, she murmured. Chapter 136, Speedrunning the Forest of Elves. After burying the 3 male corpses, Luca stood before the newly piled mound of earth, silent for a moment. Chrome, he said softly, after everything is over, let's go visit her. Alice nodded. The next destination is the Forest of Elves, right? She asked. Luca's gaze turned to the northwest, the direction of the Forest of Elves, which was also the habitat of the wind spirit, Sylph. I hope little Sylph hasn't been waiting too long. He paused, his voice becoming even softer. I promised her that we would always be together. Alice glanced at him, but she didn't say much, simply letting out a humph and stepping forward. Then hurry up and let's go. The Forest of Elves. Upon entering the forest, the atmosphere remained as tranquil as ever. Towering trees blocked out the sky, and sunlight was filtered through layers of branches and leaves into dappled golden spots, scattered across the thick fallen leaves. The air was filled with the scent of soil and decaying leaves, and occasionally, a few bird calls drifted from afar, only to quickly disappear deep within the canopy. Luca walked in front, with Alice by his side. The sound of their footsteps was swallowed by the fallen leaves. There was suddenly movement in the bushes. A figure rushed out from behind the bushes, moving quickly and kicking up a rustling sound. "You're that human who came to find Sylph last time." The person who arrived was the elf guard that Luca had met during his last visit to the Forest of Elves. She ran up to Luca, panting, her face full of anxiety. "Never mind that for now. It's terrible, the angels have even reached this forest." Her words came to an abrupt halt. Because she had stepped into empty air. The layer of fallen leaves beneath her feet, which had seemed flat, suddenly collapsed, and she plummeted with a whoosh into a cleverly disguised pit. A dull thud came from the bottom of the pit, followed by a brief silence. Supersized trap. Two twin pixies flew out from the nearby treetops, holding twigs and mud in their hands. Their bodies were only the size of a palm, their wings as transparent as cicada wings, and their faces were brimming with excitement. "We got an angel," the one on the left cheered, holding up a twig. "Quick, quick, quick, pour water first, then throw the mud." The one on the right had already started throwing mud into the pit. "I already threw some." The two pixies flew gleefully toward the edge of the pit and peered inside. Their movements froze simultaneously. Lying in the pit was not an angel but their elf guard sister, who was sprawled at the bottom in a twisted posture, with a lump of freshly thrown wet mud plastered on her back. "Elf sister. Where's the angel?" The two pixies looked at each other. The elf guard climbed out from the bottom of the pit, her hair covered in mud and leaves, her face smeared with semi-dried mud. She looked utterly disheveled, her eyes burning with visible fury. "You unforgivable." The two pixies scattered in a panic, their transparent wings leaving two faint glimmers in the sunlight. The elf guard took off in pursuit, their figures flashing through the bushes and soon disappearing deep into the forest. "Running pretty fast, aren't you?" The elf guard's voice came faintly from the distance, growing further and fainter. The forest returned to tranquility. Alice stood by the edge of the pit, looking at the trap entrance covered by fallen leaves, then at the direction where the two pixies had disappeared. Luca stood behind her, looking in the same direction. "It seems the area near the entrance is quite safe," he said. Alice did not refute this. "However, are there any angels?" Luca's expression turned serious. He closed his eyes and released his perception. The aura of every blade of grass and tree in the forest spread out slowly in his consciousness like a giant web. He could feel the tremor of the wind blowing through the leaves, the trajectory of tree roots extending through the soil, and the heartbeats of small animals hiding in their burrows. But the aura of the holy element none. He opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. "They're hiding really well," he said, "we'll just have to take it one step at a time." Alice crossed her arms over her chest, her golden eyes slightly narrowed. "Although your perception has weakened, even you can't detect them." She pondered for a moment. "Do you remember that insect-like angel in St. I remember?" Luca nodded, his expression somewhat complex. "Goddess Ilias, in a sense, has a unique taste. Since there are insect-like angels, it wouldn't be strange if there were plant-like angels too." Alice speculated, the angel lurking in the forest of elves is very likely in a plant state, so it's normal that your rough skin didn't find it. She looked up at Luca. "You need to be careful not to get ambushed." Luca paused for a moment, then smiled. As expected of the leader of the demon race, he said, thinking of so much all at once. Alice's tail flapped quickly twice. "Humph, of course." She turned her face away, her voice carrying a hint of undisguised pride. "I am the Demon King, after all." The two walked deeper into the forest. The further they went, the denser the trees became, the darker the light, and the heavier the humidity in the air. Occasionally, elves would poke their heads out from the treetops, curiously sizing them up before shrinking back. When passing by a fruit tree, Alice's steps suddenly slowed down. Luca turned back and saw her staring fixedly at the large fruits on the tree. Those fruits were twice the size of ordinary ones, with golden, oily skins, hanging heavily among the leaves and emitting an enticing, sweet fragrance. Alice swallowed her saliva. She walked toward the fruit tree, and reached out her hand. A hand grabbed her wrist. "Don't touch it." Alice turned back, looking at Luca with a puzzled expression. Luca didn't let go, his gaze fixed on the fruits. "You just told me that an angel might be in a plant state," he said, "and yet you're just going to pounce on it like that." Alice's pupils contracted slightly. She pulled her hand back abruptly and took a step back. The fruit tree was silent for a moment. Then those fruits began to tremble. The golden skin split open from the middle, revealing the moist, glossy pink inner wall inside. Those were not fruits but flower buds. The buds bloomed petal by petal, like some kind of creature waking up and slowly opening its eyes. Among the branches and leaves, a figure gradually materialized. The angel Belial no longer disguised herself. She peeled away from the tree trunk, like a creation stepping out of a painting, half divine, half twisted. Her golden hair was curly and fluffy like sunlight, every strand carrying an unnatural luster. Her blue eyes were as clear as high mountain lakes, and her face was youthful and holy, as if she were one of those innocent little angels on church murals. But between her neck and collarbone, several pale pink, vine-like limbs were entwined like blood vessels, like tentacles, or like some kind of parasitic plant growing out from within her. The vines extended upward, spreading out for blue-white wing-like structures, their edges translucent, with clearly visible veins, carrying an eerie sense of vitality. Below her abdomen, she had completely mutated into a giant flower form. 3 plump, pink fleshy petals opened up like a bud, their edges curled with ruffled white frills. At the tip of each fleshy petal, a pale, slender human hand extended, fingers splayed, the fingertips glowing with a sickly pink. Those hands swayed slightly in the air, as if searching for something, or perhaps summoning something. A golden hoop was clamped around the calyx, binding the entire flower-shaped lower body. Divine and forbidden, beautiful and twisted. These two diametrically opposed qualities were forcibly kneaded into the same body. Luca took a deep breath. Hiss, when he exhaled, his voice carried an indescribable, complex emotion. "What on earth is Goddess Ilia's thinking?" Belial heard his words. She tilted her head, the vine swaying gently with her movement, and the fingers on the flower also curled slightly. In her blue eyes, a sense of offended displeasure surfaced, but that displeasure looked exceptionally incongruous on her holy face. As expected of the great sinner, the filthy hero. Her voice was as soft as wind chimes. "I shall be the one to devour your soul." The vines suddenly tightened, and the 5 hands on the flower opened simultaneously, reaching out to grab Luca. A rich, cloying floral scent permeated the air, so thick it was almost suffocating, as if it wanted to soak one's consciousness in it. Luca did not retreat. He shook his head and placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. The Gog sword was unsheathed, and he threw the sword directly. The instant the sword left his hand, a tear opened in the space before him. That rift was like a torn piece of cloth, with jagged edges, and inside was pure, pitch-black darkness without a single ray of light. The Gog sword plunged into the rift. Belial's movements paused for an instant. She looked at the healing spatial rift, a trace of confusion appearing at the corner of her mouth. "What's wrong? Are you performing some kind of trick for me?" Before she could finish, the space behind her tore open. The Gog sword burst forth from the rift, its tip carrying the ripples of tearing space, precisely piercing through her chest. The blade sank into the tree trunk, pinning her to that large tree. Belial lowered her head, looking at the sword tip protruding from her chest. In her blue eyes, there was no fear, no pain, only a pure, incomprehensible bewilderment. Then, a light lit up. Those vines began to turn into specks of light, petals began to wither into light dust, and pale fingers dissipated one by one. Her body began to disintegrate from the edges, like ashes blown away by the wind. The light dissipated. Belial vanished into particles, those specks of light drifted through the tree canopy, falling onto the leaves, into the grass, and onto the trunk she had disguised as a fruit tree. The Gog sword detached from the tree trunk, spun in the air, and flew steadily back into Luca's hand. He sheathed the sword. "Let's go," he said. Alice stood behind him, looking at the completely healed spatial rift, clicking her tongue in wonder. A very creative move. Her golden eyes held admiration. Luca did not answer, just continued walking forward. When they were close to the sylph habitat, another figure blocked their path. This one was larger than Belial, and much larger at that. She had huge insect-like wings, like the transparent, veined membranous wings of a dragonfly. When spread, the wings almost covered the entire forest path, each flap creating a low humming sound. Her body was massive, with 6 insect-like sharp claws extending from her abdomen, each growing sharp barbs, slowly opening and closing in the air, emitting a faint click sound. Her face was surprisingly normal, one could even say beautiful. But that beautiful face embedded on this body made people feel even more uncomfortable than Belial's combination of divinity and distortion. "I am the power angel Liviel." Her voice was low, carrying a certain metallic resonance, emanating from her massive chest cavity, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble slightly. "I will purify your soul." 6 sharp claws opened simultaneously, reaching toward Luca from different directions. The speed of those claws was astonishing, carrying a piercing whistle as they broke through the air, sealing off all his escape routes. Luca frowned. He took a step forward. Those claws pressed down from all directions, the closest one almost touching his shoulder, but he did not stop, nor did he even slow down. His body wove between the gaps of the claws, each step landing in the intervals of the attacks, each sidestep precisely avoiding the trajectory of the claw tips. In an instant, he had passed through the encirclement of the claws. In the eyes of the power angel Liviel, his figure was reflected. It was too close, so close that those claws could not be retracted in time. The Gog sword was unsheathed. The sword light swept up from below, tracing a perfect arc. That arc cut through Liviel's massive body, from the left shoulder to the right rib, as clean and neat as drawing a line in the air. A light surged from the sword mark, swallowing the power angel's massive body. The massive body began to disintegrate, the wings began to turn into specks of light, and the 6 sharp claws dissipated one by one. The power angel Liviel looked down at her own dissipating body, a look of confusion appearing on that beautiful face. Then she vanished, turning into specks of light all over the sky, drifting through the tree canopy. Luca sheathed the sword. He stood in place, silent for a moment. "I originally thought I was mentally prepared," he began, "but seeing them like that, I don't think I'm mentally prepared yet." "I agree with what you said," she said. Luca did not turn back, just nodded. "Let's go." Not long after, the two arrived at the deepest part of the forest. The sylph habitat, where wild winds howled. Leaves, branches, and debris flew violently in the air, swept up by that invisible force, spinning, colliding, and being torn apart. The entire habitat was shrouded in a mass of high-speed rotating airflow, like a giant beast trapped in a cage, struggling desperately. Luca's hair was blown, snapping in the wind, his robes pressed tightly against his body. Alice's shrunken body was unsteady from the wind, and she had to grab onto the corner of Luca's robe. In the center of that wild wind, a figure sat under a large tree. Small, wearing nice clothes, wearing a petite hat, gray hair, eyes tightly closed. She sat just like that in the center of the hurricane, the surrounding air torn to shreds, yet she just sat quietly, like a stone left behind in the eye of the storm. Luca walked to her and crouched down. "Yo, gnome," he greeted, his voice mostly swallowed by the wind, but he knew she could hear him. "I was a bit surprised to sense that it was you here instead of Sylph." Gnome did not answer. She just slightly opened her eyes, and in those green eyes, there was no light, only a deep, heavy exhaustion. Alice watched this scene, suddenly realizing. So that's it. Her voice was somewhat distorted by the wind. This way they can imprison the spirits forever without killing them. Her gaze swept across this habitat ruled by wild winds. If they were sent back to their original abodes, they would harmonize and instead recover their power, so placing them in a location with the opposite attribute is the best judgment. Her voice became certain. Judging by this, Sylph should be in the desert of Sabesa, Salamander should be under the spring of Undine, and Undine should be on the gold volcano. The effect was superb. Gnome was placed in this space torn by wild winds, her power suppressed to the limit. She sat there, her small body trembling slightly, as if she could be blown away by the wind at any moment. Luca reached out a hand. "Come on, Gnome," he said, "make a contract with me again." Gnome looked up. Those green eyes looked at his hand for a long time. Then she extended her small palm, and placed it in his palm. Her fingers were cold and weak, just resting lightly on it. Luca closed his fingers and pulled her up from the ground. Her body was as light as a leaf, swaying as soon as the wind blew. "It must be lonely being alone," his voice was very soft. "Sorry, next time I won't let you leave like this so easily." He reached out and gently rubbed Gnome's little head. Gnome did not speak. She just wrapped her arms around Luca's neck, buried her face in the crook of his shoulder, and rubbed gently. An earthy yellow light surged from her body, enveloping the two of them. The light was soft, carrying the warmth of soil, and the heaviness of the earth. Then Gnome vanished. Deep in Luca's consciousness, a small figure appeared. She sat there, holding her knees with both hands, her green eyes looking at him quietly. "Soon we will be able to bring back Sylph, Salamander, and Undine," Luca said to her in his consciousness. "Bear with it for a little longer, Gnome." Gnome nodded slightly. Luca opened his eyes. He looked down at his hands. His palms retained Gnome's body heat, and a long-lost, heavy power was slowly flowing through his body. That was the power of the earth, the power of Gnome. "Although I can use the power of spirits even without the four spirits," he said softly, clenching his fist and feeling that power running through his veins, "but as expected, having the spirit's power with the spirit itself is what's complete." However, affected by the world-class barrier, Gnome's power was still weakened quite a bit. But he could feel that Gnome was sitting quietly deep in his consciousness, that companionship itself was power. "But we can fight together again," he said. Alice stood by his side, not speaking. The wind was still howling, but it was no longer as crazy as before. After losing Gnome, the Sylph habitat's wind power, which had been forcibly suppressed, began to slowly recover. Luca turned around and looked toward the direction outside the forest. "The next stop is the Safara Desert," he said. "But we must go to Sabesa City first," his voice held worry. "If anything happens to the King Sabesa, the people in the desert region will have no one to lead them." Alice nodded. The two walked side by side out of the forest. Chapter 137, Speedrun Sabesa. When emerging from the Forest of Elves, Luca intended to jump directly to Sabesa, but the moment he was traveling through the space rift, an indescribable sense of unease suddenly seized him. It was an intuition, not that his perception had detected anything specific, but rather a deeper, ineffable warning, like the humming of a string pulled too tight. He stopped his jump. A rift in space tore open before him, and Luca took Alice by the hand and stepped out from midair. The evening wind of the Sabesa Desert, laden with fine sand, rushed to meet them, dry and scorching. Then he saw the battlefield. Below, a dark mass of synthetic monsters was surging like a tide toward a human army. Those monsters took various forms. Some resembled scorpions magnified 100 times, their tail hooks gleaming with an eerie green light in the setting sun. Others looked like headless camels, with deformed tumors bulging on their backs from which several tentacles extended through cracks. Many more defied identification, appearing only as a mixture of twisted flesh and carapaces. The human soldiers were arranged in a dense phalanx, shields interlocked, spears protruding from the gaps in the shield wall, resembling a curled-up hedgehog. But there were too many synthetic monsters. They surged from all directions, battering the defensive line wave after wave. The shield wall trembled, and with every impact, soldiers were knocked flying, only to be dragged into the darkness by the monsters behind. At the very front of the battle line, a giant, head-shaped monster was rampaging. The thing was a full 3 meters tall, resembling a gigantic human head, its surface covered in purplish-blue veins and meridians. It had a massive mouth that spanned its entire face, opening and closing, swallowing 2 or 3 soldiers with every snap. A familiar figure was standing in the center of the phalanx, waving a longsword to command the battle. It was the knight commander of King Sabesa, whom Luca had met during his previous journey. His armor was stained with the monster's bodily fluids, and his helmet was nowhere to be found, revealing hair soaked in sweat, and a face etched with exhaustion. Yet, his voice remained resonant, and his blade remained sharp. The situation was dire. There were too many synthetic monsters, and for ordinary humans, these monsters were far too powerful. Each one required several squads of soldiers working together to barely hold it off, and the number of monsters was more than double that of the soldiers. Luca did not hesitate. He dove from the sky, and the moment the Gog sword was unsheathed, his silhouette had already traced a trajectory across the battlefield that the naked eye could barely capture. The sword light trailed arcs behind him, as if painting in the air with light. In his hands, the Gog sword almost turned into a continuous ribbon of light, each swing landing precisely on the core of a synthetic monster. There was no wasted force, no superfluous movement, every strike was fatal. The battlefield went quiet for a moment. Then, those synthetic monsters swept by the sword light began to disintegrate, turning directly into minced meat. Those twisted limbs, carapaces, and tentacles, under the sealing power of the Gog sword, turned into piles of organic matter devoid of life signs, clattering down onto the sand. The soldiers on the desert were stunned, their faces blank. A second ago, they were still struggling to fend off the monster's assault, shields banging and spears snapping one after another. The next second, all the monsters before them had turned into minced meat. The contrast was so stark that their minds couldn't process it for a moment. Some stood with their mouths agape, having forgotten to close them. Some remained in the posture of holding up their shields, motionless. Others had their swords drop to the ground with a clang, without even realizing it. Luca did not stop. He stepped on the breeze, swept past the dazed phalanx of soldiers, and landed in front of the knight commander. "Are you all right?" He recognized that familiar face. "Ah, you are the knight commander of King Sabesa, right?" The knight commander froze for a moment, then those bloodshot eyes suddenly lit up. "You are Lord Hero Luca." His voice trembled with excitement. "Have you come to assist us?" "Yes," Luca nodded. "I happened to find you on my way to Sabesa." He swept his gaze over the soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield, then looked at the knight commander. "The soldiers are all in the desert, so what is the situation at Sabesa now?" The knight commander's expression darkened. "Not long ago, a monster army heading south was marching toward Sabesa," he said quickly, speaking fast as if racing against time. At the same time, the vampire clan that had long been lurking inside the royal city also began their move. He paused. In order to prevent the vampires from coordinating with the monster army, the king ordered the soldiers to intercept the monster army far away from the royal city. At the same time, to prevent the vampires from escaping, the king decided to remain in the city alone as a decoy to buy time, ordering the soldiers to blockade the royal city and cast a powerful seal. He clenched his fists. "As long as we can hold out until reinforcements from other countries arrive, the situation will surely improve." Alice stepped out from behind Luca, her small figure casting a shallow shadow in the setting sun. "The whole world is under attack right now," she said. "There probably won't be any reinforcements." The knight commander's face turned pale in an instant. "Such a thing." His voice began to tremble, and his shoulders slumped slightly. "Without reinforcements, how can we rescue the king?" "Alice and I will go," Luca said. The knight commander looked up. "We came here precisely to handle this kind of situation." Luca's voice echoed in his ears. The knight commander looked at him. He looked at the young men before him, whose robes were still stained with a little dust, whose sword had just been sheathed, and whose face bore no expression of grand ambition, standing there calmly. But he had just wiped out a monster army in seconds. He was the hero who had repelled Granbelia, one of the 4 heavenly kings. He was the son-in-law King Sabesa couldn't stop thinking about. The knight commander straightened his back again. "I'll leave it to you, Lord Hero." He gave a standard military salute, his voice recovering the fortitude befitting a soldier. "I will lead the Sabesa army to intercept the remaining monster legions within the territory. The pride of the Sabesa army will be demonstrated on the enemy before us." Luca nodded slightly. Then he took Alice by the hand and stepped into the space rift. Sabesa Royal City. When they stepped out of the space rift, the two landed in front of the main gate of the royal palace. "There isn't much change in the city, is there?" Alice peered around. Indeed, there wasn't much change. The stone walls were still those stone walls, the steps were still those steps, and even the 2 griffin statues at the entrance were still in their original positions. But all the lighting was gone, the torches had been extinguished, the oil lamps knocked over, and even the sunlight from outside the windows was blocked by heavy curtains. The royal city was pitch black. "That's right." Alice nodded, her golden eyes glowing slightly in the darkness. "The vampire queen is here." As he walked forward, Luca asked, "What kind of monster is the vampire queen?" Alice thought about it. "She has extremely high self-esteem, and is an incredibly arrogant and conceited schemer," she said. "She feels immense joy in being able to dominate others." She paused. "She undertakes the duty of protecting her subjects, and shows no mercy to those who defy her. Because of this, her followers are loyal." Luca nodded. "Now that's more like it." Along his journey, he had seen various monster queens: the harpy queen, the plant queen, the ant queen, the mermaid queen, and so on, as well as human kings. They were all too kind and easy to talk to, not really resembling how a king in the feudal era should behave. This vampire queen, just by the description, sounded like a classic feudal noble, arrogant, conceited, and treating domination as a pastime. The two walked swaggeringly through the city, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor, but strangely, no enemies attacked. A very clever idea. Luca scanned the dark corridors on both sides. "We didn't involve the soldiers from outside the city, and the vampire queen has no intention of letting low-level vampires throw their lives away just to drain our stamina." Alice thought for a moment and then said, "So, as long as we deal with those 2 high-level vampire cadres and the vampire queen, it will be over." "That is indeed the case." 2 voices came from the shadows, carrying a hint of laziness and amusement. "Queen Sama is very gentle, she doesn't want her subordinates to get hurt in vain." 2 figures stepped out from the shadows at the end of the corridor. They walked very slowly, their paces leisurely, as if strolling in their own garden. Black cloaks swayed gently behind them, hoods obscuring most of their faces, revealing only their chins and lips. There was almost no scent of blood on these 2 high-level vampire cadres. Since there was no scent of blood, Luca wasn't in a hurry. "Your black cloaks are very nice," he said. Both vampires froze for a moment. Then, the one on the left laughed first. She lifted her hood, revealing a head of silver-white short hair with bangs. Her eyes were different colors, one gold, one red, with slit pupils sharp as needle tips, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, revealing 2 tiny fangs. "Thank you," she said. "But no matter how much you compliment us, we won't let you go." The one on the right also lifted her hood, her long pink hair hanging to her shoulders, her scarlet slit pupils glowing faintly in the darkness. Her black outfit was set off by a white collar, with heart-shaped cutouts on her chest and abdomen, her figure exquisite, completely indifferent to Luca's gaze. "Submit to me." The smile at the corner of her mouth deepened slightly. "I will consider sparing your life." Luca did not answer. During the conversation, his perception had already spread out. In the direction of the underground dungeon, there was a stable life aura. King Sabesa was still alive, and his condition was not bad. And in the deepest hall of the royal palace, there was a massive amount of magic power. "King Sabesa is being held in the underground dungeon," Luca whispered to Alice. The Vampire Queen is inside the main hall. Alice nodded slightly. The two vampires exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. It seems your intelligence was not wrong. The silver-haired Elizabeth stopped smiling, her heterochromatic slit pupils turning sharp. This hero is indeed not simple. The pink-haired Camilla said nothing more, only slightly lowering her body, her scarlet eyes reflecting Luca's silhouette. Luca's hand pressed onto the hilt of his sword. Elizabeth moved first. Her speed was as fast as a silver lightning bolt, her cloak unfurling behind her like a pair of giant bat wings. Her nails grew long in an instant, carrying a sharpness sufficient to tear through steel. Camilla did not attack head-on. Her body turned into a mass of black mist, circling from the side toward Luca's back. Her silhouette was faintly visible within the black mist, her arms spread wide, as if embracing something. That was a binding technique unique to the vampire. Once entangled by that mass of black mist, one's body would be unable to move, as if bound by countless invisible threads. A pincer attack, sharp claws from the front, black mist from behind, coordinated perfectly, with precise timing. Luca did not retreat. The moment the Gog sword was unsheathed, his figure vanished from where he stood. Elizabeth's sharp claws tore through the afterimage he had left behind, and Camilla's black mist struck nothing. The two forces collided, emitting a dull, explosive sound, cracking the stone walls on both sides of the corridor. Then, Luca appeared above them. The sword light poured down from above, like a waterfall, simultaneously enveloping the entire area where the two stood. The sword light was not fast, yet it carried a sense of oppression that rendered both of them unable to move, as if the entire sky had collapsed upon them. Elizabeth looked up, the sword light reflected in her heterochromatic slit pupils. She wanted to dodge, but her body felt as if it had been pinned down by something, unable to move even a single finger. Camilla's black mist was torn apart like thin paper before the sword light, and her figure appeared from within the mist, fear surfacing in her scarlet eyes for the first time. The sword light descended. A soft light engulfed their figures. The light dissipated. Two small bats fell from mid-air, flapped their wings a few times with a flutter, then flew crookedly toward the depths of the corridor, disappearing into a dark corner. Luca sheathed his sword. "Let's go," he said. Alice followed behind him, glanced at the direction where the two small bats had vanished, and said nothing. The Great Hall. When Luca pushed open the massive oak doors, the hinges emitted a low creak that echoed for a long time in the empty Great Hall. The Vampire Queen sat on the throne. She did not rise, nor did she even change her posture. She merely lifted her eyelids slightly, watching the two walk in through the main entrance. Her wavy golden hair flowed with a dim luster under the candlelight, and her scarlet slit pupils were cold and captivating, like two rubies embedded in white porcelain. A black corset outlined her slender waist, worn under a black robe with wide sleeves, the cuffs and collar adorned with intricate gold trim. A red bow tie was tied at her neck, and the red cape behind her spread ostentatiously over the throne, like an inverted flag. She sat there as if she were the very master of this castle, as if she were born to be seated there. She raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise in her voice. She had assumed those two confidants could take care of this hero, and the incomplete little demon king. Her gaze lingered on Luca for a moment, then shifted to Alice, before returning to him. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a small, sharp fang. "So you were the one who defeated my confidants." She looked Luca up and down, as if appraising an object. "You truly look like the hero from the books." Luca did not draw his sword. "Please withdraw from this city," he said. Since she was willing to talk, he was willing to negotiate first. He didn't want to resort to violence if things could be resolved without it. His goal from the beginning was coexistence between humans and demons. "That won't do," the Vampire Queen shook her head. "This city is already the stronghold of our vampire clan." Her voice became distant, as if she were describing a grand blueprint. "This will be the place where the Empire of Night begins its rule over the world." "You haven't changed, Vampire Queen," Alice spoke up. "Such barbaric behavior will only bring chaos to the world." The vampire queen's gaze fell upon Alice, a trace of amusement flashing in her scarlet eyes. "This world is already chaotic enough, little demon king," she said. "If one doesn't rise up amidst chaos, how can one be a queen? Someone behind the times." Alice shook her head. The vampire queen paid no mind to her words. Her gaze returned to Luca, a hint of appreciation appearing in her scarlet slit pupils. "I am forgiving to followers and quite lenient to those who submit." Her voice became soft and slow. "Especially you, hero Luca, I am quite fond of you." She leaned forward slightly from the throne, extending one foot, the tip of her black boot tapping the floor lightly. "Lick my foot to show your submission," the arc of her mouth deepened. "And I will spare you." Alice's face twitched. Luca was neither angry nor embarrassed, he simply stood there, looking at the vampire queen on the throne. "I am quite curious, where do you get such confidence?" His voice was not loud, but it sounded exceptionally clear in the empty great hall. The vampire queen's smile froze for an instant. "Just because of that pathetic magic power you possess." The vampire queen's expression changed. Cracks appeared in that mask of elegance and composure. "What do you mean?" she asked, most of the composure in her voice already gone. "My meaning is," the voice came from behind her. "Where do you get the confidence to raise an army and revolt?" The vampire queen's body stiffened. She hadn't even sensed the approach of any presence. No footsteps, no sound of wind, no fluctuation of magic power, nothing at all. The human who had been standing at the entrance of the great hall a second ago was now standing behind her, close enough for her to feel the breeze brought by his robes. "When you blinked." She turned her head abruptly, but it was already too late. A strangely shaped sword pierced through her back, the tip protruding from her chest, and a chilling power poured into her body from the blade. She looked down, staring at the sword tip protruding from her chest. Then, light flared up. Her body began to dissolve into points of light, starting from her fingertips, from the tips of her hair, and from the edges of her cape. Those points of light drifted into the air of the great hall, like a swarm of startled fireflies. The light dissipated. A small bat fell from midair, landing on the steps in front of the throne with a plop. Luca sheathed his sword. "You're addicted to backstabbing, aren't you?" Alice stood at the entrance of the great hall, arms crossed, rolling her eyes. Luca chuckled. He closed his eyes, his perception spreading outward. "The aura of the vampires within the city is beginning to vanish." He opened his eyes. "The large horde of monsters outside is also beginning to retreat. They're quite fast." He turned and walked out of the great hall. "Let's go, it's time to release King Sabesa." The dungeon. King Sabesa was locked in a cell in the deepest part. When Luca crushed the iron lock with his bare hands, King Sabesa was leaning against the wall, eyes closed. His royal robes were covered in dust, and there were a few shallow scratches on his face, but his overall condition was much better than Luca had anticipated. The vampire queen evidently did not have the habit of abusing prisoners. The iron door was pushed open with a creak. King Sabesa opened his eyes, and upon seeing the young man standing at the doorway, he was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. "You have come," his voice was hoarse. Luca reached out to help him up. "I'm late." "Not late." King Sabesa shook his head, standing up with Luca's help and stretching his stiff joints. "Just in time." When Luca and Alice stepped out of the palace gates, they were greeted by an ocean of cheers. "Long live Lord Hero! Long live Sabesa!" Both sides of the street were filled with soldiers and civilians. They held torches and waved flags, the cheers rising in wave after wave, like a storm in the desert, sweeping from the city gates all the way to the palace. Luca paused for a moment. He was actually not very accustomed to this kind of scene. In his view, he hadn't done anything significant. Wiping out the monster army was a side task, and dealing with the vampire was also a side task. None of this had consumed much of his energy, and he didn't feel he was worthy of such cheers. He turned his head, wanting to leave through the side entrance. But King Sabesa held him back. "The people need a hero," King Sabesa's voice rang in his ear, low and powerful, to dispel the fear in their hearts. Alice also stood by his side, uncharacteristically refraining from making sarcastic remarks. "Let's go, you fake hero," she said. "This is what you deserve." Luca was silent for a moment, then nodded. He walked side by side with King Sabesa down the street, his pace neither fast nor slow. Alice followed behind him in her monster form, her golden eyes scanning the crowds on both sides calmly. But no one cared why a monster was following behind. After the parade ended, King Sabesa pulled him into the palace's council chamber, and everyone else withdrew, leaving only the three of them. King Sabesa gripped his hand, his strength heavy. "Both I and my daughter, Sarah, have been rescued from imprisonment by you," he said gratefully. "My gratitude to you can no longer be described in words." Luca shook his head. It was the right thing to do. He also mentioned that Sarah was being protected in the Demon King's castle. With the 4 heavenly kings, it was perhaps the safest place in the world right now. King Sabesa listened, was silent for a long time, and then nodded. "There should have been a grand banquet," he said. "But now is not the time for such things." He lifted his head, his gaze becoming resolute. "The urgent priority is to unite with other nations, jointly formulate strategies, and face the crisis together." Luca nodded. "I want to eat delicious food." A small voice came from the side. Alice was sitting on the carpet, hugging her knees, looking at Luca pitifully. Luca couldn't help but smile. He walked over and reached out to rub her little head. Alice humphed but did not dodge. Luca turned around to face King Sabesa. "Although my abilities are insufficient," he said, "for the sake of everyone's hope, I will continue to wield my sword." King Sabesa looked at him and nodded. "I will do my job." King Sabesa's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "After you finish saving the world, when things are over, you will marry my daughter." Luca's movements stiffened for an instant. Sometimes he had to admire this king's indomitable will. "Let's talk about Sarah later." He waved his hand, turned, and walked toward the door. "Let's hold that grand banquet after everything is over." Chapter 138, Speedrunning the witch-hunting village. When leaving Sabesa, the Knight Commander personally saw him to the city gate. Just as Luca was about to step into the spatial rift, he suddenly called out to him, as if remembering something. "Lord Hero, there is one more thing." His expression became somewhat subtle. "Scouts have discovered quite a few traces of synthetic monster near the witch-hunting village. That village doesn't have any decent defensive power." Luca's footsteps paused. Witch-hunting village. The name made his heart sink slightly. He remembered the village women, who had been transformed into monsters by Lily, and the shocking experimental equipment in the underground laboratory. He had thought the story of that village was over. Lily was dead, the transformed village women had regained their freedom, and the villagers knew the truth. But clearly, things were not over yet. "I understand," he said. "I'll check it out on the way." The Knight Commander bowed deeply. When stepping out of the spatial rift, Luca's first reaction was chaos. The witch-hunting village was already in a complete mess. There were no city walls, no garrison, and not even a decent roadblock. When facing an attack, the only thing this isolated little village could do was scatter and flee. The villagers were running along the narrow dirt road like a frightened flock of sheep. Some were holding children, some were dragging luggage, and some were running for their lives without bringing anything at all. Screams, cries, and the sound of footsteps blended together, carried by the wind from the entrance of the village to the end. But Luca quickly noticed a detail: no one was injured. Those figures rushing out of the alleys, blocking in front of the villagers, and tangling with the synthetic monster, were the village women. Those women who had once been captured by Lily and transformed into half-human, half-monster beings were, at this moment, no longer bothering to hide their identities. Their arms had turned into tentacles, binding and throwing aside the monsters that pounced on them, using their bodies to block the monsters' attacks. They were confronting the synthetic monster. Luca's brows furrowed slightly, but there was no time to think. A synthetic monster resembling a giant centipede was pouncing from a rooftop toward a woman holding a child. Its body was as thick as an adult's arm, dozens of legs tracing dense arcs in the air, and the venomous mandibles on both sides of its head were spread open, revealing the dark red cavity inside. The Gog sword was unsheathed. With a flash of sword light, that centipede monster was sealed in midair. Its body began to disintegrate the moment the sword light touched it, turning into countless tiny fragments, like ashes scattered by the wind, falling in a flurry onto the rooftop. The woman holding the child stumbled, her body falling forward, but Luca had already arrived on the wind, one hand supporting her shoulder, the other steadying the child in her arms. "Are you okay?" he asked. The woman looked up, saw his face, and froze for a moment. Then, her eyes turned red, her lips trembled, and her voice sounded as if it were squeezed from the depths of her throat. "Thank you. I'm saved." Her voice carried the relief of someone who had survived a disaster. She scrutinized Luca carefully and recognized him. "You are the Lord Hero who defeated Lily." Luca led her and the child to a relatively safe wall, bent down, and brought his line of sight level with hers. "Do you know what happened?" he asked. The woman's breathing was still rapid, but she forced herself to calm down and said quickly, "It's Lucia. The one attacking here is Lucia." Her voice trembled. "She was also one of the victims captured by Lily. But after you defeated Lily, we looked for her everywhere and couldn't find her, so we thought she was dead." Her gaze shifted toward the direction of the village, where the Lord's mansion was located. She returned to the village with strange monsters and started attacking it. Luca stood up and scanned the entire village. The number of synthetic monster was not too high, but each one was harder to deal with than ordinary monsters. "You should run," he said to the woman. "Things will be over soon." After clearing away the blocking synthetic monster, he said to the village women, "Truly amazing. You protected everyone in the village." A few village women turned back to look at him, their faces showing complex expressions: surprise, gratitude, and something indescribable. "But leave the rest to me," Luca said. "You take the villagers and get away from here first." The village women exchanged glances and then nodded one after another. There was no hesitation, no questioning. The Lord Hero before them was the one who had saved them from Lily. They knew of his strength better than anyone. After all, a few of the village women had truly been beaten by Luca. The village women began to pull back their defensive lines, covering the villagers as they retreated out of the village. The synthetic monster still wanted to pursue, but Luca was already standing between them and the villagers. The Gog sword was unsheathed once more. "This Lucia," she said, arms crossed over her chest, her golden eyes slightly narrowed, "is likely like Lily, having come into contact with Prometheus." She glanced at the remains of the synthetic monster on the ground that were dissipating. "The synthetic monster you just sealed were all under her command. It seems Prometheus trusts her quite a bit." One village woman hadn't gone far. She stood at the village entrance, hesitated for a moment, and then turned back. Her arms were still in the form of tentacles, not having been retracted. "Lucia, like everyone else, was a victim of Lily's atrocities," she said. "So we understand her feelings very well." Another village woman followed up and stood beside her. "Because of that, we don't want to see Lucia lose herself in revenge and repeat Lily's mistakes." She looked at Luca, her eyes filled with both pleading and trust. "Please, before all of this reaches the worst outcome, please stop Lucia." Luca looked at them. The tentacles appeared particularly glaring in the sunlight, but the expressions on their faces were no different from any ordinary person worried about a friend. "I understand," he said. He turned around, his gaze falling on the Lord's mansion in the center of the village. That was Lily's former stronghold, the place where all their nightmares began. "Let's go," he said to Alice. "To the Lord's mansion." "She is there." The Lord's mansion. This building was even more dilapidated than when he came last time. The vines on the porch had withered, leaving only shriveled stems wrapped around the pillars. Most of the windows were broken, the main door was ajar, and there were fresh claw marks on the door panels. But what really made Luca stop was not these things. It was the magic power. From beneath the mansion, a large amount of twisted magic power was seeping out without any concealment. It felt like standing beside a boiling pot, the lid rattling from the steam, ready to explode at any moment. "She has no intention of hiding at all," Alice said. Luca did not answer. He pushed open the ajar door and walked into the mansion. The furnishings in the hall had been cleared out, leaving only the faded wallpaper on the walls and thick dust on the floor. The staircase leading to the basement was open, as if inviting them to enter. The two passed through the underground prison. The iron cages were still there, rustier than last time. Luca's gaze swept over the empty cages one by one, without lingering. He remembered who had been kept in each cage, and remembered the expressions of the village women when they were rescued. At the end of the corridor was Lily's laboratory. The door was open, and Lucia was standing inside. She was standing in the exact spot Lily used to stand, in front of that huge experimental table, with those complex instruments and pipes behind her. Her posture was relaxed, one could even say leisurely, with her hands hanging at her sides, as if she were waiting for guests in her own living room. "Oh, you came so quickly." She looked at Luca as he entered the door. There wasn't a trace of surprise on her face, instead, there was a knowing look of as expected. Truly worthy of being someone Prometheus pays close attention to. Luca stood at the doorway, not drawing his sword. "Stop, Lucia," he said. "Before things reach the worst point." Lucia looked at him, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. "Aren't you a lord hero who likes to meddle in other people's business?" she said. "Let me tell you my story." She didn't wait for Luca to answer and continued speaking to herself. "I left the village when I was young, and went to Sabesa to study." Her gaze fell into the void, as if looking at a place far away. "I thought that as long as I had seen the outside world, I could use that to save this closed-off hometown of mine." Her voice was very light, as if she were talking about something that had nothing to do with her. But what was the result? Her two arms began to change. Her skin split open, and dark red tissue surged from the cracks. The tissue rapidly expanded, extended, branched out, and turned into a pile of wriggling tentacles. The tentacles swayed slowly in the air, the suckers at the ends opening and closing, making faint patta sounds. "I was captured by Lily and used as a test subject." Her voice remained calm, but the swaying of her tentacles increased in intensity. "Even if you defeated Lily, my body cannot be replaced." Her gaze fell upon her tentacles and lingered for a moment. "After Lily was defeated, I left the village." Luca was silent for a moment. He could imagine those days, a woman transformed into a monster, wandering alone in the wilderness, without a home, without companions, possessing only this body she herself could not accept. "What was your purpose in attacking the village?" His voice softened further. "Lily is already dead. Do you, like Lily, hate this closed-off village?" Lucia let out a soft chuckle. "After leaving my hometown, I have been searching for a place to belong." The swaying of her tentacles slowed. "But after wandering for so long, I have discovered my own heart." Her voice became slightly softer. "Even though this village was once so cold and narrow-minded, the place I most want to return to is still here." Her gaze fell upon Luca's face. "But humans instinctively reject those who are different, and furthermore, this village has been hostile toward witches since ancient times." She paused. "So I decided to establish a new order on this land." Her voice grew firm. "Lily is dead, so my farewell ceremony has ended." Those tentacles retracted and morphed, returning to the shape of arms. "Next, I am going to make this village my own." Luca shook his head. "I will stop you." Lucia did not get angry, she looked at Luca, her gaze carrying something complex and indescribable. "Do you think that besides violence and domination," she asked, there is any other way for the villagers to accept a freak like me. Luca was silent. He could feel that what radiated from her was not killing intent, but a struggle, a yearning, the confusion and bewilderment of an animal trapped in a cage for too long, trying to break out. "Do not be afraid," he said. Lucia was taken aback. "I said, do not be afraid to communicate." Luca took a step forward. "Although I do not know the situation of this village from long ago, since Lily died, this village has already begun to change." He looked into Lucia's eyes. "The villagers will no longer hate without reason, nor will they exclude without cause. Perhaps it is still a bit backward and closed off, but all of this requires the young people to guide it." "You don't understand anything." Her voice was somewhat strained. "I truly know nothing about this village." Luca did not avoid her gaze. "And I do not have any special ability to probe a person's thoughts." He paused. "But I have seen, and I have heard." His voice grew softer. "Do you still remember the village girls who were captured and transformed by Lily along with you?" Lucia's body stiffened slightly. "They are worried about you," Luca said. "They asked me to persuade you. They understand your feelings and hope you can stop all this destruction." He took another step forward. "In the village, you still have friends who care about you, and a sister who is worried about you." Lucia's breathing became rapid. "I remember your sister." Luca's voice was very soft. "Back then, she was searching for you like a madwoman." Lucia's hands suddenly splayed open. Those arms that had just recovered split open once more, and tentacles surged out from the cracks, thicker, longer, and more numerous than before. They covered Luca like a net, moving so fast they stirred up a sharp whistling wind. The surface of every tentacle was covered in fine barbs, shimmering with a dark red luster under the dim lights of the laboratory. Luca did not retreat. The gog sword was unsheathed, its flat side colliding with the mass of tentacles and emitting a dull, explosive sound. Those tentacles were slapped aside in all directions, slamming into the walls, the ceiling, and the laboratory benches, making a dense patter sound. Then, his figure vanished from where he stood. Lucia didn't even have time to blink. Luca had already appeared right in front of her, mere inches away. He held the gog sword in his right hand, the blade swinging gently down along her right arm. More than half of the magic power within Lucia vanished in an instant, and those tentacles that were just wildly dancing suddenly lost their strength, hanging down limply. The smoke dissipated and Lucia stood there, her arms restored to their original state, the tentacles having retracted back into her body. Her breathing was still rapid, but her body was no longer trembling. Luca sheathed his sword, stood before her, and watched her. "Let me tell you about my own experiences as well," he said. Lucia raised her head. "My mother and I were outsiders to the village," Luca's voice was very calm. "So I know the harm that prejudice brings." He paused. "And not long ago, I also learned another fact. I possess half-angel blood. Like you, I am also an existence different from ordinary people." Luca looked into her eyes. "So I am able to understand your feelings." Lucia was silent for a long time. It was so quiet in the laboratory that one could hear the sound of dust settling. "Then do you think that people who discover your difference afterward will still accept you?" Luca did not answer. He turned around and walked toward the laboratory door. The corridor outside led to the surface, to the outside of the mansion, and to the village that was slowly recovering its peace in the sunlight. "Go outside and see for yourself, and you will know," he said. To protect the villagers, Luca stood beside Lucia, and said softly, "The village girls gave up hiding their true forms and revealed their tentacles." Lucia did not speak. "I recently thought of an interesting point." Alice walked out from behind Luca, arms crossed over her chest, her golden eyes shining brightly. From the beginning of his travels until now, Luca has always insisted on the viewpoint of coexistence with different races. He believes that monsters and humans can both be attributed to the same kind. They are beings that can communicate and coexist with one another. Her gaze fell upon Luca. I suspect that this idea of his does not just stem from subjective rational thinking, but also originates from an instinctive reaction deep within his heart. She paused. He perhaps discovered that he was different from ordinary people when he was young, and so subconsciously wants to promote the ideal of coexistence between different races. If this can be realized, it would not only constitute the better future he speaks of, but it would also help himself, as someone who is also of a different race. Luca neither refuted nor agreed. He just reached out and gently rubbed Alice's little head. He withdrew his hand and turned toward Lucia. I believe you will not walk down a twisted path like Lily's, he said. The fact that not a single person in the village was hurt is the proof. Lucia stepped outside the room and looked back at Luca. Even if you carry out your beliefs, she said, I cannot bring myself to believe in all of this. From the various behaviors of humans from ancient times until now, I see no possibility of change. Humans will not abandon their prejudices, they are not worthy of trust. Luca was not angry, nor did he refute her. But the future may perhaps change, he said. Starting with me, starting with you. Lucia gave him a deep look, then turned and left without hesitation. Let her think about it calmly. Alice stood beside Luca. She will come to understand. Luca did not answer. At the village entrance, those village girls were retracting their tentacles, returning to their human forms. The villagers stood beside them, the very villagers who had been fleeing in all directions just moments ago. Some offered water, some brought blankets, and some knelt on the ground to help rub the shoulders of a village girl who had collapsed from exhaustion. No one screamed, no one ran away, and no one threw stones at them. Those girls who had once been captured by Lily were now being treated as heroes. At the village entrance, an old woman hesitated for a long time, finally walked forward, and whispered a word of thanks to a village girl who still had her tentacles exposed. The voice was very soft, so soft it was almost inaudible, but the village girl's shoulders trembled slightly. Then came the second, the third. Words of gratitude were spoken slowly, like a stream beneath the ice, melting bit by bit, flowing bit by bit. Luca withdrew his perception. Let's go, he said. There is still the next stop. Chapter 139 Sylph returns Saphara ruins. To call it ruins is a bit of a stretch. In truth, there is nothing there. As far as the eye can see, there is only an endless desert with rolling, golden sand dunes. The wind blows from the east, carrying grains of sand from one dune crest to another, creating a faint, rustling sound. There are no buildings, no inscriptions, not even a decent-sized rock to be found. But for the purpose of sealing the wind spirit, there could be no place more suitable. Luca stood atop a sand dune, and closed his eyes. The desert wind swept past him, dry and scorching, carrying the stinging sensation of fine sand striking his face. He extended his perception outward, letting it climb along the air currents, sweeping over the dunes, the valleys, and the strange landscapes carved by the wind. Then, in a single moment, he caught a trace of a subtle breeze. This breeze was out of place with the surrounding air. It was lighter, softer, and carried a fresh scent that did not belong to this desert. It was suppressed and bound, like a little bird trapped in a cage, flapping its wings desperately but unable to fly away. Luca opened his eyes. Found it, he said. Alice stood beside him, shielding her eyes from the sun. Luca pointed toward the northeast, where several exceptionally tall sand dunes lay across the desert like the spine of a giant. Over there. The two slid down the dune and began their journey toward the destination. Naturally, there were angels guarding this desert as well. Luca had long since sensed her presence, that magical power was undisguised, like a bright lamp planted in the center of the desert. She had no intention of hiding, or perhaps she simply didn't think she needed to. When the two crossed a sand dune, she was waiting there. She stood on the sand, and the grains around her formed a perfect circular depression, as if pressed down by some invisible force. Her figure was much taller than an ordinary human, and her outline was slightly distorted by the heat waves, making it hard to see clearly, but when she lifted her head, Luca saw her appearance clearly. The lower half resembled a chrysalis made of piles of flesh, while the upper half took the form of a holy woman. I am the power angel Selukal, the angel who weaves life. I am responsible for weaving the bodies of the deceased into cocoons and guiding their souls to heaven. She tilted her head, her eyes assessing Luca. However, this is my first time weaving a living person into a cocoon. Luca wore a subtle expression. The wind stopped. The desert fell into a strange stillness in that instant, the sand stopped flowing, the heat waves ceased to shimmer, and even the air felt as if it had been strangled by something. Only the cocoons beneath Selukal continued to sway gently, emitting rhythmic, muffled sounds. Although I don't think it's right to judge people by their appearance, Luca began, I still want to say one thing. He paused. Goddess Ilias's taste in molding people is. Selukal's expression did not change, but her withered, branch-like appendages suddenly tensed, and the cocoons stopped swaying. Filthy hero, the air began to tremble, I will take your soul. 3 pairs of appendages opened simultaneously, like a blooming, deformed flower. The cocoons detached from their ends, expanding and splitting in midair, with countless hair-thin threads pouring out from within. The threads covered the sky and earth like a giant net, descending upon Luca from all directions. The threads were coated in a viscous liquid that shimmered with a dull light under the sun, and a sweet, nauseating smell permeated the air. The threads were fast, but Luca was faster. The moment the Gog sword left its scabbard, the color of the desert changed. The sword light dyed the entire desert in another color the instant it was drawn. Under the reflection of the sword light, the golden sand turned silver white, the sky turned deep blue, and even the sun's radiance was suppressed. It was as if all color had been drained from the world at that moment, leaving only the white of the sword light, and the black of the shadows. Faced with the sword light, Selukal's threads were like spider silk meeting fire, they began to curl, shrink, and turn to ash before even touching the blade. The cocoons beneath her exploded one after another, the things inside engulfed by the light before they could even take form. She took a step back, and the sword light swept across her body. Her body began to turn into points of light from the center, like shattered glass, exploding outward from the middle. The withered, branch-like appendages broke off one by one, turning into light dust in the air. The light dissipated and Selukal vanished. Only a perfect circular depression remained where she had stood, with sand slowly sliding in to fill the void. The wind began to blow again. Luca sheathed his sword. The two continued walking. Heat waves steamed under the scorching desert sun, and the distant dunes appeared to sway as if in water. Luca's boots stepped into the sand, sinking half a foot deep with every step. Alice followed behind, stepping in his footprints, which made it easier. After walking for a while, the scenery ahead changed. A bed appeared abruptly on the sand. A complete, large bed draped with purple curtains, as if someone had moved it in its entirety from some palace and placed it squarely in the center of the desert. The purple gauze curtains fluttered gently in the hot wind, looking completely out of place in the surrounding desolation. A woman was reclining on the bed. Her figure was beautiful, with delicate curves, covered by a light veil that left little to the imagination. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, spreading out on the sand, the tips lifted and dropped by the wind. Her face was so beautiful it didn't seem real. It was a beauty too perfect, too exquisite, as if meticulously carved by someone using standards not of this world. She watched the two approaching, the corners of her mouth curling slightly into a lazy smile. I am the Dominion Angel Andiel. Her voice was seductively soft, every word seeming to roll off her tongue before being uttered, known as the harlot among angels. Luca's steps faltered. The harlot among angels. He repeated, murmuring to himself, then shook his head. Those two terms make for a rather unwanted combination. But the angel before him truly gave that impression, her posture reclining on the bed, the look in her eyes, the curve of her lips when she spoke, all carried a deadly allure. It wasn't an intentional seduction, but an innate, natural charm, as if her mere existence there was enough to make a nation fall for her. Andiel extended her slender arm, her fingertips tracing an arc in the air. My duty, her voice slid through the air like silk, is to grant a reward to those who have dedicated themselves to God or performed great acts of heroism during their lives, at the moment of their death. Her fingers curled slightly, as if summoning something. And then, to bring them into the true heaven. Her gaze fell on Luca, something swirling within those eyes. To grant you a funeral of bliss, she lifted her chin slightly, the curve of her lips deepening. This is my mission this time. Luca looked at her. The desert wind blew between the two, lifting the purple gauze curtains to reveal the intricate embroidery patterns on the bed. Those patterns seemed to writhe in the wind, like living creatures. Sorry, Luca's hand pressed onto the hilt of his sword. I don't want to go to heaven just yet. The Gog sword was drawn. A thin, extremely bright line of light leaked out from the crack. That line shot from the tip of the sword, piercing through the space between them, aiming precisely at Andiel's chest. Andiel's smile froze. She didn't even have time to react. There was no dodging, no defense, not even time for her expression to change. The beam of light was too fast. The moment the light touched her, the sky behind her cracked open. A massive rift spanning the horizon burst open in the clouds, and sunlight poured down from the crack, illuminating the entire desert. Sand grains danced in the light, each one appearing as if plated with a layer of gold. Then, Andiel began to dissipate. Her arms, shoulders, long hair, that flawless face, everything turned into fine dust of light, scattered by the wind over the desert. The light scattered, the rift in the sky slowly healed, the clouds gathered again, and the desert returned to its original color. Luca sheathed his sword. This should be the last angel in this desert, he said. The two continued walking toward their destination. Alice stepped in his footprints, speaking as they walked. I saw a record of this in a certain book. Her voice was somewhat scattered by the wind. There was some unknown entity that, at some point several hundred years ago, wiped out a large number of angels. She paused. Judging by the current situation, this legend is true. Luca glanced back at her. Alice continued, from the deployment of angels in various cities and villages on the ground, as well as the troop arrangements at the spirit habitats, one can see that they couldn't possibly have failed to recognize your strength, yet there are only 2 angels blocking you at each spirit habitat. Her golden eyes narrowed slightly. Regardless of who did it, for now, this is a good thing for us. Luca did not answer immediately. He thought for a moment, then said, angels have a trait, they are very difficult to kill. Alice nodded. Unless the opponent also possesses a holy attribute, enchanted weapon similar to the Gog sword. His gaze fell on the sword at his waist. Both of their gazes fell on the Gog sword simultaneously. They didn't finish their sentence, but both knew what the other was thinking. Or rather, that entity used the Gog sword to accomplish all of this. Chatting as they walked, the two arrived at their destination. The terrain here was no different from the surroundings, the same dunes, the same wind, the same scorching sun. But Luca could feel a faint airflow circulating in the air, like a flattened vortex, desperately trying to return to its original shape. I won't go into the details. Alice stood beside him, her gaze falling on the sand ahead. By the way, Luca, what is this quicksand? There was a hint of confusion in her voice. In front of the two was a patch of quicksand about 10 meters in diameter. The grains were slowly rotating and sinking, forming a huge vortex-like depression. And right in the center of the quicksand, help me. A voice came from the quicksand. Come help me. A human figure appeared in the center of the quicksand, her body mostly sunk in the sand, with only the part above her shoulders visible. Long hair reaching her waist spread out on the sand, the color transitioning from white at the top to a greenish blue at the tips. The strands were curly and elegant, like a cloud scattered by the wind. There was an ahog on top of her head, shaking desperately. Luca said. The mass of hair shook violently, and the ahog shook even more intensely. I'm Sylph. My body is covered in sand and I can't move. Luca stared at her for 3 seconds. And I became weaker, which is why I turned into this appearance. Sylph said matter-of-factly. Luca. Looking like that, he finally spoke, his voice carrying a subtle hesitation. Why do I feel like you've become stronger? Sylph's ahog stood straight up. For a wind spirit, growing larger means becoming weaker. Her tone was as if she were announcing a universal truth. I'm weaker. Very weak. Weak to the point of being useless. Luca pursed his lips. Fine, whatever you say is right. He raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at Sylph. There was no light at his fingertip, no airflow, he just pointed gently. Then, the quicksand beneath Sylph stopped. The rotating sand grains froze for an instant, then began to flow in reverse. Sin surged from the center of the vortex, lifting Sylph's body up bit by bit. Her shoulders were revealed, her arms were revealed, her waist was revealed. Sylph grew out of the sand. She stood on the now flat sand, shook her hair, and sand fell from her tresses with a rustle. She began to spin. She spread her arms, spinning around in front of Luca, her long hair and a hoe tracing happy arcs in the air together. Free, free, free. She spun several times, finally stopping to stand before Luca, tilting her head up to look at him. Her form was much larger than the Sylph in his remembrance, she was no longer that palm-sized little thing, but a spirit in the likeness of a young girl. But those eyes were the same bright and sparkling, as if filled with stars. Luca looked at her, reached out both hands, and pinched her cheeks. Stop spinning, he said, his voice filled with a smile. Let's recontract. Sylph's face was pinched, her mouth pouting, but her eyes curved into crescent moons. She nodded vigorously. She extended her hands and interlaced her fingers with Luca's. The moment their palms touched, a cyan green light surged from their joined hands. The light was soft, like the first breeze of spring, carrying the scent of grass, trees, and the fragrance of flowers. The light enveloped the two, dyeing the surrounding sand a cyan green. Sylph vanished. In the depths of Luca's heart, a cyan green light burst forth like a blooming flower. Wow, power is surging. Sylph flew back and forth in the sea of his heart, leaving trails of cyan green light. Her form returned to its original size in the sea of his heart, small, palm-sized. Full of power. Full of power. She did a somersault and flew over Gnome's head. Gnome sat on the ground of the sea of his heart, looking up at her, its thrown punch missing Sylph. I knew Luca would definitely come to find me again. Sylph stopped in midair, hands on her hips, looking triumphant. Deep within the sea of his heart, Luca's voice rang out, filled with a smile. Of course. I promised little Sylph that we would be together forever. Sylph froze for a moment. Then a big smile bloomed on her face, brighter than any light in the sea of his heart. She rushed over like a gust of wind, circled around Gnome, and flew even higher. Above the sea of his heart, the cyan green light spread out, like spring clouds unfurling across a blue sky. In a corner of the sea of his heart, Gnome sat quietly, watching Sylph fly happily back and forth. Luca exited the sea of his heart, and opened his eyes. Alice stood before him, arms crossed over her chest. She asked. Yeah, Luca nodded, then turned around. Let's go, he said. There are others waiting for us. Behind them, the desert wind blew gently, erasing the footprints they had left behind bit by bit. Chapter 140, Speedrunning. Grand Noah heading east from here leads to the Spring of Undine. According to the principle of elemental opposition among spirits, salamanders should be placed beneath those waters. The blazing flames are suppressed by the icy spring water, just as Gnome would be if tossed into the wind-howling forest of elves. But Luca did not head directly east. First, we go to Noah City, he said to Alice. Judging by the situation in St. Ilia and Sabesa, Noah City should also be under attack by synthetic monsters. Alice did not object, she simply gave an and followed in his footsteps. Grand Noah. Thick smoke rose from the direction of the royal palace. Although the streets did not show the same scene of total collapse as Sabesa, traces of battle were visible everywhere, shattered windows, overturned stalls, and dark red bloodstains on the ground. Soldiers ran through the streets, some were carrying the wounded, others were transporting arrows, and some were reinforcing makeshift fortifications at street corners with sandbags. Luca and Alice landed directly in front of the main gate of the royal palace. The guards at the gate were startled upon seeing them, but then recognized Luca, and the expressions on their faces shifted from terror to ecstasy. "Lord Hero!" she shouted, almost screaming. "You've come at just the right time." Luca said nothing more and stepped into the royal palace. The interior of the palace was even more chaotic than the streets. Scattered documents and overturned decorations were everywhere in the corridors, claw marks and scorch marks marred the walls, and several synthetic monsters were entangled in battle with soldiers in the main hall. Their forms were somewhere between a wolf and a lizard, moving on all fours with astonishing speed, each pounce capable of sending an adult soldier flying. Luca swung his sword, and the sword light swept across most of the hall. Those synthetic monsters froze simultaneously, then disintegrated into minced meat, scattering across the floor. The soldiers leaned against the walls, gasping for breath, looking at Luca with eyes full of relief at having survived a disaster. "Where is the queen?" Luca asked the soldier closest to him. The soldier swallowed hard and pointed toward the depths of the corridor, in the direction of the queen's bedchamber. "Enemies have invaded. Lady Dullahan and Lady Cerberus are there holding them off." Luca nodded, pulled Alice along, and ran toward the depths of the corridor. Along the way, the monsters became more numerous, but they posed no threat. With every swing of the Gog sword, a synthetic monster turned into minced meat. Luca did not slow his pace, nor did he even spare a glance at the corpses. Alice followed behind him, her small figure moving flexibly through the corridor. "It seems the garrison of Noah City is stronger than Sabasa's," she said while running. "At least they didn't let the monsters penetrate the core area of the royal palace." Luca nodded. "But I'm afraid the queen's situation is not looking good." The two turned a corner, and the door to the queen's bedchamber appeared before them. It was an oak door carved with the Noah City emblem. There were several deep claw marks on the door panels, the hinges were deformed, and the entire door hung crookedly on the frame. In front of the door, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle with a mechanical monster. Dullahan held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, her armor covered in cracks. Her head was tucked under her arm, facing the direction of the battle, her expression twisted with exertion. Cerberus, the three-headed dog girl, had all three heads frantically biting at the mechanical monster's limbs, but those mechanical shells were too hard, and her teeth only left shallow indentations. Complex gears and wires were exposed at the mechanical monster's joints. Her attack style was simple and brutal, swinging arms, stomping, and charging, but each strike carried astonishing power. The ground was pitted with holes from her stomps, and several stone bricks on the walls had been smashed by her impacts. Dullahan and Cerberus were clearly no match for it. Both were injured, blood seeped from Dullahan's armor, and one of Cerberus's heads was already drooping, blood foam hanging from the corner of its mouth. But they did not retreat, standing firmly before the bedchamber door, using their bodies, shields, and teeth to desperately stall this mechanical monster. Luca did not hesitate. The Gog sword was unsheathed, his figure vanished from one end of the corridor, and appeared directly above the mechanical monster the next instant. The blade thrust downward into the seam between the mechanical monster's head and torso, and the sword light poured into the gap, splitting the metal shell. The mechanical monster's body shuddered violently, then froze. Her limbs were still reaching forward at the very last moment, trying to grab Dullahan, but she was just an inch short of her throat. Light flared. The mechanical monster's body began to disintegrate, gears, wires, and metal plates clattering to the floor like a collapsed pile of building blocks. Luca sheathed his sword and landed. "Where is the queen?" He turned to the two battered guards, speaking quickly. "Where did the queen go to take refuge?" Dullahan was stunned for a moment, and the head under her arm blinked. "What do you mean?" she asked in return. "The queen is right behind this door." Luca shook his head. "If that's what you're saying, then the queen has already been abducted." Both guards exclaimed in shock simultaneously. Dullahan's sword dropped to the floor, and Cerberus's three heads widened their eyes at the same time. Enduring their injuries, they rushed over and pushed open the crooked oak door. The door opened, the bedchamber was empty. The bed was neat, the curtains were half-drawn, and the jewelry on the vanity was still neatly arranged. There were no signs of a struggle, no indications of a fight. The queen had vanished without a sound, as if she had evaporated into thin air. On the throne, a note was left behind. Luca walked over and picked up the note. The handwriting on it was neat. If you want the queen to return, have Hero Luca come to the circular Colosseum alone. Dullahan stood at the doorway, looking at the note, her body beginning to tremble. I really am a failure. Her voice was hoarse, filled with deep self-reproach and anger. She turned abruptly and rushed toward the door. I'm going to save the queen. But she only ran 2 steps before her body went limp. Blood seeped from the cracks in her armor, dripping onto the marble floor with a soft patter sound. She fell to one knee, supporting herself with her sword, gasping for air. She had suffered quite a serious injury in the previous bitter battle. Cerberus was no better off. She sat leaning against the wall, all 3 heads drooping, tongues lolling out, panting like a bellows. I'll go. Luca walked to Dullahan's side, crouched down, and looked at her at eye level. You two take care of yourselves first. He paused, his voice softening a bit more. Trust me. Dullahan looked up, meeting his eyes. I really am a useless person. Her voice was trembling. I'm counting on you, Luca. Please save Her Majesty the Queen. Leave it to me. Luca stood up and turned to Alice. By the way, to ensure the Queen doesn't meet with any accidents, I will go alone as she requested. Alice's brow immediately furrowed. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, her golden eyes full of disapproval. Although I believe in your strength, if this is a trap set by Prometheus, you'll be done for. She paused, her voice becoming heavier. You cannot fall here, the world still needs you. Luca looked at her and then began to persuade her. He didn't say much, but every word hit the point. The other party demanded he go alone. If he brought someone, the queen might be in danger. His strength was sufficient to handle most situations. Even if it were a trap, he was confident in escaping. If it truly were an inescapable net set by Prometheus, then even with one more person like Alice, it might not change the outcome. Alice listened, her brow furrowing tighter and tighter. She still didn't agree. Luca spoke for a while longer, appealing to emotion and explaining with reason. Finally, Alice's tail flicked twice, her golden eyes glared at him for a while, and she finally relented. Let's compromise, she said with determination. I will stay outside the arena, and as long as I sense your magic power weakening, no matter what happens, I will release my true form. Luca looked at her tightly set little face, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Circular Colosseum. This ancient structure was located in the northeast corner of Noah City, and was one of the most famous landmarks in Grand Noah. The huge circular stone wall stood tall, with many arched windows on the outer wall, and sunlight shone through the windows, casting beams of light onto the inner passages. When Luca stepped out of the spatial rift, he appeared in the air directly above the center of the arena. He stepped on the breeze, hovering in midair, looking down. The spectator stands were full of people, all of them girls. They wore silver handcuffs on their hands, the chains dragging across the stone steps with a faint clinking sound. Some were crying softly, some kept their heads down in silence, and some were hugging the people beside them tightly. But when Luca's figure appeared in the sky above the arena, they all looked up at the same time. Lord Hero. A young woman stood up, raising her hands above her head, the chains jingling. Do your best. Another one stood up too. I believe in you, Lord Hero. And another. One after another, the girls stood up from their seats, raising their handcuffed hands, calling out to the figure in the center of the arena. Their faces were still streaked with tears, but there was light in their eyes. Expectation, hope. Those gazes cast upon Luca were like countless thin threads, connecting him to them. Luca descended from the air onto the sandy ground of the arena. The sand beneath his feet had become fine due to countless battles, mixed with dark red traces. He nodded slightly to the spectator stands, then turned to face the entrance on the opposite side of the arena. The next moment, a figure leaped down from above the entrance. She fell from a height, landing steadily on the sandy ground. The dust that kicked up swirled around her, and after the wind blew it away, her full appearance was revealed. She was also a mechanical monster. She wore a suit of silver-white armor plating that wrapped her body tightly. Every piece of armor had been meticulously polished, refracting a cold luster in the sunlight. Her right hand was a long spear, extending from the elbow, the spear blade fused with her arm, its tip so sharp it seemed capable of piercing the air. Her left hand was a giant tentacle, its dark red surface covered in suction cups, slowly squirming on the sandy ground, leaving a wet trail behind. But her face was delicate. A delicate face, completely at odds with that aggressive body. "I am the mechanical night girl." Her voice was crisp, with a metallic echo. "I am Unit 01 of the night-type mechanical monsters, a subordinate of Luca. She proudly puffed out her chest, pointing her long spear at Luca. "Luca, is it?" Luca said in a low voice. He remembered this name. Luca, one of those next-generation monsters that acted as a counterpart to Granbelia. Her subordinates appearing here meant that Noah was indeed in her invasion plans. Seeing the current state of things, you should have realized it by now, right? The mechanical night girl's long spear traced a circle in the air. "From now on, I will engage in a one-on-one duel with you." She tilted her head, her crimson eyes reflecting Luca's figure. "The audience is them." She pointed to the girls in the spectator stands. "The stakes are their freedom and the queen's. If you win, everyone will be safe and sound. If you lose, they will remain here forever." Luca's gaze swept across the spectator stands. Those girls looked at him, some covered their mouths, some clenched their handcuffs, and some closed their eyes, silently praying. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the mechanical night girl. "I don't mind sparring with people." He drew his gog sword, the dark patterns on the blade flowing slightly under the sunlight. "But I hope you won't do this kind of thing, holding people hostage next time." The mechanical night girl did not answer, she only smiled. "Then by all means, come." She thrust her long spear forward, the tip tracing a silver-white arc in the air. "Let me see the sword skills of the legendary hero." The long spear thrust out, as fast as a bolt of lightning. The spear tip left a straight silver line in the air, heading straight for Luca's throat. Luca sidestepped, the spear tip grazing his ear, blowing the hair at his temple backward. The mechanical night girl did not pause. As she retracted her long spear, the tentacles on her left hand swept over from the side. The suckers on the surface of the tentacles suddenly opened, revealing the dark red cavities inside, emitting a hissing sound of suction. Luca jumped back a step. The tentacles swept past under his feet, striking the sandy ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The sand grains hit Luca's body, making a faint pitter-patter sound. The mechanical night girl's offensive did not stop. Spear thrusts, parries, sweeps, and slashes, tentacles wrapping, coiling, slapping, and whipping, two completely different attack methods coordinated seamlessly in her hands. The long spear was responsible for thrusting and cutting, while the tentacles were responsible for restraining and disrupting. Her attack rhythm was fast, every move followed the next, leaving the opponent no room to breathe. But Luca just stood in that web woven by spear tips and tentacles, yet not a single tentacle touched the corner of his clothes, and not a single spear thrust hit his body. His range of movement was very small, sometimes it was just a step, sometimes just a slight sidestep, but each time he perfectly avoided the attacks. The mechanical night girl's long spear thrust over his shoulder, he crouched slightly. The tentacles swept under his knees, he lightly lifted his foot. The spear tip thrust from the left, he turned to the right, the tip grazing his lapel without tearing the fabric. He was like someone walking through a rainstorm, every step treading in the gaps between the raindrops. The girls in the spectator stands stopped crying. They had their mouths agape, watching that lopsided battle in the arena. The mechanical night girl's attacks became faster and fiercer. Her tentacles carved deep furrows into the sandy ground, and the air was torn by her long spear, emitting a sharp whistling sound. But Luca remained the same. He saw through every one of her attacks, knowing where the spear tip would come from, where the tentacles would coil, and even predicting the rhythm of her next attack with perfect clarity. On the mechanical night girl's face, the expression of excitement gradually turned into astonishment. "You're really amazing." Her long spear thrust out, Luca sidestepped, and the tip grazed his cheek. "No matter what I do, I can't hit you." The tentacles swept across, and Luca lightly leapt, jumping over them. She accelerated her attack speed. The long spear and tentacles struck almost simultaneously, sealing off all directions. In an instant, Luca leaned backward, his body nearly parallel to the ground. The long spear thrust over him, and the tentacles swept under him. His body seemed to be pulled back by an invisible thread, standing straight again. The mechanical night girl's movements stopped. She stood in place, her long spear pointing to the ground, tentacles hanging by her sides. Her crimson eyes reflected Luca's figure. His robes were neat, his breathing steady, and he didn't even have a single drop of sweat. "Then, this is the end." The gog sword in Luca's hand lit up. Light poured from the blade, dyeing the surrounding sandy ground an earthy yellow. The gog sword was raised above his head. And then he struck down. It was a strike as if to cleave a mountain. As the blade fell, the air was compressed, emitting a low roar. The sand on the ground was pushed to the sides by the sword energy, forming two high waves of sand behind Luca. The mechanical night girl raised her long spear, attempting to block. The moment the long spear touched the blade, it was bent, snapped, and sent flying like a piece of paper. The tentacles tried to wrap around the blade from the side, but the moment those suckers touched the earthy yellow light, they lost all strength, and the tentacles hung down limply. The blade landed on her shoulder. The mechanical night girl's legs buckled, and the sandy ground beneath her exploded outwards, forming a crater several meters in diameter. Her body began to shrink, and the silver-white armor fell off piece by piece, turning into specks of light in the air. The wreckage of the long spear disappeared, and the tentacles retracted into her body, vanishing into nothingness. The light dispersed. In its place remained only a small lizard, only palm-sized, with dull gray skin, short limbs and a curled tail. It turned around in confusion, then looked up, gazing at Luca with those small, crimson eyes. "I hope that next time you come to spar with me," Luca crouched down, looking at the small lizard, "you won't hold the people hostage like this again." The small lizard blinked, turned around, and walked on its four short legs, crawling slowly toward the corner of the arena, and disappearing into a crack in the stone wall. There was silence in the spectator stands. The girls had their mouths agape, having forgotten to cheer, forgotten to cry, just staring blankly at the young man in the center of the arena, as he sheathed his sword. Cheers erupted. Like a dam breaking, like a volcanic eruption. The fear, despair and anticipation that had been suppressed for too long all turned into sound at this moment. They waved their handcuffed hands, tears streaming down their faces, shouting the same name. The sound echoed back and forth within the circular coliseum, wave after wave, as if it would never cease. "It's a good thing it wasn't some trap where Prometheus gathered troops to besiege you." Alice walked in from the entrance of the arena, her small figure appearing exceptionally tiny under the massive stone archway. She walked up to Luca, her golden eyes sweeping over the cheering girls in the spectator stands, and let out a sigh of relief. "I was waiting outside, terrified," she muttered, her voice mostly drowned out by the cheering. Luca reached out and rubbed her little head. Just then, another figure walked in from the side door of the arena. Queen Noa. Her robes were a bit disheveled, and a few strands of her hair were loose, but her overall condition was much better than Luca had anticipated. After the mechanical night girl was sealed, the synthetic monsters in the city retreated one after another. With no one guarding her, she was quickly rescued by the guards. She walked up to Luca. The cheering continued, but Queen Noa's voice clearly pierced through the clamor. "Hero Luca," she said solemnly, every word sounding as if it were pushed out from her chest. "Thanks to your help. You saved us, saved the lives of many, including myself, and protected Grand Noa. She bowed slightly. As queen, I express my gratitude to you. Luca shook his head. There is nothing worth thanking me for. Queen Noa straightened up, her gaze resting on him for a long time. Your heroic bearing while fighting in the circular Colosseum, she said softly, this is the true demeanor of a hero, a true warrior. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and something was flickering in her eyes. If I were just an ordinary woman, at this very moment, I would propose to you. Luca suspected he had misheard. Queen Noa looked at his expression and chuckled. Hoo-hoo, I'm just joking. Luca felt from her eyes that she was not joking. He subconsciously took a step back, almost stepping on little Alice behind him. Alice jumped up and swatted his knee with her tail. A crisp slap sound, which seemed exceptionally clear amidst the cheering. Luca looked down at her, and Alice was glaring at him. Queen Noa pretended not to see this scene. She looked up at the girls in the spectator stands who were still cheering. They are cheering for you, she said solemnly. Your name embodies hope and anticipation. She withdrew her gaze and looked at Luca. I will prepare for the counterattack, contact the allied nations, and do what I must. She took a step forward, reached out, and took Luca's hand. Go, deliverer, she said. You are the hope of this world. Luca looked into her eyes and nodded. He turned and walked toward the exit of the arena. Behind him, the cheering continued. Those girls held their handcuffed hands up, waving them desperately. Queen Noa stood on the sandy ground of the arena, watching those two figures gradually fade into the distance. A faint smile played on her lips, and deep in her eyes was a hint of melancholy that even she herself had not noticed. Luca and Alice walked out of the arena gate. The cheering filtered out through the gap in the door, still loud. Alice walked in front, then suddenly stopped and looked back at him. Let's go, fake hero, she said. There are others waiting for us. A spatial rift door opened before him, the two stepped into it and disappeared. Inside the arena, the cheering continued. Chapter 141, Speedrun. Yamatai Village. Yamatai Village is nestled among the mountains in the east of the continent, wrapped in layers of dense forest. Viewed from the air, houses are scattered along both banks of a stream, with cooking smoke and morning mist intertwined, enveloping the entire village in a hazy white veil. But today, beneath that white veil lies chaos, as quite a few monsters are running rampant. Luca and Alice stepped out from a spatial rift and landed under the old locust tree, at the village entrance. The sight before him made Luca frown. It was not synthetic monsters chasing villagers through the streets, but local monsters. Akaname, Kamaitashi, Tatarimak, these common monster species from near Yamatai village were currently rampaging through the village in groups. It seems the monsters here have also been bewitched by Black Alice. Alice stood beside him, arms crossed, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Luca did not speak. He had already stepped forward, blocking a group of Akaname that were chasing villagers. The Akaname looked no different from normal human females, except their tongues were longer than a normal person's, currently hanging from the corners of their mouths and dripping with saliva. They were blocked by Luca, froze for a moment, then tilted their heads to examine him. Why are you attacking the villagers? Asked Luca. The lead Akaname thought for a moment and said matter-of-factly, that lady said that if we do this, we can get the men we want. The Akaname behind her nodded one after another, their eyes shining with a clear, innocent light devoid of malice. Luca was silent. He looked into those eyes. There was no madness like Lily's, no struggle like Lucia's, and no arrogance like the vampire queen's, only a pure, almost naive desire. They didn't know they were doing something bad, they didn't even know what bad was. They had just been told doing this will let you get what you want, so they did it. Fine, another group of monsters bewitched by Black Alice. The Gog sword was unsheathed. The sword light swept an arc across the narrow street, enveloping the Akaname. After the light dissipated, only a few palm-sized little people remained in place, spinning around blankly, poking each other's faces with tiny fingers before scattering and disappearing into the roadside grass. Luca sheathed his sword and turned to look at Alice. His voice was a bit more serious than usual. After this is over, regarding monster education and monster laws, he paused, I hope to improve them further. Alice glanced at him and nodded. She said, her golden eyes sweeping over the little people scattering away, most monsters follow their desires, it is time for some proper education and discipline. She retracted her gaze and looked at Luca. Your suggestion is very valuable. Luca said nothing more, he turned and walked in the direction where the most monsters were appearing. The two cleared the monsters from the streets along the way, moving deeper into the village along the stream. Most of the houses they passed had doors and windows tightly shut, though occasionally a frightened face would peek out from a door gap, only to quickly retract upon seeing Luca. There were more and more monsters, but none were strong. Every time the Gog sword swung, a group of monsters turned into small animals or little people, fleeing into the woods in a panic. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, an ancient shrine appeared before them. The red paint on the torii gate was peeling, but the Shimenawa rope wrapped around the pillars was still new, with white paper fluttering gently in the wind. A snake shrine maiden was coiled on the shrine's stone steps, her lower body a thick snake tail, her upper body in human form, wearing white shrine maiden robes, her hair tied up with a red ribbon. Luca stopped. The snake shrine maiden saw him, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly, a cold light flashing in her slender snake pupils. An outsider traveler. She tilted her head, her voice hoarse, carrying a deliberate seductiveness, outsiders aren't welcome here. Luca did not draw his sword. What happened here? He asked, why are the monsters attacking the villagers? The snake shrine maiden chuckled, her snake tail wriggling slowly on the stone steps, the scales making a faint rustling sound. What happened? She repeated, Lady Whitesnake's older sister has returned, bringing the power bestowed by that Lady Black Alice. She wants to take back this village and turn it into a paradise for monsters. I assent that only natural. Humans have occupied this land for too long. It's time for a change of master. Luca looked at her. What about Lady Whitesnake? He asked. Defeated and locked away. The snake shrine maiden shrugged, her posture lazy, her ideas were too naive. Coexisting with humans. Luca nodded, he had finished asking. The moment the Gog sword was unsheathed, the snake shrine maiden's body tensed abruptly. Her snake tail sprang from the stone steps, sweeping horizontally toward Luca with the sound of wind breaking, but she was too slow. The sword light descended from above her head like a waterfall pouring down from the torii gate. The snake shrine maiden's eyes widened, her snake tail froze in midair, and then began to shrink. The shrine maiden robes slid off her body, scales peeled away one by one, and her body compressed and deformed amidst the light. The light dissipated. A small snake curled up on the stone steps, only as long as a finger, entirely red. She flicked her tongue blankly, then hurriedly scrambled into a crack in the stone steps and disappeared. Luca sheathed his sword. Let's go, he said to Alice. Alice followed his footsteps, and the two continued toward the depths of the shrine. The road to Whitesnake Shrine was longer than expected. The stone steps wound up through the woods, the stone lanterns on both sides covered in moss. Occasionally, a few bewitched monsters would jump out from the bushes, only to be sealed by Luca's sword and turn into small animals to flee. When passing the cat shrine, Luca stopped. The cat shrine was much smaller than Whitesnake Shrine, with two stone cats standing at the entrance. In the open space in front of the shrine hall, two familiar figures were being cornered by a group of synthetic monsters. Goblin Girl, one of the four heavenly kings of the bandit group, petite, with healthy olive-colored skin, was currently brandishing a wooden club taller than herself, desperately resisting the monster's attacks. Her face was stained with dust, tear tracks marked her eyes, but her mouth was pressed tight. The Catwoman's two tails were puffed up with fear, standing straight like two furry lines. She huddled behind Goblin Girl, claws extended, hissing meow-woo at the approaching monsters. There were more and more synthetic monsters. Goblin Girl's wooden club could no longer be swung, and the Catwoman's hissing had turned into wailing. Luca did not hesitate. The Gog sword was unsheathed, and the sword light swept across the open space in front of the shrine hall, causing several synthetic monsters to simultaneously crumble into pieces and scatter across the ground. Goblin Girl's wooden club slipped from her hand, hitting the ground with a clatter. She leaned against the wall, panting heavily, then looked up and saw Luca. "Ah, you re the hero from back then." Her eyes widened, her mouth forming an O shape. The Catwoman reacted faster. She pounced over with a meow, rubbing her head against Luca's calf, her tail wagging happily behind her. "Are you two okay?" Luca squatted down to check if they had any injuries. Goblin Girl shook her head, then as if remembering something, stood up abruptly. "Hero. At the main gate, inside the main gate of White Snake Shrine, there is a very powerful monster." The Catwoman raised her two front paws, gesturing a large circle. Luca stood up and rubbed their heads. "Go take refuge first." He looked toward the main gate. "It's still dangerous here." Goblin Girl nodded vigorously, took the Catwoman's hand, and ran down the mountain. The main gate of White Snake Shrine was a vermilion gatehouse, behind which was a wide stone-paved courtyard, with the main hall of the shrine at the end. The door to the main hall was open, and it was pitch black inside, with only the candle flames in front of the shrine flickering slightly. A figure sat on the steps in front of the shrine altar. She wore white shrine maiden robes, her lower body was a thick white snake tail, the scales shimmering with pearlescent luster under the candlelight. Except for the different decorations, she looked exactly like Lady White Snake. Luca walked into the courtyard and stood before her. "Are you Lady White Snake's sister?" He sized up the monster before him. She looked up, a pair of slender snake pupils watching Luca coldly. Her voice was low and slow. "I am the new ruler of Yamatai village, Lady White Snake." She raised her chin slightly. "And you have seriously offended me." Alice walked out from behind Luca, arms crossed, her golden eyes meeting those snake pupils. "You have been instigated by Black Alice," she said. "Do you think Ilias would allow a monster to rule the village?" "I don't care about that," she said coldly, palms spreading open, a pale green light emerging from them. "It was the power of an artificial wind spirit. The only thing I believe in is the powerful strength bestowed upon me by Lady Black Alice." She pushed her palms forward, and the light expanded violently, turning her into a tornado as she lunged at Luca. Luca did not retreat. The moment the Gog sword was unsheathed, his figure vanished from the spot. She lunged into empty air, crashing into the stone-paved floor of the courtyard, kicking up smoke. The next second, he appeared behind Lady White Snake. The sword edge landed lightly on her shoulder, and Lady White Snake's body froze. She only managed to utter one word. Light shone, Lady White Snake's body began to shrink. Her snake tail coiled into a ball, the shrine maiden robes slid off her body like a molted shell, and the white scales peeled away one by one. The light dissipated. A small white snake curled up on the steps in front of the altar, only as long as a chopstick, her body as thin as a thread. She raised her head blankly, flicked her tongue, and then tried to slither out of the main hall. Inside the main hall, another figure moved. Lady White Snake's younger sister slowly woke up from the shadows behind the altar. She had been trapped there by her sister's magic. Now that the spell was lifted, she rubbed her eyes and propped herself up. "I was careless." Her voice was a bit hoarse, her gaze sweeping around the main hall. "Where is my sister?" Alice pointed to the ground. Lady White Snake's gaze followed her finger, and she saw the small white snake. She froze for a moment. Then, she picked up a small bamboo cage from somewhere, walked over lightly, and before the small snake could slither into the door gap, she snapped it shut with a clack. The small white snake in the cage raised her body, hissing at the outside of the cage, her small eyes widened roundly. Lady White Snake held the cage up to her eyes, looking at the puffy little snake inside, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. Oh my, sister." Her voice carried a hint of helplessness, a hint of heartache, and a hint of irrepressible tenderness. "Why have you fallen to such a state?" She placed the cage on her lap, her gaze falling into the distance, as if looking at something from a long time ago. "When we were little, we used to play in the mountains together. The small snake in the cage hissed at her. Lady White Snake retracted her gaze, looking at the tiny, puffy snake in the cage, the smile on her lips deepening. "I'll keep her for now." Her tone shifted, "But if she stays like this, I'll turn her into snake meat hot pot." The small white snake in the cage stiffened instantly. Her body tensed into a straight line, her tongue left hanging out, forgotten to be retracted, her small eyes round as marbles. Lady White Snake looked at her like that and laughed. "Pfft. I'm joking," she said softly, her fingers gently stroking the bamboo strips of the cage. "No matter what state you fall into, you are always my most important sister." The small snake in the cage slowly relaxed, coiled into a ball, and buried her head into her body. "I leave her disposal to you for now." Alice walked up, looking at the small snake in the cage. "After this is over, the Demon King's castle will judge all monsters involved in this matter." Lady White Snake's expression dimmed. "Sister's nature isn't bad," she whispered, her fingers gently tapping the cage. Luca watched this scene without saying anything. He turned and walked out of the shrine. The acquaintances in the village heard that Lady White Snake had returned and gathered in front of the shrine gate. The old woman who once showed them around the village leaned on her cane, walked over tremblingly, held Luca's hand, and said many words of thanks. The villagers behind her also bowed one after another, and some even knelt down. Luca helped them up one by one, said a few words of comfort, and then walked toward the village entrance with Alice. Behind them, Lady White Snake sat on the shrine steps with the bamboo cage on her lap, watching the two figures disappear into the morning mist. The small snake in the cage raised her body, and hissed in that direction. Lady White Snake looked down at her and smiled gently. She said, "After all this is over, let's play in the mountains together again." The small snake in the cage did not answer, only burying her head a little deeper. Chapter 142. Today you become Queen. Priestess felt like her head was about to explode. The documents on her desk were piled as high as a small mountain: daily management of Paranset village, resource allocation, border negotiations with the neighboring insect race, cultivation plans for the new batch of seedlings. Every single item required her review, every single one required her signature. She rubbed her temples, picked up her herbal tea, which had already gone cold, and took a sip. The bitterness spread across the tip of her tongue. "Priestess." A servant's voice came from outside the door. "Queen Anowin summons you." She froze for a moment. "At this critical juncture." "Understood." She set down her teacup, stood up, and her plant-like skirt brushed against the corner of the table, causing a few light documents to flip over in the air and land on the floor. She bent down to pick them up, stacked them, pressed them under a paperweight, then straightened her collar and walked out the door. On the way, her mind was still spinning with those tedious affairs. The insect race had recently sent a new batch of silk. The quality was good, but the price couldn't be agreed upon. The old tray ant at the east end of the village complained that there wasn't enough rain this year, and her canopy wasn't as lush as in previous years. And those few young flower maidens were chasing and playing at the village entrance every day, scaring the passing travelers. She sighed. She was still young and had many things she wanted to do, but ever since that human hero arrived, she had needed to handle a massive amount of matters. The position of village chief of Paranset village had already left her breathless, and now Queen Anowin wanted to summon her. She vaguely felt it wasn't anything good. A strange scent drifted to the tip of her nose. Priestess's thoughts were pulled back. She looked up and found that she had already walked into Queen Anowin's residence, a natural hall intertwined with huge vines and flowers. Sunlight spilled through the gaps between the leaves and flowers, casting mottled light and shadows on the ground. In the very center of the hall, Queen Anowin sat on a throne woven from ancient vines. Her figure was a whole size larger than an ordinary member of the plant race, and she wore a huge white-purple flower on her head. Her skin was light purple, carrying the moist luster unique to plants, and her eyes were as deep as quiet pools in the forest. But today Priestess felt that the queen's temperament was a bit off. That strange scent was stronger, not the scent of flowers, not the scent of grass, but a kind of. She couldn't describe it, a scent that made one's thoughts drift uncontrollably. She didn't think too much about it. The queen's speech began. Priestess stood there, her ears listening, but the tedious affairs in her mind occupied almost all her thoughts. Documents, accounts, negotiations, disputes, these words spun around in her head like a swarm of buzzing bees. That is how it is. Queen Anowin's voice pierced through the clamor in her head. I should make full preparations for the cultivation of the next successor, while I still possess sufficient energy and prestige. Priestess's ears twitched. So I have decided, Queen Anowin's gaze fell upon her. To make Priestess the new queen successor. Priestess looked up. Was she too tired recently? It seemed she had auditory hallucinations. What is it, Priestess? Queen Anowin tilted her head slightly, looking at her with a calm gaze. Do you have any questions about my decision? Become queen. Priestess pointed to herself, her fingers trembling slightly. Queen Anowin nodded slightly. Priestess's brain went completely blank at this moment. When being the village chief of Paranset village was already this exhausting, being the queen of the plant race. She dared not imagine it further. Queen Anowin. She took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound steadier. Your condition is far from needing to consider abdication, and I am still very young. I am afraid I am unable to shoulder the position of queen. Anowin shook her head. You all know about the internal strife of the insect race's throne usurpation, right? Priestess's expression froze slightly. The previous queen, who served as the guardian of the new insect queen, was because of her advanced age and declining strength, and the new queen's majesty was insufficient, which ultimately led to the spider queen, and a group of monsters seizing the opportunity to rise, causing a series of disputes and internal strife. I do not want to see these uncontrollable factors happen, so I must pave the way for the next successor early while I still have strength. Her gaze fell back on Priestess. And you have served as the village chief of Paranset village for so many years, you are young and promising. At the very least, I cannot find a more suitable candidate than you. Priestess sighed long in her heart. For the prosperity of the plant race, she said, her voice carrying a calm of resignation. I have no objections. Queen Anowin nodded with satisfaction. Then only the indispensable ritual to become the queen of the plant race remains. Priestess was slightly stunned. To become the queen of the plant race, was there still some ritual? She had never heard of it. The corners of Queen Anowin's mouth curled up slightly, a curve that made Priestess feel a strange tightness in her heart. The ritual is to wipe out the remaining ants in Paranset village. Priestess's brain suddenly cleared at this moment. I refuse. She said these 3 words almost subconsciously. She looked at the queen in surprise, her voice becoming rapid. I do not think that using force against the insect race in Paranset village is a good decision right now. The insect race has already sworn to coexist peacefully with our plant race, and our plant race has also sworn to coexist peacefully with them. Her hands gripped her skirt unconsciously. Besides, the insect queen of Paranset village is sealed, and it hasn't been undone yet. The strength of the insect race will not be a threat to the plant race. Precisely because of that, Queen Anowin's voice turned cold, they must be completely driven out. Priestess opened her mouth, wanting to say something more. But Queen Anowin did not give her the chance. Since you are unwilling to do it, she said, then I will do it myself. Before her words fell, the ground shook violently. Several thick vines burst out of the soil under Priestess's feet. Those vines intertwined and, before Priestess could react, had already woven into a huge cage around her. The surface of the vines was covered with a layer of pale green light, containing Queen Anowin's unique magic. Priestess reached out to push the bars of the cage, but they didn't budge. Queen Anowin. Her voice became low, carrying a repressed heartache. You are pushing the plant race into the abyss. The few plant race cadres on the side who still wanted to persuade and stop Anowin were also trapped by the suddenly appearing vine cages. Some of them were shouting, some were struggling, and some were just sitting there blankly, their eyes filled with disbelief. Queen Anowin did not look at them. Her gaze fell on a purple-skinned plant race monster in the corner of the hall. Gather the warriors now. Her voice was cold. Capture all the bugs in the village and use them as nutrients. The purple-skinned monster bowed slightly. If any plant monsters try to stop you, Queen Anowin's gaze swept over the imprisoned cadres, drive them out of the village. The purple monster accepted the order and turned to leave. In the hall, the sound of Queen Anowin's footsteps gradually faded away. Priestess grasped the bars of the cage, her knuckles turning white. Her gaze passed through the gaps in the vines, looking at the back of the queen who was once gentle, kind, and personally trusted by the 15th Demon King. Her heart felt as if it had been fiercely pinched by something. That was not the Anowin she knew. But the magic on the cage was undoubtedly Anowin's. Priestess closed her eyes and began to accumulate magic power. When Luca and Alice arrived at Paranset village, it was already chaotic. A strange scent that disturbed the mind permeated the air. Luca frowned and covered his mouth and nose with the back of his hand. Alice's nostrils fluttered slightly, and her golden eyes narrowed slightly. Ahead, a purple treant was chasing Anna Aram and Whitefly Girl. The treant's size was nearly twice that of a normal treant, its bark showing a sickly purple-black color, and its branches were waving in the air like whips. Its eyes were turbid red, and it let out incoherent low roars from its mouth, leaving a deep footprint with every step it took on the ground. Anna Aram, the plant monster who had once fought against the insect race, was currently holding Whitefly Girl and running through the bushes. Her tentacles extended from her back, whipping the ground behind her from time to time, trying to slow down the treant's speed, but that little attack was like tickling to the crazed treant. Luca did not hesitate. The Gog sword was unsheathed, and the sword light fell from the top of the treant's head. The purple behemoth shrank rapidly in the sword light, branches retracted, bark faded, and roots curled up. After the light dissipated, a small sapling fell to the ground, its tender green leaves trembling gently in the wind. Anna Aram stopped, looked back, and saw Luca, her eyes instantly lighting up. Lord Luca. She ran over, panting, "You came just in time." Alice squatted down, picked up the small sapling, and examined it in her palm. She brought her nose close, sniffed gently, and was lost in thought. "What happened?" Luca asked. Anna Aram took a deep breath and quickly recounted what had happened. Queen Anowin had suddenly changed her temperament, led the plant race to attack the insect race, Priestess was imprisoned, and the insect monsters in the village were being drained of their magic power as nutrients. Whitefly Girl nodded desperately on the side, her two antennae shaking like a rattle drum. "Impossible." Alice stood up and placed the sapling on the side of the road. "Queen Anowin loves nature and is a queen deeply trusted by Mother Alice the 15th. She would not be easily instigated by Black Alice." She paused, her golden eyes narrowing slightly. Her nostrils fluttered again. "Luca, did you smell anything?" Luca nodded. "There is a strange scent in the air that disturbs the mind. This is a very strong brainwashing magic." Alice's voice lowered. "Its effect is a mental manipulation spell that stimulates the evil in one's heart." Luca was stunned. "There is such magic?" His brows furrowed tightly. "Are there many people who know it?" Alice shook her head. "This spell has a very high requirement for magic power," she said, a flash of thought passing through her golden eyes. "In my memory, the only one who can cast it to this extent is Tam Amo." Luca's mind conjured up that smiling face with eyes always curved. "Impossible." "I also think it's impossible." Alice shook her head. "It must be Prometheus who is playing tricks. She can even research the 6 ancestors' great binding curse. This level of spell must be a piece of cake for her." She looked toward the depths of the village. "It is highly likely that Anowin is controlled by this spell. Let's go save the queen quickly." Priestess stood in the cage, watching everything before her, her heart aching like a knife. On the open space outside the hall, insect monsters were hung on trees by vines, their bodies hanging limply, magic power slowly being extracted from their bodies and flowing along the vines toward Queen Anowin, who stood in the center. Among those monsters were butterflies, beetles, and bees. They were once neighbors of Paranset village, friends whom Priestess would greet every day. Now they were like fruits being squeezed. Priestess closed her eyes, and the accumulated magic power rolled within her body. Those magic powers surged in her meridians like a river that had been suppressed for too long, finally finding a direction to break the dam. She opened her eyes, and blue-green light burst out from her body, illuminating the entire hall. Those vines attached with Anowin's magic began to tremble in the light. But at this moment, a vine mixed with blue-green magic shot out from Priestess's palm. That vine was twice as thick as Anowin's, its surface covered with fine barbs, and the tip of each barb flashed with dark green light. It was like a giant python waking up, squeezing out from the gaps in the cage, drawing an arc in midair, and then it lashed fiercely onto Queen Anowin's body. The power of that blow was too great. The moment the vine made contact with Anowin's body, there was a dull explosion, like a big drum being struck by a heavy hammer. Anowin's body was lashed backward, breaking 3 thick flower stalks, and finally fell heavily to the ground, with soil and broken leaves exploding around her. A deep whip mark was left on her body, extending obliquely from her shoulder to her waist, with light green sap seeping out from the edges. But Priestess did not continue to attack, because she saw something shatter in Anowin's eyes. That layer of cold, crazy mask cracked under this whip. Queen Anowin lay on the ground, the turbidity in her eyes fading little by little. Her lips moved slightly, her voice hoarse. "What is this?" Priestess stood in place, looking at her. The aura on Anowin was changing. That suffocating, oppressive madness was dissipating, replaced by a long-lost warmth. That was the Anowin Priestess knew, the Anowin who would water every newborn seedling in the early morning, the Anowin who would squat down to talk to little insects, using leaves to shield them from the scorching sun. Kind, loving, gentle queen of the plant race. The magic power Priestess had accumulated slowly returned to her body. She did not strike again. Queen Anowin propped herself up to sit. Her movements were slow, as if she were enduring some great pain, but her hands did not stop. She raised her arms, and those vines that extended from her body, which were extracting the magic power of the insect monsters, began to flow in reverse. The magic power flowed back into the bodies of the insect monsters along the vines. Those monsters that were originally hanging limply began to regain their strength. Some opened their eyes, some let out weak groans, and some began to struggle, trying to break free from their bonds. The vines loosened one by one, and the insect race monsters fell from the trees one after another, landing on the grass and gasping for air. Queen Anowin knelt on the ground, her face pale as paper, but a light had returned to her eyes. Oh, a voice came from the shadows of the hall, filled with amusement. "You managed to break my fox charm on your own." Priestess turned her head sharply. Emerging from the shadows was a figure she had never seen before. Her light blonde hair was pulled up high into a neat bun at the back of her head, with black wingtips protruding from the hair. Behind her was a beige, wheel-shaped ruffled decoration, layered and stacked like the ceremonial garb of some ancient ritual. Her features were so exquisite they didn't seem alive, with every facial detail appearing to have been calculated with precise proportions. Her upper body was clad in black and gold tight-fitting thorn armor, with each plate conforming to the curves of her body. Her arms featured visible mechanical structures, gears, pipes, and hydraulic rods gleaming with a cold, metallic luster in the sunlight. Her lower body was not human legs, but four-legged bestial limbs covered in scales the same color as her armor, each step landing silently. It was none other than Tsukuyomi, one of the next-generation dolls that had appeared in the Demon King's castle. She walked up to them without any attempt at concealment, her 4 feet stepping onto the grass without bending a single blade. She looked down at Queen Anowin and Priestess, a faint smile on her lips. As expected of a queen. Her voice cut through the air. "For a monster of the old era, you're not bad." Her gaze swept over the insect race monsters being treated, and the curve of her lips deepened slightly. "I had intended for the monsters of Paranset village to kill each other, but I didn't expect you to wake up on your own. She sighed, as if regretting that something interesting had been interrupted. Now I have to do it myself. That will take away quite a bit of the fun. Priestess stepped forward, blocking the way in front of Queen Anowin. I won't let you get your way. But Queen Anowin reached out, pressed her hand on her shoulder, and slowly stood up. Her body was still trembling slightly, and the whip mark was still oozing pale green sap, but she held her back very straight. Lord 15th trusted me, and Lady Tamamo trusted me, letting me manage the plant race. Her voice was hoarse, each word squeezed out from between her teeth, but it carried a type of anger Priestess had never seen before. You actually controlled me to slaughter monsters, to slaughter my own people. Tsukuyomi smiled when she heard the name Tamamo. Tamamo, is it? She shook her head slightly. I am an artificial life form cultivated with Tamamo's cells as the core. I can use various magical techniques, coupled with high-tech enhanced physical performance. Her gaze swept over Anowin, landed on Priestess, and finally returned to Anowin's face. Even your Lady Tamamo is no match for me now. Just by yourselves, monsters of the old era. Anowin did not answer. She raised her hands suddenly, and several thick vines burst from the soil beneath her feet. The vines intertwined in mid-air like giant pythons, instantly binding Tsukuyomi tightly. As long as you are willing to surrender honestly, Queen Anowin's voice was low, perhaps I will spare your life. Tsukuyomi was bound by the vines and unable to move, but there was not a trace of panic on her face. If it were me, she said, even if the other side surrendered, I wouldn't show mercy. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. You really are. Tsukuyomi's body lit up with a yellowish-brown glow. Earth power surged into her body in a violent manner, condensing into a thick halo of light on her body surface. The light was so intense that the air began to distort, and the ground began to crack. The yellowish-brown light exploded inside Tsukuyomi like a bomb, and the vines wrapped around her were instantly torn into countless fragments. The broken branches and leaves scattered in the air, like a green rain. Before Queen Anowin could react, Tsukuyomi had already moved. Her 4 feet pushed off the grass, and her body launched forward like a cannonball. Without any flare, a claw imbued with earth power struck Queen Anowin's chest hard. The force was too great. Anowin's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the stone pillars at the entrance of the hall, and landing in a pile of rubble. The vines on her body snapped one by one, and the vines treating the insect race monsters also lost their power, causing the insect race monsters to fall from midair to the ground, emitting a chorus of startled cries. Anowin lay in the rubble with a deep claw mark on her chest, pale green sap gushing from the wound and soaking her whole body. Her breathing was rapid and weak, her eyes half-closed, and her lips trembling slightly. Tsukuyomi walked up to Priestess. Priestess stood there, her hands clenched tight, her nails digging into her palms. Tsukuyomi tilted her head, inspecting her. If it just ends so hastily, it would be too boring, she said. Anyway, your queen likely won't survive, so why not deliver the final blow yourself and take the throne? And I will spare your life, how about that? Her response was a vine. Priestess's vine shot out from her palm, whistling through the air, and struck Tsukuyomi across the face with a hard lash. Tsukuyomi's head was knocked to the side. She slowly turned her head back, touched the shallow red mark on her face, and irritation finally appeared in her eyes. You ignorant, her words were cut short. A huge purple flower bud bloomed from beneath Queen Anowin. The bud was shockingly large, with a diameter enough for 2 people to wrap their arms around. The petals were deep purple, with black patterns along the edges. It grew from within Anowin, expanding and blooming at a near-manic speed. The petals opened one by one, revealing the deep flower center from which thick, dark purple mist poured out. The bud closed, wrapping Tsukuyomi entirely within it. Priestess's eyes widened suddenly. No queen. She realized it. Anowin wanted to refine the Aztec rose with her entire life force. The Aztec rose, among all poisons in the world, was the most extreme neurotoxin, causing complete and irreversible destruction of nerve cells. The victim's nerve cells would completely die in a very short time, from brain to spinal cord, from senses to movement, all neural functions would be severed in the same instant. And for the refiner, it was the same. The birth, spread, and destruction of everything around by this poison, and then the natural dissipation of the toxin, only took 5 seconds. First second. The bud closed completely and purple light shone through the gaps in the petals as if something was burning inside. The air began to tremble, and a low humming sound came from the depths of the flower center. Second. Black patterns appeared on the surface of the bud, spreading across the petals like blood vessels. Dark purple mist seeped out from the bottom of the bud, and the blades of grass that touched the mist withered, turned black, and turned into ash in an instant. Third second. The bud began to expand, and the petals were stretched until they were nearly transparent. One could vaguely see something struggling violently inside, and the purple light grew brighter and brighter, blindingly so. Fourth second. Priestess saw Queen Anowin's complexion. She was no longer just pale, her skin was losing color, turning from light cyan to grayish-white, like a tree that was dying. Her eye sockets were sunken, her lips were cracked, and her body looked like a dried corpse that had been drained of all moisture. Fifth second. The bud burst open. The petals opened in all directions, revealing the flower center. There was no Tsukuyomi left there, only a silhouette wrapped in purple mist, still struggling weakly. The mist spread to the surroundings. Priestess took a step back, her foot stepping on a withered blade of grass, which crumbled into ash. The mist began to dissipate. From spreading to dissipating, it took exactly 5 seconds. The bud withered, the petals changing from purple to brown, from brown to black, and then crumbling into powder, scattered by the wind. Queen Anowin collapsed to the ground, her body so thin that only the skeleton remained, her skin clinging to her bones like dead tree bark. Her eyes were closed tight, and there was almost no movement in her chest. But Tsukuyomi survived. She leaned against a large tree, barely standing. Her body was trembling, and her 4 legs could barely support the weight of her body. Her eyes had lost focus, her pupils dilated, and her lips were moving slightly, as if she wanted to say something but could not make a sound. A strange layer of purple appeared on her skin. Poison. Her voice was so hoarse it was almost inaudible. She lowered her head, looking toward Priestess's direction, but she could no longer see. The toxin of the Aztec rose destroyed the visual nerves first. Tsukuyomi used her last ounce of strength, lifting a front leg and stomping it heavily on the ground. The earth trembled, a powerful vibration imbued with magic spread in all directions, centered from beneath Tsukuyomi's feet. The ground rippled like a water surface, trees collapsed, stone walls cracked, and the air buzzed from the vibration. The ground of the entire Paranset village began to tremble violently. Priestess steadied herself, wanting to rush up to stop Tsukuyomi, but as soon as she took a step, the ground cracked open, and gravel and dirt erupted from the fissure, forcing her back. Tsukuyomi's figure disappeared into the smoke. The trembling lasted for a few seconds, and then slowly subsided. A tear opened in the space in the distance. Luca stepped out from the crack, beneath his feet were the shattered ground, withered plants, and scattered rubble and leaves. His gaze swept the surroundings, seeing the insect race monsters that had fallen from the trees, and were still shivering in terror, seeing the plant race cadres slumped in the rubble, and seeing Priestess kneeling on the ground with a pale face. He saw Queen Anowin lying on the ground. She had almost no breath of life left, her skin gray and white, her body shriveled, and the rise and fall of her chest was barely perceptible. Beside her were the remains of the Aztec rose, which had already withered into powder. Alice followed behind Luca, walking out of the spatial tear. She took one look at Queen Anowin, and knew what had happened. She did not hesitate. Alice closed her eyes, and the magic power within her began to surge. The power belonging to the Demon King, which had been sealed by the 6 ancestors' great binding curse, was forcibly released at this moment. Her figure began to grow, and her shrunken body restored to its true Demon King form from before it was sealed, amidst the light. The process only lasted for 3 seconds, but it was enough. Magic eye of restoration open. Her gaze landed on Queen Anowin, and golden light shot out from her pupils, enveloping Anowin within it. The withering cells began to regenerate, and the drained life force began to flow back. Anowin's skin recovered from grayish-white to light cyan, her shriveled body became full again, and the rise and fall of her chest went from weak to steady. But restoration alone was not enough. Alice chanted, it was the life link technique, sharing her own life force with others. Distribute my life to the masses. The lamp of life, light up once again. The next instant, a soft light surged from Alice's hands, spreading like flowing water onto Anowin, wrapping her entirely. Her complexion turned pale the moment the technique was completed. 3 seconds later, her body shrank again, returning to that small lowly form. She stumbled a step, held onto Luca's arm, her face pale as paper, but there was a very faint curve at the corners of her mouth. At least the result was good. Queen Anowin's complexion had returned to normal, she was closing her eyes, breathing steadily. Priestess watched this scene, and the stone hanging in her heart finally dropped. She took a deep breath and told Luca and Alice the sequence of events in detail, from Queen Anowin being brainwashed, to the appearance of Tsukuyomi, to the blooming of the Aztec rose, and finally Tsukuyomi's escape. That's how it was, she said. Even though I was controlled, a weak voice came from the side. Everyone turned their heads. Queen Anowin opened her eyes. My decision has not changed. She looked at Priestess. Embracing a heart of coexistence is the attitude befitting a queen. She slowly raised her hand, her fingers trembling slightly, pointing at Priestess. Priestess, you are the queen now. Priestess opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her throat felt as if it were blocked by something. Luca stepped forward, crouched beside Queen Anowin, and checked her condition. We can talk about these things later, get some rest now. Alice leaned on Luca's shoulder and added, as for the relevant management skills, Tamamo will be responsible for teaching those. Priestess looked at Queen Anowin, looked at Luca, looked at Alice, and nodded deeply. She bent down and picked up Queen Anowin gently and cautiously. The queen's weight was as light as a bundle of dry firewood. Priestess's eyes were a bit red, but she did not cry. Behind her, the insect race monsters were getting up from the ground one after another, and the plant race cadres walked out from the rubble to start cleaning up the ruins, caring for the wounded, and comforting the frightened villagers. After experiencing this catastrophe, Paranset village finally slowly returned to peace. But Priestess knew that some things had changed forever. She looked down at Queen Anowin in her arms, on that pale face, there was a faint smile. Priestess bit her lip and quickened her pace. Chapter 143, Where are my teammates? The final stop in the Noah region was the Spring of Undine. According to the principle of elemental opposition, the fire spirit salamander should be placed beneath these waters, with its blazing flames suppressed by the cold spring water, just as Gnome was thrown into the wind-howling forest of elves, and Sylph was buried in the quicksand of Safaru. Luca and Alice stood by the spring. The water surface was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and the surrounding woods. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would blow, causing tiny ripples on the water surface, breaking apart, and then reassembling those reflections. Let's go. Luca took Alice's hand and leaped into the water. The cold lake water submerged their bodies, and the light above the water surface shattered into a shimmering silver. The entrance to the cave at the bottom of the lake was right ahead. The stone walls were covered with familiar algae and moss, but there was light inside the cave. This was the slime sanctuary. The interior of the massive cave was vast and deep, with unknown glowing ores embedded in the stone walls, shrouding the entire space in a soft, bluish-white light. In the center of the cave was a shallow beach, behind which lay dry stone ground, and further back were the nests, where the slimes lived, constructed from viscous material, translucent arched structures that refracted iridescent colors under the light. But it was not these things that made Luca freeze. It was the people on the shallow beach. More than a dozen humans, old men, women, and children. They were sitting or lying down, wrapped in thin blankets made of mucus provided by the slimes. Although simple, they were warm enough, and while their faces showed exhaustion, there was no fear. They came here to take refuge. A slime girl slid over from the side, her mucus leaving a wet trail on the stone ground. Not long ago, a nearby village was attacked, and our sisters rescued them and hid them here. Luca looked at the humans. An old woman was leaning against the stone wall with her eyes closed, resting, holding a cloth-wrapped bundle in her arms, while a young woman crouched by the shallow beach, cupping lake water to wash her face. As for the few children, they lacked the worries of the adults, and were playing on the shallow beach with a few small slimes. A little girl watched a blue slime change its shape, turning into a flower one moment, and a little bird the next, making her giggle with laughter. "Do another one." The little boy next to her shouted, clapping his hands. The slime went pop and turned into a small hat, landing on the little girl's head. She was stunned for a moment, then doubled over with laughter. Luca watched this scene, his lips curving slightly. He turned his head to look into the depths of the cave. Albany was standing there. She did not participate in the play, nor did she help with the work of caring for the villagers. She simply stood there, leaning against the cave wall with her arms crossed, silently watching everything. Her expression was indifferent, making it hard to tell what she was thinking, but when her gaze swept over the humans, it lingered longer than usual. Luca walked over and stood in front of her. "Thank you, Albany." His voice was soft but sincere. Albany turned her head away. "It was indeed my order." Her voice was crisp and cool, like spring water flowing through stone crevices. "But don't misunderstand, it was only because of what you have done." Her gaze drifted back to the humans, to the children playing with the slimes. "In the end, we and the humans are interdependent." Her voice changed slightly, becoming a bit softer. "On this point, I admit what you said is true." Luca looked at her face turned away, and couldn't help but smile. "I am very happy," he said. Albany's expression became a bit unnatural. "Don't you misunderstand," she said hurriedly. "This was just a choice made from the perspective of the greater good. There is no other meaning." All right, all right." Luca looked at her appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. Alice poked her head out from behind Luca, arms crossed over her chest, her golden eyes slightly narrowed, striking the dignified pose that a demon king should have. "I see, I understand the situation here." She nodded slightly. "Albany, report on the current status of the Demon King's castle." Albany looked down at that small figure, arms crossed, trying hard to pose with dignity, and remained silent for a moment. "Whose arrogant child is this?" She looked at Luca. "Alice Fitz's," Luca said. Alice jumped up and swiped her tail against Luca's knee. "I am Alice Fizz 16. Her voice went up an octave. "The current Demon King." She turned to Albany, her golden eyes wide. "Can't you tell, idiot?" "Apologies, Demon King." Albany lowered her head slightly, her voice returning to a respectful tone. "Tamamo is still in the laboratory analyzing those discs, and although Aluelma is a bit reluctant, she went with Granbelia to reorganize the troops at the Demon King's castle." Alice nodded, resuming her dignified pose as if she hadn't just jumped up to hit someone. Luca turned around, his gaze sweeping across the cave. "I am going to re-establish the contract with Salamander." "Salamander?" Albany paused. "Over there." She led the way toward the corner of the cave, with Luca and Alice following behind, crossing the shallow beach, bypassing a few stalagmites, and arriving at a recess in the deepest part of the cave. Salamander was wrapped in a blanket, shivering uncontrollably. She was huddled in the corner, her body curled into a ball, the blanket wrapping her tightly, revealing only her eyes. Those eyes should have been blazing, an orange-red like molten lava, but at this moment, they had lost their luster, like two pieces of charcoal soaked in water. "Cold." Her voice came from within the blanket, muffled and trembling. Albany stood to the side. "I saw her shivering in the depths of the cave, so I brought her over." Luca crouched down, looking at the shivering bundle in the blanket. He remembered the first time he met Salamander. At that time, she was in the lava pool of the gold volcano, blazing flames dancing around her, her laughter like bursting sparks, but now, she was huddled in this thin blanket, like a fire about to go out. "Thank you, Elbody," Luca said. "Humph." Elbody turned her head away. "Since you've found her, hurry up and form the contract," Alice urged. Luca reached out, preparing to touch Salamander, and then he stopped. His nostrils flared slightly. Alice smelled it too. "What is this disgusting air?" She turned around, her gaze sweeping across the crowd in the center of the cave, and Luca turned around as well. Then both of them said the same word at the same time: poison gas. In the center of the cave, the people who had just been chatting, resting, and playing began to collapse one by one. An old woman leaned against the stone wall, her body slowly sliding down, the bundle in her hands falling to the ground, scattering a few old clothes. A young woman lay prone by the shallow beach, her fingers still immersed in the water, but her eyes were already closed. As for those children who had just been playing with the slimes, the hat on the little girl's head had turned into a puddle of liquid, dripping down from her hair onto the ground, and the little boy lay prone on the shallow beach, his face buried in the water, motionless. The slimes also collapsed. Those little blue blobs that had just been playing were now lying on the ground like squashed jelly, their surfaces having lost their luster, becoming dull and murky. Elbody's expression changed. Her expression was one Luca had never seen on her before. "Who did this?" Her voice was so low it sounded like it was squeezed from the depths of her throat. A pink slime slid out from the shadows of the cave. Her size was a circle larger than a normal slime, and her body color was a bewitching, almost unnatural pink. Her surface shone with an oily luster under the light, like a thin layer of wax. Her speed was not fast, but her manner was composed. "Hee, of course it was me." Elbody looked at that pink slime, her expression changing from anger to disbelief. "Beth. How could you?" Her voice trembled. "Why would you do such a thing to the slime sanctuary, to our home?" Beth laughed. "Toss that magic mercury into the spring, and I will be crowned slime queen." Her voice was as light as if she were singing. "Black Alice promised me this." Elbody did not speak. She simply stood there, looking at Beth, looking at the humans and slimes lying on the ground, looking at this polluted place that used to be their home. Luca was no longer where he had been. The moment he smelled the poison gas, he moved. Wind poured from his palms, rolling up the poison gas, permeating the air, gathering and compressing it into a sphere, and then he tore open a spatial rift, pushing the entire mass of poison gas into it. The rift closed. The poison gas vanished. However, the air in the cave was still murky. The contamination from the magic mercury was not just simple poisonous gas. It had seeped into the water, into the bodies of the slimes, and into every inch of this sacred land. Luca stood in the center of the cave, looking at the fallen humans and slimes, his brows furrowed. It had no way to resolve this for the time being. "Elbody," Alice's voice came from behind, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. "Please split into a dozen or so and transport the villagers out while detoxifying them." Elbody turned her head and looked at Alice. "I'm counting on you, Elbody," Luca said. Elbody was silent for a moment, then its body began to split. A dozen or so identical Elbodies picked up the humans and left the place. The cave quieted down. Only Luca, Alice, Salamander, and Beth remained. Just as Luca was about to walk toward Beth, its footsteps suddenly came to a halt. It sensed something descending behind it. It turned around. At the entrance of the cave, a light flared up, so bright that all the shadows in the cave were dispelled in that instant. In the light, a figure slowly descended. She was lying on a giant eggshell. The eggshell was as tall as a person, its surface milky white with fine golden patterns, like porcelain fired at high temperatures. Her body was pressed against the curved surface of the eggshell, her limbs seemingly glued to it, her posture strange and eerie. She looked around the cave, her gaze sweeping over the fallen slimes, over Luca, over Alice, and finally landing on Beth. Her voice held a hint of confusion. didn't Lady Eden say there would be a powerful next-generation monster cooperating with this operation to assassinate Elbody? Why don't I see one? She tilted her head, as if thinking about something. Well, whatever. Her gaze fell back onto Luca, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. I am the throne angel Igarel, she said, even if it's just me, I will complete the mission. She flipped off the eggshell, and the moment her feet touched the ground, a crack burst open on the surface of the eggshell. The crack spread in all directions, and golden light poured out from it. The light was so dense, like liquid, that it flowed down from the eggshell and pooled into a small pond of light on the ground. Igarel stood in the center of the pool of light, her arms spread wide, as if embracing something. Her wings unfolded simultaneously. The moment they flapped, the temperature in the cave rose sharply, and the water droplets on the stone walls began to evaporate, emitting a faint hissing sound. Come, filthy hero, she said, let me send you on your way. Luca moved. The moment its figure disappeared from where it stood, Igarel's wings folded forward simultaneously, forming a translucent barrier of light in front of her. But Luca did not attack from the front, it appeared behind her. Igarel's reaction was not slow. Her wings reopened in an instant like giant blades, sweeping horizontally behind her. The edges of the wings were as sharp as razor blades, emitting a shrill whistle as they sliced through the air. But Luca was already above her. Its figure appeared beneath the dome of the cave, upside down. The Gog sword was already unsheathed, and the dark patterns on the blade lit up at this moment. The sword light descended. The sword light erupted from the Gog sword, like a blooming flower made of light. Each streak of sword light precisely followed the veins of the wings, cutting all the way from the tip to the root, as if someone were using an extremely fine knife to dissect a leaf along its veins. Igarel's wings began to shatter amidst the sword light. The light on the wings began to disintegrate the moment it touched the sword light, like a cloud of smoke blown away by the wind. Fragments of the wings drifted in the air, turning into fine specks of light, causing a golden rain to fall in the cave. Igarel looked down at her dissipating wings, her lips parting slightly as if she wanted to say something. But she had no chance. The final streak of sword light descended from above, passing through the halo above her head, through her body, and through the pool of light beneath her feet. The sword light was so dazzling that all the minerals in the cave were eclipsed in that instant. The light faded. Igarel had vanished, and the giant eggshell had also disappeared. Only a small pool of light remained on the ground, slowly shrinking, dimming, and finally disappearing. Luca landed from the air, its boots striking the stone floor with a crisp sound. It sheathed its sword and turned to look at Beth. Beth's body was trembling, ripples constantly appearing on the surface of its body as if it were shivering. Is she your reliance? Luca looked at her. Beth's body shrank back, it wanted to flee, but its body was too slow. Luca walked up to her, the Gog sword sliding out of its sheath, the tip pressing against her soft body. No, don't. The Gog sword pierced through Beth's body. The moment the blade entered its body, Beth's body began to glow, shrinking, deforming, and losing the form a slime should have. The light faded and a small, pink, foul-smelling water blob was slowly moving on the ground. Luca frowned slightly and said, "You've eaten quite a few people." It raised its foot and crushed the small pink water blob. The cave was quiet. The fallen slimes were still lying on the ground, but a few had already begun to squirm slightly. The concentration of the toxin was dropping, and they were slowly recovering. Luca turned around and looked toward the entrance of the cave. Elbody had not yet returned. It walked out of the cave and arrived at the bank of the Spring of Undine. Elbody was already there, standing by the water, head lowered, looking at its reflection in the water. The split bodies had merged into one, its body restored to its original state, but its shoulders were slightly slumped. Behind it, the rescued humans were sitting on the grass, breathing in the fresh air deeply. The children had already woken up, and a little girl was gently wiping the stains off the surface of a slime girl with her sleeve. Footsteps came from behind. Luca turned back and saw Salamander walking over, shivering. It was still wrapped in that blanket, but its steps were steadier than before. It walked to Luca's side without speaking, just shivering as it reached out its hand. Luca took its hand. The moment their palms touched, a burning sensation came from its fingertips. Then, Salamander vanished. The moment its body dissipated into light, Luca felt a burning power surge into its body. That power was like an ember covered in ash, slowly, bit by bit, beginning to reignite. Deep within its heart, a mass of orange-red light exploded. Salamander's voice rang out in its heart, carrying a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. "It's warm." Sylph's voice immediately came from another corner of its heart. "Hey, gnome. Listen to me sing." Its singing rang out as crisp as wind chimes. "Wel come back Salaman," a dull thud. Sylph's voice turned into a scream. In a corner of its heart, Gnome retracted its fist, watching blankly as Sylph was sent flying. Sylph's body drew an arc in the air, landing on the ground with a thump, its ahogue askew, its eyes spinning in circles. Luca exited its heart and opened its eyes. On the bank, Elbody was still standing there, head lowered. "Demon King," it said, "it is all due to my incompetence. I failed to manage my subordinates." Its shoulders trembled slightly. "Because of this, the spring water has also been polluted." It was silent for a moment. "I used to always blame humans, but it turns out I am just as foolish." Alice walked up to her, looked up, and looked at her. "Do not blame yourself." Alice's voice was uncharacteristically gentle. "The rest of your subordinates still need your leadership now." Luca also walked over and stood by her side. "You didn't do anything wrong," it said. "You protected the rest of your subordinates, and you didn't let these humans suffer any harm." It paused. "You are not foolish." Elbody lowered its head and said nothing more. The wind blew across the surface of the spring of Undine, stirring up tiny ripples. On the grassy area in the distance, the rescued humans were resting with the slimes. A little girl placed the small hand of a slime on top of her head. The gelatinous mass wobbled on her hair, then pop, turned into a little hat. The little girl laughed heartily. The laughter came from afar, as light as wind chimes. Chapter 144, Speedrunning. Glangard City. Deep within the Doreen laboratory, cold white fluorescent tubes cast an even light from the ceiling. The door of the recovery pod opened slowly, and white steam spilled out along the edges, dispersing into a thin mist in the air. Tsukuyomi sat up from inside the pod, her hair sticking wetly to both sides of her cheeks, and her body covered in a thin layer of recovery gel. Her pupils contracted twice under the light before she gradually adapted to the outside brightness. She spoke, her voice intermittent, like a communicator with a bad signal. The aftereffects were more severe than expected. The neurotoxin of the Aztec rose had not only eroded her body, but also caused damage to her precise spell circuits. Prometheus stood beside the recovery pod, holding a data pad in her hand, her fingertips sliding over a few lines of data on it. Her expression remained devoid of any fluctuation, as if Tsukuyomi's apology were merely background noise. Toxins of the Aztec rose's level require quite a bit of time for even me to refine. She did not take her eyes off the data pad. "This isn't your fault, it is I who underestimated these monsters." She paused, finally raising her head to look at Tsukuyomi. "The plant race in Paranset village is more troublesome than anticipated. As for me, no poison is effective against me, you know." Haynovile chuckled from the side, her body faintly glowing with an unnatural sheen. Amphisbena stood on the other side with her arms crossed, a hint of anxiety in her expression. "Lord Prometheus," she began, "the operation to assassinate Elbody along with the angels has been cancelled. Is that really okay?" She paused. "I was specifically researched to deal with her." Prometheus finally put down the data pad and turned around. "That human hero is assisting various parts of the world at an incredible speed, which is also something I did not anticipate." Her speaking speed was slightly faster than usual. "His spatial jump is not some teleportation magic. I have not yet researched a method to deal with him." She had already simulated it countless times in her mind, but currently, there was no way. This matter is not urgent for now. Prometheus withdrew her thoughts. Anyway, it is all Eden's fault. The angels she sent could not even last a second under the hero, so how would you have any chance to assassinate Elbody? She paused, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. These angels are truly as incompetent as their boss, Eden. LaCroix had been listening quietly the whole time, and finally spoke. Although our organization has suffered losses in various places, the overall progress of the plan has not been affected at all. She paused, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. However, Lucia abandoned her mission and position a short while ago, so only the three of us remain in the alliance of sages. Laplace's eyes flickered. Is it just because Lucia is human that she cannot bring herself to be ruthless to other humans? She asked. The logic module was operating at high speed, attempting to analyze this variable she could not quantify, emotion. You who rely solely on logical thinking are currently unable to understand humans. Prometheus stood with her back to everyone, her voice echoing in the spacious laboratory. Their emotions are too complex, they cannot be clarified or confirmed by a few words or a few simulations. She raised a hand, her fingertips gently touching the glass wall of the culture pod. However, Lucia's departure was within my expectations. After all, she is, in the end, a human. Laplace's eyes flickered again and again, seemingly attempting to process this information, but ultimately fell silent. Prometheus turned around, her gaze sweeping over everyone. Although the White Rabbit is about to enter the clinical trial stage, we still need to be vigilant against Black Alice's informants. We cannot be careless. As for that useless fellow Eden, just ignore her. Understood. LaCroix nodded slightly. The laboratory fell into a brief silence, bubbles in the culture pod rose slowly, refracting a faint light under the cold white illumination. The next destination is the Goad region in the north. Departing from the slime sanctuary, Luca and Alice decided to first head to Glangard City to check the situation there. The landing point for the spatial jump was chosen on a hillside on the outskirts of the city. Luca tore through space and pulling Alice, stepped out from the rift. The scene before them caused both of them to stop in their tracks simultaneously. Glangard City, a city once famous for its magic technology, was now shrouded in a gray, hazy dust. Dense spider silk spread from the center of the city to the surroundings, covering the outer walls of buildings, wrapping around lampposts on both sides of the streets, and even weaving into a huge net screen high in the sky. Sunlight was filtered by the layers of spider webs, turning into a dull gray white when it hit the ground. The sounds of battle came from all over the city, the clashing of metal, the roaring of magic, and the hissing and growling of monsters. Just in time. Alice narrowed her eyes. It seems the Spider Queen is the one behind this. Luca did not speak, only tightening his grip on the Gog sword in his hand and striding into the city. The battle situation inside the city was more intense than he had expected. The Ant Girls had formed a tight phalanx, confronting the Spider Queen's kin head-on. They held a clear advantage in team tactics and numbers. Every Ant Girl was well-trained and coordinated, moving back and forth like a precise machine. But the Spider Girls countered them due to their racial characteristics. Those massive spider monsters did not engage the Ant Girls head-on. They utilized their ability to weave webs, suddenly spitting out viscous spider silk from high places, from the shadows, and from corners the Ant Girl's line of sight could not cover. Once entangled by the spider silk, the Ant Girl's movements would be completely restricted. They could only watch helplessly as the spider monsters descended from above, extending their sharp fangs. Luca's figure moved rapidly through the city. The Gog sword carved silver-white arcs through the air. Every swing precisely severed the spider silk and sealed the spiders. His movements were clean and efficient, without any unnecessary flourishes. This was an instinctive reaction honed through countless real battles, with every strike being the optimal solution. The rescued Ant Girl slumped on the ground, panting heavily, her body covered in spider silk and dust. Lord Queen has been trapped by the Spider Queen, she said hurriedly, her voice urgent. Please save her. The Queen is at the warehouse reception. She paused and added, King Grangord has also been abducted by the enemy, save him early, otherwise he will be eaten. Luca nodded. I understand. He turned and looked at Alice, who was standing not far behind him, arms crossed, her long silver hair fluttering gently in the breeze. What kind of monster is this Spider Queen? The two exchanged as they rushed toward the warehouse reception. Very ruthless and cruel, she only treats humans as food. Alice said, with disgust in her tone. In the past, she advocated for an all-out war against humans, and to turn humans into livestock. Moreover, Arachne is the type who would prey on her fellow monsters. She added. This is not out of necessity for survival, but because she finds it fun. Luca's brows furrowed slightly. Now the whole world is in chaos. Alice continued. I was sealed, and the 4 heavenly kings are also too busy to manage these things, no one can suppress them anymore, and so they are acting recklessly. She paused and tilted her head to look at Luca. This time, there is no need to say any nonsense, just finish her off directly. Luca nodded. The closer they got to the warehouse reception, the denser the spider monster defense became. The outer walls of the buildings on both sides of the street were covered with spider girls. They hung upside down under the eaves, their 8 legs tightly gripping the gaps in the brickwork, their eyes glowing with a ghostly green light in the shadows. Spider silk squirmed on the ground like living creatures, weaving into huge trap nets. The battle became increasingly intense. Glangard's magic construct person, that giant machine, was currently being besieged by a group of spider monsters. Its body was composed of metal and magic circuits. Every punch it threw could smash a huge crater into the ground, but the spider monsters were too agile. They nimbly dodged the magic person's attacks, their 8 legs walking rapidly on the mechanical arms, like ants climbing a tree trunk. Spider silk sprayed from their abdomens, wrapping layer after layer around the magic person's joints, restricting its range of motion. A group of mages stood at the feet of the magic person, fiddling with equipment similar to a magnetic field device. Blue electric arcs sprayed from the top of the device, spreading into an electromagnetic field on the ground, temporarily restricting the movements of the spider monsters. Hero Luca swung his sword. A silvery white light left a fleeting afterimage in the air as the spider monsters were struck simultaneously. Their bodies shrank and deformed within the light of the sealing technique, eventually turning into harmless little spiders that scurried away in panic. Keep moving. Hero Luca sheathed his sword and strode over the remnants of the spider silk on the ground. Alice followed behind him with light steps. The warehouse doors were tightly sealed with spider silk. Hero Luca did not hesitate. He swung the Gog sword horizontally, and the silvery white blade tore the spider silk curtain in two. The two stepped into the warehouse. The air was damp and cold, permeated everywhere with a rotten, sweet, fishy smell. Cobwebs covered every inch of the walls and ceiling, and they stepped on a thick carpet of spider silk, soft and sticky, which made a faint hissing sound with every step. In the center of the warehouse, the Spider Queen stood proudly. Her upper body was that of a bewitching and cold, beautiful human, with skin as fair as porcelain, purple hair cascading like a waterfall, and features so exquisite they seemed almost unreal. A mocking smile hung at the corner of her mouth. Her lower body was a massive, imposing spider torso, with 8 long legs like black blades, each joint covered in barbs. Her eyes were scarlet with vertical pupils, emitting a cold, eerie light in the dim warehouse. "Have you come to surrender, filthy hero?" she asked, looking down from her height. "And the demon king who wags her tail to curry favor with humans." She paused, her scarlet eyes turning toward Alice. "You haven't changed, Spider Queen." Alice responded with disdain. Licking the feet of Black Alice while blatantly speaking such rebellious words. The Spider Queen's eyes narrowed slightly. Then she suddenly lunged. Strange ripples occurred in the surrounding space, spreading from the Spider Queen's body and sweeping over Hero Luca and Alice. A few seconds later, they were no longer in the warehouse. This was a dark and damp cavern space. Hero Luca looked around curiously, his eyebrows raising slightly. "Is this space?" "No, it isn't." Alice stood beside him, arms crossed, her expression calm. This counts as their racial talent, she explained. Being able to pull enemies into their own barrier space is a completely different matter from you crudely tearing through space to perform space jumps. Heh, are you scared? The Spider Queen's voice came from all directions, her figure looming in the darkness, her 8 long legs stepping on the silk webs. As long as you submit, I might keep you as livestock and spare your lives. Talking nonsense again. Alice shook her head, her tone impatient. Hero Luca, let's finish her off quickly. Possessing the artificial fire spirit bestowed by Lady Black Alice, you cannot win. The Spider Queen's voice became sharp. I will devour this nation, and together with my kin, wipe this country off the map. Artificial fire spirit. Hero Luca could feel that there was an unnatural heat in the air. It wasn't the pure, scorching flame power of a salamander, but a kind of twisted temperature filled with impurities. That was an elemental life form created artificially. Hero Luca gripped the Gog sword tightly and slashed twice at the void in front of him. The first slash was horizontal, the second vertical. The 2 blade auras intersected in the air, forming a silvery white cross. At the center of the cross, a blinding light ignited, as if a miniature sun had been born in the darkness. What is this? Panic appeared in the Spider Queen's voice. She hurriedly raised her forelimbs, attempting to drive the power of the artificial fire spirit within her body, but it was too late. The cross expanded in an instant. Silvery white light poured out from the center of the cross like a flood breaking through a dam, tearing this dark barrier space apart from the inside. The spider webs broke, the darkness faded, and the void collapsed. The sound of shattering rang in their ears, like countless mirrors breaking at the same time. When the light dissipated, they had returned to the warehouse guest house. The Spider Queen stood in place, her scarlet eyes wide, her face filled with disbelief. Her 8 legs trembled slightly. The backlash from the spatial barrier had briefly caused her to lose the ability to move. The Gog sword flew out like a bolt of silver lightning, pinning itself precisely into the Spider Queen's chest. Golden patterns spread along her body, covering her humanoid upper body, the spider's lower body, and her 8 long legs. A flash of light passed, and the Spider Queen disappeared. Actually, as long as you seal the Spider Queen, we can also be automatically released from her barrier space, Alice said. It makes no difference. Hero Luca retrieved the Gog sword, the light on its blade slowly fading. The result is the same. The spider silk that had originally covered the warehouse building began to dissipate, like morning mist meeting sunlight, turning into nothingness piece by piece. Deep in the warehouse, 2 cocoons tightly wrapped in spider silk began to loosen. The silk peeled away layer by layer, revealing the human forms inside. King Grangord tumbled out of the cocoon, stumbling 2 steps before steadying himself. He squinted, clearly not yet accustomed to the dim light inside the warehouse. What happened to us? He looked around blankly. Were we saved? The Ant Queen also freed herself from the other cocoon. Her body was covered in spider silk debris, but she didn't seem to have suffered much harm. Hero Luca and Demon King. She recognized the 2, her voice filled with surprise and gratitude. After a simple regrouping, King Grangord bowed solemnly to the 2. Thank you, Hero Luca, Alice. Because of you, this country has been saved once again. No, it wasn't just the 2 of us, Hero Luca shook his head. There were also the ant girls and the power of the mages. He turned to look at Alice. Right, Alice. Alice did not respond immediately. She was looking down, one hand clutching her stomach. I'm hungry, she muttered. The voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet warehouse. Hero Luca did not laugh at her. During this time, the 2 had been as busy as tops, jumping from one city to another, fighting one battle after another, hardly having stopped to eat a proper meal. Although Alice didn't say anything, her physical condition had already turned on the red light. Hero Luca walked over and gently rubbed her head. Her long silver hair slid between his fingers, soft and cool. When all this is over, I will definitely cook big meals for you every day, he said softly. Don't cry. An ant girl walked over, holding a piece of candy wrapped in colorful paper in her hands. She held the candy out to Alice, her large eyes filled with kindness. Alice looked up, looked at the candy, then looked at the ant girl. Thank you. She took the candy, peeled off the wrapper, and put the candy into her mouth. She narrowed her eyes, a soft expression appearing on her face. King Grangord watched the scene from the side, was silent for a moment, and then spoke. Not long ago, I received a letter from King Sabesa. His tone became solemn. In the letter he expressed his concern about the current war situation and requested that the 4 human kings gather to hold a meeting and unite to deal with the crisis. I strongly agree. He paused, his gaze turning to Alice. But now, relying solely on human strength is not enough. His meaning was clear, the power of monsters was needed. The Ant Queen stepped forward and expressed her position. We should unite in the face of a common crisis. Although we are not close to the monsters of other races, I will contact them as well. Alice reached out her hand. Give me a few more candies, she said. I will have other monsters cooperate with you. The ant girl blinked, then shook her head. 1 for each person. Alice lowered her eyelids, still clutching the candy wrapper in her hand. Hero Luca looked at her like this and couldn't help but laugh again. He reached out his hand and took a candy from his pocket. It was one that a child had stuffed into his hand back in Sabesa. Here for you. Alice looked up and glanced at him. She didn't say thank you. She just lowered her head, peeled off the wrapper, and put the second candy into her mouth. She narrowed her eyes, the corners of her mouth curling slightly upward. Chapter 145, Speedrunning Nightmare Village. Although humans and monsters already had the beginnings of a united front, Luca and Alice did not focus all their attention on the rear. The two used a spatial rift to precisely jump to their next coordinate, Nightmare Village. The moment they stepped out of the rift, a viscous and abnormal magic power wrapped around them like a cold, damp veil. Luca frowned slightly, the scene before them was far more bizarre than expected. Above Nightmare Village, a huge and complex dark red magic circle was slowly rotating. Its patterns intertwined and pulsed like blood vessels, casting an ominous blood-colored halo over the entire village. Under the shroud of this halo, the men in the village lay collapsed on the ground in various twisted postures. They were not unconscious, but rather trapped in a state of unsettling excitement. Some were hugging doorposts, giggling and whispering, with drool dripping down their chins. Others were crawling on all fours in the dirt, emitting meaningless woo-woo, aha hisses from deep in their throats. Still others had unfocused eyes, dancing and gesturing at the air, their sunken eye sockets burning with an unnaturally bright gaze, as if their life force was being greedily sucked away by some invisible entity, leaving behind only a shell on the verge of burning out. Alice looked up, her long silver hair gleaming with a cold luster under the dark red sky, and she frowned. Is this the Great Barrier of Babylon? What is that? Luca's hand had already subconsciously pressed against the sword hilt at his waist, and Gog transmitted a faint pulse. A lost ancient magic. I have only ever heard the name from Tamamo, Alice explained, a hint of solemnity flashing in her golden-slit pupils. I fear it was Prometheus or Black Alice who brought it back. It can put all humans within the barrier's range into a state of abnormal excitement. While constantly stimulating their minds, it drains their vital energy and feeds the life force back to the caster. But I don't feel any of that. Luca carefully sensed his own state. Aside from discomfort in his magic power, his mind remained unaffected. Well, that's to be expected. Alice withdrew her gaze and glanced at him. The Great Barrier of Babylon is a top-tier barrier created by the 6 ancestors during the mythological era. Although Black Alice and Prometheus's magic technology is highly advanced, it's not so easy to fully replicate. This degraded version has limited effects on you. Looking at the humans on the ground whose life force was being drained, Luca hesitated no longer. Let's find the caster first. They advanced along the trail of the densest magic power, casually using ceiling light streams to put a few aggressive nightmares, who had been empowered by the barrier, and were attempting to stop them, into a deep sleep. Soon, they arrived in front of the two-story wooden house at the highest point of the village chief's residence. Before they could knock, the sound of intense magical clashes from inside was clearly audible, and Luca pushed the door open to enter. The living room was in a mess, candlesticks were overturned, and old books were scattered all over the floor. Two nightmares were slumped against the wall. One was an elegant woman with short green hair, wearing red earrings and a dark green dress. The other was a mage wearing robes. They were the village chief and the village mage, and it was clear they had been defeated. Standing in the center of the living room, with her back to the door, a nightmare was slowly spreading a pair of pitch-black bat wings, her shoulder-length black hair fluttering without wind due to the surging magic power. "I was nothing more than a small fry who wasn't even qualified to greet great nightmares like you," she laughed loudly. "But now, it's different. Lady Black Alice has appreciated and unlocked my potential." She turned around, revealing a pretty face that appeared hideous due to a twisted smile, her crimson pupils reflecting candlelight and madness. "He he he. I will use my newly acquired power and forbidden arts to occupy this village. From now on, I won't have to eat your leftovers ever again. You can miserably scavenge the scraps from between my teeth." The village chief nightmare, who had collapsed on the ground, lifted her eyelids. Her wine-red eyes looked past Eva's shoulder and saw Luca and Alice standing at the doorway. She pursed her lips and said nothing. Eva sensed the gaze and whipped her head around. Luca's movements were as fast as lightning. He didn't even draw his sword. He simply stepped forward, his right hand clamping onto Eva's smooth shoulder like an iron vice, and then closed his fingers. Hiss, ouch, 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 ouch. The arrogant laughter came to an abrupt halt, instantly transforming into a shrill scream. Eva's knees went weak, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Her bat wings folded up in a pathetic display, and her crimson eyes instantly filled with tears. Don't kill me. I surrender." This shift from arrogance to obsequiousness was so fast it was catching him off guard. Luca was slightly stunned. He had clearly only used enough force to subdue her. The village chief nightmare braced herself against the wall, stood up slowly with some difficulty, and brushed the dust off her long dress. She walked over to the curled-up, trembling Eva, bent down to look at her junior, and sighed. "Eva, everyone in this village gathered here only after being ostracized and discriminated against. You talk about eating our leftovers. But usually, unless you're about to starve to death, you can't even be bothered to step out of your room." She paused, then continued, "Besides, you recklessly went to raid a human village before, and were almost beaten to death. It was everyone who worked through the night to save you." The nightmare mage by the wall nodded gently, confirming the village chief's words. "Ah, I was wrong." Eva rolled on the ground in pain, her face covered in tears and snot. "Ouch, ouch, 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 ouch. How do you undo the barrier in the sky?" Luca let go, feeling speechless at this dramatic scene. "Don't kill me. That barrier is an independent entity. Even if you kill me, it won't stop." Eva shouted, clutching her head, answering every question almost immediately. "I'll confess everything you want to ask. It needs constant absorption of vital energy to maintain. That's all I know." "Please don't kill her," the village chief nightmare sighed again. This child was just a low-level nightmare before, accustomed to inferiority. She only became puffed up after suddenly acquiring power. She hasn't done anything to harm our fellow kin. Yes, everything she said is right. Eva agreed hurriedly, fearing she would be a second too slow. To prevent this strange person from causing any more trouble, Luca decisively drew Gog, and with a flash of sword light, temporarily sealed Eva. Stepping out of the room, the dark red magic circle above the village indeed had not disappeared, and the men whose vital energy was being drained were still collapsed on the ground, immersed in that deadly excitement. Theoretically speaking, if we cut off the energy supply from the villagers, the barrier will naturally dissipate once it loses its power source, Alice analyzed. Luca nodded and tried calling out to and slapping one of the villagers, but the man only stared at him with hollow eyes, a dazed, obsessed grin hanging on his lips. Is physical awakening the only way? Luca clenched his fists, looking at the people filling the village. It's my turn to take the stage now. A voice, familiar to the point of being a headache, came from the roof. Luca looked up and saw Amira in a standard handstand position, wearing only that signature pair of panties, poking her head out from the edge of the eaves. She performed a backflip and landed lightly. Darling, long time no see. Did you miss me? Long time no see, Amira. Luca tried his best to remain polite. Do you have any solution? Of course I do, Amira said. Since you finally asked for my help, darling, how could I possibly be at a loss? Sisters, we've got work to do. Amira shouted at the sky. Calling me? Leave it to me. A strange monster with the upper body of a harpy but the straight human legs of a human flapped its wings and flew over. It was Biha. When she landed, those human legs stood together in a posture so upright it was somewhat comical. Another monster came flapping over from the alley entrance. Her upper body was entirely a fish head, her fish mouth opening and closing, while her lower body wore black over-the-knee socks and small leather shoes. She used her fins to support herself on the ground, bouncing forward like a fish out of water. The third one was much quieter. She had a round, calico cat head, was dressed in a simple and elegant kimono, and her wooden clogs made no sound. After walking up close, she just stared at everyone quietly with those cat eyes. It was Nikomata. The four stood in a row. Amira grinned and gave a thumbs up, turned their inferiority complex against them. Come on, let's bring light to this village. She moved first, maintaining her handstand, and walked up to Amun. Using her abdominal muscles, she swung her body left and right like a pendulum. The obsession in the man's eyes was quickly replaced by immense confusion and shock. He muttered, I need some quiet time, and stumbled to his feet to leave. Biha flew to another person, folded her wings, and used those human legs to dance a lively tap dance. Her toes tapped against the ground with a clack-clack sound, which, combined with the serious bird face on her upper body, produced a startling effect. The fish person flopped to the side of a third person, slapped the man's face with her fin, and repeatedly chanted, Water, give me water. Until the moon woke up in a start and rushed off to fetch water. Nikomata's method was the quietest and the most horrifying. She crouched in front of Amun, brought her cat face to an extremely close distance, and then stared unblinkingly. Time ticked by second, until the moon was so creeped out that he woke up in a fright and ran away screaming. Luca and Alice stood side by side in the center of the street, silently witnessing this absurd yet highly efficient purification scene. With great tacit understanding, both of them averted their gazes simultaneously and offered no comment on the matter. But the effect was undeniable. The villagers gradually recovered their senses. Although their faces were filled with the confusion of what did I just experience, at least they were able to get up and go home without their lives being in danger. As the vital energy supply was cut off, the dark red magic circle in the sky flickered uncertainly, and finally, with a crisp sound like breaking glass, it disintegrated into specks of light. The true afterglow of the setting sun finally shone warmly into the village. After the situation calmed down, the village chief Nightmare, in her tidied-up living room, solemnly thanked Luca and Alice. The candlelight illuminated her exquisite profile, and those red earrings. As a reward, I want 20 handsome men, Biha stated her request seriously from the side. So painful. The fish person buried her face in a water basin that appeared from nowhere, blowing bubbles with a glug-glug sound. Nikomata quietly nibbled on an apple, her tail swaying gently. Amira, however, said in a loud voice, My only partner is Lord Hero. Luca silently quickened his pace, and left the guest house. Chapter 146, Speedrun Gold Volcano. The final spirit, Undine, was in Gold Volcano. By forging a contract with her again, the four spirits would be gathered once more. Gold Volcano. It was just as scorching as the last time he had visited, hot enough to make one's limbs go weak. The rust-colored mountain expanded in his field of vision, resembling a burning, bleeding scar upon the earth, with smoke and clouds spewing year-round, staining the sky a murky gray yellow. The moment he stepped into the volcanic region, the dry, searing air enveloped him. Every breath felt like swallowing embers of fire. Dark red light seeped through the cracks in the rock walls, the blood-colored pulse of the restless magma deep within. Luca instinctively raised his hand, and a small patch of cooling rain clouds quickly condensed above his head, drizzling down a fine mist that barely managed to carve out a small, damp, and cool domain within this scorching hell. "I said it last time, can't you just walk normally?" Alice glanced at the mini rain cloud moving along with Luca, her golden slit pupils filled with disdain. "I also said this is cooler." Luca answered earnestly, a few droplets of rain sliding down from his bangs, dripping onto the scorching rocks with a faint hiss. "Suit yourself." Alice turned her head away, though her tail honestly shifted into the shadow of the rain cloud. A ghost maiden drifted lazily over a magma pool, her translucent body twisted and swayed in the heat waves. Luca did not know why a ghost monster would appear in such a place of pure, scorching fire elements, but he did not ask further. With a casual flick, a soft stream of light swept past, sealing her into slumber. After re-establishing the contract with Undine, only Goldport remains. Luca gazed at the most scorching entrance deep within the volcano and said, "Then, we head to the Hell Continent." Alice nodded slightly, her silver hair fluttering in the hot wind. "Then we return to the Demon King's castle to hold a strategy meeting, and confirm if Tamamo has made any new progress in deciphering the disc." She paused, her voice sinking slightly. "The six ancestors' great binding curse that sealed you and me, as well as the barrier sealing the spirits, if we don't break these two things, we cannot defeat Ilias." Suddenly, an unusual aura spread without warning. It was not the dry heat of the volcano, but a viscous, holy, yet extremely uncomfortable pressure. Immediately following that, a light so pure it was blinding exploded in the depths of the cave, dispelling all the blood-colored glow from the rock walls. The wisdom angel Vamiel stood quietly in the center of the light. The space where she stood was undergoing a terrifying distortion. The originally hard volcanic rock walls softened like a living thing, squirming and extending large patches of scarlet, viscous flesh tissue, filling half the cave. This flesh proliferated continuously, devouring the surrounding space, as if trying to transform the entire cave into some kind of living nest. Yet, in the center of this squirming scarlet mass, Vamiel's figure appeared incomparably serene and holy. Her pale golden long hair draped over her shoulders like solidified sunlight, soft in luster. Several flawless white wings were fully spread behind her, every feather clearly defined, gently supported by a halo of warm golden divine light. She simply stood there, and the surrounding space twisted beneath her feet. "I am the wisdom angel Vamiel, a holy divine existence that devours space and assimilates with it." Her voice was ethereal. "The punishment of sinners does not fall within my jurisdiction, but because of the order of Lady Eden, I have descended to this filthy lower realm." Before her voice had even faded, the erosion speed of the surrounding scarlet flesh accelerated abruptly, surging toward Luca and Alice like a tidal wave. Wherever it passed, even the rocks were assimilated into squirming living tissue. Luca's eyes sharpened. He stepped forward, and the Gog sword traced a profound trajectory. Along the path the sword cut, the air emitted a harsh, screeching sound like glass rubbing against glass. A clear, shimmering fault appeared out of thin air, standing before the spreading flesh. The surging tide of flesh slammed violently into this invisible fault, as if hitting an impassable transparent wall. The tissue at the front was compressed and deformed by inertia, yet it could not advance even a fraction further. On Vamiel's calm face, a trace of fluctuation appeared for the first time. Taking advantage of this gap, Luca continued to swing his sword, the humming of the Gog sword actually drowning out the boiling of the magma. The aura around Luca suddenly changed. A kind of momentum, condensed to the extreme, and on the verge of exploding, gushed out. He held the sword vertically before him, and slowly brushed his left hand's two fingers across the sword's spine. Where they passed, the blade burned, steaming with transparent heat waves that distorted vision. "Chaotic blade," he whispered, and his figure vanished instantly. Speed broke the limits of visual tracking in an instant. 7 or 8 afterimages of Luca appeared in the cave simultaneously, each maintaining a different sword-drawing stance, surrounding Vamiel from all directions. Chi flame 10,000 fathoms. All afterimages merged into one in the same instant. Luca's true form appeared directly in front of Vamiel. The Gog sword, carrying the massive Chi and flame that had been compressed to the limit, and then erupted, transformed into a scorching white torrent that tore through space, slashing down head-on. A low, tearing sound echoed, as if space itself had been burned through. The holy halo around Vamiel flickered violently, and the white wings behind her closed suddenly, attempting to block it, but the scorching white torrent penetrated the defense of the wings with an unstoppable force, swallowing her figure. The light lasted for several seconds before slowly dissipating. Vamiel's figure became blurred and transparent. She looked down at her hands, which were gradually turning into particles of light. Immediately she, along with the nauseating scarlet flesh around her, turned into countless light particles and dissipated into the scorching air, as if they had never existed. The cave returned to its original state, leaving only the pitch-black rocks and the slowly flowing lava. Oh my, nice control of power. Your strength has improved quite a bit. Alice surveyed the environment, which had not suffered much damage. After all, this is Salamander's home. Luca replied. Not bad, Luca. That strike felt great. Salamander praised him in the Heart Sea. The two continued forward, arriving at the deepest part of the volcano. The temperature here was high enough to melt ordinary metal, and the air was twisting and swaying. On a relatively cool platform made of some kind of blue crystal, they saw the extremely weak Undine. Her nearly transparent pale blue body appeared even thinner now, like dew about to evaporate under the sun. Her pale blue long hair had also lost its past flowing luster, lying limply on the crystal ground. She closed her eyes, her body's outline fluctuating slightly, as if she were about to melt in this extreme environment. Luca hurriedly stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and gently took her cold hand. A familiar, cooling power immediately flowed into Luca's body through their touching skin. Undine's figure turned into a stream of light, and entered his Heart Sea. Inside the Heart Sea, the scene was already different. The space, which originally only had wind, earth, and fire elements intertwined, now had a quiet pool in one corner, and the 4 spirits were gathered together. Everyone is gathered again. Sylph flew around the pool, and the fire cluster excitedly, her transparent wings scattering cheerful wind fragments. Undine's figure solidified by the pool. Although still somewhat transparent, she was much better off than outside. She carefully examined her surroundings, her emerald eyes regaining their usual clarity. Luca, your magic power seems to have diminished a lot. However, from now on, you can activate the ability of Clear Mirror, still water through my magic power. It should be able to go a step further. She said softly, her voice soothing like a spring. Luca nodded. He clearly felt that Undine's return brought not only the strengthening of the heart and extreme calm perception, but also seemed to have built a key bridge in his power system. If Sylph, Gnome, and Salamander were 3 islands with different attributes and hidden treasures, then Undine was the clear waterway and solid foundation that connected everything and harmonized all directions. Now that Undine had re-established the contract with him, in his weakened state sealed by the barrier, his power had instead obtained a certain essential enhancement and stability due to the completeness of the system. The 4 of us working together are invincible. Sylph put her hands on her hips, puffed out her small chest, and wore a smug expression that said, "We are invincible." So the barrier really was hindering us. Salamander's somewhat dull but direct voice came from the fire cluster, the orange-red light rising and falling slightly. If we can't cut off the root cause, my body always feels a sense of sluggishness. Let's all go out and play. Sylph started making a fuss again, circling above Gnome's head. I want to go to a peaceful and quiet place. Not so hot, and not so noisy. Gnome really couldn't stand that noisy flying object on his head. He suddenly reached out, accurately grabbed the happily flying Sylph, and then, from some corner of the Heart Sea, summoned a handful of soil and quickly stuffed the struggling green-haired wind spirit into it, piling it into a small mound. Wait a moment. Even if it's peaceful and quiet here, I don't want to be buried in the soil. Sylph's muffled, panicked shouts came from the mound, and one could see something squirming inside. Gnome patted the top of the mound expressionlessly, packing it down. The world was quiet. Luca's consciousness withdrew from the Heart Sea, and looked at Alice beside him. Only Goldport is left, Alice said, casting her gaze toward the distance outside the crater. After dealing with the matters at Goldport, let's return to the Demon King's castle. Undine is back, so we don't need to find the enemies one by one like before. Luca felt the four faint but mutually resonating spirit powers in his Heart Sea, as well as the perception ability Undine brought. He had a new plan in mind. I can cover the entire port with my perception, and then perform a one-time purge. Can such a thing even be done? Alice turned her head in surprise. This was his crippled power under the influence of a world-spanning barrier, yet Luca actually claimed he could expand his perception to the entire port. Goldport was not small, and it had a forest of ship masts, noisy crowds, and dense houses. Luca did not explain, but simply closed his eyes. In his Heart Sea, Undine's power flowed quietly, spreading his perception gently like invisible ripples of water. A moment later, he opened his eyes and nodded. It can be done. Chapter 147, End of the second loop. Luca hovered in the sky above Goldport. The air beneath his feet flowed gently, carried by the sea breeze, bearing the distinct saltiness of the North Sea, and the hustle and bustle of the port. He closed his eyes, spreading his perception downward like invisible ripples of water, magnifying it. In the sea of his heart, the power of Undine brought extreme clarity and calm perception. Every street in the port, every building, and even the faint ripples of magic in the air were presented in his consciousness as a clear picture. In Goldport, more than a dozen synthetic monsters wearing mechanical armor were wreaking havoc. Their forms were twisted, and ominous dark red magical light flickered at the joints of their armor. A synthetic beast resembling a giant wolf, but with 6 mechanical legs, was slamming its armored head against a warehouse iron door, sending sparks flying. Another monster, a fusion of bird and snake, crawled on the stone road dragging slime, using the drill on its tail to gouge the ground. Others, humanoid monsters, were tearing at cargo containers stacked on the pier with their mechanical arms. Screams of fear, the sound of splintering wood, and the shrill screech of twisting metal mixed together. Their leader was a mechanical assassin girl capable of stealth and concealing her presence, currently clinging to the shaded side of the port clock tower like a true shadow. Her armor was matte dark gray with smooth, lethal lines, and her joints featured precise cushioning structures. 2 high-frequency short blades in her hands were vibrating at high frequency, emitting an almost inaudible hum, and she had completely blended into the environment, lowering even her heat and magical fluctuations to the minimum, like a viper waiting for the perfect moment. But in Luca's current clear mirror, still water perception, her existence was like a drop of ink in clear water, exceptionally distinct. That nothingness she deliberately created became the most conspicuous something itself. Luca opened his eyes. He calmly drew the sword at his waist, gripped the handle, and swung a plain, unremarkable sword stroke forward. That strike had no earth-shattering light, no sonic boom tearing through the air. The trajectory of the blade was as simple as a beginner's straight thrust, and the speed was not fast, seemingly visible to anyone. However, just at the moment the blade reached the midpoint. Behind all the rampaging synthetic monsters in Goldport, whether it was the wolf-type slamming the door, the snake-bird gouging the ground, or the assassin leader in the shadow of the clock tower, the space behind them simultaneously opened a silent rift. It was not a shattering of space, but rather a perfectly smooth cross-section left behind as if reality had been cut. Inside the cross-section was not darkness, but a kind of absolute nothingness, a void where even light and concepts were temporarily severed. All the synthetic monsters' movements froze instantly. Their mechanical armor, wriggling flesh, and hideous limbs began to dissolve and fade away quickly and quietly from that rift behind them, like pencil marks being erased by an eraser. In just a single breath, the synthetic monsters that had been rampaging throughout the port all turned into a ball of light, and landed gently beside the destroyed scenes. The chaos ended abruptly, leaving only the wailing of the sea breeze through the empty streets, and the lingering echoes of fear in the distance. Luca's figure slowly descended from the sky and stood beside Alice. He glanced at the port, which was rapidly restoring order, and said, "Let's go back to the Demon King's castle." Alice looked up at the ceiling lights floating everywhere like festival lanterns, then looked at Luca, a complex light flashing in her golden vertical pupils. "How spectacular, it's like setting off fireworks," she commented. If Tamama were here to see this, she would surely be very happy. She paused and chuckled, she likes watching fireworks. The spatial rift closed in front of the main hall of the Demon King's castle, and the familiar air, carrying a faint fragrance and the scent of ancient stone, enveloped them. The journey of the second loop had come to a temporary end. Looking back on this intensive journey, cities and villages around the world had been helped one after another, and the synthetic monsters spread by Black Alice and Prometheus, as well as the vanguard forces of the Heavenly Army, had indeed been significantly weakened. The four spirits had gathered again in Luca's heart, and the power sealed by the barrier had found a new balance and way of application. However, the greatest shadow still hung high. "Ilias is very strong," Alice said suddenly while walking in the corridor leading to the main hall. Her voice seemed a bit light in the empty corridor. "I launched an attack on her once, but even I was powerless." "You fought against Ilias?" Luca turned to look at her in surprise. "Have you forgotten about our first meeting?" Alice's silver hair swayed gently with her steps. "There is no one else who could blow me, a demon king, to your little village other than Ilias." Luca remembered, the day they met was when Alice fell near the village like a shooting star. "So you were defeated by her?" Luca asked. Alice suddenly stopped, puffed out her small chest, and a smile appeared on her face. "I was indeed seriously injured, but I also gave her face a solid hit." Luca was genuinely surprised this time. He couldn't imagine what that scene was like. Right outside the Heaven's Gate, the moment she descended into the world, when her power projection was most solid and concentrated. Alice narrowed her eyes as if savoring it. "I concentrated all my dark power, compressed it onto the Gog sword, and then gave her face a hard beating." She mimicked the motion of throwing a punch, her small fist tracing a short arc in the air. That injury, even if she uses holy power to heal, would take a few days. Alice retracted her hand, crossed her arms, and her smile became even more smug. "Ilias cares about her face the most. She wouldn't descend in front of humans with a swollen face." Luca was stunned, then felt a strong sense of absurdity and sudden realization. "So that day, Ilias didn't come to give me a baptism because of you, right?" He was both shocked and speechless. It turned out that there was such a detail behind that major turning point in his destiny. "That's enough about that," Alice turned her face away. "I realized from then on that it is almost impossible to completely defeat such a god." Silence permeated between the two for a moment. Outside the corridor, the eternal twilight light of the Demon King's castle slanted in. "But the person who gave me the courage to face her again is you, Luca." Alice turned her head, looking at him earnestly with her golden eyes. There was no usual playfulness or laziness in them, only clear recognition and determination. Luca met that gaze and nodded solemnly. "I can fight until now, all because of Alice. Let us continue to fight together, until we defeat Ilias." Alice's brows furrowed slightly, and that hint of warmth was replaced by realistic considerations. "But there is a difficulty at the moment," she said. "That is how to stand before Ilias. Except for the occasions when she performs baptisms for humans, she stays in the heavens, which is her domain. To confront her directly, we must go to the heavens." "The heavens?" Luca muttered. This term had always felt more like a concept from myths and legends to him. So such a place really exists. "The heavens is another dimension that is slightly deviated from the world we live in," Alice explained. "It's like we cannot touch angels, nor can we interfere with the heavens. Only a body with the same holy energy can pass through the Heaven's Gate." How did Alice manage to hit Ilias back then? Luca recalled her description earlier. The location of the Heaven's Gate is on the equator near the center of the central continent, in the area of the world's belly. Alice raised her finger as if sketching a map in the void. I calculated the time when Ilias would regularly descend for baptisms, ambushed at the edge of the gate's influence, and just at the moment her power projection was most solid, I took the Gog sword, she mimicked the thrusting motion again, and gave her a solid hit. Luca couldn't help but laugh and gave her a thumbs up. But that time was opportunistic, taking advantage of the rules of her descent. Alice sighed, put her hand down, and a hint of irritability appeared on her small face. She must be on guard now. Moreover, even if we know the location of the Heaven's Gate, we cannot physically touch or break through it. That gate itself is a rule of screening and isolation. She looked into the depths of the main hall. I hope Tamamo's interpretation of that pile of discs makes some progress. Perhaps inside there will be a way to legally enter or bypass that door. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the corridor, the end of the second loop, and the starting point of the next stage of the journey quietly intersected at this moment. Chapter 148, returning to the Demon King's castle in the sanctuary above the sea of clouds, pure light resided eternally, yet it could not illuminate the cold, stagnant atmosphere between the three gathered there. Before Prometheus, Eden, and Black Alice, the crystal projection symbolizing the war on the ground had already dimmed for the most part, declaring the complete failure of the angel army's first offensive on the surface. Not only had the high-ranking angels prepositioned in various elf habitats to obstruct Luca suffered heavy losses, but even the four spirits, which were strategic targets, had not been secured. All of them had re-established contracts with the Lord Hero. The plan had completely failed. Eden's expression was incredibly ugly. Her originally holy and flawless face was now so gloomy it could drip water, and her fists hanging at her sides were clenched until her knuckles turned white. Prometheus, on the other hand, looked indifferent, even observing the process of the last few lights on the crystal projection extinguishing with keen interest, as if watching a play that had nothing to do with her. As for Black Alice, undisguised excitement danced in her crimson eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled into a delighted arc, completely out of place in this solemn sanctuary. "You're truly useless, Eden." Prometheus broke the silence first, her voice impossible to discern as either mockery or a simple statement. She turned her head to look at Eden. "Even after committing so many troops, you couldn't stop the Lord Hero's progress in the slightest." She paused, then added in a softer but sharper tone, "You should start thinking about how you'll explain this once the goddess finds out." "That's true." Black Alice chuckled, finding the scene before her extremely entertaining. Eden's expression darkened further, her wings of light flickering due to her violent emotional fluctuations, and she glared fiercely at Prometheus, her azure eyes churning with humiliation and fury. "The eldest is a seraph, the second is a fallen angel," Prometheus said to herself, as if she didn't see the glare, even counting on her fingers, "then wouldn't the third be a dull angel? She can't hit anyone at all." "Fta ha ha ha." Black Alice couldn't help it, her crisp laughter echoing in the empty sanctuary, sounding particularly jarring. "You just called me the third one, didn't you?" Eden bristled instantly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and roared almost instinctively. The ranking was a sensitive spot in her heart, a reverse scale that could not be touched. "As an archangel, I will show you, this ignorant junior, a thing or two." Instead of trying to teach me a lesson, Prometheus shrugged indifferently, her red hair swaying slightly with the motion. "You should worry about yourself first. For major failures, can you really be forgiven by the goddess this time?" Black Alice fanned the flames on the side, imitating Prometheus's tone. "Yes, indeed, Lord Ilias will surely be furious, won't she?" "How dare you say that?" Eden suddenly turned her spearhead toward Black Alice, the heaving of her chest revealing her agitation. "Didn't your subordinate queen's offensive against Sabesa and Glangard also fail just the same? Those synthetic magic beasts were utterly useless. I had fun regardless." Black Alice chuckled, her crimson eyes narrowing, making no effort to hide her pleasure. "The process was interesting, and that's enough." Prometheus took over the conversation. "The military strength of Sabesa and Glangard is among the strongest in the human kingdoms. On the other hand, your targets, Saint Ilia and Noah, weren't very strong, yet you failed to complete your mission." She looked at Eden, her tone flat but every word cutting to the heart. "How do you have the qualifications to talk about others? Eden's voice trembled with anger as she glared at Prometheus. This is only because those synthetic monsters of yours are completely useless. Weak, chaotic, and impossible to control. Prometheus tilted her head slightly, her tone remaining calm and waveless. The things you're complaining about are all problems with the user, aren't they? No matter how good a tool is, if it ends up in the hands of an idiot, it's as useless as a stone on the ground. Black Alice immediately nodded in agreement, saying with a smile, stones on the ground can at least be skipped, while idiots only know how to blame others, you know. Eden was so enraged by the two of them singing in harmony that she trembled all over, the holy light around her fluctuating violently, almost losing control of her power. She had never felt so isolated and humiliated. All right, I'll take my leave. Prometheus seemed to feel she had seen enough of the show, turning to leave. It wouldn't be good to be held in resentment by the great seraph. I have things to deal with too, so I'm leaving. Black Alice waved her hand as well, her skirt drawing a light arc as she turned. We're all colleagues, we should get along well, don't make things so awkward. Watching the two leave one after another, their backs disappearing into the halo of the sanctuary, the anger in Eden's chest was gradually replaced by a cold suspicion. She stood alone in the center of the empty hall, muttering to herself, her voice so low that only she could hear, those two, they are definitely going to do something against Lord Ilias. She looked up at the endless source of light at the highest point of the sanctuary, a flash of determination in her eyes. For the sake of Lord Ilias, I will Demon King's castle corridor. The faint light characteristic of a spatial rift dissipated in the corridor paved with dark carpets, and the figures of Luca and Alice stepped out from it. The slight fatigue from the long-distance spatial jump had not yet fully subsided, but the familiar scent, a mixture of ancient stone, and the faint fragrance of the demon realm, enveloped them, causing their tense nerves to relax slightly. Welcome back, Lord Demon King. The vampire standing by the side bowed elegantly, her long hair falling with the motion. She was wearing a classic maid outfit, her posture impeccable. Thank you for coming to welcome us. Alice nodded slightly, although her body was somewhat exhausted from continuous combat and energy consumption, the dignity of the Demon King still flowed out naturally. Lady Tamamo instructed that upon your and the Lord Hero's return, you should go to the hall to see her immediately. The vampire straightened up and led the way. She said there is an urgent matter to report. Demon King's Castle, Hall. Pushing open the door, the sight that met her eyes made Alice bristle instantly. You detestable foxes, what are you doing gathered here? The originally solemn hall had now almost become a fox den. Dozens of foxes of various colors and sizes were scattered everywhere, holding discs, with a metallic luster in their front paws, sticking out their pink tongues and earnestly licking the shiny surfaces of those discs. Each fox held a small pen in its other free hand, rapidly recording something in a notebook beside them. Tamamo sat behind a large desk temporarily moved to the center of the hall, her 9 golden tails covering the area around the seat. She looked up, completely indifferent to Alice's protest, and instead said with a smile, not long ago, the Fox clan conducted a more thorough search of Lamina's underground laboratory and discovered even more of these discs, piled high like a mountain. There were simply too many. I couldn't finish processing them by licking them alone even by next year, so I mobilized the entire Fox clan to participate in the deciphering work. Don't underestimate them. In terms of pheromone reading and memory transcription, foxes are natural experts. Detestable foxes, only good at playing tricks. Alice glanced dismissively at the foxes licking away with gusto and walked to the desk. So, did you find anything? Tamamo's expression became slightly more serious as she pushed aside a pile of papers covered in runes. Regarding the global barrier that seals the spirits, the analysis has made great progress. According to the data inside these discs, it can basically be confirmed that there are devices set up with special magnetic field generators, which we can call towers, existing at the 4 poles of the world. She pointed into the air with the tip of her folding fan, the extreme north, the extreme south, the easternmost point of the region, and the westernmost point of the region. These 4 points form a huge rhombus, shrouding the entire continent within it. 4 towers. Alice gasped, what a grand scale. Just to neutralize Luca alone, they actually implemented a mechanism of this magnitude. Tamamo shook her head, her expression somewhat serious. No, according to earlier research records, they had already begun this research before Luca was born. The core topic they were interested in was the sealing, control, and replication of natural spirits. She paused. Rather than saying they created this thing to target Luca, it's more that they have a great research interest in the existence of natural spirits themselves. Those 4 towers are merely astonishingly large-scale derivatives or experimental platforms that were born in the process of researching how to seal the 4 spirits. If it's 4 towers, Luca spoke, his train of thought clear and direct, if I want to break the spirit barrier, wouldn't it be enough for me to just go and destroy the towers? If it were just to break the barrier, that would be a simple and crude, good idea. Tamamo tapped her chin with her fan, a cunning light flashing in her eyes. However, I have a better method. Think about it, this is a wide area barrier spell cast upon the entire world. With such convenient, ready-made infrastructure, instead of destroying it, shouldn't we consider utilizing it? Is it possible? Alice asked doubtfully. Utilizing the barrier framework set up by the enemy, this idea was too bold. Of course it's possible. Tamamo looked at Alice with some helplessness. She had clearly taught her the basic knowledge of these barrier principles. Those 4 towers are essentially amplification and projection devices for spells, created to synchronize, amplify, and deploy the core barrier spell loaded into them to the entire world. As long as we can hack into this system and replace the spell originally used to interfere with and suppress the spirits with another spell we have prepared in advance, we can turn the tables and influence the angel army. It is theoretically feasible, Tamamo said, and what I have thought of is a barrier that allows holy element to be interfered with by physical means. Holy element can be interfered with by physical means. Luca immediately grasped the key, his eyes lighting up. In that case, even monsters, or other people without holy attribute power, will be able to launch conventional attacks against the angels. Theoretically, that is indeed the case. Alice also realized the strategic value of this barrier, but greater skepticism followed. But does such an exaggerated barrier that violates fundamental laws really exist? To allow holy element, a power that is almost conceptual, to be physically interfered with without the power of a god, that is, you big dummy, why would I bring up something impossible? Tamamo gently tapped the table with her folding fan, interrupting Alice's questioning. A barrier that allows holy element to temporarily become physical does indeed exist. It is right there on the Hell continent, in a place called the Prisoner's Cage. The soul of the legendary Lord Hero Heinrich is sealed there. She noticed the expressions on Luca and Alice's faces change instantly. Looking at your expressions, have you already been there? Luca nodded. That makes it even easier to explain, Tamamo continued. In order to permanently seal Heinrich's incomparably powerful soul, Ilias personally cast that extremely powerful barrier with its unique properties. And holy element and souls share significant similarities on certain fundamental levels. If we can parse the spell formula of that barrier, then modify and apply it, it should be possible to make holy element temporarily possess the attribute of being physically interfered with. That is indeed a great idea, Tamamo. Alice grew excited, her small fists clenching. With this, large-scale counterattacks will become possible. We will no longer have to just passively take a beating. Tamamo pulled a blank, faintly glowing circular disc from under her desk. For this, we must digitize the spell formula of that key barrier in the prisoner's cage, parse the spell structure, and record it completely onto this type of disc. This procedure is indispensable. For this step, someone must go to the prisoner's cage in person to perform on-site reading and recording. Then let us go, Luca said without hesitation. That is what I planned as well, Tamamo nodded. The step of reading the spell formula requires extremely high magical perception and precise operation, but it can be mastered with just a little targeted training. Alice, I will leave this task to you. And the prisoner's cage must be heavily guarded by angels now. Luca, you must be prepared to protect Alice and handle all combat. Luca and Alice exchanged glances and nodded solemnly at the same time. Then, without further ado, Tamamo squinted her eyes and smiled. I must also try writing a diary on this blank disk immediately to get a feel for it. After all, to record such a complex spell formula, I must practice first. That annoying trend-chasing fox. Alice muttered under her breath. He didn't quite understand what exactly trend-chasing meant. Then, you two should get some good rest today. Tamamo put away her smile, her tone becoming unquestionable. Starting tomorrow, we will conduct necessary preparations and brief training, and then set off. Heading to the Hell Continent to read the barrier spell formula is the top priority at this stage. You must conserve your energy. The two nodded again, understanding that the upcoming mission was of vital importance. Alice remembered another major pending issue and asked, then, regarding the 6 ancestors' great binding curse that sealed me and Luca, how is the investigation going? Is there any lead? Upon hearing this, Tamamo's 9 tails drooped somewhat powerlessly. She shook her head, a look of trouble appearing on her face. Regarding this matter, no matter how we investigate, the existing information is still too scarce. There must be a device or core somewhere in the world that deploys and maintains this curse, but right now, we are completely in the dark. If I could know the general location, I would still have a way to conduct more in-depth magical detection, but right now, I am completely helpless. Just then, the heavy doors of the great hall were pushed open hastily. The arrivals moved with hurried steps and even looked a bit disheveled. It was the Fairy Queen and the Elf Queen. The faces of both queens bore lingering panic and exhaustion, and their magnificent dresses were stained with dust and scorch marks. They had clearly undergone a hasty escape. My sincerest apologies, Lord Demon King. This matter is of extreme importance, please forgive my rude intrusion. The Elf Queen spoke first, her voice somewhat hoarse. She didn't even have time to perform a proper bow. There is no time for pleasantries at a time like this. Alice waved her hand, her expression becoming grave. It seems the Celestial Army has already attacked Fairy Island. The Elf Queen lowered her head, her tone filled with guilt and pain. The Fairy Queen and I agreed that the disparity in strength between the enemy and us was too great. Continuing to resist on the island would only cause unnecessary and meaningless sacrifices for our people. It is truly shameful, but we decided to retreat without even putting up a decent fight. The Fairy Queen interjected, we led the majority of the elf and pixie people to barely escape to your castle. Furthermore, while evacuating, we vaguely noticed that the Celestial Army was transporting humans into the depths of Fairy Island. You don't need to explain in detail to me. Alice interrupted them. Your decision was correct, retreating was the most rational judgment at the moment. The fairy and elf races can stay in the Demon King's castle for now, this place will provide sanctuary. Tamamo, who had been listening from the side, suddenly twitched her ears. She looked up, thoughtful. Please allow me to interject. She turned to the 2 queens. In the discs I recently deciphered, there are sporadic records mentioning that beneath Fairy Island, there seems to be a secret facility for conducting some kind of biological experiments and processing captives. That is likely the place known as the Doraijun Laboratory. Have any impression of this? Beneath Fairy Island. There is actually something like that. The Elf Queen widened her eyes in shock, then was instantly overwhelmed by immense shame. As one of the guardians of the island, I was completely unaware of this. It is truly humiliating. We must go and rescue the captured humans. Luca's voice rang out. He could not sit idly by and watch innocents be sent to such a place. Well, rescuing people is a given, but don't be in a rush. Tamamo made a gesture with her folding fan, signaling Luca to calm down. In any case, what I said earlier still stands, you must get some good rest today. Alice used a forbidden spell to summon her main body for battle earlier, the exhaustion is no laughing matter. And you, Luca, have been fighting non-stop since before returning from the Hell Continent, and have been rushing about until now. Both your bodies and spirits are approaching their limits. The hope for the future rests entirely on you two. Alice did not immediately refute Tamamo's suggestion about resting. She frowned, seemingly pondering another question. Why would a secret laboratory be established on Fairy Island? Although it is secluded, many elves and pixies with keen senses live there. Tamamo replied, Fairy Island is one of the few holy lands in the world where natural spiritual veins converge. Establishing a facility underground in such a place to conduct experiments that require massive magical support makes supply extremely convenient, almost inexhaustible. Connected to spiritual veins. Alice caught the keyword, her thoughts racing. Then, the holy lands where the four spirits reside should logically also be located on similar spiritual vein nodes, right? That is indeed the case. Tamamo nodded slightly, confirming Alice's speculation. The holy lands of wind, earth, water, and fire are all important convergence points of the world's spiritual veins. This is also one of the reasons why the elves possess such great power. Luca and I once encountered a synthetic tree demon in the forest of elves that was clearly a creation of Prometheus. Alice's thinking gradually became clear, and a clue was linked together. Then, there is a high possibility that a similar underground research facility exists near the Forest of Elves. And could the device for the six ancestors' great binding curse that sealed us also be? That makes a lot of sense. Tamamo's eyes lit up, and she immediately snapped her fingers. 7 Tails. The 7 Tails fox maiden, who had been standing quietly in the corner holding a stack of discs, immediately stepped forward. Present, Lady Tamamo. Tamamo produced a yellow leaf surrounded by a faint, spell-like glow from somewhere, and gently placed it on the top of 7 Tails' head. This leaf records a sample of the magical wavelength that is exactly identical to the six ancestors' great binding curse cast upon Lord Demon King. Conduct a large-scale, precise magical perception of the Forest of Elves and its surrounding areas. Focus on searching for persistent or residual magical fluctuations that are extremely close to the wavelength of this sample. 7 Tails closed her eyes, her 2 furry ears standing up and trembling slightly, immersing herself completely in the wide area perception. The hall fell silent for a while, with only the faint sound of those foxes licking the discs remaining. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, 7 Tails opened her eyes and reported respectfully. I have perceived it. The fluctuation is very weak and almost completely masked by the forest's natural magic, but beneath the Forest of Elves, I did indeed perceive a persistent, weak aftereffect that is extremely close to the spell wavelength you provided. It is very hidden, but it does exist. Then, Tamamo turned to Luca and Alice, her tone certain. The maintenance device for the six ancestors' great binding curse that sealed you two is likely hidden there. A flash of light appeared in Luca's eyes, and he immediately turned around. Then let's set off now to confirm and destroy it. You big dummy. I told you to wait until tomorrow to act. Tamamo was rarely angry, but her 9 tails stood up simultaneously, exuding an aura that could not be defied. Do you not understand the words "get some rest"? Continuous high-intensity combat and space jumps place a real burden on the body. Right now, immediately, go back to your room and sleep. That is an order. Luca was stunned by Tamamo's unprecedented stern attitude. Seeing the genuine worry and unquestionable nature in her eyes, he opened his mouth, but ultimately suppressed the urge to act immediately, lowering his head. Alice also pouted, no longer opposing it. Vampire, take Lord Demon King and Lord Hero to the prepared rooms. Ensure they get good rest, and no one is allowed to disturb them. Tamamo instructed the maid standing by the door, her tone unquestionable. Chapter 149, Clear Objectives deep within the Doreen Laboratory on Fairy Island. The low hum of the conveyor belt had just ceased, and the last batch of human captives had been deposited into neatly numbered containment units. The air was permeated with the scent of disinfectant equipment and a faint, lingering trace of blood. Cold white light shone vertically from the ceiling, casting two figures into long, sharply defined shadows. LaCroix, having just finished transporting the human captives, was conducting a tedious mission handover with the laboratory's administrative hub, Laplace. Data streams scrolled silently across the translucent panel floating in front of Laplace, her scion twintails seemingly possessing a certain precision in their drape even while stationary. Suddenly, Laplace lifted her head, the mechanical device resembling a disk drive on her forehead flickering once, and she asked in that characteristic, flat voice, "I wonder, Ms. Lacroix, are you satisfied with the meaning of your own existence?" The tip of Lacroix's pen paused as she was checking the checklist. She looked up, her silver-gray long-beaked mask turning toward the robot before her, the flickering rhythm of her scarlet glowing eyelights changing slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. After a few seconds of silence, a hoarse, low voice came from behind the mask. "I cannot answer that question accurately." She continued in a cold tone, "Whether one feels satisfied depends entirely on subjective feelings. There is no objective standard of measurement. Moreover, the term meaning of existence itself lacks a clear definition. Has your logic module malfunctioned? How could you ask such a vague, inefficient question?" "Perhaps I truly have malfunctioned," Laplace said, her joints emitting a faint click, as if simulating a human head tilt. "Recently, my thinking logic has developed many redundant processes that cannot be cleared, as well as self-contradictory deductive results." Lacroix closed the data pad in her hand and tucked it under her arm. "Apologies, I am not an expert in mechanical engineering or artificial intelligence, so I cannot offer professional advice on this matter." She paused as if recalling something. "However, I have heard that your AI architecture highly simulates human thought patterns. It is said that whenever you arrive at a seemingly correct answer through rigorous logical reasoning, the system automatically simulates another possibility using the opposite preset logic. Therefore, the issues with your thinking logic that you speak of may not be a malfunction, but rather the self-reflection you are undergoing, which is a trait you have been endowed with." Reflection. Laplace's eyes focused on Lacroix's mask, the lens array inside making subtle focal adjustments, even simulating an expression of confusion on her smooth metal face through subtle adjustments of light and shadow. This caused a flicker of surprise in the heart of Lacroix, who was accustomed to the cold state of machines. "Recently, I have been thinking about many unnecessary things." There was a subtle fluctuation in the flatness of Laplace's voice. "My core directive is clear. I am the management and control hub of the Doreen Laboratory, responsible for the standardized processing of all captives and experimental materials transported here. But if the scope of work is limited to this, why did Lady Prometheus not simply use a mechanical AI with higher efficiency, simpler logic, and one that would never generate redundant processes when she created me?" Her mechanical arm lifted gently, her fingertips tracing the invisible data stream in the air. "Endowing me with near-human thought, and the ability for self-reflection, has caused me to generate unnecessary algorithms and fluctuations in emotion modules that are difficult to categorize. Would this not hinder work efficiency and increase the uncertainty of mission execution?" She paused for a moment, searching a distant memory bank. "Recently, I have even developed an unusual concern for human experimental materials themselves, a concern that is difficult to define through observation, analysis, and processing. Regarding the answers to these questions, Lady Prometheus has never spoken to me about them." The corners of Lacroix's mouth beneath the mask moved ever so slightly. She felt a hint of interest encountered. "Then, Laplace, do you feel dissatisfied with the fact that you are a mechanical AI?" The laboratory fell into a brief silence, with only the faint sound of bubbles rising in the culture tanks in the distance. A nearly inaudible, slight acceleration sound came from within Laplace, as if her core processor were running at full capacity. After several seconds, she replied at a slower pace than usual. "Recently, I have indeed been feeling confused and worried about this identity. Precisely because I engage in thinking beyond the scope of my directives and process extraneous information, unpredictable variables may arise. And uncertainty will only have a negative impact on the precise execution of tasks." A very soft laugh came from behind the mask. Lacroix crossed her arms, leaning against the cold metal wall, and began to recount a past event. "Lady Prometheus, she holds a very complex set of emotions toward humans. To most onlookers, she merely views humans as high-grade lab rats, excellent research subjects and experimental vessels. But a long time ago, so long ago that many records have become blurred, she defied the explicit will of goddess Ilias and privately bestowed the fire of knowledge upon the ignorant humans of that time." The brightness of Laplace's eyes increased slightly. It was precisely because of this betrayal that she was treated as a sinner by the goddess and imprisoned for a long time. LaCroix's voice was flat, so perhaps, she believes that creating something that is as close to human as possible in terms of thought could help her understand humans more deeply. Of course, these are just my guesses based on limited information. She straightened her body, her tone becoming distant again. I am not interested in any deeper truths, nor do I have the spare energy to get involved. My field of research has already consumed all of my mental efforts. The light in Laplace's eyes flickered a few times, as if she were digesting this statement. Then, she posed new questions, which were like a chain of logical links pointing toward a core she could not solve on her own. Lucia is the only human member of the team. Not long ago, she voluntarily abandoned the offensive against her hometown, Parancet village, and left the alliance of sages. Although she was born human, her body is now a species completely different from humans. So, in her own self-perception, does she still consider herself human? Is she satisfied with the meaning of her current existence? Will her hometown still accept her? LaCroix shook her head, her gesture carrying a clear sense of refusal. The members of the Alliance of Sages gathered together while each harboring different goals. Other matters, whether it be Lucia's choices, your confusion, or even Lady Prometheus's past, have absolutely nothing to do with me. I am already too busy pursuing the pinnacle of magic arts to pay attention to anything else. I have neither the interest nor the energy to deal with these matters. Laplace watched her quietly, her sensors scanning every inch of LaCroix's still silhouette. A few seconds later, she said in a tone that was almost certain, "In my view, you are not entirely as cold as you describe yourself to be. I can perceive that within you, there still remains that emotional fluctuation unique to organic life forms, whether human or monster. It is just that it seems to be suppressed by something, little by little, fading away." LaCroix's body stiffened imperceptibly for a moment, but she immediately responded in an even colder tone. "Regardless of how others interpret it, I will not waver in my perception of myself." However, her right hand, clad in a black glove and hanging by her side, trembled imperceptibly at the fingertips. This subtle physiological reaction did not escape Laplace's high-precision visual capture system. "I actually spent an entire night discussing philosophy with a mechanical AI." LaCroix seemed to want to end this conversation with self-deprecation, turning to walk toward the laboratory exit, the hem of her black cloak sweeping across the floor. Truly, a novel experience. I hope this overtime conversation has not affected the progress of subsequent work. The heavy airtight door slid open silently behind her, and then slowly closed, separating her figure from the cold light of the laboratory. Laplace remained alone in the empty handover area, the cyan light pulsing rhythmically between the gaps in her mechanical structure. She watched quietly in the direction LaCroix had left, her internal processor running continuously, attempting to build a temporary analytical model for all the uncertain factors and emotional variables in tonight's conversation. But as always, there were always a few parameters at the core that could not be perfectly defined by any existing logical framework. Demon King's Castle, early morning. Luca rubbed his aching lower back, his footsteps slightly unsteady as he arrived in the hall. It was supposed to be a good night's rest, but Alice, under the guise of replenishing Demon King energy, and checking the hero's physical condition, had worn him out until nearly dawn. The culprit, Alice, was refreshed and radiant, walking beside him with her long silver hair smooth and lustrous, her golden slit pupils full of vitality. "My service is of Demon King caliber, accept it with gratitude." Alice glanced at him, the corners of her mouth curling up triumphantly. Luca decided to remain silent. On such topics, any response could potentially trigger even more disastrous consequences. Tamamo had long been waiting in the hall, a huge magic map spread out before her, with coordinates marked by light dots of different colors. Although her lively fox eyes were still charming, the faint dark circles under her eyes could not be hidden. Seeing the two arrive, she gave a small yawn and pointed at the map with her folding fan. "The route has been planned, I will only say it once." Her voice carried a hint of fatigue, but her train of thought was exceptionally clear. She tapped the first flashing red dot on the map with her folding fan. "The first stop is the Doreen Laboratory, located underground on Fairy Island. Our intelligence indicates that a large number of human captives abducted during the Angel Legion's attacks are being held there. Liberating them will not only save innocent lives but also demonstrate goodwill to the human world in the most direct way, greatly promoting the substantial formation and consolidation of the Human-Demon United Front. The tip of the fan moved to the second green dot. The second stop is Sylph's original habitat, the Forest of Elves. According to the precise perception of my seven tails, there exists a persistent, faint magical fluctuation originating from the same source as the six ancestors' great binding curse. In all likelihood, the barrier device sealing the two of you is hidden there. It must be found and completely destroyed. Finally, the folding fan landed on the third, and most distant, purple dot. The third stop is the prisoner's cage on the Hell continent. You need to return there. The goal is to read and digitize that unique barrier spell cast by Ilias herself, which is used to seal the soul of the first hero, Heinrich. Alice, you need to focus your mind to complete the reading and transcription of the spell structure, recording it completely onto a blank disk. Luca, your task is crucial. The data reading and transmission process must not be interrupted. You must block any Angel Legion that might come to interfere, creating an absolutely safe environment for Alice. Tamamo closed her folding fan, her expression serious. As for what to do specifically after obtaining the disk with the stored spell data, and how to use those 4 towers to reverse the barrier, once you return successfully, I will combine the latest decrypted information and make detailed arrangements. For now, you only need to keep these 3 clear objectives in your minds. Looking at the undisguised fatigue in Tamamo's eyes, and the painstaking effort she had put into planning this most efficient route, a wave of warmth and apology surged in Luca's heart. They were able to fight on the front lines without distractions, all because of Tamamo, who had been working day and night to decrypt disks, analyze intelligence, and coordinate the overall situation. Thank you, Tamamo. Luca said sincerely. Tamamo covered the lower half of her face with her folding fan, revealing only those eyes that, while bearing faint dark circles, were still lively. I am merely pushing forward the grand goal of human-demon coexistence. Besides, the burden of actually going on adventures and saving the world rests on your shoulders. There is no need to thank me. She waved her hand and turned to walk toward her bedroom, her 9 tails all appearing somewhat listless. All right, the mission is clear. I am going to catch up on sleep. Alice, however, was not polite at all, shouting at Tamamo's back, remember to have dinner ready. We're coming back to eat. Tamamo's back paused, she didn't turn around, but a listless sentence drifted back. We're having fried tofu tonight. Chapter 150, The Fake Hero. The spatial rift quietly closed in an inconspicuous forest clearing at the edge of Fairy Island, and the figures of Luca and Alice stepped out from within. Beneath their feet was soft humus soil, and the air was filled with the unique moist scent of a forest after rain, intertwined with the faint sound of waves from afar. Sunlight was cut into fragments by the dense canopy, casting mottled, swaying spots of light. Luca and Alice arrived at Fairy Island and following the map provided by Tamamo, they soon found the laboratory elevator entrance disguised as a natural tree burrow under a massive banyan tree in the shade. The surface texture of that burrow blended perfectly with the surrounding trunk, and even the types of moss growing in the crevices were identical. Luca reached out to touch the cold metal surface that simulated the texture of bark, unable to help but marvel at how deeply it was hidden. On one hand, when he had previously sensed Fairy Island, his focus was on the magical fluctuations of the Elf Queen and the Fairy Queen, and he indeed hadn't extended his perception deep underground for a detailed investigation. On the other hand, Prometheus's camouflage technology was indeed powerful. It wasn't just visual mimicry, but reached the extreme in simulating materials, magical fluctuations, and even life signatures. Even if Luca hadn't been performing targeted sensing at the time, camouflage of this level was definitely not something that could be easily discovered by ordinary means. This made him even more curious about the existence behind Prometheus. Previously, he had lost the 4 spirits and most of his magic, putting him at the lowest point of his power. With such technical strength, if they had concentrated their forces to surround and suppress him, that should have been the best opportunity. Yet the opponent didn't seem to have done so. only sending some synthetic monsters and angels for harassing interceptions. Unless, in their eyes, Luca wasn't the highest priority target that needed to be eliminated immediately. This thought pierced into Luca's mind like an icicle. The angel Prometheus, the worst demon king Black Alice, and that contaminated goddess Ilias. Their patterns of action, the subtle relationships between them, and even the depth of their layout for the entire world all pointed toward some larger, more ancient plot. And he was perhaps just a more visible, but not core, node in this giant web. There must be something behind this that Luca didn't know about, helping him hold back most of the pressure from the true higher-ups. A dull, loud crash abruptly pulled Luca back to reality from his layers of deduction. He turned and saw Alice pulling back her small fist. The center of the sophisticated camouflage entrance now had a clear fist-shaped indentation, the metal at the edges twisted and curled to reveal complex optical fiber lines and gear structures inside, emitting small electrical sparks. "What are you looking at me for?" Alice looked up. "It's nothing." Luca temporarily pushed those chaotic guesses back into his heart. Right now, there was a more concrete and urgent mission. "Let's go in." Entering the laboratory and passing through a downward-sloping corridor with walls glowing with a cold white light, the two stopped in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling glass pane. Behind the glass was another even more vast, completely sealed laboratory. The space was high and wide, with countless transparent pipes of varying thickness crisscrossing between the ceiling, and walls like the vascular network of a giant organism, with liquids glowing with pale blue or light green fluorescence flowing inside. Cold white light poured down evenly from hidden lighting troughs, clearly illuminating the dizzyingly precise experimental equipment, the arrays of culture pods, and the flickering data screens within, while also reflecting the solemn faces of Luca and Alice. Alice took out the map drawn by Tamamo, which clearly marked the structure of the facility. According to the data Tamamo decrypted, there are 2 large containment areas for hostages in the facility, located in the isolation zones on the east and west sides respectively. She traced the path on the map with her finger. "My plan is to first storm the first containment area, rescue the first batch of hostages, and then I will take the hostages out of the laboratory and settle them in a safe area on the surface. You, meanwhile, will continue to the second containment area to rescue the remaining ones. Once I return to the laboratory, I'll regroup with you to eliminate any resistance that might appear." Luca nodded. This plan of splitting up to ensure the priority evacuation of hostages was indeed sound. After entering the laboratory, he immediately noticed that his perception was significantly suppressed by a special force field permeating the air. Otherwise, he could have used his perception, enhanced by Undine, to perform a range scan and directly lock onto the locations of all hostages, then use spatial movement for precise rescue. That would have been the fastest and most covert method. But the reality was that his perception was limited, and the magic consumed by performing continuous spatial jumps with hundreds of people at once was still too much of a strain for him, as he hadn't fully recovered yet, and needed to deal with unknown powerful enemies. Alice's plan was the optimal solution based on the current situation. Unexpectedly, on the way to the first containment area, the two didn't encounter a single enemy. The corridors were empty, with only automatic cleaning robots sliding silently along the corners. This abnormal silence made Luca even more alert, but he didn't stop his pace. The door to the first containment area was a heavy alloy gate, but it was currently wide open as if inviting them in. Behind the door was a hall as wide as a warehouse, illuminated by cold white lights. Inside the hall, a large number of cage facilities were arranged neatly. At a rough glance, there were at least 100. The kidnapped humans were all locked in these cages, most of them looking terrified, but their faces weren't haggard. These cages were by no means ordinary iron bars. Their outer walls were a translucent, flesh-like membrane material with slightly pulsing, blood vessel-like veins visible inside, and the surface was covered with a layer of hardened substance similar to an insect's carapace. Looking closely, one could even find small tentacle-like structures extending from the bottom of the cages, rooted into the ground, seemingly absorbing something. These were living culture dishes made by Prometheus using biological tissues from certain angels or monsters as a base. Strictly speaking, these cages themselves were synthetic monsters, biological devices that combined imprisonment, monitoring, and even some unknown functions. Luca frowned slightly, a flash of disgust in his eyes. He didn't hesitate. With a slight lift of his sword hilt, a soft but wide-ranging white ripple spread out with him as the center. The ripple swept over every cage, and those living tissues instantly stiffened and hardened, the glow of the veins on the surface extinguished, eventually solidifying into a harmless stone-like state. He quickly swung his sword, and precise sword chi sliced through, cutting open the deactivated cage walls. The humans inside were first dazed, then burst into cries and shouts of having survived a disaster. "Thank you, Lord Hero. Have you seen my brother? He was captured with me, but he's not here. My son isn't here either." People rushed forward, anxiously grabbing Luca's clothes or arms, their voices full of panic and hope. "Don't worry," Luca's voice was steady, carrying a reassuring power. "I'm going to rescue your relatives right now. Alice, I'm counting on you to take them out safely." Alice had already stepped forward, her small body emitting an unquestionable majesty. "Everyone, follow me. Keep quiet and evacuate quickly. If you don't want to die, don't fall behind." She glanced back at Luca, a rare flash of seriousness in her golden eyes. "Don't overdo it, Luca. Once I've settled them, I'll come back for you immediately." Luca nodded, watching Alice lead the first batch of rescued people as they disappeared at the end of the corridor. He turned and, without delay, ran toward the second containment area according to the map. The layout of the second containment area was similar to the first, but it seemed to mainly hold children and teenagers. The children were curled up in those disgusting living cages, some sobbing quietly, others already numbed by fear. Luca's arrival made the light of hope reignite in their eyes. His gaze quickly swept over, preparing to use the same method to rescue them. However, as his vision passed over a cage in the corner, he paused slightly. A young man was locked inside, and that face looked somewhat familiar. There was no time to investigate. Luca swung his sword again, deactivating all the cages, and beginning to quickly break open the walls. Just as he was halfway through the rescue, several vents and wall compartments in the containment area suddenly opened, and several strangely shaped synthetic monsters, like hybrids of multi-legged insects and reptiles, swarmed out, hissing as they lunged at Luca and the rescued hostages. Luca's eyes turned cold, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. In the next second, he appeared in the center of the monster swarm, swinging, elbowing, and knee-striking, his movements so fast they left afterimages. Every contact was accompanied by a slight hum, and the dull thud of a monster stiffening and falling to the ground. In less than 5 seconds, all the synthetic monsters had been sealed, slumped on the ground and unable to move. Just as the last monster fell, a flat, monotone voice rang out in the empty containment area. "With you destroying things so willfully, I'm going to be very troubled." A wall on one side of the laboratory slid open silently, revealing an even deeper passage behind it. The flat voice continued, "I am Laplace, the Management and Control Center of Doreen Laboratory. I won't let you, or these precious materials, just run away like this." Deep in the passage, a figure slowly emerged, walking into the light. Luca curiously sized up the creature in front of him. He didn't perceive the kind of active magical fluctuations belonging to monsters from the opponent, nor did he sense the pure holy element aura of an angel. In other words, she was neither a synthetic monster nor an angel. That left the remaining possibility: could she be some kind of unknown monster? But monsters basically all possessed characteristics of animals, plants, or even natural phenomena. The creature before him was entirely white like the finest congealed fat, her skin gleaming with a clear glaze. Her head was decorated with a white crystal crown, with a teardrop-shaped azure gem embedded in the center. White strand-like tentacles with pale green edges hung from both sides of the crown, fluttering gently as if alive. Her shoulders and waist were covered with emerald-colored crystalline patterns. Her arms were thin and covered with a translucent membrane, and her lower body consisted of multiple flexible tentacles with pale purple spiral patterns. Luca couldn't for the life of him see which species in the natural world she corresponded to. Coincidentally, Alice had also finished settling the hostages and rushed back to the scene. Her small figure flashed out from the passage behind Luca, looking at him immediately. "Are you okay, Luca?" Her golden pupils quickly scanned him, confirming there were no signs of injury. "I'm fine. You've come at the right time. Take the hostages here back to the surface as well." Luca stepped aside, letting Alice see the rescued, shaken children. Only then did Alice turn her gaze toward that strange creature, her brow instantly furrowing. "What kind of monster is this?" Luca asked. "It's not a monster." Alice shook her head, her tone carrying a bit of uncertainty. "This is probably some kind of human female." Luca really couldn't see even a hint of human likeness in the opponent's non-human form. "At least 99% of her gene sequence is identical to a baseline human," Alice said. "Well, they say the genetic similarity between white mice and humans is also very high." Luca tried to understand. "It's different." Alice shook her head and began to explain. "Compared to white mice, human gene regulatory regions are more complex, and the expressed traits are more diverse, especially those involving higher nervous activity and complex morphological construction." She fluently reeled off a long string of terminology and nouns that Luca completely didn't understand. Luca wisely shut his mouth. In this life, having never even properly attended school, he really didn't have the knowledge base to match this well-read demon king in such an argument. However, in his simple understanding, as long as a being possessed wisdom and emotions and could engage in benevolent communication, they could be seen as human in some sense. Alice also seemed to realize this wasn't the time for a science lecture. She quickly organized the children, preparing to evacuate again. Male of the old era, that new human suddenly spoke, her voice ethereal, her gaze locked on Luca. "Are you the food they prepared for me?" It spoke. Luca sized up her head more carefully, but couldn't find any obvious vocal organs. "Of course she can speak." Laplace's voice came through the ceiling speakers, answering Luca's confusion. "Just as the demon lord analyzed, she is undoubtedly a new human created based on the human genetic blueprint to better adapt to future environments. She will be a brand new type of human after Genesis." "New human, seize him," Laplace ordered. Although, according to the data model left by Lord Prometheus, as long as this human hero discovered the Doreen laboratory, the defensive forces here would inevitably fail to stop his progress. According to the most efficient and logical course of action, she should immediately activate the laboratory's self-destruct sequence at this moment, destroying all data and experimental subjects to prevent further intelligence leaks. There was a strange emotional fluctuation in her heart, urging Laplace to execute these clearly irrational and inefficient actions. She wanted to see, to verify something. Acknowledged, understood. The new human responded, the light purple tentacles on her lower body instantly tensing like springs ready to fire. She then launched herself forward at an incredible speed, several tentacles coiling toward Luca from different angles, aiming to bind and restrain him. However, Luca's figure became blurred an instant before her tentacles struck. The tentacles pierced through the spot where he had been standing, but they only coiled around thin air. In the next second, Luca appeared at the new human's side, and the Gog sword lightly tapped the center of the emerald-colored crystalline pattern on the side of her neck. The new human's entire pale white body froze, her tentacles drooping powerlessly, and the azure light in her eyes rapidly dimmed. Her entire body rapidly shrank within the ceiling light, eventually turning into a palm-sized figure like an exquisite action figure. With a soft clack, she fell to the floor and drifted into a deep sleep. Luca didn't give the little figure a second glance. He looked up, the tip of his sword pointing directly at the ceiling where the voice came from. "Your turn." "That is exactly what I intended," Laplace's voice remained flat. As soon as she finished speaking, the metal floor beneath Luca's feet suddenly slid open to both sides, and a silver-white cylindrical pedestal slowly rose. In the center of the pedestal stood a robot in the form of a young girl. She had bluish twin tails and an exquisite but lifeless face, with the optical sensors in her eyes glowing faintly at the moment. Simultaneously, panels on the ceiling and surrounding walls opened, and dozens of thick mechanical arms and energy conduits extended downward, precisely connecting one by one to the interfaces on the back of the girl robot. The adjacent walls also rumbled open, revealing hidden weapon platforms. Several menacingly shaped cannon barrels and firearms flowing with high-energy light quickly extended, their cold-aiming lasers locking firmly onto Luca. This complete form is being seen by an outsider for the first time. Laplace's true body spoke. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the Supreme Administrator of the Doreen Research Institute, Laplace. Luca couldn't sense even a shred of life force from her. He said in surprise, "Your entire body is mechanical." "I am the first robot in the world," Laplace admitted. Her head turned slightly as her optical sensors scanned Luca. "My brain is the central processing system of this research institute. Every pipe, every piece of equipment, and every data stream here is under my control." She paused for a moment as if emphasizing a certain fact, "Therefore, I am the Doreen Laboratory." The moment she finished speaking, all the conduits connected to her body lit up simultaneously, and violent energy surged into her frame. She raised both arms, high-frequency blades popping out from the outer sides of her forearms, and all the cannons on the weapon platform behind her flared with light. The battle erupted in an instant. Mechanical arms swung down with heavy impact hammers, energy beams wove into a net, and high-frequency blades carved out lethal arcs of light. Laplace's attacks were precise, dense, and without gaps, like a sophisticated killing machine perfectly executing a purge command. Luca's figure, however, drifted unpredictably through the hail of bullets and beams. He didn't clash head-on with those energy beams capable of melting through steel. Instead, he moved with minimal effort, dodging attacks at the very last possible second. Every time the Gog sword swung, it struck precisely at the joints of the mechanical arms, the connections of the energy conduits, or the energy cores of the weapon platforms. All that could be heard around them was the soft hiss of metal being sliced smoothly, the screeching of leaking energy, and the crashing sounds of scrapped components falling. This was not a battle between equals, but a highly efficient, one-sided dismantling. Luca's movements were concise and direct. Every strike aimed at a vital point, dismantling the opponent's offensive capabilities and operational foundation. In less than a minute, the originally menacing mechanical array had become a tattered mess. Most of the mechanical arms had been severed and hung askew, the weapon platforms were emitting black smoke with their cannons dimmed, and several of the conduits connecting to Laplace's main body had been cut, with energy fluid dripping onto the floor. Laplace seemed to lean somewhat powerlessly against the support frame of the pedestal behind her, her body damaged in many places, and her optical sensors flickering erratically. Luca stood before her with his sword, the tip pointing to the ground, not delivering the final blow. He looked at her and asked the question that had existed since he entered the lab. "Since you control all the movements of the entire Doreen laboratory, can control every facility here, and monitor every corner, you surely could have reacted immediately the moment we stepped onto the island, or even just found the entrance. You could have activated stronger defenses, moved the hostages, or simply self-destructed." His gaze was sharp, as if trying to pierce through that mechanical shell. "Why did you let us in? It almost seems as if you were guiding us to find the hostages." The light in Laplace's eyes flickered violently several times, and her internal processor emitted a faint hum of high-speed operation. After several seconds, she answered in that flat voice, though it seemed to have gained some static, "My system cannot use existing logic modules to explain this." She paused for even longer, as if struggling to organize her words. Finally, she asked a question that was completely out of place in the current situation: "If I were also human?" In that flat voice, for the first time, there appeared fluctuations akin to hesitation and longing. "Could I live together with you?" Luca looked at her in silence. He put away his sword, not because he had lowered his guard, but because the nature of the question had changed. "The key to coexistence," he spoke, his voice clear and calm, "does not lie in identity, nor in race. I don't care if you are a machine, a human, an angel, or a monster. As long as you have a heart that is willing to understand and willing to try to coexist, as long as you don't want to hurt the innocent, I will help you, and many people will be willing to accept you." Prometheus would only grant her the ability to think, throwing endless experimental data and contradictory logic at her to let her struggle on her own. But Luca's direct, simple, yet powerful words were like a key, instantly piercing through the shell of the conclusion she had been unable to reach despite countless simulation deductions. The light in Laplace's eyes froze. After a long time, she whispered, "Conversing with you. Very valuable interaction." Suddenly, all the lights in the laboratory turned a piercing red, and a sharp alarm sounded without warning in every corner. Doreen Laboratory will initiate a full-scale self-destruct sequence in 1 minute. A cold, synthesized system voice broadcasted. Laplace looked up at Luca. A large amount of Lord Prometheus's core experimental data and classified samples are stored here. They must be disposed of cleanly, leaving no possibility of a leak. Her tone returned to being flat, yet it seemed to carry a hint of relief. Her previous research institute leaked too much intelligence to you because it failed to detonate in time. So, your choice is death? Luca frowned. Laplace seemed unfamiliar with the word. I am merely a mechanical AI responsible for managing the Research Institute, a complex program. You know very well that I do not possess such a thing as life, so naturally, I have no concept of death. I am simply about to cease operation. Leave, she said, her voice growing softer. The self-destruct sequence is irreversible. Luca, however, did not move. Instead, he took a step forward, staring into Laplace's flickering eyes, and said word for word, "Say it. Say you want to live." Laplace fell silent. The alarm grew more urgent, and the red lights flashed frantically, illuminating her damaged mechanical body and Luca's determined face. The light in her eyes wavered and flickered violently, like a candle flame in a storm, showing that her interior was experiencing a fierce conflict far beyond conventional logical calculations. Ultimately, she made no sound. But Luca nodded. "Good, I heard you." An earthy yellow, thick, and solid light instantly covered Luca's entire body. He reached out with both hands, directly grabbing the remaining conduits connected to Laplace's body and the key structural points of the supporting pedestal. With a low shout, an incredible strength erupted from his arms. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal twisting and snapping, those sturdy alloy pipes, complex mechanical arm connectors, and even the entire pedestal base were torn and stripped from the floor and walls by Luca in an almost brutal fashion. Sparks flew and circuits snapped, but the core part of the structure carrying Laplace's main body was pulled away from the doomed facility by him, completely and protectively. This was the last image captured by the final remaining visual sensors before Laplace's system entered forced hibernation. That male hero of the old era, his whole body shrouded in a thick radiance, using the most primitive and direct power to forcibly tear her away from her predetermined fate of destruction. The following command is of the highest priority, to prevent the leakage of experimental data and core samples. As soon as Hero Luca is confirmed to have entered the laboratory area, immediately initiate the full-scale self-destruct sequence. Prometheus's calm instructional voice seemed to still echo in her core memory. Lord Prometheus disobeyed the order. The light in her eyes faded away completely. Is it settled? Above ground, Alice watched Luca as he rushed out of a newly opened exit, carrying the damaged robot girl in his arms. In the distance, muffled explosion sounds were already coming from underground, and the earth trembled slightly. She had just used her clairvoyance to roughly sense everything that had happened below. I didn't expect that even mechanical creations would develop worries and confusion. Alice looked at Laplace, a hint of complexity flashing in her golden pupils. She even evolved modules similar to emotions. I really don't know what Prometheus's purpose was in creating her. In Alice's view, the optimal solution just now would have been to use the remaining time to try and salvage the important experimental data or samples about to be destroyed by the self-destruct sequence. That would perhaps have been more valuable for understanding Prometheus's plans and breaking various barriers. Rather than spending precious time having a philosophical conversation with a robot suffering from logical anomalies, and finally rescuing a mechanical body that might not even be able to start up normally once removed from its dedicated laboratory environment. It was inefficient and did not maximize interests. However, Alice ultimately didn't say much more, nor did she blame Luca for his choice. Because she had long understood that Luca was just such a fake hero. He wouldn't calculate the optimal solution, he would only follow the most direct righteousness in his heart. And this was perhaps exactly why he could repeatedly break conventions and connect different races and existences. Let's go. Luca adjusted the position of the mechanical girl in his arms and looked at Alice. Next stop, the Forest of Elves. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.